7 years ago, something happened that people began to call the cataclysm. This event divided life into before and after. People were living their usual day when a terrible disaster called the opening of the dungeon occurred. It led to the release into the world of people of various bloodthirsty monsters who were ready to kill everyone who stood in their way. A lot of people died that day because the monsters, who were so hungry for fresh human blood, did not spare anyone. Among the victims were the parents of a boy whose journey began the day he was deprived of the most precious thing he had. At that moment, when he lost the most precious thing in the blink of an eye, shedding bloody tears, he took an oath that he would become a hunter and tear monsters to pieces. 7 years had passed since the Great Cataclysm, and the site of the bloody massacre was now a memorial park where people could come to mourn the dead. This is where the desperate guy came when he was thrown out of the hunter training center. He wanted to feel the closeness of his parents, even if only for a moment. He thought that he had built up his expectations in vain and imagined himself a hunter, because now fate was showing that everything was not so simple. The words of the trainer when he announced that Cadet Han Sung-yun could no longer come to the hunter training center kept playing over and over in his head. Upon hearing this news, the boy asked in confusion what had caused his exclusion. The trainer replied that usually, a cadet only needed to spend a few months at the center to awaken his hunter abilities. Han Sung-yun's preparation period had already lasted for 7 years, and nothing had come of it yet. The man told the boy about this. It was clear that the teacher was right, but he could not give up his dream, because then he would betray the memory of his parents and not keep the oath he had given. The coach said he would speak frankly and expressed his opinion that Song-yun was a complete mediocrity. Barely holding back tears, the boy listened as if the hunter training center continued to train him, it would undermine its reputation. Other guys heard this conversation. Some said that they admired the guy's persistence. Others considered the guy a fool who didn't understand where his place was. But everyone agreed that it was strange that after 7 years of hard training, the stats had not increased. As he thought about all these words, Song-yun couldn't help but squeeze his hand so hard that the can of drink cracked and spilled the sweet liquid. He was incredibly angry that he couldn't raise even one single stat, let alone unlock unique characteristics and acquired skills. Closing his eyes, Song-yun hoped to find some peace within himself, but one conversation caught his interest. A woman asked her little daughter if she remembered the story of how her father died, and the little girl screamed that she knew every word by heart. She chattered enthusiastically that when the monsters attacked and the world was not ready to fight them back, her dad did not run away, but continued to save people. Mom was pleased. She asked her daughter what she should do if she encountered difficulties in the future. The little girl said that she should be as brave as her dad. Song-yun's eyes widened when he heard the little girl's words about never giving up, and he knew that he would do just that. Hugging the little girl, the mother said that she was smart, and the boy thought that this girl gave him the best motivation to move forward. The family noticed someone's attention and turned towards Song-yun, who was watching them. Coming closer, the boy bowed respectfully, because this was the only way to thank these people for their sudden help. Leaving the family in bewilderment, he rushed to run towards the exit of the park, because it became clear what to do next. Song-yun suddenly realized that he had managed to endure steadfastly for the past 7 years, which meant that his path as a hunter was not yet over. He did not want to give up the business to which he was ready to devote his whole life. It did not correspond to his principles. With full understanding that he could not afford to give up, the guy ran through the streets of the evening city. After some time, the weather turned completely bad. The clouds thickened and a cool rain began. Han Sung-yun stood on the porch of the house and knocked on the door, hoping to quickly hide in a warm room from this moisture and cold. Finally, the door opened, and the guy was enveloped in a pleasant warmth that came from the depths of the building. A trainer stood at the door and told the cadet to get lost. Requests that he try one more time had no effect on the man. Song-yun did not give up. He asked for help to pass the hunter exam one last time, because he could not just give up and abandon his life's work. It was clear that the man was barely containing his anger. He turned away and was breathing heavily. But apparently it didn't help, because a second later, he turned around and, with a face twisted with anger, asked why the guy couldn't get what they were trying to hammer into his head. This hostile behavior surprised Song-yun a lot, because the coach was generally very reserved and did not behave like this. The man started shouting that the guy had come here to take back the money he had invested in his education. and he had promised to return half of it if the hapless student left. This assumption greatly offended the young man, so he shouted that he was not standing there for this reason at all. What irritated the coach the most was that this insolent young man was talking to him in such a tone, so he punched him with all his might, causing blood to spurt from the boy's nose. The impact sent the would-be hunter flying several meters and landing in a pile of trash that lay near the dumpster. Finally, the man said that he could tell from the student's eyes that the reason for such importunity was solely about money. Tears and raindrops moved across Song Yun's cheeks as he heard the coach call him a piece of trash who was incapable of anything. He sat surrounded by garbage, and at that moment he felt exactly like what the teacher had said he was. Salty tears burned his wounded lip, but the guy kept thinking what would happen if he too had unique characteristics. He did not wish for too much. He wanted fate to grant him just a bit of talent, which he would use correctly. If it were his way, he wouldn't be among the trash heap. Song Yun would be improving what he was talented at every day. Suddenly, raindrops began to rise from the ground and shine with a strange light, after which a voice was heard that said that the Tower of Trials praised the boy's unwavering will. Song Yun fell right into a puddle out of surprise, because it's not every day that an invisible interlocutor will talk to you. He didn't understand what was happening and who was talking to him. For a moment the guy thought he was going crazy. The otherworldly light grew brighter, and at one point it completely engulfed the boy, who screamed in fear. This scream was heard by the coach, who abruptly opened the doors and angrily told the failed student to get lost. He began to say that this kind of tyranny was already boring, but then he noticed that the boy was no longer in his former place. There was only a huge boulder lying near the trash can. The man picked it up and began looking around, hoping to understand who had left it. After no one was found, the coach threw the stone away and returned to the building grumbling. At that very moment, the guy was drowning in some strange portal that was outside of space and time. He felt like his lungs were already starting to burn from lack of oxygen. Song Yun was suffocating, but he didn't know where to swim to get out of this place. At one point, when it seemed to the boy that he had already reached the bottom, the water suddenly turned into empty space, and his body began to quickly fall down. A blue screen appeared in front of Song Yun's face, which said that the testing tower had selected all the strongest on Earth. The guy did not understand what this meant. His eyes widened even more when the screen asked him to choose a difficulty level, which would determine the reward. He had no idea in his soul what was happening, but his inner instinct was screaming at the top of its lungs. The guy had some kind of premonition that told him to grab this opportunity, despite the fact that it was all very suspicious. After he chose the difficulty level, he again began to fall into some other space. Song Yun saw the windows with information that in the next few seconds, the entrance to the first floor of the tower would be carried out. Opening his eyes, the boy saw that he was in the desert. All his wounds were healed, which meant that he needed to prepare for the upcoming trials. He was confused and didn't know what to expect, because this whole situation didn't fit in his head. Some kind of shine appeared next to the guy, and a weapon began to materialize. A second later, a sword appeared out of nowhere. The blade fell to the ground and got stuck in the sand. Song Yun did not dare to go and take it, because everything seemed too surreal. After that, the guy received information that the theme of this test was survival, and for overcoming it, you can get unique characteristics. It was hard to believe that the unique characteristic he had been trying to obtain for the past 7 years, working hard for it, would be given out as a reward. He knew that if this was really the case, it was a real jackpot that he couldn't miss. The guy stood up resolutely and realized that first he needed to take the sword and figure out what was required of it. He hadn't even taken 5 steps when the earth suddenly shook and trembled, and it instantly became clear that it simply wouldn't happen. When Song Yun turned around, he saw that the sand had begun to rise and form a wave that was moving straight towards him. A notification appeared before his eyes that the training test had begun, and now the guy became truly scared. Since the difficulty was set to high, the sand wave formed a creature called Golem, and it was clearly not friendly. It was unclear how all this was possible, but what was even more alarming was that he had no idea how to deal with this monster. His mission was to survive the sand golem's attacks for 10 minutes. Song Yun read this information and realized that these would be the longest minutes of his life, but the main thing was that they would not be the last. But there was another clause, written in small print. The penalty for failure was the death of the applicant. Running away with all his might, the boy realized that he did not want to die, especially under such mysterious circumstances. He thought about the need to come up with a better strategy, since it was unlikely that he would be able to escape pursuit if he simply ran. Although the sand golem looked slow, due to its size, it moved much faster than Song Yun thought. The boy understood that the first difficulty was that with his endurance he would not be able to run across the desert for 10 minutes, especially considering the fact that his enemy was literally breathing down his neck and trying to trample him. It turns out that the guy had to fight with a sword in his hands in order to survive. That was the point of the test. He was doomed to either run away and meet death or fight and face it. Song Yun thought that this was all some kind of madness, because it was simply impossible to defeat such a creature. But then he remembered the mocking speeches of the guys from the training center. They said that such a talentless person like him was not even worth pitying. These memories caused a cry of anger, because everyone around him thought that he was good for nothing. He wanted to prove the opposite. Song Yun felt like this golem was his coach, who wanted to prove that he was a nobody who didn't deserve a chance. At that moment, he realized that he would die a miserable death if he continued to run away without doing anything new. For 7 years, the boy had been doing nothing but challenging the hunter's exam, and as for the theory, he knew it better than any current monster fighter. If running away was not an option, then Song Yun decided that he had to try to find the answer in his theoretical knowledge. He remembered that monsters like golems would stop moving if their core was destroyed. But this very core was located in a place that was out of reach for the guy. In that case, it was necessary to come up with a more cunning strategy for your further actions. Song Yun ran up the sandhill because he understood that he needed to create conditions in which he could reach the enemy. It wasn't easy because compared to the sand golem, the guy wasn't as agile on the sandy surface. But still, he managed to make his opponent fall down the hill and roll down like a stone while he used his sword as a support. The idea was good because it gave the guy a head start and the opportunity to get close to the enemy when he was in a vulnerable position. Knowing that he had no time for doubts and fear, the boy told himself that he had to act decisively and quickly. He jumped straight at the golem, because he knew that this was a chance that could not be missed. His eyes became completely crazy when he realized that the idea could work. Swinging harder, the boy began to hit with his sword at the place where the monster's core was supposed to be. But when the blade touched the golem's stone body, the blade bounced off, because it could not cope with such a strong material. Song Yun never expected such a turn of events. He had only one plan in his head, and when it failed, the guy simply did not know what to do next. One section of the stone that made up the monster's body was bright red and distinguished by its durability. It was in that very place that the core was located, which turned out to be much stronger than expected. It was obvious that if they didn't immediately figure out what to do, the life of the novice hunter could end at any second. The stone began to give way little by little and crumble from the blows. All hope was that a couple more blows would be enough to destroy the most vulnerable spot. But the golem was not going to wait until he was killed. He went on the offensive and grabbed his opponent so tightly that he choked on his own blood. Song Yun realized that, as expected, his stone friend would not spare him, but would immediately finish him off. Looking into the monster's eyes, he heard all those voices in his head again, telling him that he was no good for anything. Such phrases awakened such anger in the guy that he found the strength to squeeze the sword harder and prepare for a blow. He screamed for the monster to immediately stop replaying painful and humiliating memories in his mind. The boy told the voices in his head to shut up, and then threw his sword towards where the monster's core was located. Finally, the weapon hit the target. Now the golem had no chance of salvation, because his vulnerable spot was being destroyed. The sand monster screamed, because he didn't expect that such a small bug could defeat such a giant like him. A moment later, Song Yun saw that strange notification again, which informed him that the sand golem's core had been successfully destroyed. The guy still had 7 whole minutes left, but the training test was over because he had completed it earlier. Sitting in the middle of the desert, the boy tried to catch his breath and comprehend everything that had happened to him, because it resembled a very strange dream. He couldn't believe that the sand golem had actually been killed by him. It all ended, and despite the fact that Song Yun was 1 step away from losing, he managed to overcome the first floor of the trial tower. His body began to shake with nervous laughter, happy that he had not only survived, but also succeeded. Notifications came one after another, informing him that a unique characteristic had been unlocked as a reward, and that he had also received accelerated regeneration. Song Yun's emotions were just off the charts, so he stood there and stared at the blue screen without moving. For the past 7 years, he had been putting in incredible effort, mixing sweat with blood, but in return he received only ridicule, and now he had discovered a unique ability called necromancy, and could finally become a hunter. But all his efforts will be worth it only if the guy gets out of this strange tower of trials alive. The future hunter's attention was drawn to a bright light that appeared, as always, out of nowhere. Some strange force began to thicken around him and form unusual patterns in the air, from which it was impossible to take your eyes off. A black fog formed at the place where the golem died, and the guy found it creepy and very frightening. When he touched the mist with his hand, a blue window popped up, asking if he wanted to absorb the spirit of the sand golem. Song Yun guessed that the fog was his unique characteristic that allowed him to do such terrible things as absorbing the spirit of a dead creature. Out of curiosity, he agreed to absorb the spirit, and now all this black smoke was flying towards him and wanted to penetrate right under his skin. As the fog began to penetrate every pore of Song Yun's body, he felt the darkness filling him and burning his insides with a cold flame. After the monster's spirit was absorbed, the future hunter's skill increased by 7%. The boy looked at his hands in bewilderment, which were shaking slightly, and could not believe that he was really capable of such a thing. But that wasn't the end. The golem's core began to penetrate under his skin, causing unimaginable pain that could be felt even in the guy's bones. After everything was over, Song Yun saw the information that he had 1 soul in his possession out of the 5 allowed. The spirit of the monster was keenly felt when the boy absorbed its ghost, but he still had a question about how these souls were stored. But there was a much more important question, such as how to use this dark power that he now possessed. The new notification lifted the veil of secrecy a little. It turns out that using spirits, you can increase stats. It remains to understand how exactly to use the absorbed ghosts. Song Yun felt very strange. He literally felt his power growing inside him, and his stats were actually increasing. Those same stats that have never increased over the years of hard training. It turns out that in order to increase them, you don't necessarily have to follow the generally accepted rules. Now the guy had mastered necromancy, which allowed him to absorb souls and use them at will, and he could also constantly increase his stats. But while he was moved to the waiting room of the trial tower, it was unclear what awaited him next. But such rewards were worth the little patience. Song Yun was tired and covered in blood, but he was very intrigued by what would happen to him next. A portal appeared before his eyes that led into a frightening unknown, but the guy had no choice but to go there. After entering this strange space, Song Yun felt a tingling sensation all over his body, after which he began to feel cold. He floated in 0 gravity for a while, but then the portal roughly threw him out into some new place. Landing on the cold concrete floor, the guy felt with his whole body that his injuries were more serious than it seemed before, because literally everything hurt. But the strange events did not cease to end, because a moment later he was overcome with heat. Blood began to collect in drops around him, and all this was accompanied by a strange glow. Song Yun stood up and realized that all of his wounds had miraculously healed. Most likely it was something like his body recovering after passing the test. Looking around, he noticed that in the middle of such a huge room there was only 1 single bed, but he had to be grateful even for that. Without thinking, the tired boy plopped down on the bed because he felt simply deathly tired, which was not surprising after the fight that took place. But sleep did not come to the guy. He was tormented by thoughts about what would happen next, and whether he would be able to get out of this tower of trials, which had called him for an unknown purpose. Suddenly, an information window appeared in front of Song Yun, informing him that from now on he could not use the 5 commands that were executed automatically when spoken. This concerned commands called information, store, community, inventory, challenge. The guy had no idea what they were talking about. All he knew was that right now he had to think only about how he could survive and get out of this strange and dangerous place. A notification came that the 2nd floor test would begin in a day. This was to be expected, because it was obvious that there were still many dangers ahead. Somehow Song Yun managed to enter the community. As he understood, the participants of the tests could correspond in it. And right now everyone was worried that their stats had been reset. There was real chaos in the chats, but the boy was still able to draw one conclusion. Not only hunters, but also ordinary people were drawn here. All disputes and conflicts were stopped the moment the administrator entered the chat, and correspondence became prohibited. The guy was alarmed by the existence of the administrator because there was a feeling that they were controlled and directed where some influential being needed. The administrator wrote in the chat that he had a message for the candidates who had passed the training test. Song Yun thought that they might be told how to get back, so they needed to concentrate and remember everything they said. But the information concerned the points that participants received for completing the training test. These points were the main currency that could be transferred and exchanged in the community. He listened to all this in suspense, because it turned out that without this resource it was impossible to get even a drop of water in the tower, and points could only be earned during trials. Simply put, everything indicated that it was necessary to adapt to the current conditions and accept the rules of the game as quickly as possible. The words that without glasses they couldn't even quench their thirst suggested that they were left with no choice but to take part in the test. When the administrator finished his instructions, he left the chat, and at that very moment, the ban on correspondence was lifted. Song Yun thought that if he were given the opportunity to return home, he could become a hunter and develop his talents without unnecessary obstacles. But the reality was different. It made you afraid of every sound and wary of even your own shadow. And the guy was not at all pleased by the fact that he was armed only with a sword, which did not possess any special power. He began to think that the hunters who were drawn to this place had lost all their stats because of the tower. But they must master much faster those skills that they once managed to learn. In fact, they started their journey from scratch, but at the same time they had all the necessary skills. The boy understood that he shouldn't deceive himself and think that he was on the same level as the hunters. He decided that he had to train systematically to have at least some chance of winning, but all this was very difficult. Song Yun exhausted himself so much that each time an unknown force had to restore his body, because he literally exhausted himself. But the guy was glad that he could train like this, so knowing that the waiting room would help him regain his strength, he prepared for the next test as best he could. He stretched his stiff arm muscles and realized that he was very hungry, since food had not entered his body for a decent amount of time. There were sad thoughts in his head that the waiting room could have saved him from the feeling of hunger, and out of despair he decided to go into the inventory. Song Yun had bought all sorts of things, and now he only had 40 points left. All he could do was hope that it would be enough to get food. Looking through the purchased items, the guy realized that if it weren't for the additional reward for completing the training test, he couldn't even dream of a shield. He also noticed an interesting dynamic in the chat. Before, communication never stopped for a second, but as the test approached, there were fewer and fewer messages. More thoughts about whether he would be able to survive and return home threatened to consume the boy. It was clear that it simply would not happen. But now, he had unique powers. Song Yun firmly thought that he would do his best to survive and become much stronger than he was before. Finally, the time came for the second test. This time, the portal transferred the guy to an amazingly picturesque forest, which was mesmerizing at first sight. The transition to the second floor of the test tower was carried out. All this took place at a high level of difficulty. The boy was very surprised when he looked around. It is not clear why. He was surprised that after the desert he was thrown into the forest. The theme of this test was murder. The participant was required to kill the orc chieftain within the allotted time. Song Yun had never felt so confused before. Fighting such an opponent was very difficult, but killing him seemed simply unrealistic. After walking a little forward, the guy realized that he was standing on a hill, at the foot of which there was some kind of settlement. Taking a closer look, he realized with horror that in front of him was an entire village of orcs. These evil green monsters were everywhere. The guy had never seen these creatures, and especially not in such numbers. But now he had to enter a place that was simply teeming with orcs, and he had to behave not quietly at all, but try to kill their leader. The monsters were making noise, and this did not give the guy the opportunity to calm down and at least think a little about his plan of further action. The appearance of the orcs was quite impressive and frightening, because they were huge and clearly physically strong, and the weapons in their hands certainly did not bode well. Song Yun sat in the bushes, not far from the village, and did not know what to do, because simply attacking was an incredibly stupid decision. He knew that in ordinary dungeons, if there was a sentry in the orc tribe, then it should be assumed that he was the huntsman, that is, a professional hunter. Looking at this very Jaeger, the guy realized that he couldn't be sure that he could handle him, let alone the leader. Everyone knew that in order to defeat the orcs, hunters of at least E rank had to form a group, and the chances of winning alone were close to zero. The situation was worse than you could imagine, so it was necessary to urgently figure out how to act in such circumstances. It was decided that they should first retreat and think over their strategy, since rushing into an attack on enemies who outnumbered them was sheer stupidity. A sudden thought struck the boy's mind. He realized that he knew one way that would help him overcome this test. Fire. The solution to everything was fire, so the future hunter lit a torch and began to bring his idea to life. He collected enough logs from the forest and piled them up to use in his plan. The guy looked at the fire with determination and realized that he had to do it before he chickened out and backed out. An idea came into the guy's head to do something that seemed like something out of science fiction. The guy extended the torch straight to where the blue screen was hovering in the air. After that, opening the inventory section, he saw that there was now a torch there, which was in his hands just a second ago. The guy smiled, because the first point of his plan worked, although at first it seemed to him that it was impossible. Looking at the clear sky and the sun that was breaking through the trees, a hope was born in the boy's soul that he would be able to cope with all the difficulties. Looking at the orcs, one might say that they looked like lazy pigs, but in fact, they were a very conscientious race. It is known that the Ijeri were supposed to go hunting in the morning and return by sunset, so there was plenty of time to carry out the plan. He had only one means to break through the numerical superiority that was the greatest difficulty of this test. This means was fire, and the guy was going to use it to achieve what he wanted. The orcs were calmly going about their daily business in their village, and did not suspect that an attack was being prepared against them. According to the Hunters Association, the orc sentry does not stand guard all the time, but returns to the village during mealtimes or rest breaks. Therefore, it was worth taking advantage of the absence of the sentry at his post and starting to use his main weapon. Song Yun didn't waste any time and threw a fire torch at the location he considered necessary. Dry grass and leaves on the trees quickly caught fire, and the fire spread further and further through the forest. The orcs immediately noticed that a fire had started, so they grabbed buckets and began carrying water to where the fire was. It wasn't hard to guess that once the fire engulfed the entire village, he wouldn't have to worry about running into orc rangers returning from hunting. It followed that he needed to manage to catch at least 2 orc workers before the flames engulfed the settlement. Without even thinking that an assassination attempt was being prepared against them, the green monsters ran to the river to collect water and put out the fire. The orcs were confused and scared, so they didn't even notice how Song Yun deftly approached them from behind. When the green-skinned creature turned around, it was already too late to somehow defend itself. The guy took advantage of the orc's confusion and attacked. He thrust his sword straight into the enemy's neck. He began to cough up blood from the unexpected pain. Having killed the first enemy, the guy activated his necromancy skill and decided to absorb the spirit of the dead orc. He smiled widely as he felt the power fill every cell of his body. The young man had waited so long for such power that he was now overjoyed when he saw the notification that his skill had increased to 9%. But all this jubilation dissolved when he felt someone's powerful presence behind him. He didn't need to turn around to understand who was standing behind him. Gritting his teeth in tension, the boy realized that now he would have to deal not with an ordinary orc worker, but with a sentry. Song Yun barely had time to put his sword forward when the orc attacked with such speed and force that the boy had a hard time holding back the blow. But the future hunter was not going to give up. He activated his new skill, which was called Absorption, and decided to try it out in action. This skill allowed to increase stats if absorbed spirits were used, thus the guy's strength was increased by 4 indicators, and agility by 2. It was nice to feel yourself getting stronger, and now Song Yun knew for sure that he had a real chance to defeat even such an impressive opponent. Meanwhile, the fire was consuming an ever larger area of the monster settlement, and even the treetops were already ablaze. Song Yun managed to defeat the enemy and separate his head from his body. Now he activated the accelerated regeneration skill because it was risky to go into battle weakened. Notifications came from the tower, informing that the sentry had been able to increase his endurance, strength, and agility. This was very good news, because now he did not risk being killed if he met another sentry. The orcs saw the guy approaching and began to run away in different directions, because they knew how he treated their hunter and did not want to risk their own lives. Song Yun quickly realized that there were 3 orc workers in front of him, and another sentry who was more of a problem than the others. Besides these opponents, there was also the old chieftain who could not be discounted. So in total, there were 5 monsters to deal with. The boy thought that if he could carefully get around the sentry, he would be able to reach the leader without any problems. Now that he had absorbed the spirit of the sentry, ordinary workers posed no threat to the guy. Confidently entering the fight, Song Yun began to cut down the enemies with his sharp blade. The orcs didn't know which way to run, because danger lurked everywhere, and blood had already soaked the ground where the clash with the guy had taken place. But then another sentry entered the battle, who hit hard the one who disturbed their peaceful existence. Song Yun was saved by the shield, which he miraculously got out in time. The enemy's onslaught was so strong that the boy could barely stand on his feet. He was 5 times smaller than the enemy, so it was not easy to withstand it. But this attack by the sentry meant that he had moved away from the leader, and this meant that there was no one near the leader who acted as a bodyguard. In essence, this orc sentry was the last obstacle to completing the mission. When the guy realized that defeating him would open the way to victory, he began to attack even more actively than before, because his future was at stake. This motivation was the strongest driver that pushed Song Yun to fight like it was his last time. The fire was as fierce as the one who lit it. The flame was unstoppable, which was to the advantage of the future hunter. Having dealt with the sentry, the guy silently looked at his corpse and his bloody sword for a while. If he wanted to win, then sacrifices were needed, and he was ready to make them. The one whom the orcs considered the most important among the representatives of their people made his way through the wild flames. The leader, step by step, overcame the raging elements. It was unexpected that the head of the settlement would decide to personally go to the destroyer of the village. The guy expected to use the moment of surprise and kill him, but everything went a little wrong. The orc raised some strange staff up and then pointed it at his opponent. A flame burst out of the weapon, which went straight to Song Yun. The guy barely managed to put up his shield, which fortunately was able to withstand such a strong blow from the fire element. The head of the settlement laughed. Seeing that his enemy had switched from attack to defense, he knew that it was difficult to resist his strength. But nevertheless, the guy came out of the smoke and was safe and sound, except that he was coughing a little due to such an abundance of fire. The orc did not expect such a turn of events. Usually none of his enemies survived such an attack, and here such a fragile little man was still on his feet. Song Yun wasn't feeling his best, but he got the achievement He Who Endured Flames, and now had the burn resistance skill. Gritting his teeth in uncontrollable anger, the young man told the orc that now he would definitely not survive this battle. But the head of the settlement did not take the little man's threat too seriously, so he began to slowly approach the guy, grinning at him with his rotten teeth. He decided to use the flame attack again, so he concentrated his powers into the staff and directed the energy through it at the boy, creating fire out of nowhere. While Song Yun was recovering from another fire blast, the orc took advantage of his confusion and got close enough to hit him. When the boy fought off this attack, the head of the settlement screamed furiously because this boy was starting to really irritate him. The scream was not only from anger, but also from pain, because Song Yun managed to cut off the hand of the orc, who considered himself simply invulnerable. Unable to bear such humiliation, the leader began to run back to his tent, hoping that he would be able to lick his wounds before he was attacked again. But Song Yun was not going to let his opponent go just like that, because the orc's death meant his victory, and he planned to win no matter what. Therefore, the young hunter resolutely walked across the scorched earth towards the tent of the head of the settlement. He wanted to end this ordeal as soon as possible. He cut the air with his sword, as if warning that he was already approaching and would not leave alive those who separated him from the long-awaited victory. But what the boy saw in the tent made his heart stop, because the confidence in the correctness of this murder dissipated. The head of the settlement sat on the wooden floor, tears streaming down his cheeks, and on either side of him were small children who did not want to see the death of their relative. One of the cubs ran up to Song Yun and raised his trembling hand in a pleading manner, as if asking the cruel guy not to touch his family. The baby cried and looked at him with his huge eyes, as if asking if the boy valued the sacred bonds of family. Song Yun's face was emotionless. Deep down he felt sorry for these creatures, but his priority was to successfully pass this test. But then a memory popped into his head that he, too, had been deprived of his family by monsters who had invaded the family nest just as unexpectedly as he had now. But the orcs were not defenseless, as he was then. The little boy who looked so sad and inconsolable took a dagger from behind his back and was ready to use it. Very quickly, the tears of grief turned into a furious grin, and this little orc child no longer looked like a harmless victim of circumstances. This sobered up Song Yun very much. He instantly realized that these creatures were not at all like him. They were not defenseless, like he was on the night when his parents were killed. The guy realized that he would kill them all even if they became ghosts that would haunt him every night. But the orcs were not going to give up either. The head of the village and another child began to move towards the enemy, intending to attack. Seeing these frenzied monsters, the guy realized that he would do what was necessary to exterminate the orcs. Blood spurted, and the second floor of the Tower of Trials was passed. While inspecting his equipment after the battle, Song Yun discovered that his shield was in disrepair. But it was thanks to it that he was able to survive and remain in one piece. Having closed the inventory, the boy decided to look through his characteristics. He understood that this time he was again on the verge of failure. Song Yun noticed that the number of applicants had been cut almost in half. It was very cruel, but it showed that he was doing well. Having entered the chat, something was discovered that greatly intrigued the young man. One of the participants wrote that he found out information about how to return to Earth. He sent a letter with a question and received an answer. The chat became a real chaos. All participants were curious about what they needed to do in order to return home. Song Yun was surprised that he had the opportunity to ask a question to the administrator, who after processing could answer it. With the transition to a new floor, one question was added. Gradually, the chat began to share information that they had learned from the administrator, Song Yun, putting the key points together. It turns out that after passing the 5th floor, temporary return stones will go on sale, with the help of which you can return to Earth for a few days. And from the 8th floor, a large-scale expansion of the system will be carried out, and stones will go on sale that will help to finally return to Earth. It suddenly became clear that if he returned back with only the skills he had now, he could become an A-rank hunter. This discovery made the boy clutch his head because he was overwhelmed with emotions. Because on Earth, abilities like his would be called a jackpot. And this was only 2 floors past. The 8th was still as far away as the moon. One could only guess what abilities would be discovered. He threw off his burnt sweater and decided that he needed to think positively, because his 0 stats had finally approached the average 20 points. Song Yun decided that the first thing he needed to do was to absorb the 5 spirits that he had obtained at the risk of his own life. Then his strength would increase significantly. For the first time, the young hunter felt a sense of power overflowing him and moving through his veins like hot iron, and this pain bordered on a strange pleasure. He tore off and ran with incredible speed. The guy was beyond human capabilities. He had only read about this in books before. He was even able to run along the ceiling. Song Yun felt like a real superhero who could do absolutely anything. The feeling of power overwhelmed the guy, and he didn't want to stop running, because this was the only way to let off some steam in this closed space. The boy was so carried away that troubles were not long in coming. After great joy, small disappointments often followed. The wall turned out to be closer than the future hunter thought. So, miscalculating the distance, he crashed into it with such force that his silhouette remained on the gray slabs. It was obvious that due to the sharp increase in strength, the body had not yet had time to get used to the new sensations, which is why such unpleasant things could happen. The store was so tempting to visit, because you can buy some equipment there. First he took the shield of a dead giant, which was created by a dark sorcerer. Then he went into his inventory and took out a black iron sword that was imbued with dark magic. Song Yun also donned an assassin's cloak, which increased his agility and sensitivity and made the guy even faster than he was. When he stood in this gear, he felt like a real hunter who was simply incredibly strong and did not need to prove his worth. The guy hoped that he would be able to get used to this equipment before the next test, because it would be very useful to him in battles. He tried to accelerate and run a couple of meters. He managed to develop simply unimaginable speed. The cloak worked 100%. Song Yun knew that if he put in the effort, he could become so fast that his opponents wouldn't even be able to keep up with him, let alone catch up. Time passed, and now the guy was standing in a cold and damp place. The cave was gloomy, and the drops that fell on the floor irritated with their sound. I would like to understand what kind of place was on the 3rd floor of the test tower, because the previous floors seemed like paradise compared to this one. The situation escalated when Song Yun saw the notification that the theme of this test was a duel, and the question immediately arose as to who he would have to fight this time. Because there was no one in the cave and this gave rise to very disturbing thoughts, Song Yun looked around, but still did not notice a single living soul. His question was answered by the next notification, which announced that a dark guardian would appear here in 10 seconds. The guy understood perfectly well that his mysterious enemy, like the sand golem, could appear from anywhere, so he needed to be on the alert. Suddenly the cave became even colder, and Song Yun realized that there was some very dark and powerful creature standing behind him. He tensed up, because he had never felt such power before. It became clear that this battle would be much more difficult than the previous two. The enemy approached so unnoticed that he managed to draw the first blood, because Song Yun was unable to notice that the enemy was already very close. The dark guard looked like some kind of shadow monster that crawled out of the underworld. His eyes glowed with red fire, and his sharp teeth stretched into a mad smile. It dawned on Song Yun that he would have to defeat his dark counterpart, and it was a very difficult task. The guy quickly attacked with his foot, but his enemy managed to jump back. This was surprising, because Song Yun was incredibly fast in the cloak, but the monster was even more agile. The future hunter looked at the creature he needed to defeat and didn't know what to do yet, because no matter what move he made, it seemed the enemy was one step ahead. The monster smiled even wider, as if it had heard the thoughts of the one who had come to this cave to kill it. Having activated the accelerated regeneration skill, the boy realized that if he had not reacted in time, his spine would have broken in half. He took a closer look at the monster and was surprised by one thing. The enemy's pose was terrifyingly similar to his own. The guy suddenly realized that his enemy was imitating his movements, which made the task more difficult, because in that case it was some kind of shadow boxing. But to confirm this guess, it was necessary to engage in battle, which is exactly what Song Yun planned to do in the near future. An idea came up to deceive the enemy. At first, the hunter moved towards him, making it clear that an attack would be made, but at the last moment he dodged and went around the monster from behind. This action greatly irritated the monster. It hissed and loudly clicked its teeth, as if disappointed that its prey did not fall into its mouth. But this was not the last surprise for the creature, because a moment later, the cave was filled with a thick metallic smell of blood. Song Yun was pleased with himself, because despite the fact that the enemy was very strong, he managed to let his foul blood and weaken him at least a little. But as it turned out, it was too early to rejoice, because the dark night was even stronger than it seemed at first glance. The shadow monster's body was surrounded by shadows, and the places where he was wounded began to heal. Soon there was not a single wound on him that would weaken him. It became clear that, like Song Yun, the monster had a recovery skill, which confirmed the guess that it was a double. Once all the wounds were healed and the shadows dispersed, the monster rushed into the attack with incredible speed, trying to inflict damage on the enemy. The monster did what the boy had demonstrated to him a couple of minutes ago, first rushing to strike, but at the last moment he went around the enemy from behind. Song Yun had predicted this because he noticed that the knight was repeating his attacks. Well, this theory turned out to be correct. By timing it correctly, the guy managed to figure out when the monster would strike, which allowed him to dodge and not let himself get hurt. He acted deftly, but the enemy's sword was still a couple of centimeters away from him. It became clear that in order to defeat the monster, one had to use one's own weaknesses and shortcomings that were in one's fencing skills. The guy's new attack made it clear that his thoughts about his weaknesses were correct, because he managed to throw the enemy back a few steps. He was glad, because he decided that at this rate he could win. It would not be too much of a problem for him. But everything turned out to be not so simple, because the enemy seemed to even think exactly the same as the guy. So the Dark Knight managed to go on the attack and point the blade at his opponent. The swords clashed and the force of the blow sent both combatants flying back several meters. The young man did not immediately understand what had happened. He only felt pain in his hands, which testified to the incredible power of their collision. But the shadow monster had no intention of giving his enemy a break, and a second later he was already attacking, and he did it so quickly that Song Yun barely had time to put up his shield. It seems that the hunter was not imagining things, and this creature really was able to become so strong in such a short period of time. Song Yun was ready to meet a new attack, but for some reason the monster jumped back. This did not mean anything good. Most likely he was thinking about a more cunning strategy. The monster looked at him with its bright red eyes and was clearly thinking about something. He didn't even want to know what was going on in the head of this bloodthirsty creature. The guy decided to activate his killer cloak, which gave an exclusive effect that increased movement speed by 15%. If the fight dragged on, Song Yun might be in danger, which meant he had to deal with the monster within 1 minute. The monster seemed to sense that his opponent was planning to take more decisive action, so he growled loudly and bared his teeth. But this did not stop the future hunter. He was already rushing to the place where the creature stood because he wanted to end all this as soon as possible and move on to the next floor. One thing was clear. Either Song Yun would kill the enemy in the shortest possible time, or he would suffer such damage that he might not recover, and this could not be allowed. When the boy was already very close to the enemy, he attacked him, but the boy deftly dodged and the blow did not reach his body. His agility saved his life more than once. The monster was seriously angry when the hated double put a sword to his throat. Some man did something that most people were afraid to even think about. Song Yun didn't hesitate or think too long. He thrust the blade straight into the monster's body, not giving it a single chance to survive. When the enemy's bone crunched disgustingly, he smiled and thought that he had finally succeeded in his plan. The creature was defeated and fell by his hand. The dark night was in agony. The place where the blow had landed flared with an otherworldly light, and the monster roared even louder. It seemed the pain was truly unbearable. But it was too early to rejoice, because what happened next was simply incomprehensible. The wound that was on the monster's body was transferred to the guy's body, because they were doubles. It was incredibly difficult to believe that this was actually happening. Song Yun was overcome with such pain that he couldn't even think, let alone move. Blood began to spurt from his hand, and he screamed as loud as he could. It was a scream of pain and hopelessness, because now it was not clear how to kill the enemy without wounding himself. Trying to calm down, the guy told himself that this was not the end, and he could come up with some kind of plan to achieve the desired result. But agony clouded his consciousness. Song Yun looked at his opponent and was surprised. The creature seemed to have withered and stood completely motionless. Its figure seemed very vulnerable. Most likely, even a monster with such fast regeneration needs some time to recover from serious injuries. This was something that the hunter could take advantage of. He knew he had to kill the guard right now, but the main problem was that his severed hand and sword were lying quite far from him. It was necessary to urgently figure out how to finally neutralize the enemy without using his blade, a difficult task, but the guy had no choice. He stepped forward, knowing that he might be doing something completely crazy, but he had to try this risky option. The boy ran towards the monster with only a shield, but he thought it was better to pull some crazy stunt than to die. So it was decided that the only option Song Yun had was to do what seemed like a crazy idea, but there was still a small percentage of luck involved. Even the Dark Knight didn't expect such an action. He raised his head in bewilderment and growled questioningly. Attacking a couple of seconds after losing his arm seemed like madness, but that is exactly what the guy did. He ran towards the enemy without even a sword, while suffering from terrible pain. But in his soul there was hope for success, and faith in himself is a step towards victory. The monster wasn't going to just stand there and wait for his death either. He raised his sword with the hand that was intact, and with a growl, rushed to fight off the attack. Song Yun gained maximum speed and thrust his shield forward. What he was planning to do was a risky move, and he only had one attempt. He thrust the shield with all his might straight into the enemy's side, breaking through it and breaking a couple of ribs. Because a wet crunch of bones was heard, the monster growled and began to convulse. The guy pushed his shadow enemy away, and he flew away helplessly. It seemed that he no longer had the strength to give any kind of resistance. The Dark Knight's body began to smoke. Black shadows enveloped his crippled limbs, and from his appearance one could tell that he would no longer fight. But the monster's eyes were still open, and they burned with such hatred that even in this helpless state, he inspired horror. Therefore, it was decided to finish off this creature that did not want to die. He raised his shield, swung it, and began to hit his opponent with all his might. Blood splashed onto the future hunter's face, but it made him smile even wider, because every new drop meant that the monster was about to die. He got so into it that he couldn't stop even when the shadow monster's body turned into a bloody mess. Calm returned to the guy only when the severed head of the enemy fell with a wet thud onto the stone floor of the cave, after which a notification announced that the third floor of the tower had been successfully passed. After a short period of time, Song Yun had already been transferred to the waiting room on the fourth floor. All of his wounds had been healed, and he was fully prepared for a new battle. He found himself in the familiar gray space, which this time was very depressing to him. He ran his hand along the empty wall and felt some kind of emptiness. Then Song Yun decided to hit the gray wall because he didn't want to beat around the bush, but he simply needed to let off some steam. The wall gave way easily and collapsed from just one blow. Perhaps it was a stupid decision, but the boys felt a little better. The bruised fist began to hurt badly, but Song Yun decided that he would not tolerate the pain and used flawless healing. The notification stated that the boy possessed one soul. It was the spirit of a doppelganger that he had acquired in the cave on the third floor of the trial tower. His core was now inside the future hunter and was enhancing the boy's basic skills. These tests definitely had their benefits. The consistency of the spirit was so thick that it couldn't be compared to the monsters that the boy had previously absorbed. Another notification announced that the skill level of the necromancy characteristic had reached 100%, and the uniqueness rank had increased by 1 level. Song Yun guessed that he had another ability. He could adopt the skills of the absorbed spirits that were imprinted on their souls. Skills never came easy, as he only received accelerated regeneration after being on the brink of death. In his entire life, the guy never even thought that he would be given such a unique characteristic, of course. Now he will try to master it completely. This was already Song Yun's third time returning to the waiting room, so the atmosphere seemed so familiar to him, as if he was at home. But this emptiness around him was quite irritating. Entering the fourth floor community, he noticed something strange. Correspondence was going on all the time, but some attracted special attention. In the chat, he noticed that there was information about the next test. One of the participants wrote that it would not be individual, but combined. The guy wondered if the players would really be united in a joint test and form teams that would fight either with each other or against a common enemy. One of the participants was clearly alarmed and said that he might be exaggerating, but he was sent a response saying that the theme of the next challenge would be competition, and since it was about a competition between hunters, this man assumed that this could mean killing each other. This information was not at all to Song Yun's liking. He did not want to become a killer of people like himself. These were not bloodthirsty orcs, but ordinary people. He didn't want to think about the fact that in the next test, there was a possibility that he would have to kill a person. Some time passed and the selection of candidates was completed. The day of the test on the fourth floor began. The condition for successful completion was defeating the Goblin King. The condition for failure was the destruction of all candidates selected for the team. The penalty in case of failure was death. Song Yun was transported to some dark space and looked with interest at the people who stood in front of him and were his allies in this test. They stood in the center of some strange, huge pentagram. No one dared to take a step. Everyone looked at each other with anxiety, not knowing what to do. The guy had even forgotten how to communicate with normal people, because lately, he had only crossed paths with monsters. One of the participants said that since they had become one team, it would be nice to introduce themselves to each other and talk a little. The offer came from a cute, dark-haired girl who said her name was Lee Ha-yeon. She looked very cute, although first impressions were not to be trusted. She revealed that she specializes in providing support to the team and is also an E-rank hunter outside of this space. Another player said that the presence of the huntress was very good news, because he thought their team would be a bunch of scum. The man who spoke such harsh words called himself Lee Sung-hoon. He specialized in close combat and was a D-rank hunter. Song Yun wondered why this man suddenly decided to poke him, because on Earth, D-rank hunters always behaved with restraint and politeness. The boy also gave his name, said that he specialized in close combat, and outside of this space he was not a hunter, but was only undergoing a training course. Song-hoon grimaced and asked contemptuously if they really only had a cadet who had never even seen a real fight. This man was not only an impolite, rude person, but also quite a tough person, because he immediately told Song Yun not to get under his feet. The guy really wanted to snap back, but he decided that now was not the time for this, especially since they were all in a stressful situation, and the conflict could only get worse. So he said with restraint that he fought well and could cope with the role assigned to him. The hunter chuckled contemptuously, and clearly did not take these words seriously. Sung-hoon said that he warns in advance that if he thinks that the guy is harming the team, he will immediately kill him, because no one needs a burden. The boy immediately remembered those mocking looks that accompanied him every time during training. Unfortunately, he was used to such an attitude. Being in this space, Song Yun had already forgotten what it was like to be disrespected and have everything you do devalued. The man said that the guy should just not bother him. The future hunter remained silent, but inside he was seething, because he knew that he could make the scoundrel answer for his words. 3 players approached some tower, and the boy thought that in the Tower of Trials, everything was decided by skills, and not by who you were before. As mentioned before, the theme of this challenge was competition. You had to cooperate with your team members and complete the task before your opponents. As soon as the main gates of the citadel opened, 3 goblins immediately jumped out and began to attack the uninvited guests. Lee Sung-hoon immediately took up the fight and began to fight back with his huge sword, but the creatures were very agile and easily dodged the blows. The man didn't understand how the goblins could move in such a battle formation. He shouted at Song Yun if he was going to fight. The guy was very outraged by the fact that this arrogant character did not even look in his direction. He clearly did not expect any valiant deeds from him. But the young hunter still chopped down his opponents because now the priority was to win, and not to get the approval of some unknown person. Lee Ha-yan used a support spell and said that its effect wouldn't last too long, but Sung-hoon wasn't very interested in the details and demanded even more support. Song Yun understood that no matter how nasty his ally was, he needed help now, so he told the girl that he would leave her for a while. The brunette indignantly asked where he was going. Apparently, she also needed help. But the boy had already rushed forward, intending to enter the battle with the goblins and show that he was capable of more than his allies expected. Ha-yan shouted after him that if he just left like that, then no one would cover her from behind when she used the support spell. But as soon as the girl noticed what was happening, she immediately fell silent, because it seemed that there was no need for her spells. Whole crowds of goblins lay in rows in pools of blood, and just as many more were potential corpses. Ha-yeon couldn't believe her eyes, because it was hard to comprehend that one inconspicuous boy, who wasn't even one of the hunters, was capable of such a thing. But the green-skinned monsters weren't going to back down either. They attacked again and again, despite the fact that their numbers were becoming fewer. Song-hoon could barely hold back the onslaught of these nasty creatures. They came running towards him in a whole bunch, sensing that his defense was sagging. But despite the difficulties, the man managed to repel the attacks. After all, he was a D-rank hunter, and his experience in battles was not an empty phrase. But the little goblin warriors were unusually agile and brave, so they posed a serious threat to their enemies. Their power was felt by Song-hun, who so loved to underestimate his opponents. The mace on the chain knocked the weapon out of his hands and left him defenseless in the face of the enemy. When the second blow came, he managed to dodge, but such frequent attacks made it impossible for him to reach his sword. One of the goblins took advantage of his predicament. The monster jumped on him and swung its weapon, making it clear that it was not going to let the enemy go alive. The monster managed to wound the man, and he screamed, blaming all his troubles on the cadet who ended up on the same team with him. But it was this cadet who saved the ungrateful hunter from certain death. The boy was able to drive away the goblin and cut him into pieces. Song-hoon opened his eyes and couldn't believe what he saw. He had already accepted the fact that he wouldn't be able to fight off the ill-fated goblins, but he clearly didn't expect this outcome. That same weakling cadet, whom he considered a worthless thing, was able to deal with the monster that almost killed him. And what's most surprising is that the guy didn't just drive it away, he killed the creature. The hunter didn't know how to behave. He tried to thank the young man, but his tongue was tied and he couldn't squeeze out an articulate sentence. Song Yun decided to tell the man the same thing that he told him. The boy asked the experienced warrior to stand aside and not interfere with the test. Song-hoon realized that his arrogance had not gone unnoticed, and now he felt embarrassed about the way he had behaved towards this cadet. But the fact that he regretted it didn't matter to the guy, who angrily warned him not to get under his feet. Otherwise, the conversation would go differently. The man was stunned, so he watched without moving as the young man began to chop down his enemies with such force and speed that they simply did not have time to run in different directions. Such active work did not go unnoticed, so after a couple of minutes, a notification appeared that the guy had received the Goblin Hunter achievement. Seeing this bloody massacre that the youth had caused, the man screamed, because he had never seen such power even among experienced hunters, let alone cadets. The shadows thickened around Song Yun. The spirits of the dead goblins beckoned him to absorb them and improve his skills, but he was in no hurry to do so. The boy realized that the black haze was a sign of his unique characteristic, and it was invisible to outside eyes, so he could easily absorb as many souls as he wanted. He was intrigued by the message that he had absorbed one of the skills of the Goblin Guard, and immediately became curious about what skills had appeared in his arsenal. As it turned out, thanks to the acquired skill, the guy's field of view increased and allowed him to easily notice approaching subjects. Song Yun immediately wanted to test this skill and concentrated on his strength, wanting to get what he needed from its depths. Then something happened that greatly surprised the future hunter. His vision suddenly sharpened, and now he saw the world from a wider angle, catching every movement around him. He chuckled contentedly, as he realized that he had won another jackpot that the Tower of Trials had given him. When the showdown with the goblins was over, the three participants began to approach each other, because it was necessary to decide what to do next. Lee Sung-hoon decided to somehow justify his failure, so he said that despite the fact that Song Yun was only confronted by weak goblins, he did well. Both the boy and Ha Yeon looked at the man as if he was an idiot, because even a stupid person would have understood that none of their opponents were weak. Song Yun chose to ignore the hunter's words, so he only said that from now on, he would lead the operation, moving in the vanguard. It would bring more benefits. After these words, he turned his gaze to Song Hoon and asked if any of the team members had any objections. The man was tensely silent, because he was ashamed that such an inexperienced youth was superior to him in strength, and no one could deny that he would be a better leader than him. Sung Hoon sighed and said that he didn't mind, then asked what the first instructions would be. The new leader replied that the man just needed to protect Lee Ha-yeon. He asked the girl to provide support and orientation on the terrain. She beamed, and said that they should work productively in the remaining time. After that, the young huntress immediately began to fulfill her duties and resumed the search for the target, because they needed to defeat the Goblin King. While she was busy, the boy was informed that he had absorbed all the goblin souls, and now his skill was 12%. The team moved deeper into the goblin village. It was suspiciously quiet. The only sounds were the howling wind and the creaking of the old mill. They walked along the destroyed streets and looked around carefully. Ha-yeon said that everything was too quiet. She did not believe that they killed all the residents. Song Yun also had a hard time believing that there was no one in the village. Most likely, they were heading into some kind of clever trap right now. He decided to test his theory, so he quickly ran towards the direction where he thought there might be danger. Ha-yeon and Sung-hoon looked at the guy with bewilderment. They asked what was the reason for such a sharp advance into the depths of the town. But soon everything became clear to the brunette, because what she saw explained everything and made their situation more difficult. They came out into the central square, where there was a golden fountain, and the ground around it was strewn with the bodies of slain goblins, whose blood flowed straight into the water. Song Yun said that all this meant only one thing. Other contenders were ahead of them and had already been here. Song Hoon asked if their competitors really had turbines instead of legs. The boy touched the body of one of the monsters and realized that it was still warm, which meant that they still had a chance to catch up with the other members of the trial. After all, it was impossible to allow the members of the other team to win. This would lead to consequences that no one even wanted to think about. It was well known that those who failed the test or did not manage to fulfill the conditions first would face death. Song Yun said that if they didn't want to end up like the goblins, they'd better hurry up and try to get ahead of their opponents. But the goblins weren't going to make things easy for them, so they started jumping out of the dark corners and heading towards the team, waving their weapons. They scraped their swords on the ground in a disgusting way, as if to make it clear that very soon the blade would be cutting not the ground, but the heads of the opponents. Song Yun took a fighting stance and prepared to repel the attacks of the green-skinned enemies. There were too many opponents, so for now, he should defend himself rather than go on the offensive. At the same time, but in another place, a similar battle was taking place, and a strange guy, holding double swords in his hands, jumped right onto the goblin's back. He said with a disgruntled look that he was already sick of hunting these creatures. He hoped that this was the last fight before going to the boss. The other goblins rushed to save their fellow, on whose shoulders the enemy was sitting, but the guy was still just as indifferent and didn't even move from his place. He jumped up only when the enemies came too close, and it was clearly not done to avoid an attack. Before the goblins could even blink, one of their brethren was wounded, or rather deprived of its head, as a result of which the spirit quickly left the monster's body. It was clear that the guy was in high spirits and was ready to simply sweep away these green-skinned bastards who were separating him from the cherished victory. A couple of minutes later, about a dozen weirdos were lying in pools of their own blood, and nothing stood between the stranger and finding the boss. The team members of this guy named him Lee Hyun-Nim and said that he did an absolutely amazing job. But in response to the praise, Hyun-Nim replied that he was tired of doing everything alone and asked his interlocutor, Lee Ji-hoo, if he liked skimming all the cream. A dark, curly-haired guy who was on his team asked him not to talk like that. Hyun-Nim rolled his eyes and pointed his finger at the large gate. He suggested his interlocutor to stop chatting and open the boss's room. He ran to do just that, saying that he wanted to get down to business himself, and Henim suggested that they finish quickly and return to the restroom to relax. Lee Ji-hoo walked towards the gate, grumbling under his breath that their leader was acting like he was his personal little dog that obeyed every command. The team of these guys completed the test conditions and all of its members entered the Goblin King's spire. But another notification came in, saying that the boss fight wouldn't start until one of the two teams remained. Everything around was on fire, and it became known that at the moment it was impossible to get out of this location, the guys began to look around in fear, hoping to find a way out. But there was no way out, because they were literally trapped and locked in the boss's dwelling, the battle with which was currently unavailable. The boys saw that a barrier had been erected around the house they had entered, preventing anyone from leaving the home. The third member of the team, a blonde guy, noticed a strange movement from the entrance and shouted, warning the others about it. Two men and a girl were heading straight towards them. It was Song Yun's team, who had finally reached the location of the boss they needed to kill. The guys noticed that there was someone in the building, and the question of what to do with the opposing team immediately arose in their heads. Henemu just wanted to scream from anger, fatigue, and irritation. He thought that they would soon finish, but apparently everything was just beginning. A plan of action had already matured in Song Yun's head, but it required that his allies remain on the sidelines and the boy fight alone. But he had a request for Lee Ha-yeon. She had to provide him with a buff that increased agility. All the other support spells she could provide to Sung-hoon. The girl looked at Song Yun strangely, and said that she had seen his strength and courage more than once. Ha-yeon said that despite the success in fighting the monsters, the battle with people was more scary, because they are much more dangerous than various creatures. The guy said that he heard his ally's opinion and took it into account, so if he feels that he is in danger, he will immediately give a signal. Until then, he counted on the brunette's support. She said that she would do everything possible and activated her power. Song Yun was enveloped in a bright light that gently touched his skin. He felt energy entering him, after which his agility increased, but the effect only lasted for 10 minutes. The boy knew that he had already surpassed the skill level of the average hunter, and on top of that, he had also managed to kill more than 30 goblins. Seeing him, the opponents became alarmed and began to line up in order to prevent him from advancing further. They were ready for battle, because they were not going to give up their victory just like that. Song Yun decided that he would not doubt himself, because the current version of him was strong enough to handle this challenge. He was very determined, and before common sense began to scream that it was dangerous to go against 3 opponents alone, the guy rushed into the attack. Shion Henim watched the enemy approach and thought that some madman was running towards them, because who in their right mind would go into the enemy's lair alone? He shouted at the curly-haired Ji-hoo to use his shield at full power. He said that he would do so immediately. The boy activated all the defensive properties of his weapon and began to wait for their enemy to approach him. A shield began to grow around his team, which was able to protect them from any danger, so they did not worry about being harmed. But Song Yun wasn't stopped by such trivial things as the protective barrier, so he resolutely jumped straight at it, clearly intending to neutralize it. When his sword touched the surface of the protective magical structure, sparks rained down and it cracked. The guy put in even more effort, and finally he succeeded in what seemed almost impossible. The barrier began to disintegrate, opening access to those who were hiding inside it. Ji-hoo, who had created a defense, couldn't withstand the force of the enemy's attack and flew to the side, leaving his comrades without cover. Song Yun did not stop for a moment. He wanted to quickly deal with his opponents and bring the team the long-awaited victory. Finally, he managed to break through the barrier and meet the enemies face to face. He still didn't know how to properly neutralize them, but he was sure that he would do what was necessary. Swinging his sword harder, he approached the first member of the opposing team and decided that he would not doubt his actions. His allies watched the events unfold with amazement, amazed that the guy was overcoming all obstacles on the way to his goal without a doubt. Xion was no timid person either, so he accepted this challenge with his head held high and was ready for a fight that would put an end to one of them. The boys' swords clashed and a heated battle began, in which no one was going to give in because lives were at stake. Henim parried the attacks but discovered one oddity. His opponent's skills were inferior to his own, but paradoxically, the enemy easily parried all his blows. He looked the boy over from head to toe and decided that he needed to act more harshly because survival in the Tower of Trials was not easy. Just as he was about to use one of his strongest attacks, Song Yun suddenly quickly moved behind him. It was difficult to track this movement, so he was unable to react in time. The boy swung his sword and aimed at Henim's back. He understood that now his enemy was finished. But everything turned out to be not so simple, because somehow Xion Henemu managed to block the sword that threatened to pierce his spine. Such skill surprised Song Yun, because in order to repel an attack without even turning to the enemy, one had to possess a unique fighting technique. But still, his opponent had a hard time, because he barely coped with this blow, because he did not expect such a fast and powerful attack. Song Yun noticed a strange glint in his enemy's eyes, and he realized that it was because of this that he was able to see the trace of a blade aimed at him, giving him an advantage in battle. Accordingly, the guy could predict the blows, since he clearly sees in which direction the enemy is swinging, from which it was possible to conclude where the blade of the sword would be directed. Xion Henim successfully used this skill, allowing him to react more quickly to all attacks and successfully repel them. But this time his skill somehow failed because he felt his eyes begin to burn and his supernatural vision became clouded, limiting his field of view and making the enemy's sword trail elusive. Song Yun noticed his opponent's weakness and activated the skill, after which his eyes also lit up with an otherworldly glow and he rushed to attack. While the enemy was in confusion, the boy managed to successfully wound him in the stomach, releasing a whole fountain of blood. Xion Henim coughed and thought that he was especially unlucky today, because usually his skill never failed and always helped in the fight. Song Yun saw a notification that he had completed the special task, and bonuses would be added to the reward for completing the 4th floor. After the enemies were dealt with, the guy's allies began to approach him, silently looking at the corpses lying in the middle of the building. Li Hayan noticed that the guy's hand, which was holding the bloody sword, was shaking slightly. She assumed that this was the future hunter's first kill. But still, it was very strange for her to see how such a brave guy, who was desperately eager to fight and lead them, stood and trembled in front of a defeated enemy. The girl worriedly asked if everything was okay with her ally, but in response, she received only silence. It was only after a minute that Song Yun finally replied that he was completely fine, but his face said otherwise. It was gloomy and completely lifeless. The brunette realized that he seemed to be in shock because of the murder he had committed, but she thought that he was a strong and cold-blooded man. The guy's voice sounded a little too hoarse when he asked his allies if they would mind going and fighting the boss right now. Lee Sung-hoon said without hesitation that he was ready to immediately enter that room. The girl was a little hesitant, but was also in favor. Therefore, the next murder did not take long to come, but this time, it was the green-skinned goblin who went to the next world, whose teeth threatened to tear the team of guys to shreds. But the humans were quicker than the goblins, so Song Yun jumped on his enemy's back and deftly cut his throat, leaving no chance of survival. The boy didn't even look at the new notification that the test's objective had been achieved and the Goblin King had been destroyed. Song-hoon watched with his mouth open as this young man mercilessly dealt with his opponents. He thought that he was definitely a monster. When the notification appeared that the guys would be moved to the waiting room, the man said that he would leave them first, and looking back at the guy, walked away. Ha-yeon was in no hurry to leave. She stood silently and looked at her ally in this test. She was very interested in getting to know this guy better, but they didn't have time. Song Yun broke the awkward silence and said that he hoped that the girl would return safely, but she was itching to talk a little, so she called out to him. The boy turned around in surprise and showed with his whole appearance that he was listening attentively to his interlocutor. Ha-yeon's eyes looked straight into Song Yun's soul as she said that he only did what he had to do, so he shouldn't feel like a bad person because of it. The guy immediately remembered the 3 corpses that lay in a pool of their own blood, and their deaths were his work. But the girl's next words brought him back to reality. She said that someone had to kill the enemy team anyway, so if he refused, she would join the fight. After saying this, Song Yun's heart really became lighter because someone was destined to die, and if he had not killed the enemies, then his team members would have been dead. The girl looked at him and smiled strangely, after which she began to run her finger through the air and seemed to click on an invisible screen. Her strange actions led to the guy receiving a notification that the applicant Lee Ha-young had sent him a friend request. The brunette said that the 4th floor test was completely passed due to his strength, so she felt like she was indebted to him. She felt uneasy about it. Ha-yeon asked to find her when they returned to Earth. The girl was a member of the White Guild. This information will help in the search. Song Yun looked at his newfound friend and thought that making useful connections was another bonus of being in the Tower of Trials. After these words, the girl entered her portal, which should transfer to the waiting room, and left the guy alone with his thoughts. Song Yun understood that he was left alone, which meant that he had to make an important decision. He looked at his fallen enemies and his necromantic powers activated, stripping the souls of the dead and literally pulling them out. The guy had to decide whether he would absorb a human soul. It was difficult to comprehend that this was even possible, but now he lived in such a reality. When the boy became convinced that he was capable of something like this, he postponed the absorption process for later, as he felt that he was about to cross an irreversible line. But still, the temptation to gain even more power was present, and it was very difficult to restrain these impulses. His hands shook as he made his decision within himself and decided what he should do. The guy decided that although he had no intention of killing people to become stronger in a situation where he had no choice, he was ready to commit murder. So he reached out and pulled the souls of his fallen enemies into himself, and in addition to his desire to become a hunter, new ambitions began to grow within him. The Tower of Trials gave him a chance, and he wanted to take full advantage of it, so that later he would not regret anything. He would rise to the top and strive to reach the last floor. After absorbing more souls, he entered his portal and was transported to the waiting room on the 5th floor. Notifications began to come in that there would be certain changes, because a ranking system for applicants had been created, which was called the test summarization. The guy began to think about what all this meant, and whether it was worth entering his nickname into the test tower database. He chose the nickname Hunter for himself, and entered it into the system. Now instead of his name, users saw the invented nickname. Song Yun began to look through the system data, and noticed that all the participants were distributed by rank and place. He wanted to find himself in this list. He was very surprised when he found out that he was in 16th place. After studying the results of the 4th floor test, he liked the result. The future hunter was pleasantly impressed by the fact that his place in the ranking was much higher than he thought. The next message announced that the top 50 contenders would be designated as pathfinders and would receive an advantage on the 8th floor and could also receive the Halo privilege. The guy's eyes immediately lit up with interest, because if this skill was given for such merits, it meant he was very powerful. He decided that there was no need to think about it yet, because all the details would become known to him when the time came. The system asked him to choose a spirit to absorb from the available souls in his arsenal. There were 3 players from the opposing team and the Goblin King. Song Yun felt that some processes were starting inside him. He had the opportunity to increase his stats using the spirits he had. He finally felt that he had finally crossed the boundaries of human capabilities and was at some new level of strength. It was decided to buy a return stone, which helps to leave the Tower of Trials for 3 days and return to the original place of stay. The guy wanted to check if he could move to Earth with all his equipment. Song Yun chuckled and was ready to go home for a while. He was very interested to see if his abilities would change. The boy again felt that strange flight between spatial dimensions, when some strange funnel sucked in his body with incredible force. It was a very unpleasant feeling. It seemed to him that all his limbs were stretching and he was turning into some kind of liquid that was flowing between dimensions. Eventually, he found himself in his room, where everything was as before, and he was warned that in 3 days he would be moved back to the trial tower. It was very strange to be back on his bed, because it seemed to Song Yun that a lot of time had passed and he had started a completely different page of his life. He looked at the ceiling and thought that not much time had passed, but such changes had happened inside him that fundamentally changed his life. The guy got up from the bed and looked around. He really was at home, but the room seemed alien to him, as if another person had lived in it before. He looked at his desk and the notes he had made just recently, but it all seemed alien and unreal to him, even though he had really arrived at his home. A sudden gust of wind blew the curtains on his window and he felt like he had returned to his past life for 3 days. Only the past Song Yun would never return. The boy plopped down on the soft pillow and decided that he wanted to get a good night's sleep, because compared to the bed in the waiting room, his sleeping place was a heavenly bed. But his thoughts about rest were distracted by the disgusting smell that permeated his things and skin. The guy couldn't afford to fall asleep in this state, so he decided to take a shower and tidy himself up first. But when he lowered his feet to the floor, something caught his eye that made his heart jump with joy. All the gear he had taken with him out of the 5th floor waiting room was lying on the floor next to his bed, and those items had moved with them. The boy happily grabbed the sword and shield and thought that it really was possible to take items from the test tower back to Earth. But he immediately realized that he needed to be quicker, because other contenders would also be able to take their weapons. Very soon, the number of those returning to Earth would increase, which would lead to a sharp increase in the number of powerful weapons, which meant that prices on the market for equipment for hunters would decrease. The boy decided that he needed to get rid of his equipment as soon as possible, but the problem was that only those with the hunter qualification could sell items on the market. Originally, Song Yun only planned to apply for the hunter's exam and pass it during his next return. He picked up his phone and realized that he had a lot more to do than he thought. At the training center, things were the same as always. The guys fought, trained, and improved their strength, trying to bring it to perfection. The coach watched with satisfaction as his charges honed their skills and became better and better warriors. The man was distracted by a phone call. It was strange that they were calling him at such a time, because everyone knew perfectly well that he was working. Instructor Huang Manho answered the call and said he was listening carefully. Song Yun asked if the coach remembered his former student who failed to achieve the desired results. The man rolled his eyes and said he remembered. He asked why the guy didn't apply for a refund online. He was very surprised when he heard the words that the tuition fee paid could not be returned. The coach asked the guy if he was being serious about this, since he might regret this decision later, but he replied that he wouldn't regret it. But in return, the failed hunter had one single request. The man interrupted him, saying that if it was about resuming training at the center, then he would be refused. Huang Man. Ho's eyes narrowed and he became wary when he heard the boy want help in passing the hunter exam. He asked if his former student had forgotten how his midterm assessment had gone. Song Yun had not been allowed to take the exam because he had barely been awarded F rank. The man started saying that it was impossible to pass the exam without a unique characteristic. The guy got irritated and asked if they really didn't want to help him, even if he refused to return the money. Song Yun said with a grin that he could change his mind at any moment because money is never superfluous. So the boy proposed a deal, the essence of which was that the trainer needed to arrange an exam for him to obtain the hunter qualification right now. The conversation with the coach was unpleasant because it brought him back to his past life, where everyone made fun of him. The guy immediately wanted to take a shower because he felt dirty. He stood under the scalding streams of water and wanted to wash away all the memories of what he had to go through in the training center. Coming out of the shower, his own reflection caught his attention. At first glance, he was still the same Song Yun, but now his body was much stronger, and his gaze expressed confidence that he could now achieve whatever he wanted. His body had changed greatly, which was proportional to the progress he had been able to make while in the tower, but now was not the time to admire himself, because he had arranged for Song Yun to take the exam. So now he had to hurry to meet the instructor. Coming out of his apartment, he saw his neighbor. The picture was so familiar to him that it all plunged him into the routine that was before he got into another dimension. The current tower contender realized that he even missed his daily life a little, and now he enjoyed seeing his neighbors passing by. The boy walked forward down the corridor and greeted his neighbor, who was just entering her apartment. The woman recognized the guy who had been trying to become a hunter for a long time, but had not achieved anything yet. She greeted him and continued turning the key in the lock. Song Yun smiled at her and said that he wished her a good day. The woman looked at him strangely, because he had not been known for being friendly before. But what surprised her even more was that the boy had not been so tall and muscular before. The future hunter went outside and started to hail a taxi to get to the training center, but not a single car stopped. He was already starting to get a little worried because being late for such an important meeting was at least impolite. But when it became obvious that he wouldn't be able to catch a taxi, the guy jumped onto the nearest roof of a building and began to move quickly, jumping from one house to another. He decided that running to his destination was not a bad option either. It could be considered a warm-up before the exam. So very soon Song-Yoon will already be there and no transport will be needed. After some time, he finally reached the luxurious glass building that housed the Hunters Association. When he entered, 2 men were already waiting for him, who were supposed to escort him to the right office. Coming closer, Song-Yoon recognized his former coach, who was looking at him with an arrogant expression. The guy didn't want to stir up a conflict, so he smiled kindly and told Hwang Man-ho that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man laughed and said that in his opinion they had not seen each other for too long, and he did not miss the worst student in his practice at all. The boy said that it really hadn't been that long since they last met, but he had been through so much that it felt like 100 years had passed. The instructor was very surprised by this phrase because he did not understand what could have happened to the boy, but he only said that the last few days had not been easy for him. Another man came closer to them, introduced himself as Kim In-hoo, and said that he was the examiner who would be taking today's test. The man informed that at the instructor's request, Song-Yoon did not need to take the theory test and interview, and asked if the guy had any additional questions. He said that he was aware of how the test was conducted, and the examiner replied that in that case, they could proceed with the test. Song-Yoon took out his sword and prepared himself for what he would have to face in a few seconds. The instructor told Mr. Kim to eliminate the guy as soon as possible. The examiner replied that he had picked the monsters that had the least compatibility with this candidate hunter. Kim In-hoo informed the boy that once he was ready, he could choose the difficulty of the exam. Song-Yoon was well aware that he was allowed to choose any difficulty from 1 to 10, and nothing impressive was clearly expected of him. Previously on this exam, he always chose the most basic level of difficulty, and every time the guy lost even to the smallest goblin, who could barely kill him. Each time he left the examination area traumatized and completely confident that he would never break this vicious circle of his failures. All this happened for only one reason, which was his own weakness. But now this will change. Hwang Man-ho said with a grin that of course the guy should have chosen the first difficulty level. His eyes almost popped out when he heard that the former student chose the 10th. The coach was simply stunned by such a choice, because before this wonderful boy could not defeat even the most mediocre monster. Song-Yoon smiled when he saw the expression on instructor Hwang Man-ho's face. Of course he didn't believe that the guy could do it. But then the coach's eyes became crazy, and he said that he wanted to see how this loser would defeat monsters of this level. Finally, the exam began, the main task of which was to hunt a firebird. The guy received a notification that his movements were slowed down by 25%, all thanks to the skill Predator's Roar. Another problem was that there were some strange cracks on the blade of his sword, making the weapon more fragile. Hwang Man-ho watched the exam with pleasure, because he was sure that the guy would never pass it, since he had slightly adjusted his blade. The man wanted to humiliate the boy as much as possible, because he believed that he did not know his place at all. Song-Yoon stood with his damaged sword right in front of the huge firebird that created fire with a single flap of its wings. The creature screamed loudly and began to fly straight at the guy, wanting to tear his body apart with its sharp claws. But Song-Yoon wasn't going to be scared and run away like he would have done before. He activated his skills and waited for the right moment to strike. Coach Hwang Man-ho was among the final wave of candidates taking the hunter qualifying exam. When he finally achieved his goal, it seemed to him that he was the best professional. However, gradually a gap developed between him and his peers, and over time it only increased, and eventually the man stopped trying to fill this gap. The world of hunters was based on innate talent, and Man-ho accepted this fact and stopped trying to change anything. After all, most people did just that, giving up when they felt like they were up against a wall that they couldn't overcome. This is what not only Man-ho did, but also all those who have ever become disillusioned with this world and stopped believing in justice. That's why he really wanted Han Sung-yoon to finally accept the fact that there was a huge wall in his path that he couldn't jump over. When the boy's sword broke from the bird's strike, the coach chuckled and quietly said that it was his time to give up. Song-yoon looked at his blade, which had literally shattered into small pieces from the claw strike, and didn't know what to do next, since he was left unarmed. He knew that even a low-level weapon couldn't crack so easily. It was obvious that he had been set up. The guy didn't want to believe that the coach was capable of such meanness, but he alone had access to the weapons that were used in the battle. And the interest with which the man watched what was happening from the balcony only confirmed the correctness of this assumption. Huang Manho couldn't help but smile maliciously. He knew that this boy wouldn't be able to do anything with a broken sword, and he wouldn't see victory. It was already difficult to defeat an opponent like the Firebird, and with the obstacles he had created for his former student, it was even more difficult. This creature created fire with just one movement and had such a strong beak and claws that it could tear off pieces of the flesh of its victim. But Song Yun was even glad that everything turned out this way, because he could test his new skills, which he received on the 4th floor of the test tower, in extreme conditions. The guy decided to first activate a skill called Instant Acceleration. He wanted to move to a safer distance so that he had room to maneuver. When his fiery opponent struck with a stream of flame, Song Yun instantly disappeared from the area of impact, jumping to the side. He jumped so high that he reached the ceiling. The force of the impact was so powerful that it left cracks in the flooring. Song Yun was overjoyed when he realized that this skill was much better than the movement speed increase from using the assassin's cloak buff. But the bird was not going to wait for her opponent to play with his new skills. She screamed loudly and formed a ball that could kill with its heat alone. Song Yun decided that he would not wait for an attack, but would rather attack first, so he jumped up and headed straight for his feathered enemy. He found a use for what was left of his sword and plunged the blade straight into the bird's eye. The fire monster screamed in pain. Blood flowed from the wounded eye like a river, and the guy had already jumped back to a safe distance. As expected, the sword was too short to kill the bird by reaching its brain, but the future hunter managed to at least temporarily disorient the enemy. Another idea appeared in his head, which at first glance might not seem very successful. The guy took one of the fallen slabs and decided to use it as a weapon. He swung the heavy building material and aimed at his opponent's body, hoping that his plan would work. The guy was lucky because he hit the target straight on. The concrete slab cut the bird's skull in two and moved even further. The building material flew straight into the balcony where the instructor and examiner were standing. The men barely managed to dodge it to avoid being splattered across the wall. Huang Manho yelled at the guy, asking what he was doing, because if he were just a couple more centimeters, his and the examiner's brains could have ended up on that balcony. The bloody corpse of the dying Firebird fell to the floor with a loud thud, after which everyone saw a notice that the exam was completed. Song Yun laughed sheepishly and told the man that he had slightly miscalculated his strength and never thought that the slab would fly towards them. But this was only in words. In reality, the guy really wanted to teach a lesson to the arrogant instructor who, among other things, had ruined his weapon. After some time, a pretty woman came to him and handed him a hunter's ID. The guy was assigned C rank and a close combat specialization. Finally, the coveted document was in his hands. Song Yun only half listened to the woman's words that he could now officially engage in hunting activities. The guy asked if he could now enter the dungeons and sell items for hunters. The woman smiled and said that he was now allowed to do such things. But not everyone was happy that day. Some people were angry and slapped their hands on the table in irritation. Instructor Huang Manho asked Mr. Kim how something like this could happen, and he sat silently with his head down. The examiner nervously adjusted his tie when he heard the question of why it was that the guy had been given a license when he had been promised that he wouldn't last 10 seconds. Kim In-hoo said that he did everything in his power, because based on the data provided, Cadet Han Sung-yoon would never have been able to pass this test. But the coach didn't calm down. He asked why the guy wasn't given a lower rank. The examiner asked where else could he go lower with such abilities. This heated argument was interrupted by Song-yoon himself, who came in to announce that he had received a hunter's certificate. In-hoo congratulated him with a forced smile. Not in a hurry to leave, the guy slowly approached his former instructor and asked if everything was okay with him, because he didn't look very good. But the man only grinned and with a hint of sarcasm congratulated, now not the cadet, but the hunter on successfully passing the test. Song Yun said that if his memory serves him right, Huang Manho had reached C rank before he retired. The coach turned pale and asked what the guy meant by that. The boy mentioned that the instructor very often called him a loser when he failed some exercises or failed an exam again. So now the thought crept into Song Yun's head that maybe the coach was the scum. The man could not stand such humiliation from this stupid bastard, so he rushed at him. wanting to teach him a lesson once and for all. The boy could hardly contain his smile, because contrary to his expectations, the coach easily fell for this provocation. Song Yun managed to avoid the punch that the coach wanted to hit him right in the jaw. The guy turned out to be much more agile, because he was able not only to avoid the attack, but also to counterattack, hitting the enemy in the stomach. He said that he was now acting in self-defense, which meant that Song Yun would not bear any responsibility for this blow. The boy hit the hapless coach on the cheek with all his might, and said that this was his response to the man's aggressive actions. Coughing up blood, Huang Man's son could only think about how such strength could come from an ordinary C rank. When the boy left the Hunters Association building, it was already late evening. Kim In-hoo went to see him off. The man offered Song Yun a job as a direct employee of the Hunters Association, which surprised the guy very much. Mr. Kim said that if he accepted the offer, his salary would be 1 billion won, so by agreeing to this condition, everyone would benefit. The guy understood that receiving such money was a very good start for his career. The man began to nod his head in agreement and say that he had managed to see potential in the young hunter. But his joy turned to worry when he heard Song Yun suggest that the difficulty level of the exam had been adjusted arbitrarily. The guy promised not to make a big deal out of it, but added that he wasn't going to make a deal with someone he didn't trust one bit. So he threw away the business card that Kim In-hoo gave him and left the Hunters Association building. 2 days had already passed since then, which meant that Song Yun would soon need to return to another dimension. The guy was standing in his room watching the news. A journalist was telling him that a mysterious phenomenon called the Trial Tower was observed among hunters. He chuckled, although it was not at all funny, because the interest in this place had grown too much. Song Yun spent these 3 days very productively, received a hunter's license, and also got rid of his equipment, and got a very good price for it. He looked at the time on his phone and realized that very soon he would again face various challenges and would be able to gain amazing skills if he succeeded. The long-awaited blue screen appeared in front of him, which notified him that in a few seconds the guy would be transferred to the tower. This was very good news for him, as he was looking forward to his further progress and strength growth. When he returns to Earth, he will have a lot of things to do again, so he should try to acquire new skills. This time, the teleportation was more painless. Song Yun almost no longer felt that terrible muscle stretching, which meant he was getting used to it too. He was thrown straight onto the hard bed of the waiting room. He looked at the familiar gray walls and realized that he was back in the tower. Song Yun was glad that, as expected, it was possible to freely move objects between this place and the real world. He put the things he took with him from Earth into his inventory. They would still be useful to him in future battles. After that, he decided to stretch his body a little, so he began jumping and running around the room. The travel between dimensions made his muscles ache a little. While stretching his numb limbs, the boy saw a system notification that he had received the first return achievement, and that the Eye of Truth skill had also been created. He became curious about what new skill had appeared in his arsenal, and before he could do anything, his eyes lit up purple and everything became clear to him. The Eye of Truth helped to obtain information about the target being monitored, but in order for it to work, mana had to be used. This skill also allowed one to determine whether the opponent's words were truthful or whether he was blatantly lying. Song Yun decided that such a skill would be very useful to him, especially if he had to cross paths with other candidates in the next tests. He thought again that he had hit a real jackpot, and it was hard to argue with that statement. The guy bought himself a new sword, which was called Thunder, and cost a whole 5,500 points. They also bought a Hunter Scout shield, which will help protect against many unpleasant creatures, including people. Even though Song Yun had paid a lot of money for the sword, he was very pleased with its options, which ensured that the weapon would pay for itself. This sword gave a 10% chance that when it hit an enemy, the lightning effect would be applied. Before he had time to rest, the system already asked whether the guy was ready to move on to the test on the 5th floor. Song Yun didn't hesitate because he felt like he had already spent too much time traveling to Earth, so now he wanted to quickly begin the test. The theme of the current test was hunting. The condition for successful completion was defeating the werewolf boss in the Wolf Gorge. The condition for failure was, as always, death. It was also possible to receive a reward for a successful breakthrough in the form of a werewolf headband. I would like to say that the conditions are quite simple, but when Song Yun saw the abundance of red eyes and sharp, deadly fangs, he realized that he would have to sweat. The werewolves didn't think long about whether to attack or not. They rushed straight at the guy with a growl, and it was obvious that the huge wolves didn't want to play at all. Song Yun also didn't hesitate, and immediately put his brand new sword into action, which had successfully passed the test of strength and lethality. The guy chopped his enemies and their blood poured onto the snow-white sand. With such a weapon, he could easily defeat the boss. But some strange doubts were arising in the hunter's soul, because these wolves seemed very weak. He expected something grandiose, but received mediocre dogs, which did not pose a strong threat at all and ran away at the first raising of the sword. Song Yun began to think that everything couldn't be that simple. There was a catch somewhere, but it was still unclear what exactly it was. But after a couple of minutes, everything fell into place. A snow avalanche began to approach the guy. But when he looked closely, he realized that it was not snow, but huge white werewolves. Their mouths were simply huge, and their sharp teeth threatened to tear the boy to shreds for offending the younger brothers of these monsters. Looking at such creatures, the blood ran cold and the hope of survival became completely illusory. But Song Yun decided that he would fight as long as he had the strength. Now that he had become a hunter, the motivation to live had once again settled in his heart. He wanted to generate some kind of plan in his head, but looking at the werewolves, only one thought came to mind: escape. But this would not help him get out of the test alive, let alone win. So the guy grinned and decided that he would accept this fight, because the Tower of Trials had never disappointed him in the difficulty of its tasks. The snow-white wolves seemed to sense his fighting spirit because they howled and rushed to attack in unison. Song Yun eagerly jumped into battle, accepting this challenge, and now he even found it fun to go through such trials. He thought that being in this place was slowly driving him crazy, since he began to enjoy risking his own life for the sake of strength. He swung his sword in all directions and successfully cut the throats of his furry enemies. Apparently, even the system understood how successfully the guy was coping, because he received notifications that the hunter's dagger and accelerated regeneration skills had been increased in rank. The hunter's dagger skill that the boy had obtained on the 3rd floor had almost reached its growth limit. Song Yun now wanted to master the swordsmanship skill. 2 wolves, who apparently had not yet had time to get punched in the face, rushed at the young hunter, but he had something to answer the impudent creatures with. Song Yun even wanted them to attack without stopping, so much did he get into the spirit of battle. The guy got so carried away that literally in a couple of minutes almost all the white wolves were lying dead. He had already managed to hunt 3 times, and it turned out that the sword's lightning effect manifested itself even less often than one might think. Song Yun used his necromancy skill and absorbed almost all the spirits of the mad wolves he killed, causing his skill to increase by 16%. The guy was pleased that his unique characteristics were steadily growing, because if he gave it his all, he would be able to achieve an increase in the rank of his special skills. He had overcome many obstacles and had almost reached the middle of the Wolf Gorge, which meant that he would soon meet the boss of the 5th floor. What he saw ahead shocked him, because the guy never expected that such a picture would be before his eyes. About a dozen crazy wolves lay dead. There were 2 options here: either there was a conflict in the pack, or in addition to him, another member was wandering around this area. The guy sat down next to one of the corpses of the killed wolf and noticed that the cut where the fatal blow was inflicted was very clear, which meant that the wound was from a sword. Later, he saw footprints left nearby that confirmed one of his assumptions. Song Yun decided to try out a new skill and activated the Eye of Truth, which was supposed to shed light on what was happening. Not far from where he stood, there was a smooth mark on the stone after someone's skillful aura neatly split the wall. The boy wondered what all this meant. Was aura really one of the skills that could be used in battle? There were too many nuances that were stressful and didn't fit into his head, and it made him feel a little uneasy, especially when a terrible howl was heard nearby, which did not bode well. Song Yun immediately realized that the enemy was somewhere nearby. All his senses became heightened to the limit, and he prepared for the fight. The guy picked up speed and started running in the direction from which the loud sound came. He decided that the sooner he met the boss, the sooner he would finish the test. After a couple of minutes of running, he saw a split in the cave, and that was where the loud roar was coming from. Before the young hunter had time to run there, 2 wolves jumped out of the rift, grappled with each other, and fought to the death. It was simply a brutal fight. Blood was spraying in all directions, and the roar was such that you wanted to cover your ears with your hands. Clearly not expecting to see this, Song Yun thought that werewolves were very friendly and loyal creatures, but what he saw now proved the opposite. A few seconds later, a system notification arrived that the werewolf boss had died, and killing him was the condition for passing the test. Song Yun looked at the boss's body and didn't understand what to do next, because if the test target was dead, then a new task should appear. The system alert came again, stating that the situation analysis had been completed, and it had been discovered that someone had intruded into the test and interfered with it. Now the main objective of the 5th floor was changed. It was necessary to kill the challenger from another dimension who had carried out the invasion. The notifications disappeared, but something more interesting appeared. A huge monster dressed in armor came out of the cracks of the cave and looked straight at Song Yun. It was hard to believe that someone from another dimension had invaded here to interfere with his test. It was as if the trial tower existed in multiple dimensions at once, other than Earth. The guy looked at his new opponent and couldn't understand how he ended up there and why it happened exactly during his passage. The giant knight said that he didn't expect that such a challenger from an underdeveloped world was still alive. He asked if Song Yun was the master of this test. The guy was confused and didn't know what to answer. The monster from another dimension asked if he was really gripped by fear of impending death. For some reason, this phrase made Song Yun laugh a lot. He thought that this huge Iron Man had simply gone crazy. But be that as it may, the enemy seemed very impressive, which meant that killing him would not be such an easy task, especially considering the fact that it was the 5th floor. The guy couldn't even imagine that a situation would arise where the goal of his test would be to kill an intruder from another dimension. However, he was very lucky that the test did not fail at all, and he was allowed to continue it despite the death of the boss. The knight from another world began to mock, saying that the boy was so scared that he could not utter a word. He promised to put an end to the suffering of the unfortunate man. Song Yun analyzed his actions and realized that the huge monster was about to attack, which meant that he needed to concentrate as much as possible. The monster ran towards him and the guy got into a fighting stance, while he decided to simply defend himself in order to follow his opponent's combat tactics. When he realized that his enemy would try to gain the upper hand solely by physical force, a plan formed in his head. The boy ran as fast as he could and decided to make a maneuver that the enemy definitely did not expect. He waited until his opponent got closer, and when he reached the required distance, he swung his leg and kicked him with all his might. The blow was very good because the monster was thrown back several meters despite the fact that it was twice as big. This attack greatly angered the knight. His eyes flashed a bright purple flame and he waved his clawed hand, making it clear that there was no mercy to be expected. He struck with his paw again, but the boy easily managed to dodge this attack. Now, Song Yun finally understood how the enemy would act, so it could be considered that he was caught. The boy chose the most convenient angle for the strike, after which he swung his sword and attacked the enemy, hitting him right between the ribs. But everything turned out to be not so simple, because something happened that the guy did not expect. He planned to cut the armor in half since the power of the sword allowed it. But there was not a scratch on the armor, so the enemy's bones remained in place. The knight laughed, his sword also flashing purple. He growled that the boy had fallen for his supposed weakness and had fallen into a trap. After that, the alien from another dimension attacked, and the blow was so powerful that for a moment, Song Yun lost track of time and orientation in space. His shield split in half, unable to withstand such an onslaught from the enemy, but the guy didn't even have the strength to be surprised by this. The weapon flew in one direction, the guy in another. It seemed to him that this flight had been going on for an eternity. He landed right at the foot of some small hills. The impact was so strong that the stones simply cracked. The boy felt his bones begin to hurt unbearably. Blood was flowing from the wound on his body, but he clenched his teeth and tried to get up and continue the battle, because his victory was at stake. It was very difficult for him to gather his strength, but Song Yun was still able to do it because the motivation to win was too great. The knight from another dimension began to be surprised that the guy blocked the aura. He said that if the enemy had allowed himself to be cut in half, he would have died more quickly. Song Yun screamed, asking why the system recognized him as an intruder when he had never heard of anything like that. The enemy began to laugh and say, "How could such a barbarian know what floor implementation is?" The boy once again thought irritably why all this happened precisely at the moment of his test. The knight said that the boy should not hold a grudge, because the tower was originally such an unpredictable place, but now he wanted to do something other than talk about the injustice of the world. Song Yun shouted at his opponent to stop immediately, but he was so surprised that he froze in place. The guy asked the knight to tell him what floor implementation was and how something like that could even happen. The monster from another dimension thought for a second. It was clear that he was hesitating, but he also wanted to play with his victim. Then he said that he could tell this information, because the guy was already dead anyway. Among the options of the system, the expansion of which occurs from the 8th floor, there is floor implementation. If you buy a ticket for it in the store, then you get the opportunity to interfere with the tests of others. But this was not the last question that Song Yun wanted to ask. He was interested in the fact that the monsters called this place an underdeveloped world. It turns out that he himself came from another. The knight chuckled and asked if the boy really thought he came from another world. Song Yun nodded uncertainly. Before his opponent could begin his story, the boy used the Eye of Truth skill to immediately detect lies. The eye showed that so far all of his opponent's words were true, which surprised the young hunter a little. The knight didn't like having his words questioned, so he said that Song Yun had done something extremely unpleasant. The boy grinned and said that he couldn't help himself, because he was very interested in knowing the truth about this place. But these words angered the monster even more, because he perceived them as insolence and wanted to teach the naughty boy a lesson. But Song Yun said that since he had obtained the information, he could now repay the monster in kind and share one funny fact with him. The guy said that thanks to his pain tolerance skill, his injured arm doesn't bother him at all, which means that he wasn't holding it because it hurt. He jerked his hand sharply and set the bone back into place, saying that if he had let go of it earlier, the plan would not have worked, because his hand would have healed with the help of accelerated regeneration. But now he had no need to hide this information, so he used a healing skill and restored his arm so that it could function normally again. The knight's eyes widened when he heard that the boy had done so, because he thought that the only way to get information was to make him look pathetic. This made the monster very angry. He said that he would make the boy pay for such tricks, and if his powers were only what he demonstrated, then he was finished. Hearing this, Song Yun chuckled, saying that his strength only continued to rapidly grow and gain momentum. His eyes lit up brightly, and he said that he would not be easy prey for monsters from other dimensions. He was a tough nut to crack. The guy used the spirits he absorbed on the previous floors, and his agility, stamina, and mana stats increased dramatically. The knight looked at his opponent with different eyes, because it turned out that in addition to the healing skill, he also had a unique characteristic. The boy activated the exclusive effect of the Killer Cloak, and now his movement speed was increased by 15%. In addition to this, he also used instant acceleration, so now he was simply elusive. At this moment, his opponent became seriously tense, because he did not understand why the challenger from the 5th floor had so many skills. But the guy didn't answer this question because he was busy with something else. Now the most priority task was to complete the test, no matter what it cost. A heated battle began. Swords rang, sparks flew into the air, but neither of the participants in the duel gave up or intended to give up the victory to the enemy. The knight said tensely that the 5th floor simply couldn't have such outrageous stats as his opponent. His body, clad in armor, glowed with a bright purple light, indicating that some special skill was about to be used. Song Yun guessed that the opponent had used aura, which meant that his physical strength could increase dramatically. That's exactly what happened. Not only the strength increased, but also the speed. So the enemy dealt lightning fast and very powerful blows with the sword. But the boy did not give up, and deftly dodged all attacks, trying to get around the enemy from behind so that he would have a better view to strike. Song Yun was well aware that aura was a high-level skill, so attacks like this could cause serious damage to him. However, the guy was definitely ahead of the enemy in terms of stats, so he was able to avoid critical hits without any difficulty, but the catch was different. The armor was high-level equipment that was simply impossible to destroy with Song Yun's current abilities. However, if the guy continues to strike her repeatedly, she may show a weakness that should definitely be exploited. Suddenly, what the guy was waiting for most happened. Lightning burst out of his sword and struck straight at the enemy. It engulfed his entire body, including his armor, and made him writhe in agony and pain as it literally burned him from the inside. The knight's body was burning and blood began to flow through the latticed opening on his helmet. He screamed and asked what was happening. Song Yun smiled and looked at what was happening with some kind of childish delight, because it was the first time he had seen a sword possess such powerful force. After some time, when several lightning discharges passed through the knight's body, he fell to the ground and seemed completely unable to move. The guy decided to come closer and see how things were, but his opponent was not dead but only badly wounded. He was coughing up blood and could not utter a word. Song Yun knew very well that if the armor had a lightning rod function, it would have added to his troubles, but fortunately, his risk was worth it. The body of the huge monster was smoking, and the pungent smell of burnt flesh was noticeable. The knight from another dimension would hardly be able to cause any harm, since his body was now too damaged. The giant warrior opened his eyes and said that he should have won initially, because in front of him was just some challenger from the 5th floor. Song Yun said that his opponent was very stupid, because he relied entirely on his one high-level skill and armor, and also significantly underestimated his enemy. The boy swung his sword and said that now the monster must meet his end, but he asked him to stop, because he could give answers to all the questions of interest. Previously, this proposal might have interested Song Yun greatly, but now he realized that there was no need for it, and he would find out everything at the right time. So he attacked the enemy, aiming straight at the eye hole that was in the helmet, a sharp blade that was the last thing the guest from another dimension saw. His bone was already too strong, so the guy had to put in some effort to pierce it and break through his skull. After this, the knight's hand fell loudly to the ground, which meant final death. Song Yun noticed that it was becoming easier and easier for him to kill each time. It was a useful skill, but the main thing was not to cross the line and not become the monster he was fighting against. But if he felt awkward when piercing someone else's flesh, it would be a much more serious problem, because then the risks would be for his life. The enemy's dead body was enveloped in purple light, after which a message was received that the guy had passed the 5th floor. He activated his necromancy skill and absorbed the soul of the lying knight, because he was so strong that his abilities simply could not be let out of his hands. As he drew in the last of his soul, he received a notification that it was the spirit of the challenger Cade Adrax, who helped raise the boy's skill to 15%. But there was one strange thing. Before the guy began to absorb the soul, it threatened to dissipate, like a mirage. This meant that if you die in another dimension, you can simply disappear. The boy began to turn around in search of a new notification, because a message about a reward should arrive, but the blue screen did not appear. Finally, the messages appeared, but their content was very strange. They said that the difficulty level and the reward do not match. The content of the reward has been completely revised. Now, as a reward for the breakthrough, the 3 absolute skill was obtained, and 7,500 points were provided as a bonus. The reward he received was even better, because instead of the promised C-rank bonuses, the guy received A-rank privileges. The invading knight must have been strong enough that the system judged the difficulty of the challenge to be much higher than originally stated. The boy couldn't get enough of his new A-rank abilities as he moved to the 6th floor waiting room. Now his progress would be visible on the test results board. After exhaling and taking off his cloak, Song Yun decided to immediately check his inventory, since it was unknown how much time there was until the start of the next test. In his arsenal, he found the Cloak of Assassination, the Thunder Sword, and a shattered shield that had been destroyed by the knight's blow. Either way, Song Yun was faced with an invasion from another dimension. The Tower of Trials, as always, knows how to catch you off guard. He tried to save as many tickets for sending questions to the 8th floor as possible, but now there were more and more incomprehensible things, and the information would not be superfluous. The guy decided that he needed to ask about what floor infiltration was, and whether it was possible to somehow find out about an impending invasion in advance. He formulated this question and sent it to the administration to get a detailed answer. A moment later, the answer came. Song Yun was surprised that it happened so quickly. With trembling fingers, he began to open the email that had been sent to him. For some reason, it was very exciting to learn such details. He was informed that the floor implementation allows one to enter the test of a candidate with whom there is a gap of no more than 10 floors. Only personal tests can be interfered with. These functions were accessible from the 8th floor, and the guy immediately wondered if it was possible to break the stairs while climbing. But when he entered it into the system, he was informed that this information was not available on the current floor. The guy was very surprised that the ticket for sending questions was also not all powerful, and the floor restrictions applied to him as well. However, the boy's ticket remained intact, since his request was only half satisfied. Song Yun realized that while he had time between tests, he wanted to use the items he had brought with him from Earth. The guy opened his inventory and took out some kind of chest, a broken shield, and a stone. If you use the restoration chest of the Croken Magic Tower, you can repair the Secret Hunter's shield. By using this function, the shield was safe and sound in just a few seconds, and looked even better than before. After that, he picked up the Stone of Purity and decided to try it out too, because at first glance this purchase might seem like a waste of money, but it was not. It was important for Song Yun to feel fresh and energetic, like after taking a shower, and it was not at all a pity to pay a couple $1,000 for this feeling. There was still a whole hour left before the start of the new challenge, so the guy had time to check the challenge summary board and look into the community. He found that he was now in 3rd place in the ranking. This was a very good result, which pleased the boy quite a bit, because he made a jump from 16th place straight to 3rd. The boy wondered if this had brought him any closer to gaining the pioneer advantage, but he would have to go all the way to the 8th floor to find out. When he entered the community, he saw a bunch of messages about applicants looking for achievements related to killing. Some of the participants condemned this, but most were not against it. He realized that the once informative chat had turned into a field of chaotic madness, where people swear and insult each other, while others try to trade some skills. The guy knew that the mental resistance skills that were now being actively traded had the attractive effect of reducing psychological shock. But at the same time, they were not so clear-cut, because if you use the skill every time to let go of mental pain, then the essence of the problem will not change. The next message caught Song Yun's interest. One of the participants wrote that the person who leaked the information about the tests on the 4th floor was named Sudi Gong Yu. The guy remembered that this was the same challenger who had spoiled the atmosphere in the 4th floor community chat. It felt like he was inciting everyone to fight each other. Song Yun thought irritably, would it really be the same this time? He wanted to somehow protect himself from such psychological attacks. He decided that he needed to remember Sudi Gong Yu's nickname well and look for some information about him. But these thoughts were distracted by the announcement that from this moment on, the test on the 6th floor could begin. The goal of this test was occupation. Within the allotted time, it was necessary to capture one of the strongholds in any direction. When the guy opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in some strange place. He was in the sea, on which platforms were built so that one could move along them. Song Yun thought that such a limited space made the task much more difficult, as it made the strongholds quite impregnable and easy to defend. New notifications informed you that you need to work together with your teammates to complete the challenge. The guy began to wait for his allies to appear, but they did not join him for too long, and his soul became a little anxious. But he became much more alarmed after he saw a spear flying straight at his head. He managed to get his bearings in time and intercept the weapon so that it did not pierce his skull. The hunter began to pull the spear towards himself, and an unfamiliar guy fell out of the nearest portal, to whom, apparently, the weapon belonged. The stranger was slightly frightened and surprised at where he found himself, and that a supposed ally stood before him. Song Yun didn't help him up when he fell to the ground and hit himself hard. He approached and asked if the stranger really thought that attacking his own team was the right way to start cooperation. The unfamiliar green-eyed guy looked at him angrily and asked if he really didn't visit the community at all and didn't know what was going on. Song Yun guessed that his interlocutor meant that killing was the easiest way to get achievements that would help pass the trials. He asked if his potential ally was really trying to tell him that his main goal was to earn as many achievements as possible, and to do so at the expense of someone else's life. The stranger's eyes turned wild. He said that Song Yun's hypocrisy was going beyond the pale. He wanted him to look around before playing the role of a conscientious person. The green-eyed boy began to justify his actions, saying that he was not guilty of anything, and if anyone should be blamed, it should be the tower. After these words, he rushed at Song Yun and said that he should die as quickly as possible because he needed to earn an achievement. But the hunter was not going to sacrifice his life so easily. He wanted to deal with his unfortunate ally, but he was stopped by the cries of some people asking for help. The green-eyed man said that everyone around him was trying to earn rewards, and the guy should finally understand what was what. There was some kind of madness going on around. Instead of fulfilling the conditions of the test, the participants tried to kill each other. The platforms on which the contenders stood were covered in blood and strewn with corpses, and screams and sword blows were heard from each end. At first glance, it might seem that some people began to form alliances in order to join forces in such a difficult situation. The participants shook hands and said that they were glad to meet those who shared their opinion about the fact that one should not betray one's allies. One woman said that applicants should come to their senses and not sell their conscience for a reward. Her interlocutor shook her hand and said that she completely agreed with this opinion, but then her smile turned into a grin, and she hit her so-called ally right in the stomach. The assassin's eyes glowed red, and she said that one should not shake hands without a drop of doubt, because then one could lose the opportunity to draw one's sword. After killing the woman, the girl received the Vile Killer achievement, and her durability was increased by 1 point. The green-eyed guy looked at Song Yun and said that they needed to be honest with each other, because everyone wanted to get as many achievements as possible. He urged the boy to stop pretending to be a saint and become like everyone else, a power-hungry person who is not afraid to step over heads. When the stranger saw that Song Yun was distracted, he realized that he needed to act right now, because later it might be too late. He tried to attack again, and with a scream, he rushed at the guy, with the aim of driving the spear straight into his head. But Song Yun had everything under control. He didn't flinch even when the sword was a few centimeters from his eye. At the very last moment, the guy intercepted the enemy's spear and turned it against its owner, piercing the bastard's body right through. The stranger did not even understand how his opponent managed to move from place to place so quickly and strike him. Song Yun didn't want to do this, and he didn't want to get the traitor achievement either, even though his strength had increased by 1 stat. He suddenly realized that the test was somehow too weak, since the participants had time for such internecine slaughter. All these announcements about a special combination test now only caused laughter, but at the same time, this battle could safely be called an event, especially for Song Yun. After all, here he will be able to improve the mastery of his unique characteristics, and if he's lucky, he will be able to add a couple of new skills to his collection. However, the guy had no intention of attacking other contenders. He would simply follow the conditions and fight whoever decided to attack him first. One of the participants decided to protect himself from the maddened challengers, so he activated a protective iron dome around himself. He was so powerful that even the water parted in front of him, making room for his creator. This test was perfect for the man, who had previously studied water magic and was able to construct such a barrier. The challenger's attention was drawn to the fact that one of the participants was quickly approaching him. Some boy was running as fast as he could along the nearest platform, splashing water around him. When he reached the water barrier that the man had built around himself, he simply jumped over it, not intending to attack. Song Yun's gaze met with the man who was clearly expecting a brutal attack from him, as the two candidates had become disillusioned with each other and no longer trusted each other. The man began to think how he could save himself from this crazy bastard who was about to attack him. And he thought so for a reason, because Song Yun decided to live up to this man's expectations, so he hit his barrier, intending to break through it. But the guy didn't succeed. So the man started laughing and shouting that he would never be able to break through this iron dome. But Song Yun was able to neutralize the defense, so when he managed to get inside, he immediately attacked. He didn't just hit this stranger. He beat him so brutally that he was unable to even resist. After several blows, the man flew several meters to the side and fell dead. The boy's actions were very cruel, but at that moment the most important thing for him was the end result. In his eyes, the end justified the means. Seeing this guy's behavior, the other players thought that he was an awakened one who occupied a very high position. Some of them began to run away, believing that this applicant resembled a monster that was best left alone. Song Yun was able to instill fear in his opponents with his actions, but still the guy wanted to earn achievements without committing unnecessary murders. After some time, the guy captured the stronghold. Now he needed to hold out for 10 minutes and not let members of other teams into his territory. The guy knew that the high-ranking candidates were already beyond the 6th floor, which meant that most of the people around him were low-ranking, which made the task much easier. The test on this floor made one think about many things, such as how mistrust of others was a reality for low-ranking participants. Haunted by the darkness and gloom that the Tower of Trials fostered, they were doomed to die in fear. But feigned sympathy is real hypocrisy, even if the guy managed to drive his rivals away from himself by switching their attention to another stronghold. It was clear that in the end, someone would die anyway, and Song Yun would do everything to avoid being that person. A couple of minutes later, the guy received a notification that the enemy had entered the territory of his stronghold. He noticed movement to the side. It wasn't just one enemy approaching him, but four. They were grinning and slowly approaching him. The blonde boy told Song Yun that he had a very confused face because he probably expected to see a team of 2 people, but suddenly there were 4. Song Yun put the most arrogant note into his voice and said that everything was obvious to him, even without the blonde's explanation. He believed that 4 notorious bastards got together and formed a squad of assassins in order to earn more achievements. The blonde said that the boy was not stupid and immediately grasped the essence, and now he would like to carry out this sentence and kill the one who was stopping him. The blonde boy smiled and now looked like a madman who wished death to everything that moved. He did not act on his own, but sent 2 henchmen to do the dirty work so that he would not get his own hands dirty. Song Yun prepared himself for a fight. It would not be easy to defeat 2 at once, but he was not going to give up his stronghold and victory to this arrogant idiot and his gang. The guy standing next to the blonde activated his unique characteristic called heart fusion, and purple light began to spread around him. Song Yun felt uneasy when he saw the notifications that came to him through the use of heart fusion. From that moment on, he shared the pain of the challenger Kim Jin-hyun. After that, the blonde's henchman smiled and grabbed his sword. This action clearly meant more than it seemed at first glance. That's how it was, because this Kim Jin-hyun pierced his palm, which was not at all logical, because they were about to go on the attack, and with a sore hand, it was extremely problematic. But a moment later, it became clear to Song Yun that this was not just a crazy act, because a wound began to appear on his hand as well. The sharp pain made him release his thunder sword from his hands. He didn't expect that he would be able to feel such sensations from an object that didn't even touch his body. He quickly activated the pain tolerance skill and reduced the discomfort by 15%. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy was in confusion, another member of the blonde's gang decided to attack. The bald man surprised the boy even more because instead of attacking with a standard weapon, he simply spilled water around. It landed on Song Yun, and he immediately received a notification that he had touched the seawater of the 6th floor of the test. This should have meant something, but the guy couldn't figure out what exactly. But a second later, everything became clear to him, because his strength, agility, and endurance were reduced by 10 points. The duration of the penalty lasted for 3 whole minutes. Song Yun understood that there was a penalty for contact with water, but it was surprising that he was not warned about this at the beginning of the test. When the guy was at his most vulnerable, 4 of his opponents decided to attack at the same time. He looked at it all and was surprised that this was now his reality. He understood that all these circumstances were clearly not in his favor. But despite this, the guy began to think about his plan of further actions, because he was not going to lose. A couple of thoughts came to his mind, so he chuckled and said that an ordinary player might be confused, but he was a hunter who could handle anything. But his enemies did not take these words seriously, so they rushed towards him with great enthusiasm to kill him and get the achievement. When the first enemy was already very close and swung his sword, Song Yun quickly and very easily dodged the blow. He didn't even have time to understand what happened. The guy said that the strategy of depriving the enemy of weapons and reducing his stats was pretty good, but the 4 scoundrels made one fatal mistake. Now the attacker was seriously scared, because he realized that they had gotten involved with a very difficult player, and even 4 of them might have a hard time. Song Yun grabbed his enemy and said that the guys had chosen the wrong victim, because he would not timidly watch as they tried to take away his victory. The guy from the blonde's gang flew back a few meters and landed painfully in the middle of the platform, causing it to crack from the weight of his body and the force of the blow. His 3 comrades watched this with their mouths open because they did not expect at all that this weak-looking guy would possess such strength. Song Yun didn't even pay attention when he received a notification that he had obtained the one-hit kill achievement and created the disdain for the weak skill. If the opponent was unable to surpass one of Song Yun's characteristics, this skill would increase his own strength according to the difference in characteristics. When a bald man decided to try his luck and avenge his comrade, the guy immediately received a message that all the enemy's stats were much lower than his, which allowed him to increase his strength. The big guy believed that he definitely had enough strength to defeat their enemy, because it seemed to him that he had more than enough skills. But Song Yun decided to try out his new skill that allowed him to increase his stats and attacked the overconfident man, kneeing him in the face. Even though the guy hit the bald bastard really well, he was able to swing and counterattack, so Song Yun had to jump to the side. But a new blow was not long in coming, because this four narcissistic idiots began to seriously irritate the young hunter. The bald giant did not survive this blow, and Song Yun was awarded the achievement Merciless Killer, which increased his agility by 1 stat. The blonde and his last henchman watched as the enemies skillfully dealt with their comrades. They already regretted that they messed with this guy. But the fair-haired guy had such strong pride that he simply could not allow someone to treat him like that. But Song Yun didn't care about this at all, because after dealing with 2 guys, he slowly approached the remaining 2. The brunette who had the heart fusion skill asked what they should do now. He suggested attacking simultaneously, as it would increase the chances of success. But his ally did not respond. Instead, he silently drew his sword and showed his readiness to engage in battle. Then he did something that no one expected, not even the boy standing next to him. The blonde hit his ally in the leg, covering the poor guy's body with blood, and all this was done so that Song Yun would also feel wild pain, which is what happened. The pain was so sharp that the guy couldn't stay on one leg. He was knocked down and had to sit on his knee to avoid falling altogether. The boys were literally sharing the same pain, but fortunately for Song Yun, there was no real damage. The main problem was in limiting his actions. The blonde's ally writhed in pain and screamed that the guy he trusted was a bastard who shouldn't be considered human. But the blonde's cruelty was not limited to just a blow to the leg. He decided to use his so-called comrade to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. The boy tried to crawl away from this killer, but he failed, and the blonde once again pierced him with his sword, thereby causing the 2 boys to scream from unbearable pain. The distraught boy screamed, telling Song Yun that if he came 1 step closer, he would slit his henchman's throat. Thanks to the pain-tolerant skill, the young hunter could at least move around somehow. But the problem was that at such speed it was difficult to react to the enemy's attacks. Song Yun thought that, as expected, there was only one answer to solving this difficult problem. He must kill the challenger who activated the heart fusion skill and connected their bodies at an inexplicable level as soon as possible. So he gathered the rest of his strength into a fist and ran towards his enemies, who did not expect such an act from him. The blonde held his sword at the ready and was completely sure that the enemy was attacking him. But what a surprise it was when his henchman's head was cut off without further thought. When Song Yun took this desperate step, he knew that he would also be in pain, but he never expected that the sensation would be so strong. He couldn't even breathe in air. The guy fell to his knees. He wanted to scream from wild pain, but he physically couldn't do it. It seemed as if his throat was filled with hot metal. The blonde thought that this situation could still be turned to his advantage, so he decided that if he didn't attack the guy now, there might not be another chance. He rushed at the defenseless enemy with his sword at the ready, and was already anticipating the new achievements that would appear in his arsenal as a result of killing this powerful enemy. But Song Yun still had a few aces up his sleeve. When the sword was already above his head, the boy grabbed the blade with his hands and did not let it go down and cut the flesh. The boy asked the blonde if he was interested in what it was like to have your throat cut and have that feeling literally permeate your entire being. His enemy smiled madly and said that he could help and would make this suffering stop. Song Yun had slightly different plans, so he gathered all his strength and pulled the sword towards himself, cutting through his own flesh on his hands. When the rest of the blade was in his hands, he knew perfectly well how to use it, because there was very little time left until the end of the test. The guy's eyes lit up with real hatred, because this blonde bastard was able to really piss him off. The blonde managed to say that his opponent was a real psycho, after which, thanks to Song Yun's efforts, he forever lost the ability to open his filthy mouth. When that nasty guy finally stopped his annoying speeches, the boy wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Thanks to this kill, he received the Cold-Blooded Slasher achievement and received 1,500 points. A blue screen appeared, indicating that the test time had expired and the stronghold had been successfully captured. All the surviving participants received similar messages. They hugged and rejoiced that they had made it through and had not died in this meat grinder. Whether this was all an incitement to kill each other remained an open question. But in the end, those who managed to keep the team together won the test. Song Yun noticed that there were also those who tried their best to justify their vile actions and prove, first of all to themselves, that they were not bad people. One of the guys sat in a pool of blood that was flowing from the corpse and kept saying that he was not guilty of anything because it was his opponent who was unable to dodge the blow. This picture made the guy think seriously about who he was in the eyes of other candidates. Did he really look like the same monster as those who mercilessly cut down everyone in a row just to get an achievement and increase some indicator by 1%? Finally, a portal appeared that took him to the waiting room. Song Yun passed the 6th floor and received a random draw box as a reward. But before entering the portal, the guy stopped. The souls of the dead participants beckoned him, so he decided not to refuse them. He activated the necromancy skill and absorbed the souls of 4 guys who thought they could kill him just because there was a chance to gain some power. The rank of this unique characteristic has increased by 1 level, as the mastery has reached 100%. When the guy finally returned to the waiting room, a screen appeared in front of his eyes and informed him that the achievement viewing function had been activated. Song Yun carefully read the information and was surprised that he had obtained so many achievements, especially the first return, which was as high as C rank. He clicked on the screen and wanted to learn more about the benefits this achievement provided. Based on the information the guy learned, he concluded that if a player earns an achievement, he will receive various rewards, points, or stat increases. Opening his inventory, he found a random draw box, from which he could get one of the items from F to D rank. The guy took it out and realized that it was a reward for breaking through the 6th floor. He did not expect something grandiose, because the rank of the possible gift was not high at all. He decided that out of idle curiosity, he would look at what was inside and then begin to absorb souls. The box opened and a bright light poured out, causing Song Yun to squint. The guy didn't expect to see what was inside at all. Some small green body jumped out into the room. Everything happened so quickly that Song Yun didn't have time to see the creature. This lump began to rush around the room at incredible speed. It must be admitted that the baby was very agile. When this thing froze in place, the guy finally managed to get a good look at it. The creature resembled a tiny goblin with sharp little fangs and glowing yellow eyes. They looked at each other with the same curiosity. It seemed like the baby was also trying to figure out who Song Yun was. The boy suddenly felt so happy that he almost burst out laughing. Now he needed to catch this Pokemon, but the task was more difficult than it might seem. He tried to jump sharply on the mini goblin and try to grab it, because the room was not that big, which meant that sooner or later he would be able to drive the creature into a corner. But nothing came of it, because the green prankster decided to make fun of his new friend and play tag. At first, Song Yun was amused, but when he couldn't catch his gift even after the 10th try, he became a little annoyed that such a small lump could fool him. After some time of running, falling, and choice curses, the guy finally managed to achieve his goal, and the mini-goblin was in his hands. Song Yun's happiness knew no bounds. He had never been so happy even when he managed to pass the test on a new floor of the tower. But the joy did not last too long, because the creature, in addition to its fast paws, also had very sharp teeth. And these teeth at one point already bit into the hand of the boy, who did not expect at all that his new friend would be so unfriendly. The baby clung to his flesh so hard that tears began to flow from the boy's eyes. He had been through many battles and knew what it felt like to have his throat cut, but it was the teeth of this Pokemon that brought tears to his eyes. After keeping Song Yun in this state for a few seconds, the nimble monster jumped to the other side of the room and looked slyly at its new owner. The last drops of the guy's patience were exhausted. Before this, he had been quite gentle with his new friend, because he seemed so nice. But now the green-skinned baby can't count on mercy. The boy once again jumped towards the Pokemon, hoping to catch it on the first try. But he proved once again that he was much more agile than the human boy. The guy's patience had finally evaporated. Now he was ready to do anything, just to get the monster into his hands. But the kid had no idea that his new friend was plotting against him in such insidious ways, so he continued his merry runs around the waiting room. Song Yun decided to act as he would deal with his enemies in a similar situation. He jumped up to perform one of the maneuvers. The guy decided that it was time to stop standing on ceremony with this creature. He himself had brought upon himself the use of brute physical force. So he used a skill called Critical Strike. It would definitely calm down the nimble monster. The mini-goblin's head turned red and began to split. The boy realized that the box had not given him a friend. The baby was just a carrier of that very gift. A moment later, the entire green body began to crack. as a result of which it began to disintegrate into pieces and eventually simply split, releasing some kind of suspension. A message came in that Song Yun had drawn an item that matched the highest grade in the random draw box. The guy decided that the item was Class B, since this was the rank that was stated to be the highest one could obtain. In front of him was a B-rank wrought iron pendant. It increased the effects of metallurgy and swordsmanship skills and allowed the activation of steel defense. It was nice to hold in my hands such a beautiful and functional item that would definitely come in handy in battle. But what interested Song Yun most was the steel defense skill. The name was intriguing, so he decided to try out the pendant. The decoration began to glow and heat up in the hand of its owner, as if to indicate that some kind of power was about to be released. The guy's body also began to glow, but no armor appeared on him, and there was no shield in his hands. But then a message appeared that the hunter's skin could absorb 10% of physical damage. This pleasantly surprised Song Yun. He didn't expect anything useful from a low-ranking item, but in the end he had an indispensable defensive tool. This pendant had much better stats than most A-rank items. As it was equipped with both attack and defense, the decoration was truly powerful. Once again, the guy didn't expect anything from the gifts from the Tower of Trials and ended up hitting the jackpot. But at one point, the entire effect of the pendant dissipated and a message appeared that the guy had run out of mana. Song Yun realized that the downside of this exclusive effect was that it simply consumed mana at lightning speed. He deactivated the pendant and hid it under his shirt, because it was clear that it was worth saving mana in order to be able to use this item at the right moment. While there was time, the guy wanted to check the status of his unique characteristic, which had recently been assigned rank D. But as it turned out, there was no time left, because the tower offered to pass the next test right now, without allocating another minute for rest and waiting. Song Yun didn't see anything wrong with being able to start the test earlier. He was just wondering if everyone's waiting time had been lifted. After visiting the chat, he realized that everyone had been in the same situation. But the guys didn't care, because all the conversations were only about how they wanted to get home as soon as possible. Song Yun guessed that this attitude might be because most of these applicants were low-ranking hunters. Compared to the 6th floor, the manner of communication in the chat had changed greatly. There was no longer such chaos and open calls to kill other participants. The boy was sure that all these maniacs had gone quiet, because the next test was individual, and by entering into dialogue here they would not win anything. He knew to be wary of homicidal maniacs who used the lives of their comrades as tools for their own gain. The guy also realized that he needed to develop skills that would not be shaken by any variables and would not fail at the right moment. The next thing he looked at was the status window for the unique necromancy stat, and discovered that the skill was described much more extensively than before. The guy began to absorb information on how to use this skill, because the Tower of Trials very rarely gave such specific information. Previously, the information provided focused on increasing stats and upgrading basic skills. The updated data stated that the soul could now be used both as a magical power and as a protective shell. Song Yun hoped that something like an increase in the probability of obtaining a skill would appear. After all, anything could happen, so the ability to protect the body would never be redundant. A crazy thought came into the guy's head, but he didn't analyze it in great detail. So without thinking, he took the sword out of his inventory. He really wanted to test how effective the spiritual shield was, and the sword would help him in this test. Song Yun decided that it was worth the risk, because even if he cut off his arm, the waiting room was equipped with a healing buff anyway. So the boy threw the sword into the air and put his hand in the place where the trajectory of the ball hit. When the blade was already very close to the flesh, the guy caught his breath, because it's not every day that you deliberately harm yourself. But when the blow happened, he felt nothing, and saw a notification that the spirit had absorbed the damage that the sword could have done to him. But as a result of this test, the soul of the player Wook Sungjin disappeared, which was a bit of a shame, because in fact, he wasted his soul. But now he knew his own capabilities. The young hunter looked at his intact hand in amazement and could not believe that he was able to parry even such powerful blows. The boy was overwhelmed with joy, because the effectiveness of this skill exceeded all his expectations. But he decided that it was better not to absorb all the souls, but to always have a couple in reserve, to ensure his own protection. Now he wanted to open the board with the test results. This information had interested him since the moment he appeared in the waiting room. Looking at the blue screen, the guy discovered that he had dropped to 4th place. It was a bit of a shame, but it wasn't critical, because to get the title of Pioneer, you need to get into the top 50. Feeling his muscles starting to ache, Song Yun began to stretch and realized that he was very tired, but now was not the time to beat around the bush. He looked at the portal that would take him to the next floor and told himself it was time to take on the next challenge. The guy entered the portal and was transported to the 7th floor. The theme of this test was proof. It was necessary to manage to complete 3 tasks in the allotted time. The reward was the skill Grace of the Wind. Song Yun began to look around the strange corridor he had been transported to. He felt strange because the atmosphere of this room was completely different from the previous test sites. He walked along the eerie corridors and felt the ringing silence and the complete absence of anyone, which began to terribly bother him. Suddenly, at the end of the tunnel, he noticed a blinding light. The guy almost rolled his eyes because the picture was terribly cliched, but he still began to walk towards this light, because it was a clear sign that his presence was expected ahead. After passing through the wall of light, the guy found himself in the first test zone, where he must prove that he has overcome all his fears. A shudder ran through Song Yun's body as he looked around and noticed that he was alone in the middle of a vast desert. He realized that if it was about fears, then this was exactly the place he had to go. After all, before, no one had scared him more than the sand monsters that could mix you with mud and swallow you into the depths of the desert. Song Yun knew very well that he would have to face a sand golem similar to the one he had defeated back on the 1st floor of the tower. This space was a reproduction of the training test during the first playthrough. Then 3 tests that the guy had already passed would be recreated. But Song Yun was no longer the same scared boy who first came here. Now he could defeat the sand golem with his eyes closed. But did this mean that he would soon find himself on the 8th floor? Or would the Tower of Trials, as always, be able to surprise him with its tricks? Most likely, the tasks will not be as simple as one might think, because the sand golem was growing literally before our eyes. It was so huge that Song Yun had to raise his head as high as possible to see the creature's face. Last time, the monster was definitely smaller in size. It seemed like his size had tripled, and one could only wonder if his basic skills had changed. But the guy was ready to accept this challenge with pride, because now he accepted the battle as a gift, and not as a punishment. This was his main change. The golem didn't wait long, so he immediately swung his huge stone fist and aimed it at the guy, who had already put up his shield. He took his weapon from his inventory and decided that he would try to hit his opponent on the head, even though the guy looked like a toy soldier compared to him. But a soldier like Song Yun could easily inflict damage on anyone. The guy understood this perfectly well inside himself, so he rushed into battle without any doubts. As he approached the monster, he began to calculate the trajectory of the blow, which would inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible, because the correct blow was the key to a quick victory. Song Yun jumped up as the monster's fist almost crushed him. Now he could easily run up the golem's arm and reach its head. He finally managed to jump on the monster's head. It couldn't do anything about it, so the guy had space to examine his opponent. Song Yun noticed a very strange thing. The weak point of the sand golem is the core, but on this particular monster it was nowhere to be seen. The boy suggested that it could be hidden somewhere very deep. Perhaps the more massive the golem, the more hidden the weak spot was. The guy had time to look around and think, and the golem only now realized that his opponent had climbed onto his head and was feeling comfortable there. He swung the stone skull and the boy fell off his skull, after which he tried to grab him with his stone hand. The attempt was quite successful, because the monster's palm slammed shut, trapping the boy's body inside. To make sure that the annoying little man was dead, the golem clenched his hand into a fist, leaving the guy no chance of survival. But this insidious plan did not work, because Song Yun had unique skills that helped him free himself from the monster's grip without any problems. The stone vise could not withstand the guy's strength, so it literally exploded from such an onslaught. At this time, Song Yun was able to escape. He was safe and sound, so attempts to kill him were futile. The guy realized that he wouldn't be able to deal with the enemy with one blow, so it was decided to simply cut him into pieces. This is exactly what he started doing. The sand golem was getting hit in every part of his body. There was no living place left on him, but the guy continued to attack. Song Yun was already tired of chopping the stone flesh, but he knew that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to proceed to the next test. Finally, the golem began to give way, his body began to crumble, and his head literally split in half. The guy just cut the sand over and over again. He understood that he had to find and destroy the core at any cost. But for now, this tactic only enraged the monster, which made the task much more difficult, since he was now too active. The stone monster attacked more and more furiously, sweeping away everything in its path, but Song Yun still managed to stay on his feet despite the real sandstorm that raged around him. The boy was surprised that the golem was capable of creating such chaos, but it was obvious, because the monster was of such a size that anything could be expected from it. But when the sand monster jumped, the guy suddenly wanted to be in a completely different place, because he did not expect such a turn of events. At that moment, he became truly scared, because the ground began to shake under his feet, and it seemed that even the sky was not visible because of the sand. It was no problem to dodge the enemy's blow, but if a sand wave fell on the boy, he could be considered dead. Song Yun barely managed to jump back from the new attack. The monster, although huge, acted very quickly, so it was necessary to always be on guard. It all turned into a real sandy nightmare. The guy kept dodging attacks, not being able to land a single blow. If you looked at this battle from the outside, it might seem as if some powerful bomb had exploded right in the middle of the desert. The golem continued to create a real sand madness, hoping that he could finally kill the annoying little man who hurt him. But this guy was not so easy to kill, because despite all the efforts of the monster, he was still alive. The guy wasn't just angry, he was in a real rage, which he wanted to take out on his sworn enemy, who had fed him plenty of sand. The sandstorm carried him to a very advantageous position, which was above the monster's head, so the guy had an excellent view and room to maneuver. He took out his thunder sword and decided that he needed to act right now, because the enemy was in a very convenient position for his attack. Song Yun quickly descended onto the sandy ground and was already looking around for where to strike. But the enemy had discovered him too quickly, and clearly had no intention of simply standing still. The boy decided to use a skill called 3 Absolutes. Activating this skill, his eyes lit up with a blue light, and lightning began to crackle around his body. The effect of this skill was to strengthen 3 sword attacks using mana, and it also increased the cutting power of swords by 2.5 times. Without thinking twice, the guy attacked, and this time, the monster had a hard time because he received a wound to his torso. The golem's limbs began to fall off. The first to lose was his arm, and he roared in rage. But that was not all that the monster had lost. After all, the guy didn't even think about finishing hitting him with his thunder sword, which cut through even such a durable material as the body of the sand monster. His own strength surprised Song Yun himself, because he didn't think that he would be able to blow off the arm with just one blow. It was simply an amazing effect. When he encountered the so-called floor infiltration, he was angry. But now he realized that he should probably thank that night for intruding on his trial. Even though the golem was restored with the help of sand, the boy must still continue to slash with his sword until he finds the core inside its body. Song Yun decided that he would deliver the most powerful blows, after which it would be very difficult for the enemy to restore his limbs and make them function again. He dealt one cut after another, preventing all attempts of the monster to regenerate. This made the enemy almost defenseless. The guy felt that such actions were starting to bring him pleasure, especially the fact that his enemy was looking at him with fear in his eyes. His attacks bore fruit, and the golem could no longer move his limbs normally, because they simply did not have time to restore their activity. But despite the fact that he had already almost completely cut the golem to pieces, the core still could not be found. But still, the continuous blows did their job and affected the monster in the most unexpected way. The monster significantly decreased in size. The guy grinned and asked when the golem managed to become such a cutie. The monster didn't even know how to react to such words. Apparently, it was the first time he heard that he was considered cute. It seemed that the word sarcasm was inaccessible to his stone brain. It was clear that the sand that made up the golem's work could not be extracted from the environment indefinitely, which was why it had shrunk so much in size. The boy thought about it, because this new information forced him to reconsider his plan of further actions. He laughed and asked the monster if he wanted to lose a few more extra pounds, because if he wanted to, the guy would be happy to help him with this. When the meaning of these words reached the monster, he screamed, because he understood that at this rate, he would lose all his strength. He really didn't want to part with his extra pounds, so he decided not to wait for the guy to attack and rushed into battle first. But Song Yun had clearly defined his goal, and now no actions would create obstacles that would prevent him from achieving it. Swinging his sword, he chose a place to strike. Once again, the golem's arm was damaged, and he began waving his healthy arm, trying to drive the guy away like an annoying fly. The boy already felt that his energy was running out, but he could not give up his idea, because his victory and successful passing of the test of fear were at stake. He decided to gather the rest of his strength into a fist and deliver the most powerful blow. He succeeded, and now the golem's body was cut in half at the waist. The stone monster roared and fell into the sand. It was clear that it was trying to get up, but its attempts were unsuccessful. The golem roared and tried to do something, but all he could do was let out unrelated sounds that spoke of his weakness and imminent death. But that was what Song Yun thought. But Golem had no plans to die at all. Yes, he had shrunk in size, but after a couple of seconds, the sand helped him recover and he was back on his feet. Although the monster was smaller in size, he was now so angry that he just wanted to tear his opponent to shreds. But Song Yun had no time to worry, because he had finally found what he had been looking for so long, the key to his victory in this test. The golem's core was on his back. Previously, his body was covered with a thick layer of sand, so it was extremely difficult to get to him or even just see him. The guy realized that about 10 minutes had passed. Only 40 minutes were allotted to complete the 7th floor test, so he needed to calm down and hurry. The golem was not going to stand and wait for the enemy to attack, so he decided to rush into battle first and swung his fist. Song Yun managed to easily dodge this blow, since it was now much easier to move since the enemy was about the same height as him. He decided to play a joke on the golem, saying that after such an intensive diet, the monster became much more agile than it had been before. Although the guy wanted to play with his enemy a little longer, he didn't have time for it, because he had to manage to pass the remaining 2 tests. He jumped behind his opponent and finally pierced his thunder sword into his core, which was huge and seemed to be calling out to be split. Feeling that its weak point had been destroyed, the sand beast screamed loudly, for this was definitely the end for it. The red core shattered into 1,000 small pieces, and finally it could be considered that the first stage of testing the 7th floor had been completed. Song Yun saw a notification from the system that he had proven his ability to overcome fear and had successfully completed all the conditions of the first test. The guy exhaled and watched with relief as his opponent literally crumbled before his eyes, turning into what he was made of, into the most ordinary sand. Suddenly, he was blinded by a bright light that threatened to engulf his body, but the boy knew that he shouldn't be afraid of this flash, because it should carry him to the next stage of the task. But before that, he wanted to have time to use his necromancy skill and absorb the spirit of the destroyed golem, which was supposed to bring him some new skills. But the problem was that the absorption started too late, and the guy had already entered the portal when he started doing it. The spirit followed him into the portal and began to dissolve in the middle of the light space. A second later, a notification came that the absorption had failed. Song Yun was very angry and annoyed because of this, because the increase in his skill was lost between spaces. Soon, he entered the second testing zone, in which he had to prove that he had become wiser than he had been before, a wording that raised many questions. He began to look around and discovered some oddities that immediately caught his eye. The location of the second test was an orc settlement, which he burned down during the passage of the 2nd floor. As expected, there was a repetition of the previous tests. Song Yun guessed what to expect next, so he boldly stepped forward and walked straight into the center of the burning village. But something caught his attention, a sight he had never seen before when he went through this test the first time. A crowd of orcs gathered in the middle of the village, completely ignoring the fire. They sat near the corpse of their fellow and silently looked at it. He realized that there were orc rangers in front of him. During the test on the 2nd floor, he destroyed them in the village. It turns out that now the subsequent events are unfolding in front of him. He recognized the corpse in front of which everyone had gathered, because it was he who had killed it. Now it caused him unpleasant feelings, but at the time it seemed to him the only correct decision. Finally, one of the green-skinned monsters looked up and saw a guy standing very close, one of his eyes glowing red, which did not bode well. It seemed that the orc who was looking at the guy so attentively had taken on the duties of the head of the village, because he began to order things around to the rest of his brothers. His voice conveyed suffering and genuine hatred, so that one could conclude that he was ordering the warriors to immediately avenge the head of the village and all those killed as a result of the fire. Suddenly, all the orcs started screaming like crazy. Song Yun guessed that they were having a fit of rage, because this phenomenon was often observed in monsters overcome by anger. The orcs in a frenzied state were no longer pitiful monsters like the E-rank, but were now much more dangerous opponents. So now a whole crowd of monsters was rushing towards the guy, who were ready to tear him to pieces with their bare hands. He realized that today he was clearly unlucky. Hundreds of thoughts flew through the boy's head about how he would manage to deal with a whole horde of monsters that were in a state that could not be called adequate. The guy was surprised by another thing. Monsters were not supposed to show pain from the loss of a family member. This is not at all typical behavior for them. He decided to activate the skills Instant Acceleration and 3 Absolutes. Feeling a little more confident, Song Yun rushed to attack. It seemed that this fight was unequal, because a bunch of monsters were rushing at one weak little man, but everything turned out the opposite, and the boy managed to bring the enemies to their knees. When only one orc remained alive, he looked around and saw only the scattered body parts of his brothers, and decided that the best solution would be to surrender. The orc simply saw no point in fighting, since his entire village had been burned down, and his friends and relatives were lying in pools of their own blood right in the middle of the street. The guy asked what it was like to stand there and just watch your family die, unable to do anything, because he knew those feelings all too well. These words caused another fit of rage in the monster. His eyes glowed red, and his mouth twisted with anger and unbearable mental pain. The orc decided that even if there were no more reasons to fight, he could at least try to kill the one who was the culprit of all these misfortunes. This behavior was expected, because a cornered predator was always the most dangerous, so he deftly dodged the monster's blow. After that, he decided to do what he had to do to finally end this ordeal. So without thinking twice, the guy cut off the head of the last orc from the village. After this, the system immediately notified him that he had proven that he had become wiser, and the second test had been successfully completed. Song Yun realized that this time there was no time to waste, and if he wanted to have time to activate the necromancy skill, he needed to do it right now. The light that promised to take him to the next location had already begun to appear, but the guy had managed to activate his skill, and the absorption of the orc's souls had already begun. The souls of the dead flocked to him as if he were their master, and threatened to tear him in half, so strong was the energy felt inside the guy's body. This was not surprising, because he had absorbed all the spirits of the orc rangers. Thanks to this, his skill increased by 6%, and the souls that were in his possession were as many as 19. He increased his mastery of the hunter's dagger and instant acceleration skills, and finally entered the 3rd trial zone, where he had to prove that he had overcome all his doubts. The guy realized that this time they were going to really screw with his brains, so he decided that he needed to gather his courage as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, he found himself in the middle of the sea. In front of him were familiar platforms for movement, a location Song Yun did not expect to see at all. The 6th floor battle platform was not a place he wanted to return to, which was probably why it became his test. Based on the logic of the tower, the guy thought that he would end up on the 3rd floor landing, since he had previously been to the reconstruction of the 1st and 2nd floors, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the layout of the slabs was different. Song Yun sighed, and realized that there was no point in looking for common sense in the Tower of Trials, because what was surprising if such an ignorant test with the orcs received the label of wisdom? Opening his inventory, the guy took out a life potion, which allowed him to restore 20% of his physical and magical strength. He uncorked the bottle and decided that he needed to have a drink before some pretenders jumped out at him with a manic desire to kill someone. Song Yun quickly swallowed the terribly bitter liquid, which burned his throat and caused a disgusting feeling of nausea. But when he drank the last drop, he felt much better, because literally every cell of his body was filled with energy and eager to fight. The boy decided that the Trials Tower deserved to be a little messed up, so he threw the empty bottle straight into the water. He clearly didn't expect such a reaction from the tower. The water suddenly rose and began to bubble, after which a wave formed and doused the guy from head to toe. But the strangeness didn't end there, because now the water began to throw up platforms on which one could previously move freely. The guy had already regretted 10 times that he had thrown that filthy bottle into the sea, because now the location seemed to want to take revenge on him for the disrespect he had shown. He activated the killer cloak and began to quickly run away, because all the platforms began to collapse, and the boy risked ending up right in the open sea and temporarily reducing his skills. The tests that had been played so far had all followed the existing rules, so Song Yun decided that in order to pass this task, he would need to find and occupy a stronghold. Until then, he needs to do everything he can to avoid coming into contact with the water here, as it will make him much weaker. The guy understood that his speed was higher than the speed with which the wave was approaching, so the water should not catch up with him. He already thought that everything was going more than well and he just needed to move in the same direction, but something went wrong. After all, the slab beneath him began to shake and then flew into the air, throwing the boy straight into the seawater. A notification came that Song Yun had touched the water, and he cursed under his breath in irritation, because this could not be allowed to happen. Due to this failure, the boy's strength, agility, and endurance were reduced by 10%, and this will last for 3 minutes. There was hope that there was some common sense in the Tower of Trials, but when the slab beneath it began to take on a life of its own, those hopes were dashed. He had no choice but to adapt to the current reality, so he activated the instant acceleration skill and tried to save the situation. This helped the guy save the situation because now he was able to quickly jump from one platform hovering in the air to another. Song Yun ran and thought only that he never imagined that there would be a possibility of dying in such a place. It was becoming increasingly difficult to jump because the slabs were being thrown up by the water in a completely chaotic manner. It was simply impossible to predict how much this or that platform would be thrown up. But still, there was at least one piece of good news. Song Yun finally saw the red platform, which was the very stronghold that needed to be captured. She looked as if she had been waiting for the boy for a long time, standing out against the restless surface of the sea. The boy gritted his teeth and began to tell himself that this annoying ordeal would soon end. But the tower was not going to make things easy for its challenger, because now the water began to form a funnel that threatened to swallow up everything that came near it. The plates also began to react to this chaos and began to tremble and fly even higher. Several streams of water formed waves that were just trying to cover the boy. Song Yun wanted to scream from all this madness that the tower decided to arrange. It seemed that it was deliberately not allowing his victory and putting a spoke in the wheel. Despite the turbulent water currents, the guy still continued to move towards the stronghold. He could already see its red surface and told himself that he only had to hold out for a little while longer, and then there would be the long-awaited triumph. But his attention was drawn to the fact that streams of water began to appear behind him, moving, clearly repeating the trajectory of his movements. The guy didn't have time to test his theory, as it was immediately confirmed. The water was chasing him, and now it shot him in the back, knocking Song Yun off his feet. The blow was so strong that it took his breath away, and he could not get the required amount of oxygen into his lungs. So he began to choke and lose consciousness. He was saved by a wrought iron pendant that activated the exclusive effect of steel defense, the protective layer absorbing 10% of physical damage. And the soul of one of the orc rangers absorbed all the damage that was done to the guy, after which it disappeared. Song Yun felt the shockwave very clearly, but just before the water attack could do any damage to him, the shield blocked it. So now the guy was able to get out of this whirlpool and continue his way to the stronghold. He ran with all the strength he could muster, for it was clear that the tower was not yet finished playing with him, and it always had surprises in store for later. The guy had already jumped towards the stronghold, after which a notification immediately arrived that the time given for passing the test had expired. The exclusive effect of the killer cloak also suddenly turned off, so all that was left was to hope that instant acceleration wouldn't fail, since Song Yun's mana was already at 0. He decided to do something that had just occurred to him. He materialized one of the souls in his hands and decided that this attempt was the only way out. The guy threw this red energy clot into his mouth and began to try to chew it. The power he felt was too unbridled, so Song Yun covered his mouth with his hand because he felt like he was about to throw up. This action resulted in the guy being able to replenish his mana using the spirit of another orc. Now his strength had returned to him again. But the tower was still not calmed down, for the water streams began to gather into unbridled whirlpools again. But Song Yun was already tired of fighting the elements. He decided that he would simply go to the stronghold, no matter what. The red surface of the platform was already very close. A few more meters and the guy would step onto it. But suddenly, The water surface in front of him exploded into thousands of splashes, and another platform flew into the air, blocking his path. Song Yun just wanted to howl in despair, because as soon as he approached his goal, 1,000 obstacles appeared on his path. This time, the water currents turned from whirlpools into giant tentacles that were just trying to grab the guy and drag him into their depths. But he decided to move on, despite the fact that danger was literally everywhere, in order to create at least some safety. Song Yun took out a shield and began to hold it at the ready. After this, the guy took a desperate step and jumped straight into the water, which continued to bubble and threatened to drown the daredevil. Once in the sea, Song Yun felt a scorching cold, so strong that he began to feel a severe shortage of oxygen and his insides twisted into knots. But the wrought iron pendant came to the rescue again and absorbed all the pain that the boy began to experience, thanks to which he managed to emerge to the surface. He was thrown so high that he didn't even notice the notification that the soul of another orc, which had also restored the guy's physical abilities, had disappeared. Falling from such a height was unimaginably scary, so Song Yun screamed at the top of his lungs when he saw that he was approaching the stronghold. When he landed, his weight seriously damaged the platform, and the guy only survived thanks to several orc souls restoring his body. Song Yun could barely breathe. He had never experienced such severe pain in his life, but his body was on the red platform, which meant that all the suffering was not in vain. When the boy opened his eyes, he realized that his suffering was not over yet, so the question of whether he would survive remained open. After all, the water currents were circling right above his body, and it was unclear what they were going to do. But Song Yun didn't flinch, even when the sea tentacles came right up to his face. After which, a system message appeared saying that the boy had proven that he had overcome his doubts. The water did not touch him, but began to return to the depths of the sea, and this completed the third test. But the Tower of Trials had a sense of humor, because at the end, one of the water streams doused Song Yun with ice water. The boy realized that the damned test was finally over, but the tower made him suffer until the very last second. As soon as the portal appeared in front of Song Yun, he was notified that he had passed the 7th floor and received the skill Grace of the Wind, 15,000 points, and also, the speed boots were sent to his inventory. When the boy finally found himself in the waiting room, emotions overwhelmed him, because for the first time he was so close to failure. Because of the current situation, he was very anxious about immediately setting off to conquer the 8th floor. He doubted that he would continue to be lucky. The guy noticed the messages that only 1,000 applicants had passed the 7th floor. He was interested in the fact that the skill store was open, and floor implementation was also available. But the icing on the cake was that he was the contender called the Pioneer, and now Song Yun could choose the Halo. The Halo is an advantage that can only be obtained if the applicant has been awarded the title of Pioneer on all previous floors. The guy was surprised that the system warned that this phenomenon affected the unique characteristics and skills of the applicant, so it was worth choosing wisely. Song Yun was offered a choice of options, which included Ruler, Hunter, and Monk, but he did not want to rush, and decided that he needed to read the description of each Halo first. The Ruler's Halo increased the potential for abilities such as combat, growth, support, and production, and was considered by the system to be the most suitable for Song Yun. But the boy did not want to rush into making a choice, and even more so, he was not attracted to listening to the advice of the tower, which a minute ago wanted to finish him off. He wanted to get acquainted with other options. The Hunter's Halo was closely related to the improvement of stats and skills, and also increased mastery level and stats. The system indicated that it was a perfect fit for Song Yun. The last Halo of the Monk was dependent on talent and perseverance. If the applicant did not have talent, then all his efforts were useless. The system strongly did not recommend him. The guy realized that he had to choose between the first 2 Halos, Ruler and Hunter. He hesitated a little, so he did not make his choice right away. He clicked on the screen and selected the Ruler aura, which the system indicated was the most suitable for him. A bright light shone around the boy, and he was informed that the effect of this Halo triggers the evolution of a unique characteristic. He now had the Summoner skill and could use the absorbed spirits to revive powerful skeletal corpses. He had access to the Magic Swordsman skill, which increased his talent for sword and magic, and also increased his ability to acquire the corresponding skills by 3 times. He also gained the ability of the Creator, which gave him a talent for creating items and increased his ability to acquire production skills by 3 times. The guy looked at all these skills with delight and could not believe that he would actually possess them. He did not want to wait another minute, and with complete confidence confirmed the request that he really wanted to possess these skills. The guy carefully read the information that new attributes were added and some effects were modified. After that, he felt a stream of power flowing into him that threatened to tear him apart, but the boy decided that for the sake of such power, he could endure temporary discomfort. When the halo was finally created, Song Yun felt very strange. On the one hand, it was still him, but on the other hand, the guy felt like he had become a completely different person. He decided to test his stats and discovered that he now had the unique power of skill synthesis, which allowed him to combine two desired skills together. Song Yun realized that he could combine useless abilities and create something completely new from them. He decided to try out this interesting skill right away, so he began to choose two skills that could be combined. It was decided to choose two skills that he didn't use at all. They were called Contempt for the Weak and Continue the Battle. The boy clicked on the screen, confirming that he really wanted to generate a new skill from these two completely different abilities. The blue screen glowed bright yellow, after which the system announced that the synthesis of skills was complete. Song Yun felt very strange, as if something new had formed right inside him, which meant that he had managed to create a completely new skill. The skill created was called Forced Breakthrough, and allowed one to break through unknown forms of containment. However, the user's magic must be higher than the magic of the one who tried to restrain him. The boy looked at the screen in shock and did not understand how he managed to do such a thing. The guy thought that he could breathe a sigh of relief if he got at least an E-rank skill, but by combining two F-rank skills, he got a D rank. So from that moment on, he had another truly mind-blowing ability in his arsenal. He was so interested that he decided to try to combine some other skills because he was so curious to see the result. He again selected two F-rank skills, which were Ranger Training and Burn Resistance. Song Yun decided that something interesting should come out, so he pressed the button with interest, which meant confirmation of the synthesis of abilities. The boy was eagerly awaiting the result of the synthesis this time, because the previous attempt had left him very pleasantly surprised. The blue screen displayed information that a skill called Keen Eye had been created, which allowed the user to have visibility even in poor conditions. The guy realized that the skill that was created now was only one step higher than those that were chosen for synthesis. Perhaps the reason was that the previously synthesized Contempt for the Weak and Continue the Battle worked well together. But the combination of the skills Ranger Preparation and Burn Resistance turned out to be not the most successful. At first glance, it is clear that they are completely incompatible with each other. Song Yun felt tired after everything he had been through, so he decided to flop down on the bed and rest for a bit. He thought about how they had gone from holding the status of a first ranger to receiving the reward of a halo, but for some reason he felt a little strange. There were doubts in his mind whether he had really achieved everything through his own efforts, or whether he had just been lucky with a unique characteristic. These thoughts tormented him so much that they completely deprived him of the opportunity to sleep and fully restore his physical strength. The boy stood up and decided that he had enough of lying around doing nothing, because thinking about all sorts of nonsense, he would not be able to find a way to cope with the problems. It was better to check the reward he had received. He carefully read the skill Wind's Grace, the effect of which increased all speeds by 10%. This ability could be stacked and reproduced up to 7 times. The guy thought with delight that this ability was simply amazing, because it allowed him to increase any speed by as much as 70%. With such skills, he will become simply elusive and almost invisible to the eye of an ordinary applicant. In addition, this skill did not consume any mana at all, which meant that he could use it without any limits. In essence, the Mercy of the Wind was a skill that had absolutely no downsides, which was good news. Then the guy opened his inventory and noticed the speed boots, which he couldn't wait to try out. He didn't keep himself waiting and immediately put them on to test them out by running around the waiting room. These boots increased attack speed and movement speed by almost 5%. All the rewards on the 7th floor were related to speed. This layout pleased the boy. Song Yun decided to check out the skill shop, and contrary to his expectations, the quality of the shop left much to be desired, and the prices were also quite high. For example, the Instant Acceleration skill was offered for purchase for as much as 8,000 points. However, the boy was really lacking a skill that was related to magic, so he clicked on the blue screen and selected the shopping section. Now, Song Yun had a skill in his arsenal called Magic Chain, and it cost a whopping 15,000 points. Next, he bought the skill magic resistance for 12,000 points, the effect of which allowed him to create resistance to other people's magical abilities in his body. Song Yun remembered how on the 6th floor, one of the opponents used the heart fusion skill on him. He thought that magic resistance would have been very useful back then. But now that he had this skill in his arsenal, he wouldn't be caught off guard by someone's unique characteristics that could make things very bad for him. Next, he became familiar with the skill magic chain. Its effect was that the mana in the body was collected into a chain, increasing its effectiveness. Magic chains were engraved on the user's body. When Song Yun activated this skill, he felt like his entire body was burning, as if someone was burning those very chains inside him. The pain enveloped his entire body again, but the guy knew that if he could endure it now, then this ability would be very useful to him in the future. When it was all over, and the boy was finally able to get out of bed, he felt an amazing lightness in his body that he had never felt before, and began to walk around the room, and was surprised, because he had the feeling that he was not walking, but hovering above the floor of his apartment. Song Yun decided to test his strength, so he raised his leg and swung it harder. When his foot hit the floor, the entire room shook from the force of the blow. It seemed like even the walls rang from such power. The boy himself was quite surprised, because he expected less power, but it once again exceeded all his expectations. The tower really knew how to surprise, and the surprises were not always only bad. The boy wondered if mana used randomly could actually form a chain and enhance physical abilities. He smiled and realized that, as expected, his purchase had been surprisingly successful. The guy also had the ability to use the spirit of the deceased to resurrect a dead person nearby. He was incredibly curious about how it worked in practice, but it was decided not to activate it in the room, since there were no corpses nearby anyway, so it was a useless exercise. Song Yun closed his eyes and tried to control his emotions, because so much had happened recently that his impressions were simply spilling over. He understood that the time had come to make another very important decision. He had to decide whether he was ready to take on the next floor right now, or whether he should return to Earth and take a little time out. One hunter, who was on the ground and sitting on a bench in the Great Cataclysm Park, was waiting for someone to send him an application for a vacancy as a hunter. He was so intently looking at the messages that he didn't even notice someone approaching him. 3 men asked him with irony in their voices if he still couldn't assemble a team. They said they thought he should hand over the portal entry permission to them, since the 3 thought they were more successful. One of the men said that if the dungeon raid did not begin within the allotted time, the right to enter would be automatically revoked. The man sitting on the bench listened with irritation to the proposal to hand over the pass to the men for an appropriate fee. He replied that he had no intention of handing over his pass to anyone, so the annoying 3 could go away, but the men continued to mock, saying that there were so many hunters gathered in the park, but for some reason no one was eager to join his team. The cocky bastard said that it was all because the man was just an E-rank loser. He asked if such a weak hunter really thought that anyone in their right mind would want to be on the same team with him. The scoundrel's comrade said that his friend was too insolent, but nevertheless he spoke the pure truth. But then, behind the backs of all these hunters, someone's voice was heard asking if recruitment was still open for any of the teams. Han Sung-yun confidently stepped forward and showed his C-rank hunter ID. The guy asked if this was enough to join the team of the hunter sitting on the bench. He didn't immediately find an answer, because he couldn't believe that someone had responded to his proposal. But then he said that the applicant fully satisfied his requirements. One of the scoundrels asked if Song Yun couldn't see how big the line of people was waiting was, or if he didn't understand what was going on at all. The boy smiled and realized that dealing with people was much more fun than dealing with monsters. He replied that if a man was dissatisfied with something, he could apply to Lee Chol-wan's team. Such impudent words made the self-confident scoundrel incredibly angry. Song Yun didn't like the tone of voice he was being spoken to in at all, so he ordered that the hand be quickly removed from his shoulder, otherwise he would break it to the base. The man was surprised that such a fragile-looking guy had such power in his voice, so he froze in place, feeling the powerful energy emanating from the stranger. The scoundrel did not understand why such a strange energy was emanating from this hunter. He even doubted whether they were of the same C rank. The men who stood next to this upstart began to rejoice, saying that their friend was emitting simply unimaginable power. But their comrade turned to them and disappointed them, saying that it was not his doing. He cleared his throat and said that since representatives from the Hunters Association were present, he would tolerate such an outburst this time. The cocky, impudent fellow began to leave, saying that Song Yun was just lucky today because he was not in the mood to conflict with other hunters. The boy turned around and saw his newfound ally clutching his head and lamenting how everything had been going wrong from the start. Calling out to a hunter named Lee Cheol-won, Song Yun urged him to calm down, as they would soon be entering the dungeon. He said that given the situation, they wouldn't be able to find anyone else to join their team, so he suggested not to waste time and just enter the portal. Cheol-won froze and asked in surprise if the guy was really asking him to go in there, just the two of them. Song Yun almost rolled his eyes, and fortunately, his ally took it as a sign and they entered the portal together. Song Yun's teammate began to look around in surprise and said that he couldn't believe that they actually entered. By saying that Cheol-won didn't need to worry about anything so much, the boy made it clear that he could deal with most D-rank monsters. The boy looked at his new friend as if he saw an alien from another planet. He asked if Song Yun hadn't said that it was his first time in a dungeon, and he confirmed this statement, and thought to himself that, in essence, the tower and the dungeon were one and the same. Cheol-won said that at first glance his words might seem tactless, but their lives were at stake, so he asked his ally to listen to him carefully. He asked Song Yun who thought the E-rank hunter or the C-rank hunter had the highest mortality rate in the dungeon. The guy continued by saying that one might think that an E-rank hunter would be the one most likely to die, but in reality, a C-rank hunter would have a higher mortality rate. The main reason was that lower-ranked hunters were extremely cautious because they knew they were weak. While high-ranking hunters are overly confident in their abilities, the likelihood of a fatal outcome is much higher for them. The same could be said about driving. The more confident the driver, the higher the likelihood that he will get into an accident. Cheol-won emphasized that the place called the dungeon was much more dangerous than one might think. So since Song Yun had risked entering here without a tank and a healer, Cheol-won became even more concerned about his level of self-confidence. Song Yun said that there was a lot of truth and logic in his ally's words. His new companion added that even though he was an E-rank hunter, he had a lot of experience going into dungeons, so he wanted to take on the role of the leader of their group. Song Yun was very reluctant to give up his role as leader because he was eager to lead this expedition, but he decided to make concessions and agreed to his ally's proposal, who bowed his head and thanked him for his understanding, explaining that he was doing this for everyone's safety. It was clear that his newfound ally really didn't want to ruin his mood and become a leader just to assert himself, so he trusted his friend. The boys walked through the stone expanses of the cave, and suddenly, a huge lizard man armed with a sharp spear appeared on their path. Cheol-won said that these monsters were known for their skillful use of various weapons, so it was bad news that their opponent was him. The guy said that first, he would draw the creature's attention to himself, and Song Yun, on signal, should attack the lizard man as soon as he opened his back. Song Yun said that everything was clear to him, because the guy was very interested to see how an experienced hunter would fight such a monster. The giant snake-like creature roared and immediately rushed to attack, waving its huge spear. Cheol-won also didn't lose his head. Although Song Yun didn't expect the guy to act too decisively, he was glad that he was wrong. The E-rank hunter acted surprisingly bravely, and without unnecessary fear, he attracted the attention of the giant monster. He swung his sword and waited for Song Yun to step in and attack the snake man's vulnerable back. The guy stood and watched as his ally stood and threateningly waved his blade in front of the monster, who in turn was carefully studying the enemy. It seemed like they were measuring their strength of spirit. Song Yun remembered that the temporary return to Earth only takes 3 days, and now he has to waste precious time because of some humanoid reptile. He decided that he didn't want to waste precious minutes, so he began to slowly approach Cheol-won, who turned around and looked at him in surprise. The guy apologized and said that he had to intervene. His comrade said worriedly that if he suddenly entered the battle, he could end up in danger. Song Yun didn't say that he had seen too many dangers in his life, so he activated the instant acceleration skill and rushed into battle. He moved with such speed that his movements were barely noticeable. Only when the blood of the snakeman spurted did it become clear what exactly he had done. Cheol-won watched the events with his mouth open, as he couldn't believe that someone could deal with such a monster so quickly and without any extra hassle. Catching the guy's stunned look, Song Yun said that he intervened because he was in a hurry. after which he thanked him for his understanding and walked away from the mutilated corpse of the reptile. Stuttering, Keel-1 muttered that he understood the rush perfectly well, and his surprisingly strong companion asked if he could voice one suggestion to him. The E-rank hunter said that he could lay everything out as if it were true, but inside he was seething with strange feelings, because he had never met such people. Song-Yun said that from now on, he wanted to take on the role of leader, because as practice showed, he dealt with monsters quite well. The boy didn't have time to answer, as a growl was heard from the depths of the cave, after which a whole crowd of snake men ran out from there. But they all didn't live for too long, because Song-Yun activated instant acceleration again and literally cut them all down in a couple of minutes. Those creatures that remained alive tried to catch up with the guy, but they failed, because his speed was simply amazing. When they attacked, he didn't even have to fight back, because it was enough that he jumped up with lightning speed during their attack and knocked the enemy's heads together, after which he calmly landed on the back of one of the snake men and cut his throat, sending him to the next world after his fellows. Keel-1 had never seen such a fighting technique. He couldn't believe that a C-rank hunter was capable of performing real miracles during a battle. Everything that happened in the cave was just a one-sided massacre carried out by this stranger who appeared in the park out of nowhere. The battle seemed surreal, as it was impossible to follow Song-Yun's sword, leaving only the severed heads and paws to stare at. The guy seemed to put absolutely no effort into defeating his enemies, as if he had perfected his technique to the point of automatism. Keel-1 thought that perhaps he was witnessing the battle of a super rookie who would shake up the entire hunting industry in the future. When all the lizards were dead, Song-Yun began to pierce their lifeless bodies with his sword. He did this in order to extract the green crystals that were hidden among the monster's entrails. In the end, he and his companion collected a whole backpack of mana stones, which contained muddy magic collected from the heart of a lizard man. It could help in metallurgy and alchemy. Keel-1 suddenly felt so useless in front of his ally that he apologized and said that he was of no use other than acting as a porter. The boy said that he wouldn't mind if Song-Yun wanted to take more profit for himself, but they didn't have time to discuss this issue because it turned out that not all the enemies had gone to the next world. Song-Yun sensed the approach of the snake man, but he did not show that he noticed the enemy, and when he attacked, he only moved his head slightly so that it would not be pierced by the blade. When the creatures got close enough that they could be easily neutralized, the guy finally took action. He instantly turned around and hit the monster with such force that it flew into the air and was unable to fight off the attack. Its head hit the ceiling of the cave. The impact was so powerful that the creature's skull cracked, and Song-Yun didn't even have to finish it off. The only inconvenience was that we had to dodge a small rockfall that resulted from the snake man getting stuck in the ceiling. This power really scared Keel-1. He had never seen a C-rank hunter with such outstanding abilities. Song-Yun calmly said that they would discuss the profit outside, because if they let their guard down even a little, they could end up in a dangerous situation. Keel-1 began to apologize for distracting his ally, but he knew that he was capable of protecting both of them no matter what. Pretending to cover a yawn, Song-Yun began to absorb the souls of all the slain lizardmen to increase his skill by a few %. The killed monsters added only a little strength, so the guy realized that with such monsters, he would be increasing his unique characteristic for a very long time. But all thoughts faded into the background when a huge blood-red portal opened in front of the guys, literally drawing them inside. Song-Yun realized that the door in front of them was the one leading to the boss's room. His ally was amazed that they were able to reach it with just the two of them. Keel-1 didn't even think about raiding the boss, because he originally thought that if they got through at least half of the dungeon, it would already be a success. The boy realized that in front of him stood a man who could easily carry out a complete defense of the dungeon without a whole team of assistants. Song-Yun asked his comrade if it was okay if they invaded the boss's room right now, and he enthusiastically replied that it was okay, but suggested that he take a little rest. Hearing that there was no need for rest, Keel-1 said that in that case they could enter the boss's room. That's exactly what they did. After passing through the portal, the guys found themselves in exactly the same cave, but in the middle of it stood a throne on which sat a huge orange lizard man. As expected, the boys were met by the Lizard King, who slowly rose to his feet and was ready to avenge his murdered relatives. Keel-1 backed away and asked in a trembling voice what they should do. but his comrade was in no hurry to answer, as he needed to assess the situation thoroughly. The boy shouted, asking if their team leader hadn't come up with any clear plan of action. At that moment, a huge humanoid snake rushed into battle with a deafening roar. Despite its size, it was quite fast and agile. Smiling, Song Yun said that the enemy had decided to attack them at the right time. Now was the time to improvise. The boy tried to throw one of his daggers at him, but the monster dodged the attack so quickly that the blade didn't even touch his body. This speed really surprised the hunter because he didn't expect that the king of the snake people would be so much faster than his ordinary relatives. The hunter barely had time to jump back when the snake rushed at him with incredible speed, intending to strike him with its spear. The creature's enormous size should have slowed its movements, but everything was exactly the opposite. It moved with the grace of a snake, and its size did not interfere at all. However, the monster was not fast enough for Song Yun to match its fighting pace. Although it wasn't without the fact that the guy missed his intended target more than once with his thunder sword. From time to time, the snake had the advantage, even managing to hit Song Yun with its powerful tail. This was not a simple opponent, having defeated whom. One can safely say that nothing more is scary. Lee Keel-won grabbed his head in panic when his comrade was thrown back several meters by the tail. He was afraid to be left alone with such a creature. But the guy had an ace up his sleeve, in the form of a spirit that absorbed all the damage the snake man could do to him. So he survived after such a strong blow to the stone wall of the cave. Rising to his feet, Song Yun began to slowly approach his opponent. He was quite tired of this game of cat and mouse, so he decided to move on to more effective action. With a sinister smile, he said that this situation was a good way to test the new skills that the trial tower had acquired. Keel-won almost cried with relief when he saw his ally alive and well, because he had already thought that he had died. The snake-like monster's eyes shone brightly, and its muzzle seemed to stretch into a sinister smile. Apparently, it was anticipating a very interesting fight. Adding as much irony as possible to his voice, Song Yun asked what happened to the Lizardman King's throne. Was there really not a single stone left on it? He suggested that if a king's throne was destroyed, it was an ominous omen. For some reason, these words made the snake very angry, perhaps because they hurt his royal ego. Raising its head up, the monster screamed deafeningly. The sound was so loud that the entire cave shook, and small stones flew into the air. The monster didn't just decide to shout, but used a special force, because Song Yun received a notification that he was affected by the slow wave skill, and his entire speed was reduced by 25%. But the boy knew how to fight back, so he activated a skill called Forced Breakthrough. The guy's magic power level was more than twice that of the Snake Man, so the 25% slowdown on the entire speed was instantly lifted. The monster was so surprised by this that he could not restrain himself and opened his mouth, because no one had ever managed to do something like this before. The skill used was a result of synthesis, so Song Yun had doubts about it, but its effectiveness was excellent. The monster was angry and obviously scared, because it began to hesitate before making another attack. He screamed desperately, but this scream did not take horror, but on the contrary provoked some strange sympathy for the cornered predator. But it was again not an easy cry, because Keel-won fell to his knees and said in horror that his body did not obey, as if he was bound by invisible chains. The boy screamed and began to beg Song Yun for help, because he felt completely defenseless and could not even get to his feet. The snake grinned, hoping to distract his opponent by attacking his defenseless friend. Song Yun realized what the creature was going to do, but it was too late. The monster rushed towards the defenseless Keel-won, who was making unsuccessful attempts to get to his feet, with lightning speed. Rushing after him, the guy shouted that he was his opponent, and that committing such actions towards defenseless people was a very low act. He chased the lizard with all his might, but this time his speed was not enough, because the enemy was far ahead. Song Yun understood that there was too much distance between him and the Snake Man, which meant that he was powerless and could not help his comrade. He watched with bated breath as this ruthless creature approached Keel-won. The guy didn't know what to do, so he put all his hopes on the new skill and activated Summon the Dead. The ground around Keel-won shook, and skeletons began to emerge from underneath it, taking up a fighting stance and swinging at the Lizard King. The boy couldn't believe his eyes, because he saw literally living dead people who were now fighting to save his life. The creature had no problem throwing skeletons around and destroying already dead opponents, but still, it slowed down its progress a little. Of course, Song Yun understood that the living skeletons did not have enough strength to stop such a giant. But nevertheless, with their help, it was possible to gain time. These minutes helped the guy accumulate the skill Grace of the Wind and increase his speed by as much as 60%. He managed to catch up with his enemy, and this action saved the human life that the monster was so intent on taking. A few seconds later, a system notification arrived that the main monster of the dungeon, the Lizard King, was dead. Song Yun absorbed his soul, and by doing so, he permanently increased his stats. His strength, agility, stamina, mana, and durability were increased by several stats. Also, one of the skills of the main lizard was absorbed, which was called Spiritual Eye, and allowed one to recognize attacks in the invisible range when entering a battle. But not everyone was having as much fun as the guys in this dungeon. Some were sitting and yawning with boredom. The distinguished man in the suit said that other than all three portals appearing at once, nothing special had happened, and he was bored to death. He turned his head and asked his colleague if he had noticed anything unusual. Receiving the answer that everything was as usual, his aimless sitting on the bench continued. The association representative knew that after the Vanguard hunters completed a partial raid in the opened portal and came out, they would have to break into the dungeon and finish off the boss. The man thought with disappointment why his team did not receive a commission, since they always did the dirtiest work. If the advance team had completely cleared the portals in the first quarter, then its control team would have been able to get their share as well. But all this was only in their thoughts. And in fact, right now, they have to go into a damp dungeon and fight some kind of monster. After all, the ideal scenario he was thinking about was only possible with an A-rank hunter, but no high-class warrior would want to pull such a crazy stunt. Finally, someone began to emerge from the cave. Two silhouettes appeared, and it became clear that the hunters who entered the portal were able to get out of the dungeon without outside help. The representative of the association was very surprised that the advanced detachment of the third portal completed the cleanup on its own, and everything happened very quickly. He looked at the guys and didn't understand what kind of nonsense was going on. Did they really go on a dungeon raid, just the two of them? Most likely, they couldn't even get halfway there. But what the man saw next shocked him even more. The portal began to dissipate, which meant that the guys were able to completely pass this location and defeat the boss. The man couldn't believe what he was seeing, a colorless portal that indicated that the main monster's room had been completely cleared. He ran as fast as he could towards the boys and asked them if they had really gone through the dungeon from start to finish. Song Yun looked the man over from head to toe and asked who he was to ask such questions. He straightened his tie and said that his name was Shim Woo Jin, and he was the leader of the portal control group from the Hunters Association. He said that he was monitoring the portals that suddenly appeared, but Kiel Wan assumed that the man was there to buy the rights to occupy the portal. The representative froze and said in a trembling voice that his guess was correct, because he wanted to make the guys a lucrative offer to sell. Chael One muttered that he was not the one who had the right to make a decision on this matter, and the head of the monitoring group looked at him with confusion. The guy explained that the hunter Han Sung-yun had captured this dungeon single-handedly, and upon hearing this, the association representative was simply dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that he could do such a thing alone, so he assumed that the person in front of him was an A-rank hunter, but Song-yun refuted this guess, saying that his abilities were C-rank. After asking how much Shim Woo Jin wanted to buy the right to occupy the portal for, the guy thought to himself that if it became known that he came from the Tower of Trials, he would have problems. The man cleared his throat and said that if we return to the main thread of the conversation, their portal control team wants to buy the occupation rights for 1,200,000,000 won. Hearing such a price tag, Song Yun was quite surprised, because it was simply an unimaginable amount of money that could not be obtained for the rights to an ordinary portal. While the park was full of talk about unimaginable sums, in some places the most ordinary routine work was going on, for which they paid a standard salary. The employee carried heavy papers and was indignant that after returning from the tower, all she did was work like a horse. Her attention was drawn to the smartphone, which lit up, notifying her of an incoming message. She took it in her hands and noticed a missed call. The girl involuntarily thought about who could be calling her at such a late hour. Seeing who the missed call was from, the brunette couldn't contain her surprise and looked at the screen with her mouth open. Lee Ha-yan was the leader of the Challenger monitoring team from the test tower. At first, the job was interesting, but now she has become completely absorbed in the routine. She remembered how her superiors had said that this incident with the tower would lead to revolutionary changes, and everyone had really gotten really worried. Ha-yeon was well aware that the applicants were hiding their identities, but it still never occurred to her that recruiting them would be so difficult. She didn't even manage to recruit 10 people, and all of these applicants were of low complexity, which was not enough to satisfy the top management. If you think about it, the girl had no idea what the man she was interested in did. Han Sung-yun was such a strong youth that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he cleared the 4th floor single-handedly. The brunette reproached herself for not thinking of proposing to him right away. Then she wouldn't have had to go through this unsuccessful search. But when she opened that very message, she saw the name of Han Sung-yun, who offered to meet her if the brunette had already returned back to Earth. The boy accepted the offer from the representative of the hunting association and earned almost 1,300,000,000 won. He still couldn't believe it. However, he felt just amazing. Song-yun went into a cafe and enjoyed his normal life, making plans for his future. When he turned his head, he saw a beautiful, long-legged brunette entering the cafe and looking for him with her eyes. It was Lee Ha-yeon, his ally during the 4th floor test. The guy raised his hand and waited for the girl to notice him. Seeing her former comrade, she quickly walked towards him. Song-yun noticed that the brunette was completely out of breath. It seemed like she had run here as fast as she could. He said embarrassedly that there was no need to rush like that. Lee Ha-yeon sat down opposite him in irritation and reproached him for not even deigning to respond to her message. He became even more embarrassed when he heard that the girl had been waiting for his answer for a very long time. The boy began to make excuses and apologize, saying that he didn't have time to read it because he was in a hurry. Ha-yeon sighed and said that she would accept an apology in the form of a cup of coffee and cheesecake. Sung-yun smiled and said that his interlocutor could order whatever she wanted. When the order was brought, Ha-yeon silently began to drink the aromatic drink. The guy was impatiently waiting for what she would say. The girl asked if he was planning to continue climbing to the upper floors of the tower. Song-yun said that he planned to hold out as long as possible. He said he contacted his former ally because he had one request of her. He needed to join a guild, because then he would have the opportunity to attack dungeons during short returns from the Tower of Trials. His conditions were not simple. The first point he announced was the right to refuse the call to appear in the guild. The second point was that no one would interfere with his affairs related to the tower, and the third was a request for permission to use the guild dungeons at any time. The guy asked if there was any guild that would be willing to meet all these requirements. After these words, there was a long pause between the guys. Song-yun began to sense some strange atmosphere. He assumed that he had gone too far with his points. But then the girl spoke up, saying that the conditions he had named were absolutely impossible to fulfill, since from the guild's point of view, she would get nothing. The guy was noticeably upset and said that he probably asked for too much. But Ha-yeon put her hand on his palm, and he fell silent. She crossed their arms and began to rise from her seat, looking closely into Song-yun's eyes, the intense eye contact making him feel a little uneasy. Ha-yeon began to very insistently convince him to join the White Guild, to which she also belonged. This behavior was surprising, and at the same time strange, because her motivation to make the guy's conditions feasible was unclear. This is exactly what Song-yun was thinking as he rode on the roof of a bus through the noisy city. He had an extremely productive day yesterday, raiding a dungeon, selling occupation rights, and even joining a guild. Although in order to join the ranks of the White Guild, he still had one task left to complete, namely, clearing a C-class dungeon alone. In order for Ha-yeon to easily convince the management, the guy had to demonstrate his abilities, because the privilege of free use of the dungeons is available to only a few. The girl's words meant that not everyone is given the chance to bathe in cream, and in order to receive special rights, one must be a hunter who shows great promise. That was exactly how Song-yun was, so he said without further ado that the guild should prepare a C-class dungeon. They shook hands, and the boy said that the organization would not regret its decision. The bus approached the Uijeong area where Mount Cheongbo was located, and as a warm-up, the young hunter decided to take a short jog to his destination. He deftly jumped off the roof of the bus and ran straight towards the summit, which was clearly visible from anywhere in the area. He was so fast that people passing by didn't even notice that some kind of blurry spot was flying past them. At this time, Ha-yeon walked near the portal and checked if everything was okay. She was a little nervous, because she didn't want anything to go wrong. Approaching the men who were guarding the entrance, the girl said that she had come here to confirm a reservation for the assault on the portal, which would take place in an hour. After the security guard checked the employee's documents, he checked his database and said that the appearance was confirmed. There was still plenty of time to spare, so Ha-yeon was escorted under the canopy and offered to rest for a while. Before she even had time to sit down, Song-yoon appeared, apparently having run here on his own 2 feet. Following the arrival of the potential member of the White Guild, a terrible wind arose, which threatened to blow away everything in its path. The canopy was barely holding up. The plastic chairs were blown away in an instant, and the guards and Lee Ha-yeon were also barely able to stand on their feet. Song-yoon caught the chair that was flying past and smiled awkwardly, saying that he must have run too fast, causing the shockwave to be created. The fact that such a wind had risen from running so fast was beyond Ha-yeon's comprehension, but she didn't ask any unnecessary questions and only noted that the candidate had arrived quite early. In fact, the guy simply had nothing to do, but in the eyes of the brunette he was an inexplicably strange person. She informed Song-yoon that she had already completed all the verification procedures, so she could begin the task as soon as the candidate was ready. Wanting to get this task done as quickly as possible, the boy said he was ready to start right away. He needed to attack the portal and those inside to prove his worth. Entering the dungeon, the boys found themselves in the middle of a huge field sown with wheat. The sky matched the shade of the ears of corn and was a dull yellow color. They began to look around, trying to guess what kind of monsters might be waiting for them among these plants. After walking a little forward, the guys discovered the ruins of some ancient building. Song-yoon asked his leader to let him know if she was in trouble. But the girl replied that there was no need to worry about her, because on her neck was an artifact given by the guild, which was called the Empress's Necklace. This item had a shield function and a weak invisibility effect, so she would definitely be able to defend herself. It was decided that Ha-yeon needed to stay away from the battlefield and not attract the attention of the monsters, as she might accidentally provide assistance. This arrangement was only to the guy's advantage, because he would be able to fight and not worry about anything. Activating the spiritual eye skill that Song-yoon had received from the Lizard King, he slowly moved forward and looked around carefully. A moment later, he discovered that 3 strange creatures were approaching him, which became visible only thanks to the skill. It was amazing to sense the presence of enemies invisible to the eye. Such an ability came in very handy. The wind grew stronger, and now even without special skills one could understand that something very bad was approaching. A few minutes later, 3 creatures jumped out at the guy, which were very reminiscent of predatory fish. Only they were not swimming in the water, but among the ears of wheat. Taking a closer look, I was able to see the small paws of the monsters, which allowed them to move very quickly and quietly from place to place. Seeing the poison fisherman, Ha-yeon was very surprised, because these monsters shouldn't be in a C-class dungeon. She shouted at the White Guild candidate to be careful, as the dungeon they were in was breaking the rules. But the guy didn't care whether such monsters should be here or not. He just did his job, chopping the creatures into pieces. It didn't matter to him what kind of monster appeared. He had been given the task of clearing the dungeon, which meant he had to do everything in the best possible way. Watching all this madness, Ha-yeon thought that she had completely lost touch with reality, because even those who had an A rank could not deal with such opponents so deftly. Her face broke into a smile, and the girl was finally convinced that she had made the right choice. Watching Song-yoon deal with his opponents was a joy, as his skills and fighting techniques were simply superb. He delivered his blows so clearly and confidently that it could not help but arouse admiration. The ground literally burned from the power with which he carried out his attacks, leaving no chance for the enemy to escape. Song-yoon had already forgotten about the existence of the lightning effect, since it was such a rare thing, but the Thunder Sword reminded him of it. But despite all the strength the boy demonstrated, the evil fish-like monsters were not going to give up so easily. When the fight with these creatures had been going on for some time, the guy finally understood why Ha-yeon said that they were not from this dungeon. These creatures were too strong and agile. He was so annoyed by these field fish that he grabbed one of them by the tail and swung it harder. Song-yoon didn't want to waste so much time on these monsters. Because he was only at the beginning of the dungeon, it was still unknown what awaited him ahead. Therefore, there was no point in standing on ceremony with the monsters. With these thoughts, the the guy slammed the last of the enemies into the ground. Having reached the portal that was supposed to take him to the next location of the dungeon, the boy turned around to see where his companion was. He waved his hand at her and informed her that he had managed to tidy up the area so that she could safely walk across the field. But the girl couldn't move from the spot because it was hard for her to believe that Song Yun had managed to reach the boss's room in less than an hour, and even alone. But the most surprising thing was that they were in a dungeon that broke the rules, because there were monsters here that could not be taken lightly. The Poison Fisher was a monster that was recommended for group attacks by A-rank hunters, so she couldn't believe that anyone had dealt with it by themselves. She guessed that what the guy demonstrated was far from the limit of his abilities. What this novice hunter could show in the future is impossible to even imagine. By absorbing the souls of the slain poison fishmen, the boy's strength, agility, stamina, durability, and mana increased from 3 to 7. The current stats made the guy very happy, because now even the boss didn't pose much of a threat to him. Looking at the portal, he decided it was time to head straight to the room of the main monster of this place. Once inside, the guy and his companion found themselves in some strange place that looked like a swamp. But there was no reservoir nearby, but huge roots of various trees hung everywhere. They intertwined with each other and formed a kind of tunnel. It seemed to the boys that they had been wandering for an eternity, but none of them had yet discovered the presence of the monster. As soon as they said this out loud, some kind of glowing sphere began to fall on them. Ha Yan froze in place and looked at it in surprise. Song Yun was also in a stupor, because this thing was simply mesmerizing with its appearance alone. But he quickly came to his senses and saw in the light a monster that was about to attack. The situation was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he had to act instantly. Grabbing Ha Yan, he rushed to run, because now he could not counterattack the enemy. In some kind of total confusion, the girl could only look at the guy who, without thinking, rushed to save her, although he could have tried to kill the monster. The enemy was not going to let his prey just escape. He roared loudly and released a glowing sphere from his mouth. The small fireball turned into a whole stream of flame that caught up with the fleeing children. Finally, Ha Yan came to her senses and screamed loudly, warning her savior that a wall of fire was rushing towards them. The air became so hot that it was simply impossible to breathe, but the guy found the strength to inhale and jump as hard as he could. Upon landing, Song Yun apologized to his companion for bringing her here without her consent, justifying this action by saying that the monster looked extremely dangerous. The girl rattled off that everything was fine and now she was indebted to the hunter. Looking at Ha Yeon, the guy said that he would leave her, because it was necessary to deal with the creature that had already managed to crawl dangerously close to them. But the brunette had one suggestion. She said that she could use the enhancement skill on Song Yun, and they would check his abilities later. It wasn't that the hunter was happy with this plan, so he said he didn't agree, and jumped straight towards the creature crawling nearby. Finally, he said that he would not stay long and would return very soon. His body was filled with determination and a thirst for battle with a new, dangerous opponent. The desire to test his strength in extreme conditions was simply overwhelming. When he landed on the ground, the monster immediately reacted and roared loudly, thus making it clear that the fight had begun. The monster's huge face looked so vile that one wanted to finish it off as quickly as possible. That's exactly what Song Yun did. He activated the instant acceleration skill and began to think about where to strike his first blow. Also, the speed boots came into play, which increased movement speed by a few more %. After that, the skill Wind's Grace was used, which he stacked several times, and as a result, his speed was increased by another 70%. Now Song Yun was moving so fast that it was simply impossible to keep track of him. As soon as the monster noticed him at one end of the cave, the guy was already at the other, which gave him a considerable advantage. But this also seriously angered the creature, which was unable to attack its elusive opponent. When Song Yun chose the most advantageous position to attack, he used the skill 3 Absolutes and struck the monster. Having cut the creature's body into pieces, the guy, with a sense of accomplishment, began to walk towards the place where he left Ha Yeon. Together with her, they watched the notifications that said that the dungeon boss, Blue Flame Angler, had been defeated, and that in 3 hours the place would collapse. The girl didn't know how to react to all this. She was scared and worried. She couldn't even imagine that there would be someone with such skills in their guild. Looking at the cut body of the monster, she caught herself thinking that she was now completely confused about who the monster was. But all these thoughts were interrupted by the long-awaited portal, which was supposed to lead the guys away from here. Finding herself in a field that now seemed serene, Ha-yeon said that she never thought that a C-rank hunter would be able to clear the dungeon so quickly. Turning to face his interlocutor, Song-yun heard that he could freely use the White Guild's dungeons because the management was not so stupid as to let such a candidate pass. The guy noticed that the brunette was somehow gloomy, and then she even said that she wanted to deviate from the main topic of conversation and find out something. She said that when a person is called to the trial tower, the difficulty level initially chosen does not matter much, because if you show good results, the tasks will become more difficult. This system worked the other way around too. Even if a person was at a high difficulty level, but his performance was poor, the candidate could gradually slide down to a low difficulty level. Based on this principle, the fact that Song-yun had achieved such impressive results indicated the high level of difficulty in climbing to the top of the tower. To be more precise, the level was not just high, but killer, which made him stand out among the top 50 participants on the summary board. Listening to all this, the guy couldn't object, because everything was exactly as Ha-yeon said. Without turning around, the brunette said that she really hoped that Song-yun would try to be a little more careful. His further words, that the girl would very much like to accompany him as long as possible and see with her own eyes this amazing growth, greatly surprised and confused the boy. He replayed this conversation over and over in his head as he sat on one of the multi-story buildings. While he was gnawing on the remains of his apple, he read the notice that in 5 minutes he would be transported to the trials tower. For the past 3 days, Song-yun had been running around like a squirrel in a wheel, unable to just sit down and digest everything that had happened. Only now could he allow himself to close his eyes and enjoy how his stats had grown. It added to his self-confidence. Then he felt how a strange force began to absorb him and pull him into another space. This meant that the transition to the tower was now taking place. Now these sensations did not frighten him at all, but on the contrary, made him anticipate new adventures and dangers. Once in the waiting room, the guy immediately stood up and walked over to the blue screen, which asked if he was ready to begin the test on the 8th floor. Having exhaled and prepared himself for the next fight, the boy began to click the necessary buttons on the screen. This time, he had to choose the intersection point of the test from the options of tactics, combat, and capture. The young hunter thought carefully about what to choose, deciding that if he wanted to increase the effectiveness of necromancy, he should go into battle. He chose the appropriate option. The system announced that all of the candidates' personal tests would be focused on combat, and it was impossible to change the choice, but Song-yun had no intention of doing so. His attention was drawn to a new notification that stated that he had the qualification of a Pathfinder. It was strange that the system had repeated this several times already. But what alarmed him even more was that a personal chat would now open with the administrator, who specializes in combat. At this very moment, Song-yun was about to begin a consultation with the Steel Bloodlord, who was the manager of the combat intersection point. As soon as he read this message, he immediately felt like he was being transported to another space. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in a snowy clearing. Song-yun didn't understand what was happening and where he was being transported, because he hadn't yet pressed the button that would take him to the 8th floor. It turns out that the challenger entered the world of steel blood. Looking around, he saw many swords sticking out of the ground. Having activated the Eye of Truth, the guy began to look closely at everything that was nearby, wanting to find at least one living soul as soon as possible. Thanks to his unique ability, he learned that he had entered a space created specifically for the administrator of the Steel Blood Lord. The place was accessible only by invitation, and the Lord was not pleased that anyone was making inquiries about him. Looking back, Song-yun discovered that there was a sword hovering behind him, approaching him at a dangerous distance. A message appeared stating that the administrator strongly recommends to stop finding out information about him and asks to follow the sword. Song-yun tensed up, because after receiving such messages, one could conclude that the administrator had been watching him all this time. But the guy decided that it was not worth thinking about it now, so he silently followed the sword that pointed him in the direction. They passed a snowy clearing and a valley filled with swords, but still didn't reach the right place. Song-yun felt uneasy about this space, but he saw no other choice but to follow this strange weapon to the administrator's lair. After some time, the sword stopped near a cozy house. The boy could feel the warmth and comfort emanating from there. This was not how he imagined the abode of the Lord of Steel Blood. Opening the door, the guy received a notification that the administrator was looking at him. His first impulse was to stop, but he decided not to be a coward and went inside. Once inside the house, the atmosphere that reigned there surprised the hunter quite a bit, because he had imagined everything completely differently. It was warm inside and smelled of freshly baked goods and burnt candles, and beautiful candelabra hung overhead, creating a special coziness. In the center of the room near the fireplace, there was a chair on which sat a beautiful blonde woman. She greeted the pioneer and said that he could pass. It was the administrator who was assigned to conduct a consultation with Song Yun. The pretty girl was the same Lord of Steel Blood. The guy couldn't hold back and looked at her from head to toe in surprise. Outwardly, she looked like a foreign beauty, which didn't fit with the image of a bloodthirsty killer. But in reality, what was in front of him was a being who was in control of the trial tower, making her involved in 1,000 murders. The woman jumped up sharply and found herself right in front of Song Yun's face. Just a couple more centimeters and her lips would have touched the hunter's lips. What surprised the guy most was that he didn't even notice how she managed to approach him. The woman took a bottle from the shelf and said that she was curious about what this monster looked like. Not knowing how to interpret these words, Song Yun asked if she really knew him. The blonde nodded affirmatively and said that the test on the 4th floor was quite impressive. Having poured the amber liquid into a glass, the administrator said that she knew about everything only from the data in the final report, since it was impossible to observe the tests of the candidates below the 8th floor. It was surprising, because the guy thought that if she was an administrator, she would have the opportunity to fully monitor the course of events. Noticing the applicant's stunned face, the woman said that the administrators were not almighty beings, and they did not control the tower at all. Administrators should rather be seen as being subordinate to the tower, so she advised the boy not to be too nervous in her presence. The words that as long as the Lord of Steel Blood obeyed the tower, he could not harm him, gave the guy some strange relief. The blonde said that this personal consultation was an earned benefit, so if Song Yun had any questions, he could ask them without hesitation. Having assessed the situation, the guy realized that he did not feel any hostility from the woman, so he felt more free and relaxed. He became curious about what this personal consultation was like, so he asked the receptionist about it. The woman explained that every Pathfinder received this benefit, so the guy didn't need to use question tickets to get complete answers. Hearing this, Song Yun asked about something that had been bothering him for a long time. Why did the applicant from another dimension come to him? Smiling, the blonde took a sip from her glass and said that there was no particular reason for the creature's appearance. What happened was that when entering a floor in another world, an intruder could not only steal the reward for testing that floor, but also gain advantages. The challengers from other worlds came from where the tower had existed for decades, and they were well aware that the reward for harming a challenger from another world was great. And they also knew that the tower of this world would one day be united with the towers of other worlds. The guy looked at the instructor in bewilderment. She explained that starting from the 20th floor, the focus is on combined trials, and then there is a chance to meet challengers from other worlds. Song Yun thought that the knight's actions were very similar to trying to eliminate a competitor in advance, so that he wouldn't have to meet him in the future. Having placed the empty glass on the table, the blonde asked whether she had satisfied the applicant's curiosity. He replied that, if you don't take into account the last question, he learned most of what he wanted. But there was still one question that was bothering me. What was the test tower behind the structure? Hearing what information the applicant was interested in, the Iceblood Lord froze in place and fell silent. She walked up to the fireplace and looked into it for a long time, after which she said in a quiet voice that she herself would like to know the answer to this question. These words surprised the guy very much, because he thought that the tower administrators should know what it was like. The woman explained that initially the administrators were the same applicants as the others. Those of them who died after the 40th floor were given the right to be reborn as administrators. At one time, the blonde also climbed the tower but was unable to reach the top, so everyone who was an administrator died before reaching the end. Clenching his hands into fists, the guy asked if those who supervised the candidates were really just former participants in the tests. He was a little upset, because he had hoped that at least someone could answer all his questions about the top of the tower. These words made the Iceblood Lord wince in irritation. Such words seemed like a sign of disrespect to her. So she quickly jumped up to the boy and pinned him against the wooden door, preventing him from moving. Her eyes glowed red as she said that the words about the top of the tower were not something that could be said so casually and carelessly. Feeling the woman's hand begin to strangle him, Song Yun's eyes widened in surprise. But there was no fear in them, so the blonde smirked and said that the guy did not look puzzled. She was curious that the applicant was not afraid at all. Making his voice as calm as possible, Song Yun reminded that the consultation was his advantage, and he did not feel any hostility from the administrator. Deciding that he needed to get out of her grip, the guy grabbed the door with his hand, intending to break it. He succeeded, because soon she gave in and flew out of the loops, leaving the blonde standing in bewilderment. The boy said that he was not going to let the administrator hurt him so easily. This kind of courage greatly impressed the Iceblood Lord. She had never seen a challenger be so bold even on the 8th floor. After inspecting her house, she discovered a lot of damage, which made an even greater impression on her. Laughing loudly, she said that she had been living for so many years, but this was the first time she saw the one who destroyed the administrator's residence. Looking at the woman steadily, he felt a slight surprise when she said that his actions had convinced her. Making her voice calm, the blonde woman said that she was offering the applicant Han Seong-yun a patronage contract. This news was something new for the guy, because he had never heard anything like it before. When he entered the waiting room on the 8th floor and finally found himself on his bed, he could not digest everything that had happened in the last hour. But he didn't get too caught up in his thoughts, because a blue screen appeared in front of him, and the guy decided to check out the exclusive store. When he entered, he saw his signed contract, and finally realized that he had indeed entered into an agreement with the administrator. It seemed that he had not dreamed that such a powerful figure was telling him that he could not pass up a candidate who was both talented and brave. Now all he had to do was press the button and confirm that he was indeed signing the patronage agreement. Now an exclusive contract shop has been opened for him, where special glasses will be available, and also all of the guy's stats have increased by 1 indicator. The image of the Lord of Steel Blood appeared in his head. The blonde smiled and looked at him slyly, saying that they would have a lot of fun. Also, the guy discovered that the store had new powers, but when he wanted to check other pages, it turned out that he did not have enough rights. At the moment, he only had access to 3 powers. The rest he could only see in the waiting room on the 10th floor. All new skills cost special points, and were associated with various improvements to the mind, soul, and endurance. But in order to acquire them, you had to save up points. At the moment, he could only acquire a skill called Purity of Mind, which would help him maintain rational thinking in any situation. This power helps to maintain sanity even in times of crisis. With this ability, you can always rely on your brain. It will also help raise your survival rate, since from this floor there is a possibility of encountering an invasion of aliens from other worlds. Having gathered his courage, the guy prepared to begin the test on the 8th floor. After passing through the portal, he saw that the theme of this trial was called Destruction. It was necessary to defeat the Lich who summoned skeletons. Looking down, Song Yun saw that he was standing in the middle of a field that was littered with living skeletons, so many of them that the ground was simply not visible. There was an unimaginable number of dead people. Now rational thinking would really be needed, because it was unclear how to defeat such a number of enemies. One thing is clear, that such a large army is an attempt by the enemy to crush his opponent with numbers. Looking at all this fun that awaited him ahead, the guy realized that he needed to start doing something. Deciding that he needed to move as quickly as possible, he rushed down the slope and ran straight into this mess of bones. When he landed, the force of the impact scattered a huge number of skeletons who simply could not stay on their bony legs. When he turned around, he saw that all his opponents were staring at him in surprise and did not dare to attack yet. But this confusion lasted only a couple of seconds, because the next moment the first dead man swung, intending to hit with his rotten shield. But all these blows seemed like child's play to Song Yun, because they were not at all impressive in their power. As expected, the dead were unable to penetrate even the guy's basic defense. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to scatter the first batch of puny skeletons. When he dealt with some of the enemies, he started receiving notifications that his skill had only increased by a small percentage. This meant that in order to achieve tangible results, it was necessary to bring back to the other world as many dead people as possible, and that is exactly what the guy did. With the battlefield littered with countless bones, Song Yun realized that improving his skills during this trial was simply a futile exercise. Suddenly, A loud voice was heard above his head, asking who dared to commit such atrocities in this sanctuary. Turning around, the guy didn't see anyone, but now it was clear that the real fun was just beginning. He tried to figure out where the voice came from because he clearly needed to fight this enemy. Song Yun decided to act outside the box, so he activated his Summon Dead skill and decided to play with the enemy using his own powers. To summon the skeleton soldiers, the guy had to absorb their souls, but this helped get them back on their feet. Now the skeletons were waging an internecine war. It was like playing soldiers, because now he did not take part in the battle, but simply led it. Previously, the boy had no idea that skeleton soldiers were also quite suitable for use. He left his brainchild to deal with the rest of the weaklings, and decided to go after the boss's head. Activating the skill Wind's Grace, he flew up, seeing this. The skeletons howled because their enemy was out of reach. Flying over the field, the guy didn't even turn around to look at how his skeletons were gutting their own kind. He had a clear goal: to defeat the boss. Everything else did not bother him, and was just a hindrance. The guy was heading to the castle, which stood near the plain where all these events took place. It was clear that it was worth heading there. Not knowing what awaited him there, Song Yun ran as fast as he could, because the sooner he completed this test, the sooner he would receive new rewards and skills. This gave a lot of motivation to stack the Wind's Grace skill and speed up by another 60%. When he was already very close to the castle, he saw a huge skeleton, which was burning with a blue flame and holding some strange book in its hands. Slowing down, it became clear that in front of him was none other than the boss, who had to be defeated. Even though the skeleton in front of him looked much more imposing than the others, Song Yun smiled and said that he had finally found his target. The boss growled that not a single insignificant human being who dared to cross the threshold of his sanctuary had ever left it alive. He promised to make the guy pay in full for his insolence, after which the monster waved his hand. The Bone King muttered some words he had read from a book, and huge monsters began to appear around him. Song Yun recognized them as sand golems, and was very surprised that this creature was able to command them as well. The king asked, now the boy finally realized whose sanctuary he dared to enter. Putting on the mask of an ironic jester, the boy asked if his opponent could have summoned someone stronger, since he was too familiar with these monsters. He said that if the Bone King's arsenal did not contain any more powerful items, it was very disappointing, after which the guy pulled out the thunder sword from its sheath. The boss shouted that he would not allow the crazy human spawn to say such words, because these guards would be more than enough to tear him to shreds. After these words, the huge golems rushed to attack. They growled and tried to catch their opponent and squeeze him in their strong paws. Song Yun decided to activate the instant acceleration skill, since it was more reasonable to study the enemy's tactics before attacking. This method helped him quickly deal with the golems and run to the place where the skeleton lord stood. Without further ado, he punched him straight in the face, which was like a bone mask. The king was so stunned by such impudence that he did not even have time to react, so he flew back from the blow and landed on the floor. This action increased the guy's skill, and he thought that the undead definitely helped him a lot in getting higher scores. The Bone King roared and asked where such a monster came from, referring to Song Yun. The skeleton lord, who was called the Lich, saw the darkest sides of the boy, and they seriously scared him. When the boy suggested ending this senseless fight, the Lich roared and began to cover himself with his bony hands. But the challenger was in no hurry to deal with him, because his attention was drawn to one object that was lying not far from the place where he stood. This was the same book of spells that the king held in his hands. With its help, one could summon various monsters. Thinking that he too might be able to master a similar skill, the guy smiled as an interesting thought occurred to him. The Skeleton King was very surprised when the man threw the spellbook into his lap. It was unclear why the guy would ask him to summon those guards again. Not receiving a clear answer, Song Yun said that they could end on that note, but Lich began shouting that he could fulfill his request. The boss said that after a few minutes of the guard's death, he was able to summon them again. Having mentally calculated the time since the murder, the hunter said that it was time to start the summoning, but the skeleton was interested in why the guy needed all this, because the monsters were not an obstacle for him. Song Yun was getting tired of these stupid questions, so he swung his sword, and his enemy immediately started flipping through the book, saying that he was already starting the summoning. Having opened the necessary page, the monster raised his hand up and began to whisper some incomprehensible words, and dark energy began to thicken around him. This continued for several minutes, Then several golems began to appear not far from them. As soon as they got close, the guy killed them again, causing the lich to be completely confused. The skeleton could only ask whether the man was satisfied with his work. Song Yun narrowed his eyes and said that it was too early to talk about it since they had just started. He ordered the boss to summon all the skeletons that were not yet dead and put all their strength into these guards. Meanwhile, the guy continued to kill more and more golems that appeared thanks to the spell. The Skeleton King's strength was already running out. He felt terribly exhausted, so he asked how long he should do all this. But the boy didn't answer because he was very busy destroying more and more monsters. After that, he made eye contact with Lich and gave him a wide smile, saying that boss would do this until he was ordered to stop. Song Yun left his dead friend to read the magic spells and went to deal with another huge monster, which for some reason was still alive. Wanting to correct this mistake, the guy extended his hand forward and activated the necessary skill. When the monster's fist threatened to knock him down, the force awakened and stopped the attempt on the boy's life. While the monster was confused, the hunter climbed up its arm and began to run along its body, trying to find the weakest spot. When he got to the neck, he cut it, separating the head from the body. Thanks to all these kills, his skill was increased by several %. All this resulted in the mastery of the unique characteristic necromancy reaching 100% and was increased by 1 rank. Rejoicing that his necromancy skill had reached C rank, the boy thought that now he was not afraid of any enemy. But the joyful thoughts were interrupted by the evil whisper of the Skeleton King, which became louder and louder. The monster's strength was already running out. He continued to mutter that even demons tremble before Song Yun. The skeleton said that he would curse him even after death. But nevertheless, he continued to cast spells, and because of this last one, the strength left the bony body, and the bone mask began to crack bloodily. Looking at this picture, the guy realized that with every word, the cracks became more and more. This foreshadowed the imminent death of the enemy. Song Yun said that he was very sorry because he wanted to use the Lich's powers a little longer. The Skeleton King managed to say that their meeting was truly disgusting, after which his head flew off his shoulders. After the action was completed, notifications came that an achievement called "A Man More Terrible Than a Demon" had been received. Having absorbed the soul of such a powerful creature, the boy's skill increased by as much as 17.5%. Then a portal appeared that transferred to the waiting room. Because the test of the 8th floor was completed, and all the characteristics of the applicant were increased by 2 indicators. Finally, the guy found himself in his room. He was informed that from now on, moderators could observe the tests, and the restrictions on tickets with questions were lifted. The first thing Song Yun checked was his unique attribute. It was now C rank, and had received several new additional effects. The guy was especially happy that he now had a chance to obtain the skill of a defeated enemy. Closing the blue screen, the hunter thought that although the 8th test was quite easy, there was no guarantee that the 9th would be the same, so it was worth preparing. After examining his thunder sword, he realized that this weapon was still good enough, but the shield did not suit him. Having unlocked the skill hunting dagger, which doubled the power of cuts, the guy realized that he had pumped it up to the maximum, and it was necessary to acquire a new skill to replace it. It was decided to go to the skill store and look at the options available for purchase. Surprisingly, there were quite a few sword skills, so it was worth choosing carefully. After all, if he was not satisfied with a certain set of skills, he could create a new one, because he had the necessary abilities. But still, he found one that suited him, so he bought basic sword mastery. This skill increased all the characteristics of the sword. Song Yun calculated in his head that in order to increase the rank of the hunter's dagger, he needed to consider the compatibility of skills, and among what was available, buying it was the best option. Therefore, he selected 2 skills, D-rank hunting dagger and C-rank sword mastery basics, which he felt were ideal for synthesis. But the system notified that the skill level did not match and the synthesis would be based on the hunting dagger. After this process was completed, a notification appeared that a new skill had been created. His title was Demon Slayer, and his rank was C mark, which clearly exceeded Song Yun's expectations. These skills helped in the battle against non-humans, making the attack speed twice as fast. The ability was simply perfect for hunting monsters, because it also increased the cutting power of a sword by 3 times. Smiling, the boy realized that skill synthesis was a very useful thing, because it allowed him to turn mediocre skills into something special. Looking at the remaining skills, he thought, Why not do the same with them? Such excitement was born inside him that the guy could not be stopped. He told himself that he only wanted to test compatibility and the likelihood of synthesis. This analysis showed that the skills rapid regeneration and resistance to natural laws will create iron blood regeneration. And if you add resistance to pain to the created skill, you get Blood of Ashen, a skill that allows you to regenerate 3 times faster and can absorb 40% of pain. The ability was simply amazing, especially considering the fact that it required rather mediocre skills to create. Looking at the Thunder Sword, the guy realized that he wouldn't be able to test the new ability, because there was a regeneration effect in the waiting room. Song Yun spent 50 points to cancel this effect in the room, and he also spent all the souls, which meant that the shield would not activate. Now there was nothing stopping him from checking the skill. He cut his hand with the blade and felt a wild pain that passed after a second. Blood was still flowing down his wrist, but there was no wound. The hand glowed with a green light, which finally healed it and relieved the guy of pain. The ability worked just great. It could be compared to the healing effect in the waiting room. The guy thought that since he now had such a skill and a shield, he didn't need anything else. He wanted to use the blade until it broke, because he really liked the Thunder Sword. Finally, Song Yun went into the community and checked the messages in the chat, but did not find anything interesting there. Approaching the portal that was supposed to take him to the 9th floor, the guy realized that nothing was holding him back in the room anymore. The theme of the new test was battle. To successfully complete it was necessary to kill all the monsters in the area. 1 day was given for this. Strange messages have started coming in, stating that other players' missions have been intruded upon. When Song Yun looked around, he saw many killed monsters, and then received a message that the target of his test was changing. Taking a look at the man standing near the monster's corpse, he immediately realized that there was an intruder in front of him. The man said that he had been waiting for the applicant to arrive for a long time, so now he was happy to meet him. The old gray-haired man said that his name was Baek Sun-hak, and he was the leader of the Murim League. Song Yun received a message from the system that his goal was now to kill this player from another world. The guy's gaze became stern. He needed to prepare himself for such changes because you can't prepare yourself in advance for having to kill a person. The old man demanded that Song Yun give his name, but when the boy said that he didn't see the point, Baek Sun-hak reminded him that he had already given his own within the bounds of decency. Having assessed the situation, the guy said that the elderly warrior had clearly not invaded his floor with good intentions, so why get acquainted and be polite? Baek Sun-hak said that it was a matter of mutual respect between swordsmen, and he accused his opponent of being too narrow-minded. Barely holding back the roll of his eyes, the boy wondered if all players from other worlds would be this weird. There was the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath, and the old warrior said that he could do nothing since his enemy was so ignorant. Having spoken these words, he rushed into the attack and moved surprisingly quickly, considering his venerable age. Song Yun noticed that the blade in his enemy's hands was not an ordinary one, as its edge sparkled as if it was reflecting the bright rays of the sun. Holding a flaming sword in his hands, the old man was going to win this battle, but the boy didn't plan on giving up so easily. He activated the skill Wind's Grace and accelerated his movements by 30%. Now he could calmly repel even the fastest attacks of his interdimensional opponent, who so badly wanted to kill him. The old man clearly did not expect such enormous speed and dexterous movements, so he watched his opponent in a stupor for several seconds. It was surprising to him that there were such strong people in this primitive world. Surprisingly, the old warrior even apologized for his arrogance. But these words only caused a new wave of irritation inside Song Yun. He said that it was time for the old man to stop being nobly and pretend to be an example of a true knight. After all his talk about respect was negated by the fact that he had intruded into someone else's test with the aim of killing the challenger and taking the reward. Therefore, in Song Yun's opinion, such attempts to be polite and courteous were simply disgusting. Baek Sun-hak said that such behavior was alien to the guy because he was from another unfamiliar world. After what was said, he decided not to stand on ceremony with the enemy for another minute, but to immediately move on to battle. Raising his sword to the sky, the old warrior said that it was time for him to say goodbye to the unknown swordsman who never gave his name. It wasn't just a nice gesture that heralded the start of the battle, as the old man activated the light sword skill and deprived his opponent of his sight for 5 seconds. Finding himself in pitch darkness, the boy became truly anxious. because not being able to see where your enemy was and what he was doing was truly creepy. But then the magic resistance skill was activated, and the duration of vision loss was reduced by half. But the guy didn't wait for that time either, so he used the spiritual eye skill and was now able to recognize attacks even in the invisible range. This decision was very timely, because a moment later the enemy's lightsaber was already close to his face. Song Yun noticed it just in time, so he was able to successfully dodge the attack, although the blade almost grazed the skin on his cheek. When the enemy was left with nothing, the boy received a notification that he now had the Avoid Blindness achievement in his arsenal, and his agility had increased by 2%. When the darkening effect of the unique attribute Swordlight was removed, Baek Sun-hak saw that his opponent was still alive. He didn't have enough words to express his sincere surprise, so he chose to silently look at the boy. He looked at the old man and thought about how his throat had almost been cut. To be on the safe side, Song Yun decided to use the Ash Blood ability. Baek Sun-hak still couldn't figure out how his opponent had managed to calculate the trajectory of the sword. But instead of answering, the hunter activated Wind's Grace and accelerated by another 50%. He was very determined, because he really wanted to teach a lesson to the old man who decided that he had power over his test. Apparently, the invader from another world noticed that his enemy's mood had changed, and now the guy was not going to play games. The swords crossed, and the battle became truly serious, because neither participant planned to simply give up the victory to the opponent. Song Yun realized that if he wanted to emerge victorious, he would have to use not only his fencing skills, but also other, more cunning maneuvers. At first, he jumped to the side to deceive his opponent, and he thought that the enemy was retreating, but then the boy kicked the old man with all his might. But he was an experienced warrior, not a novice amateur, so he foresaw such a treacherous move and was able to jump in time. The old man counterattacked, but the boy was also not one to be caught, so he was able to easily dodge the blow. However, Baek Sun-hak managed to grab the opponent's hand, which was holding the sword. Song Yun did not lag behind and touched the old man's hand with his foot, which was holding the blade. And so they froze, because each of them understood that they were on the opponent's hook. The elderly warrior expressed his opinion that the challenger was using some strange techniques. In a puzzled state, the boy could not find an answer because he was only thinking about the fact that despite his incredible growth, his characteristics with the old man were on the same level. The first to come out of the general stupor was a man. He pushed away Song Yun's leg and he jumped back. The old man's eyes blazed angrily, and he muttered that from this moment on, he would be extremely serious. He used his unique characteristic skill again, and the sword light blinded the guy for 5 seconds. Again pitch darkness, and again that nasty feeling of anxiety that turned into fear rising in the throat. To reduce the effect of blindness, the boy quickly activated magic resistance, and then used Spiritual Eye. He barely managed to parry the blow of the elderly warrior because the speed of his attacks had increased significantly compared to the previous ones. However, luck was not always on Song Yun's side, as at one point the enemy's sword still managed to touch his flesh. The exclusive effect of the forged iron pendant came to his aid. Steel defense absorbed 10% of physical damage. When he activated pain resistance, he bitterly noticed that the shield on his arm had split in half. This led to the idea that the enemy's attack was so powerful that the steel defense was simply not enough to block the blow. The blinding effect finally ended, but the old man still did not stop swinging his blade, as he was visibly enraged that his opponent was still breathing. Song Yun decided to retreat a little, because he understood that this would help him take a more advantageous position. Having figured out his enemy's plan, the elderly warrior knew what to do. The best option, in his opinion, was to rush to catch up with the naughty boy, and that is exactly what he did. The arm was bleeding, and the boy discovered with irritation that it was broken, but since there was no open wound, the limb was in no hurry to regenerate, so he had to injure himself. The young hunter's movements were so fast that he managed to escape from his enemy. The old man could barely turn his head in order to somehow track his opponent's movements. This time Gained helped the guy finish the treatment of his injured hand, because now it was recovering. Meeting Song Yun's eyes, the elderly challenger said that at first he thought the boy was a good warrior, but all his techniques turned out to be borrowed from somewhere. Not wanting to be judged, the boy said that the unique ability that Baek Sun-hak used was also a power that the tower gave. Having increased his speed to 70%, the boy asked if the old man really allowed himself to criticize others, and at the same time did not notice his own sins. Putting on his best intelligent face, The intruder said that as a swordsman, using borrowed ability was extremely disrespectful to himself. Song Yun was already so fed up with this empty chatter that he wanted to stop it as soon as possible. So he rushed to attack. His opponent didn't even have time to blink before he was already under attack, and he miraculously managed to put his sword out and not allow the guy to pierce him through. Without stopping looking the old man in the eyes, the boy asked if he would mind dying from the borrowed ability. He was unable to answer, because he was in an extremely tense situation and could barely contain this onslaught. The old man mentally went back in time and remembered that he had performed floor implementation dozens of times. With his sword, he cut down opponents from a wide variety of worlds. Everyone knew that the people from the world called Earth were very weak in terms of abilities. Everything was so bad that this place was nicknamed the Honey Jar. The challengers from Earth were unable to touch a hair on Bak Sun-hak's head, and his ability to blind was always enough to deal with each of them. This time, he was also sure that history would repeat itself. But everything turned out to be not as simple as the warrior thought. Song Yun managed to touch his hair, and the guy literally straightened his enemy's hair. This seriously angered Baek Sun-hak. Previously, none of the earthly contenders could harm him, and now some boy allowed himself such impudence. These thoughts were followed by fierce blows with a dagger, which noticeably affected the enemy. The force of the blow threw the boy and the old man in different directions from the place where the battle took place. If it weren't for the abilities that absorbed most of the damage, Song Yun would hardly have survived such an attack. Baek Sun-hak wasn't feeling too well either. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were clouded with fatigue and pain. Notifications began to arrive from the system that as many as 4 tower administrators were admiring the young challenger Song Yun. Seeing this, the old warrior gritted his teeth in anger. Not only was he plagued by failure, but now the tower was mocking him. The man activated the skill, 1 Strike 2 Skins, which doubled the attack speed, and also used the skill Lightning Sword, which filled the blade with lightning energy and doubled the cutting power. This action caused his opponent to smile. The boy said that just a moment ago, the old man accused him of using borrowed techniques. But it wasn't that simple. The tower set its own restrictions, and the invader's stats were reduced by 8 indicators, and he couldn't use some of his skills. Part of Baek Sun-hak's abilities were forcibly deactivated, so he began to attack using a template tactic that his opponent had already studied well. The enraged old man shouted that he would rip out all the insides of a demonic degenerate like Song Yun. But the guy didn't care about all these threats. He took a defensive position and waited for the right moment to strike. He activated the 3 absolute skill, thereby strengthening his 3 attacks. Now he was not afraid of the enemy's attacks. His eyes sparkled brightly, and he decided to switch from a defensive position to an offensive one, so he gritted his teeth and rushed into battle. Since the old man's strength made it almost impossible to see anything, the boy fought practically blindly. When the darkening effect ended, it was discovered that Song Yun had missed his target by a little bit. He felt very exhausted, but that was not to stop him from snatching his victory from the clutches of this invader. Fortunately, the long-awaited sound of a sword falling to the ground was heard, which meant the opponent's surrender. The exhausted guy fell to his knees in relief, feeling that the mission was accomplished, the strength almost completely leaving his body. Baek Sun-hak roared. It was clear that he did not want to accept his loss, because giving the victory to some boy was extremely humiliating. The man couldn't calm down and kept shouting that this simply couldn't happen. But a moment later, he fell into a pool of his own blood and made no more sound. The smiling boy watched the notifications that stated that the 9th floor of the test tower had been successfully completed. By activating the necromancy skill, he absorbed the soul of the invader Baek Sun-hak, and his proficiency increased by a whopping 27%. This was a very good indicator, which meant that the old man possessed very impressive strength. Since the previous reward did not match the difficulty, it was revised, and the guy received the 6th sense skill and 35,000 points. But it was decided to get acquainted with the remaining details upon returning to the waiting room. Song Yun was very surprised by the notification that the 4 administrators were impressed by his fight, acknowledged his efforts, and also applauded him. Whatever this meant, the young hunter did not want to deal with it now. He would understand everything in due time. Also, there was another innovation. The system was expanded, and now administrators could observe the tests. Smiling, the boy thought that he was pleased that the administrators recognized him and were impressed by the battles he won. A few seconds later, Song Yun received a notification that the Iron Blood Lord was unhappy with the increased interest in her contractor, and she also advised him not to charm the other curators. The administrator, nicknamed Master of the White Crane, wanted to add his will to the guy's exclusive store. The message was strange, and it was unclear whether it was worth accepting such a gift. The young hunter did not understand at all what was happening, and why one of the curators of the tower would give up his will. The Iron Blood Lord reluctantly suggested that her contractor could accept the gift, but the abilities were given so that the player would later remain in debt. But it was unclear what the administrators could get from a simple applicant if he was their debtor. The guy suggested that a meeting with them might take place. A new notice came from the White Crane Master saying that he was laughing and that meetings would be frequent. The Iron Blood Lord said that the pushy administrator wasn't very strong, so there was no need to worry, but still, they wanted to take something from Song Yun. The guy decided that there was no point in delaying the decision, so he clicked on the screen and finished off the will of the White Crane Master. Upon entering the waiting room, Song Yun was informed that from now on he could enter the public arena. He was immediately curious about what this meant, so he wanted to get to know this feature. But also, the guy was curious if the administrators could watch him in the room. Ooh asked if they were watching now. A minute passed, then a second, but he still didn't receive an answer, which meant he was finally alone with himself. Breathing a sigh of relief, the challenger decided that it was worth getting acquainted with all the abilities, skills, and functions that he had received as a result of passing the 9th floor. Having looked at the will that one of the curators gave, the young hunter was pleasantly impressed because it allowed him to use many skills. He clicked on the screen and opened the characteristics of the Chi Swordmaster skill, which strengthened the blade using mana, the consumption of which increased the longer it was used. It turns out that the boy could pour mana into the weapon. He was told that it was an ordinary will, but it was quite strong. The guy looked at other abilities available for purchase, which allowed him to rebuild bones or summon the Iron Blood Sword, and some increased necromancy and dark magic. The talents were just incredible, but he didn't have that many bonuses, so now he can either get bone reconstruction or unlock the Chi Sword Master skill, which could be applied to the Thunder Sword. The guy began to think hard about what he should do, acquire a new skill or keep the bonuses. He continued to hesitate, because the soul of such a strong old man like Baeksun Hak had added quite a few skills. But on the other hand, in order not to die, Song Yun had to buy a will, so the choice fell on the Chi Sword Master. Having activated the purchase skill, the boy felt a new force flowing into his sword, penetrating the metal and making the weapon literally sing in his hands. The triple slash ability also used mana, but the feeling was completely different. After all, in the triple cut, it enters the sword like a wave that covers with its energy. And in sword mastery, chi and mana enter like a river, and its energy flows calmly and harmoniously in its channel. For every minute this skill is used, mana is spent by 2% more, which means it could be spent all in 50 minutes. This meant that he had to keep a close eye on her level if he didn't want to be left completely exhausted in the middle of battle. Also, Song Yun remembered that the rewards included the 6th sense. He decided to look at the characteristics. It turns out that the effect of this power sharpened all instincts. The fact that one could rely on a 6th sense was quite useful, because in the middle of a fight common sense did not always suggest the right actions. The young hunter wondered if the community was discussing the public arena, and when he went there, he saw heated debates and stories about how this strange place was for applicants from all worlds. There have been quite a few reports about this arena, and all of them are quite ambiguous. Part of the correspondence really caught Song Yun's attention. Some guy was saying that a foreign hunter offered him to swap wills with his contractor. The fact that wills could be changed was a real discovery for the boy. He was very interested in getting to a place where he could meet a bunch of players and make deals with the administrators. He didn't even have any doubts about whether he should visit the public arena, so he began moving there. This place was very strange and unlike anything the test tower had shown before. The unfamiliar boy looked with delight at the place, which was surprisingly ordinary and looked like a street of some provincial town. The guy realized that he could get certain advantages here and return back. He was so delighted that he didn't even notice how some strange applicants were watching him from behind the trees. The foreign men were talking among themselves about how this member was from Korea, one of them adding that he had an A rank in that country. The leader of this gang was very annoyed that the people from Korea called their country the place with the most powerful hunters. After wondering if it was okay to kill other people here, A cunning plan came into the man's head. The boy moved calmly along the dirt road and did not suspect anything, because for the first time in many days he felt real peace and tranquility. Suddenly, his legs gave way and he fell. His mana consumption was increased by 100% due to the weakening light ability, and the terror skill reduced all of the guy's stats by 20%. But the icing on the cake was the use of the Eyes of Fear skill, which completely paralyzed the young hunter's body. Despite his titanic efforts, he managed to move only one finger. All his other limbs refused to listen to him. Hearing the laughter, he somehow managed to turn his head to look at the one who was the cause of his suffering. He stood up and saw 3 men approaching, who clearly did not want to just meet him and have a friendly chat. The boy began to panic and ask what these men were doing. The gang leader licked his blade and asked if such a strong Korean hunter really didn't understand the purpose of their arrival. The thought arose in the stranger's head that he was finished, because now he was powerless against his opponents, who were looking for profit even here. But suddenly a voice was heard calling on the men to stop behaving in this way. A girl dressed as a nun approached them and asked if the bandits would be able to handle the consequences if she told the community about the incident. Surprisingly, these words had an effect on the gang leader, and he stopped. Lowering his head, the man muttered that he was ready to stop this indecency right now. The girl thought she had managed to convince the impudent man, but he laughed and said that he would only do it if she took off her clothes. The bandit said that if the boys gave him all the items and were obedient, then maybe he would leave one of them alive. The stranger became alarmed, asking what these scoundrels were talking about. Laughing even louder, the man asked if the nun was asking for help in fulfilling the terms of the deal. But the scoundrel's attention was drawn to the sounds of someone's footsteps, which were heard very close by. Song Yun walked past this whole mess, but he wasn't going to interfere yet, since that wasn't why he came here. The bandits began to talk among themselves, asking if any of them knew what kind of bastard this was. No one knew the identity of the guy in the black hood, so they called him over to them in a brazen voice. Song Yun almost rolled his eyes in irritation, because he just wanted to pass by and not get involved in someone else's squabbles. But he couldn't find peace, so he took off his hood and turned to the men, asking why they were calling him. The 3 scoundrels grinned and began to talk about whether they were so lucky today and met another Korean on their way. They all raised their hands together and began to cast their magic spells at him, which were supposed to neutralize Song Yun as well as the stranger who was kneeling. The boy noticed just in time that they were going to attack him, so he already knew what to do. He sighed and muttered darkly that he simply wanted to leave, but the gang of scoundrels did not let him do so. By activating the skills Power Breakthrough and Mana Resistance, he neutralized all the spells of the opponents, and they did not affect him in any way. When the gang leader realized that his rival was not lying motionless, he was very surprised, because this had never happened to him before. Without giving his enemies time to recover from the initial shock, the guy pulled out his Thunder Sword with updated abilities from his inventory. Having told his opponents that they were the ones who started this farce, he rushed into the attack. Using the instant acceleration skill, he began to strike with a lightning speed, not giving his enemies a chance to even swing. Each of the 3 was truly scared, because up until this moment, they considered themselves the strongest, and now they were faced with an enemy that undermined their confidence. Using amazing speed, the boy was able to deal with these scoundrels and finally rid the world of their presence. They screamed and couldn't believe that someone had managed to deal with them so quickly and quietly. But Song Yun wasn't done yet, because these scoundrels deserved to be hit not only with his sword, but also with his fists. Having discovered that one of his enemies was hiding behind a kind of protective barrier, the boy already knew where to attack. An unfamiliar boy and a girl in a nun's robe watched what was happening with their mouths open. They knew that such barriers were very difficult to break down. The gang leader knew this too and felt relatively safe, but when everything around him began to shake and the barrier began to crack, he panicked. Song Yun didn't care how powerful the defense was in front of him. He set himself the goal of destroying it, and accomplished it 100%. Stunned by such force, the man began to shout for the boy to stop. He even babbled that he was wrong. All these requests for mercy almost made the guy sick, because hearing such phrases from such people was simply disgusting. People like this scoundrel didn't deserve to exist on Earth, so he slit his throat and absorbed the spirit, thereby increasing his skill by 6%. When the invisible shackles fell from the body of the strange boy, he rose to his feet and looked with horror at the battlefield and the 3 corpses lying on the road. The girl began to apologize to their savior and say that she should have helped. But the battle ended faster than she could have thought. Song Yun assured that everything was fine. The stranger bowed and said that in that case she would say goodbye to the guys and go her own way. Raising his green eyes to Song Yun, the rescued boy asked if he was the best player. The hunter replied that to some extent it could be said so, since in the final rankings he was always among the top 10 contenders. The boy's eyes widened with delight, and he said that it was a great honor for him to meet such a person, because thanks to him he survived, for which he expressed his gratitude. Thoughts flashed through Song Yun's mind that he had only imagined that they wanted to kill him, so in order to get rid of the problems, he helped this poor guy along the way. But the guy said out loud that he had done nothing wrong, so now their paths could diverge, and everyone should go about their own business. Turning around, he began to walk towards the city, but the green-eyed stranger asked him to wait for him. Inside Song Yun, irritation and interest were fighting with each other. He turned his head and looked questioningly at the boy. He was very surprised when he asked that the corpses of those applicants be left to him. The hunter had even more questions in his head. He asked the green-eyed man why he needed the dead bandits. The boy, as if nothing had happened, said that if he took them, he would repay them by providing his strength. Then he started babbling something about gratitude for saving him. But in Song Yun's head there was only one question. What did he mean by transferring power? After activating the gluttony skill, a funnel formed right in the middle of the unfamiliar guy's palm, which began the absorption process. The corpses were sucked into the hand, as if there was some kind of bottomless pit there that was specially designed for the dead. This so-called power raised many questions in Song Yun, because the skill was truly outlandish. After that, his new sign Omi smiled as if nothing had happened, and said that he promised to give his savior strength. Song Yun never expected that he would gain another ability called Steel Wings, which was added to his store by the administrator nicknamed Gourmet. The boy explained that this power, which allows you to create wings on your back with the ability to levitate, by purchasing it, you can immediately learn new skills. After thanking him for such a useful tool, Song Yun couldn't wait to return to the waiting room and try it out. After some time, he witnessed the commotion among the administrators. White Crane's sword and Gourmet were arguing over him, and Steel Bloodlord was unhappy with the increased interest. Seeing how far the competition between the administrators went, it was safe to say that they wanted to get something from the applicants. Having decided that step by step he would be able to get to the truth, the guy and his friends headed towards the city. The green-eyed boy said that the common area was divided into the arena, auction, and game zones, and besides these well-known facts, he had more interesting information to share. There were other dimensions that had been revealed so far during the floor implementation process. They were called Ares, Murim, and Kalyan. Song Yun realized that when it came to floor implementation, the challengers could only encounter these 3 dimensions. The newfound acquaintance explained that the candidates from the world of Ares placed great importance on chivalry, and Song Yun realized that the very first intruder he met was from there. Then he learned that Murim's candidates were similar to the previous ones, but a little more aggressive, and the image of the old man Baek Sunhak immediately popped into his head. But the dimension of Kalyan was a world of such races as elves, fairies, and beastmen. The guy had never seen anyone from there. He was surprised that the boy was so knowledgeable about all these worlds. The green-eyed man explained that he had found out everything in advance, using his right to ask questions. As they got closer to the city, they saw a huge stone structure that served as a gate. This place served as a common area. The boy extended his hand and said that although he was not the best player, he still offered to take his business card. After looking at the paper, Song Yun realized that the person standing in front of him was the leader of the applicant monitoring team from the Hunters Association, who offered to contact him if anything happened. Upon entering the general area, a notification was received that all abnormal statuses were removed and battles between challengers became impossible. The guy's new friend said that he needed to slowly move towards the auction zone. He didn't mind, because he just had a place where he definitely had to visit. The green-eyed leader of the Hunters Association asked where his new friend intended to go. He said without hesitation that he needed to visit the arena. When he reached his destination, Song Yun found himself in a large hall where there were many people sitting on comfortable chairs and watching what was happening. Others came closer to the windows and shouted curses, either indignant at the outcome of the battle or encouraging the contender they were rooting for. The guy was surprised that this was the same arena that everyone was arguing about so heatedly. To him, it looked more like some kind of gambling house. Whenever Song Yun saw a free seat, he would immediately go in to take it, because he was very curious about what everyone was discussing so animatedly. Having settled down comfortably, the guy began to wait for the beginning of this bloody performance. Notifications appeared that informed that the arena system was activated, and that in order to select a bet or a duel, you need to use the screen. It was then explained that the arena was divided into 2 betting systems, where you could place points on duels between other contenders and win or lose depending on the outcome. There was also a duel, which allowed one to fight with other contenders for a prize. The place of the battle was the Colosseum. The duel ended as soon as the participant surrendered. The reward for the duel was the so-called arena core, and you could also get useful items, new skills, or discover some kind of power in yourself. These explanations really interested the boy, and he started clicking on the screen to find out more information and find a reward that would suit his taste. The contenders who were watching the duel began to talk enthusiastically about the participants and those they saw among the observers. They were most interested in the Hellfire witch named Catherine. She was the most famous huntress from America. The woman sat and looked at her screen in disappointment, because no one sent her a request for a duel. She assumed that it was because she had too many victories on her account. She was irritated by the statistics that made people afraid to offer her a battle. Her administrator, the Fire Lord, laughed, saying that these were all mere trifles. The red-haired girl decided that she needed to stop wasting time and leave the arena, because it looked like only cowards had gathered here. Her attention was drawn to the sound of a pop-up notification that indicated a duel request had arrived. The daredevil was someone named Han Sung-yun, who was a newbie. It was surprising that this guy just came to this place and immediately chose such a strong opponent as Catherine. The Hellfire Witch chuckled sinisterly, immediately becoming interested in testing this boy in battle. She confirmed the application for the duel, and after that, the movement to the Colosseum began, where she would meet her opponent. Catherine immediately said that she liked the opponent's fighting spirit, but she believed that before choosing, she should first observe the opponent. Song Yun didn't say anything, but he really didn't like the fact that some stranger was lecturing him, even though her words made sense. A voice was heard above the Colossus, announcing the start of the duel between Han Sung-yun and Catherine Bennett. A fire ignited around the girl's body. Now it was clear why she was called the Witch of Hellfire. She said that the guy could consider this fight a good experience. Activating her power called Birth of Fire, she released a stream of scorching flames into the air, marking the beginning of the battle. It seems like the guy was meant to be a living hell on earth, but he was also pretty good at causing trouble for someone. Catherine decided not to stand on ceremony with the enemy and immediately attacked him with her unique incinerating ability. Having barely bounced back from this blow, the boy finally realized that he would have to sweat in every sense of the word. He decided to do what his rival had said, namely to observe his opponent, and to do this he had to move to a safer distance, which he did. But the fire spread so much that it followed the guy on his heels and did not allow him to escape. The red-haired witch smiled slyly and said that the brave boy had come to an end. But he didn't think so, because he activated the power of the Chi Sword Master and tried to cut through the fire sphere that was rushing straight at him. He succeeded, and the fire retreated briefly, forming a small corridor around the guy. When he realized that his attacks were working, he began to literally chop fire, creating a safe space around himself. Catherine Bennett was truly surprised, because no one had been able to deal with her fire attacks before, so she became the winner within a few minutes. But this stranger from South Korea surprised her, because with his attacks he was able to stop the man-made fire that was blazing everywhere. Song Yun ironically addressed the Hellfire Witch, saying that she could also consider this fight a good experience in her practice. Pointing his sword at her, the young hunter said that he would give her a real fight that she would remember for a long time. While somewhere there was a fire that destroyed everything, some places surprised with their lush vegetation and the life that reigned around. The beautiful estate was completely covered with a variety of plants, and an atmosphere of complete peace and unity with nature reigned around. In the courtyard sat a man, calmly drinking tea and enjoying another day. In front of him was a water whirlwind that showed what his master wanted to see. Now he was showing a heated battle in which the challenger Han Song-yun participated. This challenger was of great interest to the owner of the estate. The blonde woman muttered to herself that she didn't expect to see such mastery over the released chi energy. She told the bird sitting on her shoulder that she had made a great move when she sponsored such a wonderful force. She wanted to secure the favor of this contender faster than others. After all, it was possible that this guy was the one who was able to fulfill her long-standing desire, which she had failed to realize at the time. But at the moment, the guy was fulfilling his desire, which was to defeat this fire-breathing upstart. The girl continued to throw fire spheres at him, hoping that at least one would be able to bring her victory. But Song Yun activated the instant acceleration skill and became completely elusive. He dodged all the blows and not a single hair on his body was burned by the Hellfire Witch's attack. He was able to successfully cut through the fireballs and create a safe space around himself. But still, his cloak was slightly damaged because the girl also had a high speed of using her power. The boy noticed the damaged piece of clothing when it was already impossible to save it. To prevent the rest of the fabric from catching fire, he had to land and put out the fire. It was a shame to lose the exclusive effect of the cloak due to the inability to use the skill Wind's Grace, because thanks to it the fire could flare up even more. Catherine Bennett smiled and, creating even more weapons for attack, began to walk towards her opponent. She said she was very interested to see how long her opponent could last. Administrator Lord Ironblood watched the battle with interest, and White Crane's sword had high hopes for the guy. A certain black devil laughed loudly as he watched the power of the fire. Exactly 3 minutes had passed since the activation of the Chi Sword Master's power. Mana consumption had been increased by 6%. After 4 minutes had passed, the boy felt a little exhausted, which indicated that it was time to start saving mana. It was clear that if the battle dragged on, Song Yun would be at a great disadvantage. Therefore, it was decided to absorb Baek Sun-hak's soul, thereby increasing his stats, so his strength, agility, stamina, and mana were increased by 3. The boy also received the old man's skill, which was called Lightning Chi Sword, which helped him perform the slashing strike and, in theory, allowed him to launch chi energy over long distances. The red-haired beast screamed, asking if her opponent really had time to be distracted by other matters. Song Yun really didn't want his rival to find out what he was doing. Looking up, he saw a huge number of tongues of flame rushing straight towards the place where the battle was taking place. Having decided that it was time to retreat, the guy ran as fast as he could, and this decision was very wise, because a moment later, a fiery rain literally poured from the sky. To dodge an attack of such power, it took maximum effort and dexterity. When one of the fire streams touched his palm, it was decided to try out a new skill. He activated a skill called Ash Blood, causing his hand to glow with a faint greenish light. Looking at the approaching flame, the guy had no idea whether he would succeed the first time. But as he channeled the power into his sword, he decided he would never know unless he practiced. The sword's abilities were at their peak when the boy decided to strike at the girl's fire weapons. At first, his blue light field merged with Catherine's fireball, but after a few seconds it cut through it and flew right through. The Hellfire Witch screamed. She couldn't help it because she was simply shocked by what was happening. She had never seen such a reaction from her power before. When the girl felt the guy's power reaching her, she built a protective barrier around herself. She was alarmed by the fact that her opponent decided to counterattack immediately. She had hoped that she had greatly exhausted his strength. While trying to hold back one attack, Catherine didn't notice at all that the enemy was behind her and had already pointed his thunder sword at her. Feeling the cold blade near her neck, she closed her eyes and agreed with the statement that the guy was indeed very strong. After these words, Song Yun suddenly moved to the chair where it all started. It turns out that Catherine gave in and he won, receiving as a reward a skill called Storm. The guy knew that he had decided to take part in the duel to hone his sword skills, but the opponent turned out to be quite strong, and as a result, his robe burned. He decided that he should remember the name Catherine Benet well, because it would not be surprising if she decided to take revenge on him for the fact that someone dared to throw her off her pedestal. After looking at the description of the new skill, he was a little disappointed, because he thought it was a fencing skill, but it was about the ability to deliver piercing blows. Song Yun decided that one victory was not enough for him. He wanted to start growing actively, so he moved to the Colosseum again in order to fight a new opponent. His opponent was a certain Yuji Oiwaki, who was ranked 11th on the Japanese server. The man said that he was really looking forward to this fight, because he noticed that Song Yun was in 3rd place on the Korean server, but he was very disappointed with the guy's appearance. These words amused the young hunter a little, because it would be very amusing for him to watch how the expectations and prejudices of this self-confident applicant would be destroyed. Noticing Song Yun's wide smile, Yuji Oiwaki asked him menacingly why he was laughing. The boy replied arrogantly that he found it funny that their thoughts coincided, and these words made the enemy clench his teeth in anger. The Japanese warrior shouted that he would make his opponent pay for such disrespectful speech. He attacked, and his spear flew literally a few centimeters away from Song Yun, who managed to jump back just in time. The guy was surprised that this hit was all that the player ranked 11th on the Japanese server could do. A smile appeared on his face again, because the boy realized that he must have become too strong if such a level seemed like child's play to him. He didn't even strain himself when he slit his opponent's throat. The challenger took serious damage, and Song Yun walked out of the arena as a winner again. He already had his second victory in his pocket, and it suddenly dawned on the guy that this place was simply a cornucopia of skills. Now there was simply no stopping him. He signed up for another duel and managed to win again. The next battle brought him a new victory over an opponent who came to the arena to seek glory. But now, only Song Yun received all the privileges, because among all his duels, there was not a single unsuccessful one. So he soon received the achievement of Duel Master and increased his strength. The arena simply exploded with shouts and applause, but in the central lands of Murim, it was very quiet and calm. These places were perfect for meditation, and that is exactly what one of the warriors was doing. He settled on a large stone in the middle of a bamboo grove and mastered spiritual practices. When another person invaded his space, he opened his eyes and asked what he wanted. The young master was informed that Master Baek Sunhak was dead, and this news left a very negative impression on him. The man who approached said that according to the latest news, it had recently become possible to connect to the earthly dimension, and the old man had attempted a floor implementation there. The young master surprised his servant by muttering a phrase that since this had happened, it meant that a very strong warrior had appeared there. A strong wind blew through the bamboo grove, and it seemed as if even nature sensed the men's anxiety. The atmosphere became more and more tense, and after a while a monster appeared. He intended to attack the gentleman who was calmly meditating and lost in his thoughts. Without turning around to look at the monster, the young man said that 5 years had already passed since he stopped climbing to the top of the tower. He extended his hand, and it was touched by tongues of flame that burst out from under his skin. The same flame consumed the sword, causing absolutely no harm to it, but it caused the weapon to move from its place and fly towards its owner. When the monster attacked, the man was absolutely calm, as if he felt that the creature was not a threat to him. The unknown entity was already very close. Only then did the gentleman fly up from his place and decide to deal with it. The creature opened its fanged mouth, wanting to devour the body of its prey, but the man had everything under control. He knew exactly where to hit in order to send the monster to the next world once and for all. Landing on its face, he plunged the sword straight into its skull. The creature screamed and began to shake its head violently, but this did not help it save itself. After a short period of time, the entity became quiet and stopped kicking. The man thought that it had finally gone to where it belonged. His servant was amazed that the young master had dealt with such a powerful spiritual creature with such ease. The master's martial arts gave him goosebumps. The man said that the news of the discovery of the earthly dimension was very interesting. He chuckled and asked his servant to find out by any means necessary who exactly killed Master Baek Sunhak. At this time, Song Yun finally returned to the waiting room on the 10th floor. Feeling pain all over his body, the boy plopped down on the bed to rest a bit. His muscles were burning and wouldn't let him lie still in one place. But as soon as his body touched the bed, the waiting room performed its main function and restored the candidate's energy, so that all fatigue disappeared as if by magic. Without getting out of bed, he decided to log into the system and check the data he was interested in. After all, he remembered that he had suddenly received a new will, and he wanted to try it out. The wings of steel were a skill that allowed one to fly. Just imagining this action, the guy was already happy. But the problem was that Song Yun couldn't buy it because he didn't have enough money, so they decided to start synthesizing it. He became so engrossed that he created several new skills at once, which he found very interesting. When the guy got acquainted with the results of his work, he was very surprised and a little frightened by such power. After an hour of work, he received skills such as Countershield, which was responsible for defense, as well as hidden shadow speed. There was also a new combat skill available that increased attack speed called Chaotic Sword. One of the abilities turned out to be of B rank, which could not but please its creator. This skill was Counter Shield, which was immediately put to use. There was such a strong energy coming from him that the boy even opened his mouth in surprise. Song Yun decided not to delay and entered the 10th floor. The theme of the test was teamwork. It was necessary to stop the release of the darkness-devouring monarch in a limited time. The team was selected according to rank, with member Kim Seung-hoon corresponding to rank 1. The second place was taken by a boy named Oh Chung-seok, who looked very young. The third rank corresponded to the hunter, which was Song Yun, and fourth place went to a distinguished man in a suit whom the system designated as Princess Sudi. In addition to the main 3 hours to complete, the team was given a grace time of 30 minutes, which was not included in the overall completion time. It allowed them to prepare for the battle. Once they were on the same field, Oh Jun-seok immediately ran up to contestant Kim Seung-hoon, happily proclaiming that he was pleasantly surprised to see a man at the tower challenge. Song Yun immediately noted in his mind that the participants who ranked first and second had already met and seemed to be well acquainted. Not only Song Yun was watching the lively conversation between these two candidates, but the one who called himself Princess Sudi was also looking at the guys with interest. A sudden scream made the 3 candidates turn around and look at the blonde guy in the suit. He shouted that he had met one of the members of this team on the 4th floor. After that, his finger pointed at Song Yun. It was clear that the man was not at all friendly towards him. The masked contender, who was in first place, asked if the guys had already met, since judging by the blonde, things hadn't gone very smoothly. Princess Sudi wrapped her arms around herself, trying to suppress a shudder, and said that he had indeed met that bastard hunter. He accused the guy of deciding to improve his skills through murder. The blonde was a very interesting candidate, for whom lying was commonplace and a rather effective tool. He used this tactic to set everyone against each other and take away the main prize. He used this behavior not only to survive, but also as an effective way to get rich. This tactic worked successfully in the trial tower because there were completely different laws there. The blonde man's administrator, who was called the Clown of Deception, encouraged this behavior, so he laughed at his contractor's lies. Looking at Song Yun's stunned face, Princess Sudi wondered if she should add a few more lies to disarm this guy completely. The hunter wanted to say that the man was wrong, but he spat out a new accusation that Song Yun had brutally killed his partners. Finally, the boy couldn't stand it any longer and angrily asked why the blonde was talking such nonsense. But some of the team members were determined to rectify the situation. Kim Seung-hoon said that he would prefer 3 good players to 4 disorganized ones, so he materialized his weapon and said that everything in the tower was difficult. He sternly asked which of the 2 guys was telling the truth, because the liar would be immediately destroyed by his hammer. Song Yun realized that if he had to fight against 3 people at once, it would be the worst-case scenario. But then Oh Chun-seok, who was second in the ranking, spoke up and asked his teammates to cool down. He asked if it was true that Princess Sudi met the hunter on the 4th floor, and the blonde immediately confirmed this information. Chun-seok smiled and said that in that case, the blonde man should know the hunter's real name, because the nickname system only opened on the 5th floor, and they met on the 4th. Tension gripped Princess Sudi's body as he heard that if he said the boy's name, everything would be decided. At first the liar was confused and did not know how to get out of this situation. But then I realized that it was absolutely impossible to prove your name. So I said that the hunter's name was Lee Cholman. Chun-seok looked at Song Yun and asked if he wanted to say something. The guy didn't know how to react to this absurdity, so he replied that it was all just funny. He pulled at some cord that was hanging around his neck and began to take something out from his bosom. It turns out he had a hunting license with him, which he accidentally took with him, and it had his name written on it in black and white. But this document stated that the guy's name was Han Sun-gun. This name was not real, but fortunately his comrades did not know about it. Princess Sudi understood that things were getting hot, and he had been outwitted. The lie had been revealed, and now he was facing reprisals. Kim Seung-hoon swung his hammer and said menacingly that it was now clear who needed to be eliminated. The blonde already knew that he was finished, and then the Clown of Deception sent a message that he was unhappy with the contractor's clumsiness, and the other administrators openly laughed. Song Yun blocked the high-ranking warrior's path and said that he wanted to deal with this lying scoundrel himself. Now the guy was more furious than ever, because he couldn't stand deception, and now they wanted to set him up so meanly. Kim Seung-hoon bowed his head and respectfully said that he would gladly give Hunter the opportunity to deal with the blonde. Seeing Song-yun walking towards him alone, the liar decided that he had a chance to survive. He laughed, because he considered this act very stupid. Because if he managed to defeat the hunter, the rest of the team would not kill him, because it could interfere with the passage of the test. Song-yun muttered that the liar had told a very interesting story, but now it was time for him to answer for his words. He laughed and said that he was not going to do that. The blonde waved his hand and suddenly some book materialized. He said that he only cared about survival, not honor or conscience. Besides, it wasn't just the hunter who had the power, and now the bastard was planning to prove it. The swamp vines wrapped around Song-yun's legs so quickly that he didn't even have time to do anything. The situation was resolved by activating mana resistance, after which the annoying plant disappeared and gave the opportunity to attack. Song-yun was filled with such intense anger that he didn't even try to hold back and immediately began fighting. Irritation was consuming Princess Sudi's consciousness, so he asked if his opponent really had a similar resistance skill. Not considering it necessary to answer this question, the hunter approached his enemy almost point blank, and their two powerful forces collided with each other. Kim Seung-hoon told his friend that it was better to keep his distance, but the boy was so into the battle-like atmosphere that it was hard for him to stay away. But the man wasn't interested in the boy's excuses, so he started to drag him away, despite the fact that the front row had an excellent view. The blonde liar activated his energy to full and shouted that he would do everything to make his opponent die. He managed to create huge glowing spheres around himself, which were filled with powerful energy. Even though these balls were quite fast, Song-yun was much faster, so he managed to successfully avoid several attacks. The fact that he couldn't deal with his sworn enemy quickly irritated the boy beyond belief, as he was already imagining his opponent's skull shattering from his blow. He swung the shield that was hanging on his arm and threw it straight at Princess Sudi's body. He withstood the blow and said sarcastically that it seemed the hunter had become the prey. These words surprised Song-yun because he did not yet understand what exactly his sworn enemy meant. Raising his head up, he saw that there were so many spheres that they blocked his view of the heavens and were already rushing in his direction. It was clear that these energy clots that the fair-haired liar released were very unusual. After all, at one point they stopped in place and began to emit very powerful energy, which shot out multiple lightning bolts. One of these lightning bolts turned into a huge stream of light that hit Song-yun straight. Watching this scene, Princess Sudi laughed loudly, asking the boy why he was not as brave now as he was when he showed off his strength. But his joy turned to tension, because what he saw next was not at all part of his plans. The stream of light was unable to cause any harm to the hunter, because he activated the counter shield and was able to protect his body from the attack. Seeing the opponent's confused look, Song-yun asked why he was so surprised, because what he saw was only the beginning of the fun. Feeling anger boiling up inside him, the blonde gritted his teeth and wondered how his enemy had managed to block his technique so easily. Of course, he would never get an answer to this question, because the hunter was already rushing towards him to call him to account for his words. Realizing that things were starting to get hot, and that he could be in serious trouble right now, Princess Sudi began frantically flipping through the book, trying to find the spell he needed. He managed to find a way to create a protective spell around himself. The blonde hoped that Song-yun would not be able to destroy his stone barrier. But stopping was not in the hunter's nature, so without thinking, he swung his sword, intending to destroy the defense. Making the stones crumble was not easy, but with enough effort it was possible. So after a while, the guy was already crushing these stone blocks as if they were made of cardboard. Watching this scene, the challenger Oh Chung-ziak asked his comrade if he had heard anything about this hunter. Kim Seung-hoon replied that he had never seen him among high-ranking hunters, and the boy concluded that this man was most likely an ordinary civilian. The masked man shared these thoughts, but he also understood that achieving such brilliant results without being a high-ranking warrior was not easy. But the most surprising thing was that Song-yun was not fighting the enemy at full strength now. Therefore, Seung-hoon even suggested that the boy might be on the same level as him. Open-mouthed in surprise, Chunseok asked if their ally was really that strong, since he was 2 notches below his interlocutor in the final rankings. Although this was all just talk, if until now Team Luck had bypassed Song-yun in all combined tests, then one conclusion suggested itself. There was a good chance that the guy was greatly underestimated compared to his original skills. Perhaps all the assumptions were correct, because now the young hunter was showing the level that some had been working towards for years. It was clear that he was cutting his opponent to pieces without much effort, which spoke of his immodest abilities. The lying blonde screamed in pain as the thundersword touched his hand, but that was only the beginning of his suffering. It was clear to everyone that the outcome of the battle would end in Song Yun's victory, but the fair-haired deceiver did not want to admit his defeat. The tactics that the hunter used surprised Sheng Hun greatly, because the guy did not kill his opponent, but suppressed him with his superiority and did it as if it was a mere trifle for him. All these actions led to the fact that after a short period of time, Princess Sudi began to beg for mercy on her knees. He said that if he was killed, then perhaps no one would be able to survive this test, because the fourth player could play a key role in winning. Trying to appeal to the fact that in such a situation the Tower of Trials could send them even more tricky tasks, he tried to save his life. These words made Song Yun think, because there was logic in them, the tower would not give such a simple task that it could be easily completed without one participant. Now he doubted his actions and decided to ask the opinions of other team members. Turning around, he saw that they were watching the outcome of the battle carefully. Kim Sun-hyung said that they would not interfere, so the guy should choose what he thought was right. While the enemy was distracted, Princess Sudi began to look for some way to get out of this hopeless situation. No particularly clever move came to his mind, so he acted rather primitively, drawing his blade and rushing into the attack, hoping for an advantage due to the moment of surprise. This action made Song Yun even more angry, but it helped him make a final decision regarding the fate of the deceiver. Thanks to the hunter's efforts, the blonde's two-faced face was now literally divided into two halves. He didn't feel sorry at all to watch Princess Sudi literally dissolve into space, because such people didn't deserve to walk the earth. But it was too early to rejoice, because it turns out that Song Yun destroyed the projection of the blonde, his so-called double. The deceiver wanted to hide his last trump card until the very end, but now everyone knew that he had such a unique characteristic as deception. In a truly enraged state, Princess Sudi shouted that she would make her opponent pay for the harm he had caused and would finish him off. These words made the hunter laugh, because if his opponent was capable of doing this, he would have been dead long ago. Therefore, the guy was even interested in what his enemy would do this time. Now magic chains came into play, but Song Yun had no trouble parrying this blow. The links of this long chain began to fly apart from contact with his new shield. Fighting off one attack after another, the boy noticed that there were more and more chains, and they surrounded him from all sides. Therefore, he decided to activate the skill Wind's Grace and increase his speed by 40%. This will help him dodge the attack in time. The blonde had not at all expected that his attacks would lead to the enemy getting unforgivably close to him. Now Song Yun understood very well that it was far more dangerous to get involved with a trash like Princess Sudi than to challenge the threesome. This phrase had the desired effect, and the scoundrel screamed in anger. His eyes embodied real madness, and it was clear how to deal with such a person. The hunter's shield had one very interesting property. It accumulated damage, and at the right moment allowed it to be released, which is exactly what Song Yun did. When Princess Sudi felt this power on himself, it seemed to him that his skin was melting and sliding off his bones, exposing all his muscles and nerves. When the enemy was finally dealt with, new things appeared in the boy's inventory. A vampire count's tailcoat, which allowed him to consume stamina or blood when attacking to create a shield. And also the bloody sky demon blade. The kaiti in the blood covered the blade, and the sword became one with the mana flowing through the user's veins. Looking at such useful acquisitions, Song Yun thought that he would put these items to good use. He noticed that the rest of the team members started running towards him, looking cautiously towards the corpse of Princess Sudi. They began to say that they were simply delighted with their teammates' fighting technique and hoped that now all misunderstandings had been resolved. There were only 10 minutes left before the test began, so all the candidates decided it was time to move forward. When they passed through the narrow passage in the rock, they found themselves in a beautiful city, but a gloomy city, where there were various buildings and statues of warriors. Walking past one of them, Chun-seok joked that it looked like it was about to come to life. Seong-hoon added that when it came to the tower, that could very well be the case. Having heard such conversations, Song Yun was very careful and tried to find some kind of danger in literally every building. The statues did indeed look rather suspicious, their empty eye sockets seeming to watch the applicants passing by. That empty gaze was so eerie that every member of the team felt an inexplicable shudder run through their bodies in that moment. Song Yun decided that it was worth remembering the location of this marble statue, because if it really came to life, it would be possible to determine where danger would come from. The boys walked among the walls of a huge building, which was striking in its size. As they walked a little further, Chunseok stopped abruptly and couldn't help but let out a surprised sigh. The team found themselves in the middle of some strange hall. In front of them, on the throne, was a statue of a headless knight, and on the sides, 2 more statues were chained to stone pedestals. It became clear that the challengers had come to the place where the test tower was needed. All these monuments, which were made with frightening realism, caused a strange premonition in each of the team members. After carefully examining each element, Oh Chung-seok shared the conclusion he had come to. A huge statue of a headless monster that sat on a throne and was the very same lord who devoured the darkness. The 3 boys saw a system notification that the grace period had expired and the test would begin. When the allotted time began to count down, a squad of dark guards would appear. The boys' main task was to prevent the resurrection of the Lord, who was now sitting motionless in front of them. When the sound of heavy boots was heard, the boys turned around and saw that the stone idols were beginning to come to life. Those who were bound by a huge number of chains and previously stood motionless now glowed with an otherworldly purple light and moved as if alive. And they were not at all slow. Despite their weight and stone bodies, the warriors quickly jumped from their places of confinement. Seeing this terrible scene, the team members did not panic. They grouped together and stood with their backs to each other to cover their rear. Kim Seung-hoon swung his hammer with determination and said that his bones were just starting to ache and it was time to stretch. Song Yun discovered something interesting and shared with his allies what they should do. A squad of dark guards carried a stone head on their backs, which they must destroy so that it does not end up on the shoulders of the Lord. Stepping forward, the masked man said that in that case, everything was quite simple, and each team member needed to take on 1 target. But the enemies were not going to stand and watch in silence as plans were made against them. The stone knights were gradually advancing on them. They didn't plan to stand on ceremony with the humans for long, so they immediately launched an attack to clear a path to the Lord who commanded the darkness. Each of the guys was very determined because their lives and victory were at stake, and there were many dangerous targets. Having chosen a knight to fall by his hand, Song Yun decided that he would deal with his opponent in 1 attack using his chi sword. He had already studied the stone warrior's speed of movement enough that he could easily calculate the trajectory of his strike and deliver it successfully. But the living statue was able to reflect the blow and counterattack, so the guy had to fight back. The stone monster's strike was so powerful that Song Yun had to put in a lot of effort to hold back its onslaught. He succeeded, but the dark guard also achieved some success, as he was able to throw the hunter back several meters. It seemed that the enemy could also use the chi energy that flowed through his sword. It became clear that the enemy was not as simple as he initially seemed. Now Song Yun was interested in whether everything was okay with the other team members. While everyone was alive but suffering some setbacks, Kim Seung-hoon dealt 1 blow after another, but the statue he was fighting with was able to successfully attack him. The man slammed into the wall so hard that it shook and collapsed. When the path to the Lord of Darkness was opened, the stone idol rushed with all its might towards its master to return its head to his shoulders. Something had to be done urgently. Because the guard was in critical proximity to his master, one of the team members decided to throw a cobblestone at the enemy. The monster was so absorbed in his triumph that he didn't even notice the huge stone flying at him. His inattention became a fatal mistake because the concrete block found its target and now the knight was flying in the opposite direction from the throne. This successful move was made by Kim Seung-hoon, who, despite only recovering from the blow, was able to find a way out of this situation. After assessing his opponents, the masked man muttered that each of these bastards was on par with the boss. He ordered all the other team members to be very careful, because the opponents were not only fast and strong, but also had a certain intelligence. A magic hat appeared out of nowhere, and then Chun Seok's voice was heard, saying that it was his comrade who had let his guard down just now. Adjusting his headdress, the boy said that he really didn't like using it because such headdresses didn't suit him. Seeing the stone monster running up, Chun Seok grumbled that the monster would have to pay for forcing him to wear that clown hat. Activating his power and materializing a strange crossbow, the challenger said that his enemy would pay with his life. As his arrow shot into the air, the space shook from the flash of such powerful energy. The places where the magic arrows hit exploded, but the knight managed to avoid the blows. The stone monster was so agile that it even managed to get close to the young warrior. Knowing that when dealing with mages, close combat is the standard, Chunseok knew how to fight back. But such tactics of the enemy only worked if the opponent was an ordinary wizard, and not as strong as this challenger was. Watching what was happening, Song Yun was amazed at the strength of his allies, because before he had only encountered weak opponents, the sight of such people excited his blood. The most important thing was not to fail in such an amazingly strong team, so it was worth giving it our all. Using a wide variety of techniques, the guy was not shy about showing off his skills, because he knew that these people would appreciate them. Just like the opponents who tried to avoid a direct confrontation with Song Yun, but they failed. Having activated the skill, which helped him accelerate by 50%, the guy realized that he needed to take the enemy with speed and maneuvers. The stone monster rushed to pierce its opponent with a huge spear, but the hunter surprised it when he ran away and avoided the blow instead of parrying it. It was decided that it was high time to try out a new skill that helped to immerse oneself in a state that allowed one to step on the shadow of a creature and was called Secret Shadow Walk. He then used an ability that increased the attack speed of the sword by 10% and launched a sword that was filled with chi energy. This tactic allowed them to defeat the enemy and split the lord's head, which never reached the body of its owner. Kim Seung-hoon was not far behind either, as he decided to use a technique called the depth charge. After that, the body of his stone target burst into flames and the idol dropped its weapon, gritting its teeth from the tension. The fire slowly spread through his body and seemed to go straight inside, burning the knight from the middle. Sometime later, the stone began to crack and the boss's head began to crack, after which it fell apart into pieces. The man in the mask was pleased with his work, so he left the battlefield without looking back. Chunseok was also generous in demonstrating his amazing skills, and his enemies also had a hard time. Now his crossbow had turned into something else, something that looked like a huge pickaxe for crushing stone. It came in very handy in the fight against the living statues, as it did an excellent job of separating the enemy's limbs from his body. The young mage watched with pleasure as the head of the Lord of Darkness split in two and lost all its energy. Feeling that it was no longer possible to fulfill its mission, the huge monster screamed in despair. After this, the surviving idols gathered together and behaved in a very unexpected way. They simply began to run away, realizing that they had failed in their task. The guys decided that it was time to slowly wrap things up, because now that there was not a single head left, the resurrection of the Lord became impossible. Therefore, it was decided to chase the knights in order to finally deal with them and cross out any possibility of their lord returning to life. As they ran, they heard a strange sound that became louder with each passing second. It turns out that their fight was not over yet because another enemy was heading towards them. Song Yun's eyes widened as he finally realized what they were about to face. Even the fleeing stone idols began to try to hide from what was approaching them. The sound became more distinct, and the clatter of hooves could be discerned in it. Even the monster crouched in fear at the sight of the one who had come to life. The current enemy looked much more terrifying than his predecessors. Song Yun felt a shudder inside him as he realized that this was the same sculpture they had seen at the entrance. It was not for nothing that the boys had a bad feeling, because this rider was getting closer and closer to his master, and stopping him was a very problematic task. All members of the team rushed together after the nimble idol to stop its approach and the attempt to resurrect the Dark Lord. It was already too late to run after him, and Song Yun understood this very well, which meant he had to quickly come up with some other plan. But it seemed they were already too late, because the knight rose from his horse, took out a stone head, and was already about to impale it on the body of his master. It dawned on Song Yun that he had to act now or say goodbye to his life. He gritted his teeth in tension and began to apply the skill that he thought would help. Gathering the rest of his energy into a heap, he directed it towards the enemy, who was about to commit an irreparable act that would inevitably lead the team to defeat. Death was already hovering around the building where the boys were. They could only watch in horror as the head of the Lord, who commanded the darkness, barely touched his neck. When this happened, the boss's body was pierced by some kind of blue lightning. The idol thought that this is how it should be when the owner is resurrected. But everything was not so, because stones began to fall from the stone body, and the crown fell down and rolled down the steps. The knight's eyes gleamed angrily, because right now his last hope for bringing his king back to life was taken away from him. He screamed deafeningly, because all his dreams were destroyed in one moment, and all because of some people who were much weaker than him. Oh Chunseok jumped up happily, rejoicing that there was still hope that everyone would not survive. With a sigh of relief, Song-yun finally realized that he had just contributed to his team meeting tomorrow. But the guy should remember that there is no need to rejoice prematurely, because everything can change in an instant. The idol that carried the head of its master put on a golden crown, and something happened that no one expected to see. Everyone watched with bated breath as the stone statue with the crown slowly took the weapon into its hands. It was possible to notice that the idol was as if under hypnosis and its actions were controlled by someone else, because it pierced its own neck with its own spear. The guys were so surprised that they didn't even know what to do, so they just stood and watched what would happen next. When they realized that their sluggishness could lead to fatal consequences, they immediately rushed into the attack, hoping to have time to stop their enemy. They had to hurry very much because the statue had separated its head from its body, and it was clear to everyone what it intended to do next. If you don't stop her, the head and the crown will be on the boss's neck, and the guys will lose this test, as a result of which they will die. Events unfolded very quickly, and the situation became more and more alarming, because the head, separated from the body of the servant, almost touched the neck of the master. When these two elements came into contact, the surrounding world exploded from the force that was released, scattering Song-yun and his comrades in different directions. What happened was what the guys were afraid of and tried to do everything to prevent. When the black haze cleared, everyone could see the darkness-devouring Lord, who had risen and was ready to bring death to everything that stood in his way. It was clear that this was going to be a battle for survival, but when Song-yun saw that they had to destroy the Overlord, his skin crawled. The main problem was that only those participants whose stats were higher than the boss's could deal damage to the enemy. All other attacks were nullified. It was surprising that monsters could use such power. Song-yun had never encountered monsters with such abilities before. The Lord was in no hurry to attack, but seemed to enjoy the confusion of his enemies, who did not yet know how to kill him. A sword fell into his hands, from which emanated waves of very powerful and ancient energy, which was drawn to its master. The idol put all this force into his blow, which cut the ground under the feet of his ill-wishers and did not allow them to get close to him. After bouncing back from the blow, Song-yun began to think hard about what he and his team could do, since in fact, dealing damage on its own was impossible. Knowing that he had almost all the advantages on his side, the Lord began to choose the victim he would attack first. Feeling the presence of an ancient force behind him, the boy didn't even need to turn around to understand who was standing behind him. The blade of the sword whistled through the air and was ready to cut the flesh of the worthless people who had disturbed the boss and wanted to prevent his revival. Blood splashed onto the stone, and the boy clenched his teeth in pain. The statue managed to wound him, but he repelled the next attack, thereby protecting himself from new injuries. The regeneration ability came in very handy, as it quickly healed Song-yun's wound, who was thinking about all the troubles that had fallen on their heads due to them failing to complete the mission. But his head was a generator of ideas, so the new thought erased all these depressive moods. As he watched the boss and his minions ominously approach, he realized that there was one method that would work. Kim Seong-hoon hurried to the boy, having heard that they had to come up with a plan and attack the Overlord with their combined forces. But first, they had to deal with his guards. When Oh Chung-seok approached, Hunter said that he had one request, the gist of which was that his allies would delay the boss for a while. Kim Seong-hoon doubted this plan and believed that the guards needed to be cleared out first, since they could not cause any damage to the main enemy. There was meaning in these words, and Song-yun did not argue with them. He only said that he had a very interesting idea. He assumed that there was one way that would help them solve their living problem and kill the Overlord once and for all. The man in the mask was overcome with doubts, but the boy had not let them down before, so perhaps it was worth trusting him. Sighing, Kim Seong-hoon overcame his last doubts and said that they would trust Song-yun and do what he asked them to do. Adding that he and Chunseok would not be able to hold out for long, he urged his ally not to drag things out and to act quickly. After these words, he and his comrade rushed towards the guards, fully prepared to do whatever it took for their survival. Seeing his allies desperately rush into battle, Song Yun knew that now was the time to put his plan into action. The size of his opponents was simply astounding, but the guy grinned and decided that playing with such opponents would be very interesting. All available weapons were used, because only powerful techniques had to be used against such enemies, and Kim Seung-hoon's hammer was very helpful in this. By using the depth charge technique, the man planned to neutralize the boss, who was about to attack. The Dark Lord growled as if to remind him that any damage they tried to inflict on him would be immediately nullified. As expected, there was no sense in this action. All the guys managed to do was anger the enemy, who was now furious. With a loud roar, the idol activated a power called the Lord's Majesty, which was capable of bringing down the walls of the structure to their very foundations. Everyone had to show respect towards the Lord, otherwise any action that did not satisfy this requirement would be blocked, so the boys' bodies became uncontrollable. The monster attacked, and everyone who was within the radius of its blow felt that they were simply talentless compared to this creature. The flow of power was getting closer and closer to the kneeling men, but they had no way to escape. Kim Seung-hoon wasn't going to give in even to such a strong opponent, so he was able to strike with his spear and activate the magic resistance skill. At the same moment, the blockage on his body was partially released, allowing him to rise to his feet, although it was still not easy to do so. His friend looked at this picture in amazement, because she understood what titanic efforts Kim Seung-hoon was making to stay on his own 2 feet. There was no time to enjoy the fleeting triumph, because the shockwave had almost caught up with them, so they had to save themselves and their friend from a fatal blow. It became clear that it would no longer be possible to escape, so the brave warrior decided to cover Oh Chun-seok with his body and take all the damage on himself. His friend was simply amazed by this action, because he never expected that the man would be ready to sacrifice his well-being for his sake. Kim Seung-hoon felt a sharp, painful flash, followed by a nauseating metallic taste in his mouth. When he began to lose consciousness, his comrade caught him, hoping that not everything was so tragic and the man's condition was not critical. Trying to escape to a safer place as quickly as possible, Oh Chung-seok's only thought was that he needed to find a way to save his friend. Their enemy did not stop. He swung his sword and raged, trying to neutralize everyone who stood in his way. Seeing that the enemy's blade was already very close, the boy closed his eyes and realized that only a miracle could save them. As it turned out, miracles happen not so rarely because help arrived at the most necessary moment. Taking out his shield, Song Yun took another blow on himself, thus protecting his allies from the devastating attack. When Chun-seok opened his eyes, he saw that the danger had temporarily passed, and their comrade apologized for being a little late. It was simply amazing to watch how the guy steadfastly withstood the attacks of this stone giant. It was clear that he needed to act decisively, so the young hunter decided to use a proven skill called absorption. It will help increase stats using the spirits inside the guy, thereby increasing endurance, strength, agility, and mana by several %. After using this power, the guy immediately felt a surge of new and very powerful energy, which was supposed to help him in the fight with the enemy. Also, it was worth remembering that his counterattack shield instantly released accumulated damage, and Song Yun was planning to use this skill. And his sword allowed him to use chi power, which was a very powerful attack tool. With the arrival of these forces, confidence also came, so the hunter decided that it was worth trying to attack the boss of the idols. He was very serious, because he wanted to make the Lord get what he deserved. The guy was impatient to feel the long-awaited taste of victory. The monster managed to withstand the boy's blows, but even he did not expect them to be so powerful. Even though the boss was still standing, it was clear that the attack had worked, and deep cracks had appeared in the stone. The giant roared in pain, as even his impenetrable stone flesh began to ache after such a strong blow. The boy tensed up when he saw the system notification that the power of the Overlord's Majesty had been activated, calling on everyone to show respect to the monster. Bracing himself for something very bad to happen, he gritted his teeth and waited for the consequences of his disrespectful actions to soon catch up with him. Deciding that he needed to prepare somehow, the boy activated the forced breakthrough and magic resistance skills, hoping that they would somehow save him from death. When the idol attacked, Song Yun's defense was activated, and all the blocks on his body were completely removed, which increased the rank of many of his skills. A small human boy and a huge stone monster clash in a brutal battle in which only one of them will survive. The situation was extremely dangerous, but Song Yun had no choice but to continue fighting, since there was nowhere to retreat. The boy's face broke into a strange smile, the nature of which he himself did not fully understand. Perhaps it was all because he was anticipating the approaching victory, and the desire to become stronger burned within him like fire. Watching the fight between their ally and the overlord, the two comrades concluded that Song Yun was a true monster who could handle unimaginable difficulties. Kim Seung-hoon said that it was new for him to watch someone save him, but he would still happily congratulate the guy who was now ranked first. The idol continued to hit the hunter's shield with his weapon, which filled the protective device with maximum force, which would allow him to make a counterattack. Holding an object filled with such energy in his hands, Song Yun felt that he was now capable of crushing any enemy. After all, the counterattack shield literally emitted waves of power that could not be contained within this object. Analyzing the situation, the boy realized that if he reduced the shield's area of effect, the energy density would increase. Finally, he decided to activate the skill that allowed him to instantly release the accumulated damage. This power was like the most powerful laser that could be conceived. It literally cut the enemy into pieces. He roared in pain, and for the first time his emotionless eyes began to show glimmers of real fear. But Song Yun could no longer be stopped, because the long-awaited victory beckoned him, and the thirst for revenge for his wounded comrades added even more strength. When the hunter used the skills that allowed him to increase his movement speed and sword attacks, the overlord opened his mouth in panic, because now he was the one in the role of the victim. Frantically swinging his sword, Song Yun managed to achieve what he wanted, and the system sent him the long-awaited notification that the darkness-devouring overlord had been defeated. A blonde standing in a clearing strewn with swords watched what was happening with interest. The one who called herself the Lord of Steel Blood was pleased to realize that this applicant, who was showing simply insane growth, was her contractor. She knew that the normal aspirants who climbed the tower prepared themselves carefully to take no risks and climbed one floor at a time, and only after intense training. But Song Yun was completely different. Such a valuable talent. It was not easy to see in other dimensions, because it could be said that he also embodied the desire to grow. The only thing that worried her was that, as time went on, other administrators would also start to take more and more interest in this guy. There was only one solution to this problem, which involved establishing closer relations with this applicant. And this had to be done as soon as possible, because other administrators would want to get ahead of her, and the Lord of Steel Blood could not allow her wish to not come true. When the golden crown shattered and the head of the annoying overlord rolled with a thud on the ground, all the team members breathed a sigh of relief. After reviewing all the notifications, Song Yun realized that the reward had fully compensated for the difficulty of the challenge, as he received many additional points and items in his inventory. Oh Chunseok stepped back a bit from what was happening and looked in shock at the one who had helped them win. The question arose as to how the guy had managed to pull off all this on his own. But their comrade only said that he had a skill that was perfect for the situation, and also that luck was on his side. Such outstanding abilities greatly surprised the man in the mask, who suggested talking in more detail in a private chat before adding each other as friends. When the portal started to appear, Song Yun saw that 2 candidates had sent him a friend request. Returning to the room, the system announced that over 1,000 applicants had successfully broken through the 10th floor, and dimensional travel was now available. The boy assumed that passages to places like Ares and Murim were now available, but going there was the same as signing your own death warrant. Also, now it was possible to communicate with the administrator even in the waiting room, and there was also the opportunity to conclude an additional contract. It turns out that Song Yun signed one official contract, but he had the opportunity to sign an additional one, which could be terminated at any time. But before drawing any conclusions, the guy decided to thoroughly understand everything, and also examine what he managed to get on the 10th floor. The first thing he saw in his inventory was a skill enhancement potion, which when taken, would increase his skill level by 20%. Interest took over, and Song Yun did not hesitate for long, but immediately drank from the bottle that contained this magical liquid. It tasted so disgusting that the hunter almost threw up, but at least he had the opportunity to choose one skill to improve his mastery, and he chose Wind's Mercy. Now that this skill has been raised by 1 rank, the cooldown time has been removed. allowing for acceleration without any delays or restrictions. The next thing the guy did was absorb the spirit of the darkness devouring overlord to permanently increase his stats. Not only did his strength, agility, stamina, mana, and durability increase by several stats, Song Yun also gained the mana management skill. It allowed one to control magical power like someone with natural talent. The skill was very interesting, and the applicant was eager to try it out. Suddenly, Song Yun began receiving notifications that the administrators Lord Steelblood and Master White Crane were inviting him to their domain. It was surprising that they decided to call him at the same time. It seemed as if the women were competing with each other. It was decided to go to a place where we had already been, namely to the world of Steel Blood. Song Yun found himself in a familiar snowy clearing that was strewn with swords, and nearby was a cozy house where he went. The door opened and the Lord of Steel Blood came out of the house. The girl's hair was tied in a ponytail, and she was wearing only a towel. She walked through the snow in her slippers and laughed, saying she knew her contractor would choose her. Listening to her in surprise, the boy concluded that the women had argued, which was why the invitations were sent at the same time, because the blonde was happy that she had won the argument. Looking at the half-naked teacher, Song Yun asked if she was cold. Taking the opportunity to ask questions, the boy also asked if the woman knew anything about the mana management skill, and she turned around and looked at him in surprise. She said that it was a very powerful ability. Using it, one could maximize the magical power in one's body. Song Yun decided to try out his new skills, and concentrating on the power within himself, tried to increase it several times. At one point, he felt as if some switch had clicked inside him and an inexplicable energy began to rush out. The guy screamed, because feeling every point that was filled with power was unusual and very painful. It seemed like lightning bolts were piercing his entire body. All these feelings caused the mana management skill to forcibly increase the magic circuit's stats and make this skill more dangerous. The young hunter's body was literally smoking, and he had the feeling that his physical abilities had increased several times. Wanting to test this theory, Song Yun slammed his sword into the ground with all his might. The force was so strong that even the swords that were deeply embedded in the ground could not withstand it and flew up. The Iron Blood Lord recoiled, her towel fluttering in the wind created by the flow of energy emanating from her contractor. Eventually, the piece of fabric that covered her body couldn't withstand it and flew away, but the woman didn't care at all. But Song Yun was very worried because he did not expect to see such a sight in the snowy landscape. After what happened, they returned home, and the hostess, as if nothing had happened, invited her guests to the table for tea. She calmly reasoned that she had no idea that there was a person in front of her who was capable of pulling such a trick. It was obvious that Song Yun was at a loss, but the administrator still advised him to try activating skills that used mana using the new ability. In this way, it was possible to stimulate the growth of each of the desired skills. Putting aside thoughts about this for later, the boy wondered why the Lord of Steel Blood had called him into her domain. The woman asked if the guy had received the notification about the expansion of the system. He nodded affirmatively and said that it was thanks to this that he was able to come here, bypassing the tower. While chewing on the cookie, he listened in amazement, as he was informed that the real purpose of the expansion was to make sure that the administrator could seriously cultivate applicants. It was unclear what this meant, but the blonde snapped her fingers and said that she would show everything now. Feeling a strange warmth inside himself that spread throughout his body, the guy saw a notification that the mentor was transferring power to him using the interference zone. Now that the power of the bloodsteel sword had been imprinted in Song Yun's soul, he wondered if the woman could have done this before. She replied that this had previously been impossible, but at one time she had already paid the corresponding price for the tower. The additional contract's function was open, so the boy's head was filled with thoughts about why the administrator was helping him so actively and didn't want to find another candidate. The blonde argued that she saw a huge opportunity in the hunter, and he looked at her questioningly. It turns out that administrators are rewarded for developing candidates, but that was by no means the end goal. It was a bit strange to hear that everyone, as one, was investing in one or another candidate in order to fulfill a long-standing desire. Remembering how the other mentors had persistently called him to visit their domains, the question arose as to what long-standing desire all these people forever stuck in the tower had. To stop further questioning, the woman said that she would end her story here since she had completed her mission and successfully transferred the power. After finishing this visit, Song Yun accepted the next invitation and moved to the bamboo forest. The place was stunning, and the clearing looked perfect for training, and the guy was just curious to master the methods that the Lord of Steel Blood taught him. Activating the mana management skill, the boy began to swing his sword and felt an energy whose power was previously unknown to him. Thanks to his new skill, he began to improve his mastery of his other abilities, which made him an even more dangerous fighter. When the guy stopped, he looked at his sword and decided that he should also increase the power of his key sword mastery. He felt the metal begin to heat up in his hands, and a bluish haze began to spread across the blade. Gritting his teeth, Song Yun tried to understand why the chi sword couldn't be activated using mana control, since he wanted to raise its rank. It was all very strange, but perhaps such a reaction of the weapon was because the master of the sword key is power. But the decision on this issue had to be postponed, because a notification arrived that the administrator, nicknamed the Master of the White Crane, was expecting his visit. While enjoying the surrounding nature, the boy thought that judging by the title, the mentor should be as old as Baek Sunhak. So Song Yun was very surprised when he reached the estate and saw a man sitting in front of him. He was met by a young, long-haired girl who smiled pleasantly and was very beautiful. The pretty hostess said that she was very pleased to meet the applicant, and she had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. What struck Song Yun the most was not the girl's beauty, but the fact that she looked like a teenager. Noticing the guy's confusion, the White Crane Master asked if there was some kind of problem. The hunter came to his senses and said that it was surprising to communicate with someone with whom he had previously only corresponded. The teenage girl laughed and said that she understood everything perfectly well. Then she invited her guest to sit down next to her, because it was uncomfortable to talk standing up. When Song Yun sat down, he felt a strange chill all over his skin, which was unexpected but very pleasant and very refreshing. Now the guy understood why the administrator had thrown away the chairs and sat on the floor. The girl laughed and said that the sensations were really not bad. She shared that she had always been watching the guy from this very spot, and the mentor had been watching him from the moment Song Yun entered into battle with Baek Sunhak on the 9th floor. This news surprised the hunter. He asked if it was not a waste to sponsor a candidate whom he saw for the first time. In response to this, Master White Crane advised Song Yun to better understand his own worth. She said that Baek Sunhak was considered the strongest warrior of Merim, so defeating such a challenger could be called a real feat. One could believe in the sincerity of these words, at least because the woman sitting in front of Song Yun was bound to the old man by a contract. Having learned this news, the boy seriously wondered whether this pretty girl held a grudge against him for killing her contractor. As if hearing these thoughts, the White Crane Master said that there was no need to escalate the situation, because to her, Sunhak was nothing more than a good contender for points. Touching the beautiful butterfly with her finger, she said that she had signed contracts with many applicants, but had never invited anyone to her domain. That was until the receptionist saw Song Yun, and for that she had the dead old man Sunhak to thank. The butterfly fluttered away, and the blonde said irritably that the guy already understood what was going on, so she didn't delay and ask him to sign an additional contract with her. It was clear that there was no point in rushing into such decisions, so the boy asked if there were any benefits he could get if he did this. The long-haired warrior explained that if he signed a contract with her, she could make him an apostle of the White Crane Sword Administrator. In the tower, the term apostle means a candidate who enters into a special contractual relationship with a mentor, who can only appoint one person as an apostle in his entire life. Also, participants who become apostles can acquire all the powers of their curator. The boy suddenly realized that the patronage agreement was so important, and the Lord of Steel Blood didn't even bother to tell him about all the nuances. It was curious why the White Crane Master was offering Song Yun patronage, which could only be granted to a candidate once in a lifetime under such unfavorable conditions. The beauty turned her head slightly and said that, like the Lord of Steel Blood, she chose the guy to fulfill her long-standing wish. She needed the sharpest sword in the world, one that would never break or become dull. This is exactly how Song Yun seemed, an indestructible and incredibly strong contender who could be relied upon. She saw the potential in it that promised to be sharper than any sword she had ever encountered before. But at the moment, the guy was only interested in what every administrator had long wanted. Deciding to try his luck, he finally decided to ask the girl about it. It was obvious that the question embarrassed her, and she was not eager to share this information. But she still said that they all dreamed of memories that came from regrets of the past. And at the same time, like the tower tests, the long-standing desire was also a kind of test that the administrator could give to the applicants with whom the contract was signed. When it is finally fulfilled, the applicant receives a certain reward. Also, if the participant can perform it, it will be possible to change the events of the past. Hearing this, Song Yun was simply amazed, because now he understood why everyone was so eager for his incarnation. He wondered if it was really possible to change an event in the past, as it turned out to be completely unrealistic. Lost in thought, the girl said that since the challenger had already gone through the tower test a long time ago, he should already know perfectly well whether she was telling the truth or lying. Looking at this strange teenage girl who reasoned like a wise woman, he came to certain conclusions. When it came to the Tower of Trials, you could expect anything, and even the most incredible things could come true. Song Yun said that he wanted to know the answer to one more question, and Master White Crane promised to try to answer it. He wondered how high one would have to climb in the Tower of Trials to fulfill this most ancient of desires. Turning away, the girl began to think about how to correctly present the information to the applicant. The news that Song Yun heard could not be called very joyful, because according to the administrator, he should have reached at least the top floor. But nevertheless, he decided that it was worth signing a contract with this woman. She was very happy about this, and began to say that the guy would not regret anything. She waved her arms and laughed so enthusiastically that she looked even more like an ordinary teenage girl than a warrior who had once reached the 40th floor. So the last floor, the guy learned that the top of the tower was the goal that needed to be reached to fulfill an ancient wish. He was shocked when he saw the notification that he had become the apostle of not only the White Crane Master, but also the Steel Blood Lord. Such advantages could not be ignored. Besides, one shouldn't forget that he had an unexpected gift in his hands, presented by an additional contractor. By the way, she was interested in what exactly Song Yun had been told by the woman with whom he had signed the main contract. Having heard nothing worthwhile, his new mentor told him that there was a creature that was searching for him. It sounded quite ominous, especially considering that it was the first time he heard about it. The White Crane Master rolled her eyes and said that it seemed like the Steel Blood Lord had complete faith in the boy's powers since she didn't explain anything to him. Concern showed on the girl's face, and she said that what she was going to say from now on would use up all the question tickets the boy had. But Song Yun was only interested in information, so he agreed and said that they hadn't used these tickets anyway, and now they would at least spend them usefully. Seeing that absolutely all opportunities to ask questions had been wasted, the guy realized that it seemed like the topic for discussion was quite serious. It turns out that in the Murim dimension there is a huge force called the Murim Union. Baek Sunhak, who was killed by Song Yun on the 9th floor, held an important position as a commander in this alliance. Because of his high position, there were people from this dimension who were searching for the old man's killer. To clarify the information, the guy asked again whether the Murim Union would really pursue him to kill him. But the girl said that everything was not so. The Union was now in disarray due to the struggle for the vacant position of commander. Song Yun still did not understand who was holding a grudge against him. According to the teacher, that someone was the Namgung family's dragon sword, who took it upon himself to punish Sunhak's killer. The warrior named Namgung Hyuk was very agile, and no one knew that he was already in Tokyo. He was a being who was called a genius in the Murim dimension, and all the inhabitants there were simply obsessed with martial arts. It was he who was looking for the guy, using nothing less than revenge as an excuse. The administrator couldn't even guess when the meeting between this warrior and Song Yun would take place. But one thing was clear. When this happened, the boy would have to risk his life to get out of this fight alive. After all, with an opponent like Namgung Hyuk, it was impossible to relax and rely on luck alone. After all these innovations, decisions made, and details revealed, the guy finally returned to the waiting room. He thought about his new mysterious enemy who was literally breathing down his neck, and Song Yun remained in the dark all this time. The fact that he was being sought by a psychopathic killer from the Murim dimension did not add any enthusiasm at all. But still, thoughts flashed through the guy's head about whether he should go to that world himself. Having purchased the power of Steel Wings and the Return Stone, Song Yun decided that he had no choice but to level up his skills before facing Namgung Hyuk. To take a breather and escape from his worries, the guy decided to move to Earth. When he looked at his phone, he was surprised by the huge number of missed calls and messages. They were all from Lee Ha-yeon, and that didn't bode well for him. In one of the messages, the girl urged him to go to the hunting association immediately after reading the messages. It was clear that something had happened, because the brunette was very responsible and would not have bothered him without reason. After activating the steel wings, Song-yoon felt something appear behind him that would help him fly to the association building as quickly as possible. He rushed from the spot because he was already impatient to find out what had happened. A crowd of people were coming out of the Hunters Association office, and Song-yoon couldn't figure out what was causing the crowd. Some of the guys were talking among themselves about how glad they were to know that it wasn't forced conscription, because judging by the video, the criminal was ruthless and bloodthirsty. After these words, they froze and stared blankly at the sky, as if they saw a monster flying straight at them. But it was not a monster at all, but Song-yoon himself, who successfully tried out his new wings. The boy apologized to the men whom he had seriously scared and ran towards the entrance to the office. The stunned guys watched the man running towards where many were rushing to get out as quickly as possible. But what surprised them most was that this character was flying. Some literally did not believe what they saw with their own eyes. As soon as Song-yoon entered, he was immediately greeted by a man in Lee Ha-yeon, who smiled at him warmly. Having waved his hand at them, the guy decided to get straight to the point, so he asked why he was ordered to urgently appear at the association. The brunette stepped forward and said that there was a serious incident happening in Japan right now, so she was worried that Song-yoon might go and deal with the problems alone. Seeing that the hunter from the tower was not quite up to date with the latest news, the man decided that talking was not as effective as the video from the scene. A video from the Japanese hunter's body cameras appeared on the screen and was published online, depicting real horrors caused by an unknown force. This cataclysm took place in the Shinjuku area of Tokyo. Sensing a strong wave of enemy power generation, the Japanese Hunters Association formed a response team. But the man who appeared from the portal shockingly killed 6 A-rank hunters in just a few seconds, suggesting that a challenger from another world had invaded Earth. The gears in Song-yoon's head immediately started turning, because this simply couldn't be a coincidence. The challengers had never invaded Earth before. The guy asked if the local association had tried to put together a team to support Japan. In response, there was justification that in such a situation, all countries focused on protecting their hunters, and the same applied to Korea, which did not recommend sending reinforcements. But that wasn't all. There was also video from the body camera of the only survivor. It was clear that the unfortunate man was lying in a pool of his own blood and desperately begging the unknown warrior to spare him. The guy's eyes were burning with a mad fire, and the most unpleasant thoughts were awakening in Song-yoon's head, screaming at him that this was his new enemy. These assumptions were confirmed when the warrior said that his name was Namgung-hyuk, and he had come to avenge the death of Bak Sun-hak. Song-yoon's body was already shaking with anticipation of the battle. He could not imagine that he and the dragon sword would cross paths so soon. When he was already planning to leave the office, he felt that someone was stopping him. Someone's fragile hand was tugging at his sleeve very insistently, urging him to turn around. Lee Ha-yeon asked him why he had such a serious expression since it wasn't a forced mobilization, and then she hinted that she wanted to have lunch together. Such unexpected invitations put Song-yoon into a bit of a stupor, so he didn't immediately find an answer. Taking advantage of this pause, the brunette asked if her friend was going to take on this matter and deal with the guests from another dimension. There was no hesitation in Song-yoon's voice when he said that he would answer Japan's call and head to the Shinjuku area of Tokyo. Hearing these words, the girl turned pale and did not know what to say, because she hoped with all her heart that her comrade would not interfere in this. When her nerves gave out, she screamed that the guy was acting recklessly and should at least take other people's feelings into account a little. Song-yoon understood that his friend was worried about him, so he patted her on the head and thanked her for caring about him. But despite all this, he had already made a decision and was not going to give it up, because this was a problem that he had to solve. The past can tell us a lot, in particular the story of a young warrior who was puzzled why no one but him could understand the sound of a sword. His young comrades could not stand sparring with him and said that the young master attacked too strongly. The coach praised him, noting that the young man's successes surpassed even his own, because mastering the released chi energy at the age of 13 was simply an amazing achievement. The elderly teacher was not afraid to call the boy a swordmaster because he knew that a great future awaited him. The mentor always told young Hyuk that martial arts were not meant to harm people, it was a path to excellence. The disgruntled teenager listened in silence to the story that it was wrong to hurt people without reason. The test tower always chose the strongest from the Murim dimension, and people rejoiced when the master reached the 20th floor. But the guy had a feeling that something was missing, and climbing on his own did not satisfy his desires. He accomplished such an incredible feat at the age of only 17, but he did not feel the joy of triumph inside him at all. Having come to his mentor with this burden, the boy said that everything happened as expected. After going through many levels and using the rite of spatial invasion, the young master realized that nothing brought him such joy as killing people. He was no longer satisfied with the death of some idiots, and in Murim he could not kill whenever he wanted. Therefore, the Namgung family's dragon sword decided that a guy named Han Sung-yoon, who killed the old man Sunhak, could relieve his boredom and satisfy his thirst for murder. Song-yoon was already mentally preparing for the upcoming fight with the strongest enemy, so without thinking twice, he took a plane ticket and arrived in Japan. At the airport, he was met by a woman from the Hunters Association who escorted him to his car. It was amazing that one man was accompanied by an entire escort of police cars, which raced after them through the city. When they finally got to the office, the woman said the guy could wait inside with the other hunters. Entering the room, he immediately saw his fellow test subjects on the 10th floor. Oh Junseok smiled warmly, and Kim Seung-hoon said that the boy arrived later than he thought. Smiling back, Song-yoon asked if they were all who had answered Japan's call, and the masked man announced that another applicant from America was due to arrive any minute. Shaking his head, the boy thought that each of these hunters was C rank, so fighting together with them was already not bad. But the guest who came to their world was a real monster, to whom even such strong hunters could lose. Footsteps were heard outside the door, and Song-yoon turned to look at who would be their new ally from America. When he turned his head, his eyes widened in shock, because he never expected to see this person in front of him. A red-haired girl, known by the nickname of the Witch of Hellfire, entered the room. It was the same Catherine Benet that the guy had defeated in the arena. The curator asked if the participants knew each other, and Song-yoon said that they had crossed paths in the tower. Catherine scratched her head in embarrassment and said that she didn't want to meet under such circumstances at all. The boy grinned and asked if their meeting could have taken place any other way. But these words did not calm the girl down at all. She irritably said that she wanted to see him in a normal environment. Song-yoon tried to calm her down, saying that all these were trifles. Shaking her head, the red-haired beast muttered that she agreed with this statement, but it could have been said in a softer way. Surprised, Kim Seung-hoon laughed and told his comrade that this squabble was like a lover's quarrel between a long-married couple. Trying to speak as convincingly as possible, Song-yoon began to convince the guys that he was in no way in a relationship with this girl. The conversation was interrupted by the curator, who introduced herself as Ari Chika and said that she was the president of the Japanese Hunters Association. Hearing this, the young hunter was very surprised, because when the woman met him at the airport, he thought that she was a regular employee. She announced that no further support was expected, and in her opinion, the situation was more serious than expected, so other countries were in no hurry to send their hunters. Everyone, but especially Oh Chun-seok, was surprised that only 4 people had arrived from all over the world. In Catherine Bennett's opinion, the situation was extremely dangerous. Trying to suppress her trembling, Ari Chika said that currently no one wants to help Japan. The woman bowed and said that she was very grateful to the 4 boys for coming to her aid when everyone else had turned away. Picking up the fragile woman, Song-yoon said that now was not the time to bend over backwards, because the problem needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Conversation was closely watched by Catherine, who thought that the guy in front of her was insensitive, but he was not. In order to gain their support, Song-yoon asked to double the promised reward. The Hellfire Witch almost rolled her eyes. It seemed like the guy was callous after all. The young hunter did not come to Japan to be a hero or to show humanitarianism. He was only interested in the reward and growth that he could get by killing Namgung Hyuk. Shaking herself off, the woman said that the creature that had appeared in their area was no ordinary monster, so considering that the applicants would risk their lives, the reward would be doubled. Arichika shared that it wasn't just that the situation was hopeless, because they had chances to win too. A contender like Catherine Benet could make a difference in this battle, as her abilities were simply unimaginable. The girl had a power in her arsenal called flame suppression. The red-haired beast explained that if she could touch an opponent stronger than her, all of the enemy's stats would drop by 10 points, and some of his skills would be sealed. With this power, the team of boys can take the initiative into their own hands, but this will only succeed if the girl touches the monster. In short, the team needed to create a situation in which the Hellfire Witch would have a chance to use her unique ability. The task was not an easy one, but the guys had already been in such situations more than once, from which there were few ways out. The latest news informed the people of Japan that the Chinese C-rank hunter Peng Jiwen, who went out to fight the enemy alone, met a challenger from another world. They both did not move, and from the outside it looked like the enemies were talking to each other. There were rumors that all the tower's contenders could conduct a dialogue regardless of dimension or country. When a Chinese warrior approached the Namgung family's dragon sword, he immediately asked if he was Han Sung-yun. A volunteer from China said he would make aliens from another dimension regret the way he treats Earth. Sighing, Namgung Hyuk said that he didn't understand why the one he told to come didn't come, and there were only bugs scurrying around. When the visitor from Murim made a dash to get even with the man, the Chinese warrior surprised him and was able not only to repel the attack, but also to attack. The man used a fist technique that helped him carry out the attack quite successfully. These actions greatly intrigued the young master, who seemed to be waiting for his enemy to reveal himself so that he could fully enjoy the battle. This behavior seemed wild to Peng Jiwen, who was not used to fighting such battles. A loud sound, reminiscent of an explosion, was heard on the city streets, but it was only the aftermath of the Murim warriors' attack. Watching the scene from his helicopter, Oh Jung-suk said with irritation that the Chinese hunter had started acting alone and the situation was far from good. Taking the opportunity, Song-yun asked if Catherine would be able to land properly if she found herself in the air, and the girl looked at him with confusion. The boy didn't really explain anything, but he said that a very good idea had come to his mind. Lost in thought, the red-haired girl muttered that there was a skill called Purity Jump that made her immune to all damage from falling. If this plan worked, Song-yun would be able to deal a strong blow to the enemy, and at that moment, Catherine would have to immediately activate her power. Abruptly grabbing the girl, the hunter whispered that it was high time to go to the exit. The confused Miss Bennett did not know how to react to all this. Activating his steel wings, Song-yun picked up his red-haired ally and jumped out from behind the helicopter. The guys watching this said with a smile that their ally was trying his best to do everything on his own, but they weren't going to stand aside either. So, without thinking twice, they jumped out of the helicopter after their brave comrade. As they quickly approached the ground, Catherine managed to say that her friend was abnormal, because he rushed into flight without giving any explanation at all. But Song-yun didn't listen to the girl, because he was saying that he was glad that the Chinese hunter had made their enemy lose his temper. He reminded Catherine that once Namgung Hyuk opened up, she should have used force right away. Having said this, he threw the girl down and shouted as he flew that it was time to leave her. Now the guy was alone and inexorably approaching the earth, looking for his opponent with his eyes. After a couple of seconds, two silhouettes became visible, trying to overcome each other. The Chinese volunteer was still alive and even able to move and fight back. This greatly surprised the Murim warrior. He did not understand how his opponent managed to use fist techniques if he could not even concentrate chi energy in his fist. This battle was starting to irritate him a bit, so Dragon's Sword threw the Chinese back using the same fist-fighting technique. He hoped that this technique would help him once and for all deal with this annoying warrior who did not want to admit his defeat. But suddenly, Namgung Hyuk noticed that he would soon have one more problem. After all, there was an incomprehensible red sphere right next to him, which was approaching very quickly. An inexplicable force threw the Murim guest back and slammed him into the ground, taking away any ability to move. Stones and pieces of concrete flew in all directions, because the force of the impact was simply amazing. But what was most impressive was that the blood of this invincible monster finally sprinkled the ground. The sight of his own blood gave the young master strength, for it awakened in him a thirst for revenge for the harm done to him. The blow did not go unnoticed, because a huge lump appeared on his hand, which will certainly hinder him in battle. These attempts to rise were observed by Song-yun, who carefully examined the one who was pursuing him and wanted to kill him. The boy chuckled and said that falling from the real sky was something that could be done twice. This arrogant behavior made Namgung-hyuk very angry, so he asked in a threatening tone who was standing in front of him. Smiling even wider, Song-yun said that the warrior had been looking for him so desperately, and when he met him face to face, he didn't even know who was standing in front of him. To protect himself, the hunter used the skill Ash Blood, which reduced any damage inflicted on him by 40%. When Namgung-hyuk finally realized who he had finally met, he sighed softly. Catching this surprised sigh, Song-yun confirmed that the one standing in front of the young master was the one he had been looking for. After saying these words, he activated the power of Swordmaster Qi and prepared for the inevitable battle. Raising his hands, which had 2 huge pine cones on them, the gentleman said that he could not wait to have the honor of finding out who killed Old Man Sunhak. Now he couldn't believe that this was some worthless bastard who was using a fake Qi release art. The young Murim warrior marked the beginning of the battle by clashing fists. He said that such manipulation of Qi energy irritated him very much, because to do so meant to defile this power. Song-yun didn't wait for the enemy to attack first, so he decided that he needed to strike first right now while the enemy didn't have a weapon in his hands. But the vengeful Murimets did not need it to stop the approach of his enemy. Raising his hand, Hyuk summoned his sword, which instantly flew up and appeared in his hand. The battle began. The 2 forces clashed, and the 2 strongest representatives of their dimension began to fight. The Murim alien was so strong that he managed to split Song-yun's shield and destroy it to such a state that it was extremely energy-consuming to restore it. The direct confrontation was very dangerous, but Song-yun still managed to restore his defense and activate the Ashen Blood skill. The guy understood perfectly well that since the counterattack shield was broken by just 1 blow, its reflective ability would be extremely difficult to use. Watching the Earthling heal, the Murim warrior asked if his opponent was relying entirely on the magical techniques he had learned in the tower. Not considering it necessary to answer this question, the boy activated the Lightning Qi sword skill and attacked. But for some reason, such an attack only made Namgung-hyuk laugh. Perhaps the young master was simply terribly self-confident. Or maybe he knew that he possessed such a power that was capable of repelling even the most powerful blow. While Hyuk was dealing with his sworn enemy, he had 2 more problems waiting for him in the form of Oh Chung-seok and Kim Seung-hoon, who were quietly sneaking up on him from behind. But it only seemed to the boys that they were approaching unnoticed. The Roman warrior saw them perfectly well and managed to jump back in time, leaving the enemies with nothing. But he didn't notice that Catherine Bennett was waiting behind him, using her power and activating the skill that would help them win. Without thinking twice, the girl shot fire. This ability allowed her to reduce the enemy's stats and seal some of his skills. There was an explosion, and the team that had come to help Japan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their plan had been successfully carried out. But it was too early to rejoice, because when the fire died down, Catherine discovered that her power had not activated. Putting on his unloved magic hat, Oh Chung-seok shouted to the boys that they should be extremely careful with this monster, because everything did not go according to plan. Namgung-hyuk laughed devilishly and said that the wretched bugs made him extremely angry. He shouted that his attack was impossible to block, even if the hunter had the instinct that had helped him get through many life-or-death fights. The young master's eyes glowed with an otherworldly flame as he shouted that he would crush all his enemies. The team members began to run away and try to dodge the attacks that rained down on them like hail from the sky. The world exploded in bright light, and the once calm streets of Tokyo were engulfed in a powerful explosion. Song-yun recalled with quiet joy those peaceful moments he had experienced in the bamboo grove while staying with the White Crane Master. Then the woman gave him a short lesson, which she told him to consider a gift. She showed him the introduction of ordinary mana. Touching the mentor's hand, the guy felt a strange flow of energy that came literally from his entire body and connected with the woman's body where they touched. She urged him not to perceive this process as a simple introduction of ordinary mana, because now it was about establishing a special connection. When the White Crane Master let go of her hand, Song-yun felt that beautiful connection being broken, and he understood the difference that the woman wanted to show. At first, he felt the usual surge of mana, but then another feeling arose. It seemed to him as if this woman was inside him. He and the White Crane Master literally became one on a spiritual level. Confused by this description, the woman smiled awkwardly and said that now her contractor could try to apply this ability to the sword. However, she asked the guy to try a trial training session after some time, so that no one would say that the administrator was interfering too much with the course of events. Trying out the new skill didn't turn out the way Song Yun had originally planned, but the circumstances didn't ask for his permission. But it wasn't only Song Yun's plans that were disrupted, because the dragon sword also didn't want to be thrown back several meters by an unknown force. This kind of chi surge was something exceptional, and was the first time it was used in the earthly dimension, so the testing tower paid tribute to Song Yun. The skill has been improved to the point that the tower has removed the penalty to increased mana consumption when using this power. When the haze cleared a little, the boy turned around and, seeing his friends, asked if all of them had survived. The Hellfire Witch didn't immediately come up with an answer, as she tried to comprehend the fact that her ally had instantly delivered a slashing blow and neutralized the incredibly powerful attack. It looks like the two guys who clashed have both already become monsters. Similar thoughts arose in the minds of every team member, because no one said anything, but only silently watched what was happening. Their attention was drawn to the crazy laughter that came from Namgung Hyuk. The young master said that he was almost disappointed in his opponent. He was looking forward to such a strong attack, because in his opinion, the more complex the sand castle, the more fun it was to destroy it. Based on this logic, the alien from Murim attacked again, and this time his attack was even stronger than the previous one. Gritting his teeth, Song Yun prepared to fight back until now. All the challengers from other worlds were terribly annoying, but this one was a real psychopath. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the boy backed away a little. It became clear that only the strongest abilities needed to be used. He asked his friends to wait in a safer place, because if he lost concentration again to protect them, the outcome could be disastrous. Catherine wanted to be indignant, but the man in the mask stopped her and said that the boy was right. They could not help him in any way. But he added that when he sees an opportunity and is confident of success, he will give the go-ahead for Operation Fireworks. Wishing their brave comrade good luck, the team began to look for a place that would serve as their temporary shelter. After the guys found themselves in a more or less safe place, two forces from two different dimensions again came together in battle. The fight was so intense that the earth shook, and thousands of tiny sparks flew into the air, flying off the guys' weapons. The force of it caused the windows of the nearby high-rise buildings to crack. It was a battle that would have been the stuff of legends before, but now it would only make the news. Where even the machines couldn't stand it, the boys continued to fight. It was a truly impressive and terrifying sight. The entire city seemed to freeze, waiting to see how this battle would end, because the outcome was of great importance both for Tokyo and for all of Japan. The area was so deserted and quiet that it seemed even the birds were afraid to fly near it. And not in vain, because at one moment, fires flared up and the sounds of explosions were heard. The boys who were hiding nearby finally understood why Song Yun told them to leave the battlefield, but despite everything, the boys still fought that monster on equal terms. The only one who disagreed with this was Kim Seung-hoon. He felt that his ally was one step behind his opponent, and at this rate he would lose sooner or later. There may come a point when he loses concentration and then misses an attack, which could be a fatal mistake for him. In the midst of the battle, Song Yun began to despair, thinking that he would be able to face the enemy if his chi skills improved. The teacher said that Namgung Hyuk's sword proficiency was A rank, while his skills were C rank. But even if you close your eyes to all these ranks and levels, the dragon sword was a real monster that possessed simply monstrous strength. When the guy literally couldn't breathe from fatigue and fell to his knees, Hyuk wasn't even out of breath. He even had the strength to mock his opponent. Wincing in anger, Song Yun knew that he had used too much stamina to recover, so if he used any more, it would affect his ability to fight. Suddenly, Catherine Bennett appeared on the horizon, called out to the guy and threw him a flask with some kind of potion. Having caught the fragile glass jar, the young hunter felt relief, because he knew what was inside it. He managed to uncork it and open his mouth to drink from the flask, but as expected, he was not allowed to do so. Namgung Hyuk was too fast and agile, so he managed to prevent his opponent from becoming stronger by hitting him in the stomach and knocking the glass container out of his hands. Deciding that the potion might be useful to him as well, he drank the entire contents, expecting a surprising effect of enhancing his abilities. Seeing this, The guys felt a chill inside because their opponent was a real thorn that ruined absolutely all plans. Song Yun no longer had the strength to endure his opponent's antics. He stood up on trembling legs and decided that it was time to finish with him. After regaining his stamina, Namgung Hyuk said that people have always had something called hope, and in his opinion, Song Yun was no different from others. With the skill of an actor, he began to act out despair and theatrically ask questions about whether he would be able to win this battle and whether he would survive after it. He then said that when these thoughts are torn to shreds, the faces of the enemies show sadness and despair instead of hope, and only such an expression on their faces gave him special pleasure. After these words, he attacked again, and the entire city shook from his blows, which rained chaotically on the enemy's body. But despite all these efforts, Song Yun did not give up, and in his eyes one could still see that same hope and core that was not so easy to break. This infuriated Namgung Hyuk even more, because he did everything to extinguish these glimmers of faith in himself. Realizing that it would not be so easy, the Murim warrior clenched his teeth in tension because he realized that this time he had a tough nut to crack. He was just like that too, so he did not give up trying to break his enemy and see the despair in his eyes. Song Yun flew from one end of the area to the other. The blows were very difficult to parry, so for now he took them on himself. When he smashed another stone block with his body and something in his back crunched disgustingly, the boy realized that at the moment his abilities were not enough to win, but he continued to hope, because war is a maneuver, and he had not yet given up trying to come up with some kind of clever plan that would help the enemy go to the next world. Looking at how Song Yun's eyes still hadn't gone out, even though he didn't have the strength to move, Hyuk didn't understand how his opponent hadn't broken yet. He wanted this simpleton to taste despair as much as possible, and understand that fighting the Murim warriors was a bad idea. Song Yun's eyes irritated him the most, so he decided to act cruelly and cut his blade straight at them, enjoying the enemy's scream of pain. Feeling the warm blood flowing down his cheeks, Song Yun realized that his stamina had also reached its limit, and if he gathered all his strength, he would only be able to attack once. But the main problem was that now he could see absolutely nothing, so he wouldn't be able to make the final blow. He felt himself being consumed by despair. Clenching his teeth, the boy thought about what he should do in this hopeless situation. It was important not to forget about the existence of friends who could save you at the most necessary moment, and that is exactly what his team did. But instead of joy, the guy felt fear for their lives, because if they got closer now, they would simply die a miserable death. Trying to warn his comrades about this, he stood up and began to blindly wave his hand, shouting for them not to come near him. Namgung Hyuk watched all of this closely, not understanding why his opponent had suddenly become so animated. When he saw the three hunters approaching, he suddenly realized why his enemy had such an irritating expression on his face. A stream of scorching fire erupted from the hands of the Hellfire Witch, aiming straight at the Murim warrior. But he managed to dodge and moved with lightning speed behind the girl, opening himself the opportunity to counterattack. He didn't care that only cowards attacked from behind. He took advantage of the opportunity and made a cut on the girl's body along the spine. Seeing this vile attack, the masked man screamed and rushed to help his red-haired ally, who was fighting so desperately for each of them. Kim Seung-hoon managed to push the scoundrel away and prevent him from continuing to cut Catherine's tender skin, which was unable to fight off the attack. Outraged by such behavior, the man was ready to rage and throw. He wanted to destroy this unprincipled Murimetz. But he was able to easily avoid the attack again and jumped to the side, leaving Seung-yuk with nothing. He watched from above as the lady's defender collided with the asphalt. All this time, Song Yun suffered from unbearable pain in his eyes. In addition to physical suffering, he was also tormented mentally, because he heard that his friends were struggling, but he could not help them in any way. Finally catching the Hellfire Witch, Hyuk grabbed her by the hair and walked towards Song Yun, who was sitting on the ground, wanting him to hear his friend's screams. As the boy began to turn his head restlessly, the Murimetz pressed his blazing sword against Catherine's tender skin, and she screamed from the unbearable pain of the burn. Enjoying the smell of burnt flesh, Dragonsword said that the fun was just beginning. Song Yun asked the crazy pervert to stop torturing his friends, but he only laughed and said that he finally saw that wonderful expression on her face that brought him so much pleasure. While the Murimetz was holding forth, he did not notice that another enemy was approaching him. It was Oh Chung-seok who magically made himself less noticeable and was able to get close to his hated enemy. The boy chose an advantageous position to attack and used the skill Ice Shackles, which froze Nam Gung-hyuk's hand, which was clutching Catherine's hair. Confused, the warrior from another dimension was unable to prevent his red-haired victim from being taken away. Chun-seok began to take Miss Bennett away because he understood that she needed urgent help from healers. Seeing his failure, Nam Gung-hyuk growled like a wild dog, feeling powerless because he couldn't escape from the icy shackles. But the despair was short-lived, because the guy concentrated all his strength in those places that were frozen, and this helped him break the ice into small pieces. After that, he rushed to catch up with his fleeing victims, with whom he had not yet finished dealing. Realizing that the enemy was closing in on them, Oh Chung-seok used a power called Zorb Ball, and caused Catherine to be trapped inside a protective sphere. Then he threw her as far as he could. That was all the boy could do. Now he needed to hide as quickly as possible. The concealment skill was supposed to help him with this, which he planned to use immediately. But the hated Murametz was able to spoil all the plans again. The guy from another dimension grabbed Chun-seok by the head and did not allow him to use any ability. After that, the young master's sword struck the boy's body, and he was unable to resist it. Realizing that his friends were on the verge of death, and each of them was desperately trying to help him survive, Song-yun suddenly thought that this situation was similar to what happened to him 7 years ago. On the day his parents died, he too was unable to protect anyone, but now his enemy could laugh happily, because despair filled the boy's mind. He felt as miserable as the little rat that squeaked under his feet and tried to run away from the dangerous territory as quickly as possible. It was heard that thousands of rats were trying to leave this place and find a safe piece of land for themselves. Recognizing the battle as a disaster, a large number of these little beasts ran to the surface to survive. Song-yun felt like he was one of them. But since these tailed animals did not give up, he did not want to give up either, so he reproduced the only attack he had left. He restored his stamina by using all the souls in the domain. The boy was making his last bet on this ability. As Nam Gung-hyuk approached Kim Seung-hoon to finish him off, he heard his enemy finally speak up and tell him to stop. Turning around, he saw Song-yun standing on his feet. The blood had already caked on his cheeks, but now some strange red-black smoke was swirling around the guy's body. This sight provoked the Murim even more, so he tore the masked man's hand from his body and said that it gave him pleasure to watch the enemy's reaction. This was the last straw. He would not endure any more torment, so the warrior gathered his will into a fist and made a dash. The attack was so fast and strong that Nam Gung-hyuk didn't even have time to react, so he lost his footing and ended up under the enemy's control. The fire suppression skill was used against the Murim, which sealed its abilities for 10 minutes, giving a huge advantage to the team. This hero was the Chinese volunteer Peng Jiwen, who was still not dead and was ready to fight until his last breath. Having delivered the flame to Catherine Benet, he said that he had completed his task and now dared to deviate and get away from here. The fact that Hyuk couldn't use his swordsmanship and many other abilities really angered the guy. He had never felt so vulnerable before. He began to think hard about how he could get out of this situation without using the blocked skills. It was truly a battle between two of the strongest representatives of their dimension, so the Murametz understood that he could not fail. Activating his power, he began to summon ghostly weapons that landed all over the battlefield. Song-yun could only listen to the strange sounds as his vision had not returned. It turns out that Hyuk used his unique characteristic, which formed a dual zone within a radius of 30 meters. No one could get there except for the participants of the duel. The boy felt that some kind of energy walls were being created around him, which were holding back attempts to pass through them. Not too upset about the ceiling of swordsmanship, Hyuk decided that he could always use fist techniques, which he was quite good at. He was too self-confident because he thought that someone who could not see anything was not capable of causing him any harm, so he attacked without hesitation. Song-yun didn't move, and it seemed like he had no reaction to the blow that was about to hit him. But it wasn't like that, because he activated the spiritual eye, which allowed him to see what was outside his field of vision, which is how he had previously thought about this ability. But when he became blind, he learned that this ability helped him see not only the walls that stretched out within a radius of 30 meters, it also allowed one to feel literally every stone that was in this area. It turns out that having lost his sight, the guy saw something more, and learned that until now he had never used the spiritual eye correctly. Using this skill felt like opening a third eye, allowing one to see what was previously invisible. The system informed the guy that he had now realized the true nature of his ability, and since there was now a battle going on in which the guy had put his life on the line, this skill had been upgraded. What was called a sixth sense developed within the boy, and even his enemy noticed these fundamental changes. Now the tide of the battle had changed, and the advantage was not on the Muramet's side at all, but he still didn't understand it. Finally, Song Yun had the opportunity to fight on equal terms with the weakened Namgung Hyuk, who had previously been completely confident of his victory. Listening to his feelings, Song Yun felt every piece of ground under his feet, and mentally plotting his route, rushed into the attack. His opponent did not understand why he moved better and better with each step, and why each subsequent thrust of his blade became more accurate than the previous one. Without paying attention to anything around him, the boy activated the secret shadow walk skill and began to move, stepping into the shadowed space, after which he suddenly accelerated. Such maneuvers allowed the guy to mislead his opponent and prevent him from predicting his next move. After that, he used the sword. His speed was also increased, which added to the difficulties for the Murim warrior. But still, Song Yun was still in a high-risk zone, because even with everything he had in his arsenal, he barely got close to the point of fighting on equal terms. Realizing that his stamina would soon go to zero, and the enemy's abilities were about to return to their previous state, it became clear that it was worth dealing with him while Catherine's flame was active. Raising his sword, the boy decided that there was only one thing that could turn the tide of close combat. A sudden change was what could really change the course of events, so the boy decided to act unpredictably and threw his sword at the enemy. But he seemed to have expected such an action, so he easily dodged and laughed and said that Song Yun had made a very stupid choice, so he found himself driven into a corner. After this, the Muramets concentrated all his strength in his fist and decided to please himself with another blow to the earthly boy. He couldn't even imagine that such a commoner would be able to dodge his blow, and with such dexterity that even the strongest Murim warriors could envy. Looking at the enemy's deadly fist with indifference, Song Yun decided to try out the steel bloodsword. The power was so overwhelming that it pushed its owner back and formed a blood-red sword that flew straight at Namgung Hyuk. Now the young master certainly did not expect a blow, because this extraordinary sword managed to break through his defense and enter the enemy's stomach. Feeling the warm blood on his lips, Hyuk couldn't believe that some warrior from the tower had managed to wound him so seriously. Unable to stay on his feet, he fell to his knees, and one could see how the phantom sword pierced him through and through. The alien from another world understood that his chi energy core had been damaged, and that he needed to act quickly if he wanted to fully recover. When the flame suppression power wore off, the man decided that he needed to take action immediately. The dual zone also began to disappear, because the effect of the unique characteristic of the Muramets ended. Now strangers could enter this territory. Throwing the steel blood blade aside, the Namgung family dragon sword realized that he had played around too much and should finish this battle next time if he didn't want it to be his last. Taking the return stone out of his pocket, he activated it and began to flee the battlefield like the last rat. A moment later, a portal appeared that promised to transport the young gentleman to a calmer and safer place for him. His enemies couldn't believe that Hyuk would just go back to his dimension like that. Seeing this warrior enter the portal, all the team members instinctively felt that if they couldn't kill him now, then a great disaster was coming. And one day this Murim warrior will become a real disaster for the earth. So the guys rushed after him and tried to prevent the villain from escaping from the scene. Namgung Hyuk never expected that the inhabitants of the earthly dimension would rush after him, so he turned around in surprise when he heard an incomprehensible noise. He was very outraged by the words of his enemies that he was going to escape. In his understanding, this was not an escape, but a tactical retreat. Since his pride and fragile male ego were hurt, the man activated his flame sword and decided to deal with the impudent commoners. But the guys couldn't be stopped. They ran with all their might straight to the place where the flow of Murim's energy was directed. With her mouth open in surprise, the Hellfire Witch finally realized that they were heading straight for trouble and might not survive the encounter with this force. But it was too late to stop, and a moment later there was a sound of an explosion, after which every building in that area of Tokyo shook. Apartment buildings began to collapse. Concrete and small shards of glass fell from them. It seemed that soon not a stone would be left standing. But despite all this chaos, All team members were unharmed because Song Yun stepped forward and activated the counterattack shield. He couldn't accumulate damage, but he retained the ability to protect his owner. The defense was also weak because Song Yun's hand could not withstand the enemy's onslaught and was torn off by a stream of energy. Seeing her comrade's limb in such a state, Catherine Bene was horrified and screamed. But the guy said that they shouldn't pay attention to it because the enemy is still in front of them. Chanseok didn't care about his words, so he activated his skill and began to heal the damaged flesh. The pain was so unbearable that the young hunter could not hold back the tears that mixed with dried blood and flowed down his cheeks. Namgung Hyun met his gaze and asked if he really wanted to go to the very end, since he shouldn't forget that the Murin warrior could have killed the earthling from the very beginning. These words made Song Yun extremely angry, but he understood that he had nothing to say in response, because it was the pure truth, and the advantage was not on his side at all. Turning around one last time, the Namgung family dragon sword said that he would return very soon, and his new comrades would not have time to miss him. After this, the warrior's body was absorbed by the portal and he began to slowly return to his native dimension. When the battle ended, all the team members began to run towards Song Yun, who had fallen powerlessly to the ground. Once in Murim, the young master immediately saw two servants who were happily approaching him, but he had no time for these people, because he felt so bad that he could not hold back, and began to cough up blood. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Hyuk promised his newfound enemy that he would definitely drive him to despair. But now was the time to patch up the wounds, so events took us to a hospital that was located near Tokyo. It was in this place that Song Yun opened his eyes for the first time since that horrific battle that brought so much pain and destruction. The curator of the Japanese Hunters Association exclaimed in surprise when she saw that the injured volunteer from Korea had finally come to his senses. Helping the guy get up, she told him that he was in the hospital, and for now it would be better for him to refrain from any sudden movements. Song Yun listened carefully to the fact that he had been badly injured during the battle. He didn't need a mirror to know that bandages covered most of his body. After examining the crippled boy, the woman lowered her head and said that she could not imagine how she could thank him for such a huge sacrifice. It was simply unbearable for her to watch the hunter examine the place where his hand had been. But a moment later, Ari Chika cried out in surprise. Luckily, Song Yun had the skill Ash Blood in his arsenal, which helped him restore his lost limb, so he was now completely fine. Having inquired in what wards the rest of his comrades were, he rose from his bed and went to visit them. He was in a great hurry, because he remembered that Catherine was in a deplorable state when he saw her last time, so he burst into her room without warning. Opening the curtains, the boy realized that he had entered at the most inopportune moment, because his girlfriend was sitting half naked, and the nurse was bandaging her. Unhappy with this unexpected intrusion, the Hellfire Witch screamed. Song Yun thought that Namgung Hyuk was not the worst thing that awaited him if he did not leave the room immediately. At that moment, Oh Chung-seok was slowly walking down the empty hospital corridor. He couldn't move without crutches yet, so with every step he became more and more indignant. A few seconds later, he saw a confused Song Yun walking quickly down the corridor, as if he was afraid that someone was chasing him. There was a bright mark on his face from someone's small hand. It turned out that it was Catherine's palm, which was imprinted on the guy's cheek because he burst into her room at the wrong moment. Looking at such a strong imprint, one could conclude that the red-haired beast was full of energy, which meant she was on the mend. But what the boys couldn't find was Kim Seung-hoon, whom they had only seen in the morning and then only briefly. Looking down, Oh Chung-seok guessed that his friend was in a very depressed state because something terrible had happened to him. The strongest warrior who occupied the first place in the tower ranking lost his right arm and was now trying to cope with this loss. Song Yun found the man on the roof. When he got closer, his comrade called him a sword ghost without any explanation of what it meant. Looking at the boy's whole and unharmed hand, Seung-hyuk asked if he really had such a skill in his arsenal, and he nodded his head in the affirmative. To which the man in the mask said that his arm could not be saved and showed the stump, which was wrapped in bandages. Seeing all this, Song Yun was overwhelmed with the feeling that he had failed to cope and protect his comrades, so he apologized to Seung-hyuk. He believed that he should have been at least a little stronger, because then such consequences could have been avoided. Hearing this, the masked man chuckled and said that there was no need to worry about his hand. since he also had a skill that would help compensate for this loss. As he approached the roof, Song Yun suddenly realized that he had been climbing the tower like a madman only for his own height. Lighting a cigarette, Seung Hyuk said that it wasn't all that bad, because just this thought made the guy much stronger. However, he believed that the strong should always help the weak. At least that was his life credo. The guy shared that he realized a lot in that fight, and it turns out that he forgot about something very important. Removing the mask from his face, the man said that he could be sure of one thing. Even though the boy was strong, he was not a psychopath who abused force. He snapped his fingers, lit a cigarette, and said that when they first met Tower, he had no idea what was on Song Yun's mind. When Seung Hyuk offered his friend a cigarette, he replied that he doesn't drink alcohol or smoke cigarettes. But the boy suddenly fell silent when he finally saw the face of the one with whom he had fought side by side twice. The man saw recognition flash in his friend's eyes, so he grinned and said that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself. The identity of our dear Seung Hyuk was not the most important event, because ahead of the guys, there was a joint photo that made them heroes in the eyes of Japan. Later, journalists began to bombard each of them with questions about how difficult it was to fight a monster from another dimension and how they managed to defeat it. When the boys finally answered all the questions, they felt truly exhausted. But despite their absent-minded state, Song Yun noticed that Catherine had lost her jewelry. Seeing her favorite choker, which the girl did not want to miss out on, she was delighted and smiled broadly at the boy. After that, they all said goodbye and began to disperse, because despite their common affairs, each of them had a personal life. After taking his tailcoat from the doctor's, Song Yun put it on and felt that the cut of the suit had changed slightly. Looking closer, one could see that the design of the tailcoat was also different. It seemed to have been slightly improved while the boy was unconscious. Looking around, Song Yun noticed that all the equipment was polished to a shine. Well, the guys had prevented a huge disaster, so this attitude was the norm. Lying down on the hospital bed, the guy finally exhaled. These 3 days that he spent on Earth were filled with endless chaos. Opening the phone, it was not difficult to find the video of their battle, which had already spread across the internet, and was filmed from a helicopter by the Japanese Hunters Association. After reading the comments, the boy found that every single user admired him and his skill, and he also found that he was called the Sword Phantom. What he didn't expect was to find that Kim Seung-hoon was the Lightning Emperor himself. This man was rightfully considered the strongest even among 30 C-rank hunters. All those who wanted to become successful in the field of fighting monsters looked up to him. He cleared portals at a speed that even C-rank hunters could not dream of. This warrior was a true hero of Korea. Then, on the roof, the man said that if Song Yun needed his help, he could contact him at any time, and he also wouldn't mind recruiting him. Seeing that his time on Earth was up, the boy got up from his bed and decided that in order to bear the title of Sword Ghost, he needed to become much stronger. A second later, the system warned that the challenger was returning to the testing tower. Returning to the waiting room on the 11th floor was like coming home, because these gray walls became almost familiar and no longer irritated me at all. After analyzing the battle that had happened, Song Yun realized that he had learned some lessons from it, so he decided to open a store immediately. His weak point was his endurance, which needed to be thoroughly pumped up. Although Ashblood allowed one to restore lost limbs, this skill would not activate if one's stamina was at 0. So it's time to get a new skill that will allow you to instantly restore your stamina. While looking through the available options, the guy realized that many of them looked good, but he knew the best way to deal with doubts while shopping. Therefore, it was decided to buy up all the skills he liked that were related to endurance. The applicant had accumulated enough points to afford such luxury. But before trying out new skills, he decided to work on synthesizing the most compatible abilities. Thus, the photosynthesis skill was created, which allowed mana to be absorbed through light. Song Yun decided that adding Blood Call to it would be a good decision, as the effect would be much greater. Thus, a skill called Blood Contract was created, which allowed the extraction of stamina and mana from a creature's blood. After seeing the result, the guy was a little disappointed because the rank did not increase, and the benefits of photosynthesis disappeared. But he didn't despair and simply bought another similar skill, and decided that it was time to stop experimenting. Despite this thought, interest took over, and Song Yun still decided to try to combine the Blood Contract with the Blood Call that he had just acquired. And in the end, the guy ended up winning. because he managed to create the Bloodseeker skill, which was even B rank. This ability allowed one to extract magical energy from the blood of a living creature, and helped to gain a powerful ability to control blood. Now the deaths of enemies will not be in vain, because you can extract stamina and mana from them. This ability was very interesting, so Song Yun was eager to try it out, so he took his sword and cut his hand. Drops of blood began to collect in the guy's palms, after which they rose up like small beads and began to hover in the air, as if waiting for someone to give them a direction. Moving his finger, Song Yun found that the drops began to move after him, which was surprising, because he could literally control blood. He could give her absolutely any shape and make her do whatever he wanted. Having fished another droplet out of his finger, he decided to try what came to his mind. He realized that now it was not necessary to make a cut to draw blood out. You can simply use drawing. You will only need to wound if you want to get a lot of liquid. Smirking, Song Yun thought that the Bloodseeker ability could be very useful in battle. Returning to the practice of synthesizing, he decided that all that remained was to improve the Eye of Truth. Thus, the ability of the Fire Dragon's Eye appeared, which allowed one to see invisible things, learn information, and determine the lies of another person. After using this skill, the guy immediately felt how his eyes changed and became like a dragon's. They were so sensitive and sharp-sighted that the world seemed completely different. After examining his old vampire count's tailcoat, he saw information that it could be used to create a blood shield by consuming stamina or blood. And the speed boots were designed to speed up the user when filled with mana. Although Song Yun knew the operating principle of these items, he had never heard these phrases before. Therefore, it was decided to learn something new about his blade. The guy concentrated on the power and looked at the sword with the eyes of a dragon. In his hands was a bloody sky demonic blade, the true ability of which would be unlocked when the user reached the flame sword stage. Using a similar weapon, Namgung Hyuk destroyed the entire Shinjuku district, which is located in Tokyo. It turned out that only those who had reached the required stage could awaken the true ability of this blade, so it was a very unusual sword. But the tower wouldn't conquer itself, so it wasn't worth spending too much time in dreams, so Song Yun closed the shop. The guy entered the 11th floor, the theme of which was mental test. In order to successfully complete the task, it was necessary to break through 7 gates. The first time he climbed the tower, he was met at the entrance by a man who welcomed Song Yun to the inspection temple. The unknown warrior said that from now on all candidates would go through tests given by the god of testing, and this would continue until their death. When the boy asked how he could get through the first gate, the strange man was surprised that he did not know the rules of the tests of the 7 supreme gods of Ares. He didn't understand what wind had brought such a stupid adventurer to the Ares dimension, but now it was his responsibility to explain all the rules. According to him, the tests in the temple were simple and consisted of 3 components, such as testing the body, faith, and spirit. Breaking through the gate was not easy. First you had to prove the strength of your body, and then pass the mental test, which was even more difficult. Details were revealed that in each testing room, Song Yun would be faced with a high priest, who would need to be either convinced or killed in order to proceed. After this brief description, the man smiled slyly and said that the boy should draw the rest of the conclusions on his own. It was clear that the guy had to break through the gate no matter what. The warrior from Ares slammed his foot on the stone floor to signal the start of the test and said it was time to begin. Very unexpectedly, after these words, the man jumped up and rushed into the attack. Of course, Song Yun managed to repel the attack, but he still felt the unimaginable power of this strange man. This power was quite enough to become a candidate who received the qualification of a pioneer and passed the tests of high difficulty. It was time to use his new skills, so the boy activated the Bloodseeker and focused on the liquid that flowed through his veins. He took a drop of blood from his finger and formed it into something resembling a bullet, then aimed it at his enemy. It worked even better than the boy expected, as the blood bullet hit his opponent right in the forehead and stopped his attack. The man fell, unable to withstand the unexpected attack. Looking at this, Song Yun realized that he had been given a simply mind-blowing skill. Thanking him for the explanation, the boy absorbed the spirit of a murdered priest named Johann, thereby increasing his skill by 6%. Notifications from administrators began to arrive. Some were indignant at such disrespectful treatment of the priest. Others nodded approvingly and praised him. All of these curators' nicknames were related to Ares, so it could be said that the guy attracted their attention because the test concerned some god. But the administrators with whom the guy had a contract were upset because his actions were ambiguous, and he didn't even warn that he would start the test so immediately. Deciding that he would have to think about it later, the boy examined the body of his dead enemy. Having found one interesting object, Song Yun began to wonder what he had in his hands. The thing looked like a mirror. The administrators continued to watch his actions. In order to not rack his brains and better understand what he was up against, Song Yun activated the fire dragon's eye and decided to learn all the secrets of this strange mirror. It turns out that this mirror was daily imbued with the divinity of the priest Johann. With the help of this power, it was possible to create a shield, but only once. Perhaps the divine power of the god of verification contained in the mirror could motivate the user to prove their destiny. But all these vague phrases did not give any understanding of what it meant. Song Yun decided that the item was suitable for the role of a disposable shield. After this, he decided to move on because the test will not pass itself. Looking around, the guy wanted to find some more useful things for his inventory because he didn't know what would happen next, and even a small thing could save his life. Having reached the next door, the applicant heard a voice that said that it was unexpected that they had reached this place so quickly. The beautiful woman said with a smile that since there was a guest in her chambers, Johann's good days were already in the past. Looking around and noticing the strange surroundings of the room, Song Yun asked if the woman was the next priestess who was in charge of the second trial. Her eyes glowed red as she replied that the young adventurer was absolutely right. The blonde's hands gripped the arms of the chair she was sitting on as she was forced to say her name, Jane. Saying that she was very pleased to meet him, the girl threw something that resembled a huge rock at Song Yun. The guy didn't need to use any special abilities to repel the attack. He decided that since his opponent had so quickly resorted to violence, he would do the same. All these sharp fights proved that the very body check that Johann spoke about was now taking place. To pass it, it was necessary to defeat this priestess, who moved very quickly and was a difficult opponent. She deftly chose the right positions for the attack and precisely calculated the trajectory of the blow so that it would hit the bull's eye. But all her attempts did not bring much result, because Song Yun easily dodged, but was in no hurry to fight back, because he preferred to first observe his opponent. It was impossible not to notice that the girl possessed a very powerful chi energy that literally burst out of his body. But the strangest discovery was that this energy was similar to the one that Song Yun used. Activating the power of his sword and channeling all the power of his chi into it, the boy decided that it was time to finish off this priestess. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, because she thought that in front of her was another easy prey that would not put up much resistance. But the blood spray that came out of her body proved otherwise. Her carelessness once again showed that one should not underestimate the enemy. Trying to catch her breath, she tried to wrap her head around the fact that an ordinary adventurer could master a complete aura. Looking closely at his opponent, Song Yun asked why he shouldn't have used this skill if the priestess was guilty of the same thing. But the girl only said that it seemed impossible to her that an ordinary person could use divine power, which for the priests was a real gift. Listening to her indignation, Song Yun was only bothered by the fact that the power he had mastered was called divine and considered almost sacred. After that, it was noticeable that Jane's magical power began to take on different shades. Usually, this did not bode well. It was clear that the priestess was most likely planning to make a fatal blow, which, in her opinion, would help defeat the enemy, and in some ways she was right, because divine power always achieves its goal. The swords touched, and Song Yun felt a slight tremor run through his body, because feeling such energy was very exciting. He didn't want to kill such a talented warrior, so the guy reminded her that they could do without bloodshed if she found his actions convincing. Jane replied that this would only be possible if the applicant acted as if he were in no way inferior to God. Without stopping his resistance, Song Yun asked how many more gates he would need to pass through after his body passed the test. Jane found the challenger's behavior too relaxed, as if he had already won, which in her opinion was a manifestation of impudence. She angrily shouted that such questions could only be asked after he had managed to defeat her. The hunter wasn't too impressed by this violent reaction, but it clearly played into his hands, since Jane was on the verge of losing concentration. After he activated instant acceleration, the girl's sword fell from her hands and fell loudly onto the floor. The girl was confused by the fact that the enemy managed to disarm her so easily and pin her to the wall. Looking at his defenseless opponent, Song Yun clearly pronouncing each word, said that he was the winner in this fight. Trying to free her hands, Jane began to get indignant and ask how the guy managed to do such a thing, but he only insisted that she answer all his questions. Given the situation Jane found herself in, a sudden fear arose in her mind that the suitor wanted to take her by force or do something very nasty. The administrators with whom the guy had a contract were worried about the unexpected question and were eagerly awaiting an answer. There was no hesitation in the guy's voice when he said that he didn't do such things, and relief crossed the girl's face. This made Song Yun ask if any of the participants had actually done such nasty things when they came here. Jane looked away and said that her opponent was too naive. She cleared her throat and said that she would fulfill her promise. According to her, there were only 2 tests of the body left. The test of faith would begin at the 5th gate and end at the 6th. The final test, which will have to evaluate the mentality, will be carried out only at the 7th gate. What Jane said next made Song Yun loosen his hands a little. She recommended that he consider giving up before challenging the gate. The thing was that no one had ever managed to pass through the 7th gate. Everyone who entered there went crazy or died in agony, bleeding to death. Such serious statements needed to be verified, so the boy activated the fire dragon's eyes and determined that the priestess was telling the pure truth. The blonde grinned and said that her end had come, but for the first time in a long time, she truly enjoyed the battle. These words worried the guy. He asked the priestess to tell him if there was a way to pass the gate without killing her, but she said that with his current abilities, it was impossible. She spoke of her death so simply that one would have thought there was no fear in her heart at all, and Jane confirmed this by saying that in any case, she would be near God. The blade flashed, and fresh blood splashed onto the walls. He had to act quickly and decisively, because the longer the guy delayed, the more disgusting he would feel. Even though he had absorbed Jane's spirit and increased his skill by 9%, the boy's mood was terrible. Pushing the door open, his eyes were cut by a blindingly bright light, which felt too sharp after the semi-darkness of the priestess's room. Ahead was another hall, where an elderly man was already waiting. His gray beard spoke of his advanced age, but his body with developed muscles betrayed a seasoned warrior. Exhaling, Song Yun drew his sword because, judging by everything, the battle would not be very easy and pleasant. The old warrior did not react to his guest in any way. He stood in the same fighting position. It seemed that the old man was simply frozen in it. After a few seconds of waiting, he introduced himself as Resilien and called himself the sword that the god of verification would wield. Looking at the blade pointed at him, Song Yun heard that from now on, this man would test his martial arts, and he needed to prove that he was worthy of entering the gate. As if marking the beginning of something very important, the Resilien meme burst into flame. It didn't take long to look at the sword to realize that it was an aura blade. Although its stage was unstable, it was clearly a flame sword. It was an unusual weapon that possessed a power that only the most worthy warriors could comprehend. Song Yun was very surprised that already on the 3rd test of the 11th floor, he had to deal with such a weapon. Most likely, in order to win, the boy will have to risk his life and put literally everything on the line. The battle was going on as usual when the young hunter noticed something that seemed very strange to him. The stats that were related to Resilien's physical abilities were not as powerful as expected, and the power emanating from the sword was clearly inferior to his own. There was one question that did not give the guy peace. If his indicators were higher in all parameters, why did the old man's ki energy significantly outperform the one inside him? If we recall Namgung Hyuk and his flame sword, it is immediately clear that we are talking about a high-level skill in wielding weapons and the impeccable strength of a warrior. But as practice shows, even such a strong sword can work a little differently in other hands. Continuing to make one attack after another, the guy only became convinced that her conclusions were correct. No matter how much he attacked, only his chi energy suffered, and the old man did not even wince from the strain. It seemed like this battle would never end. It was so monotonous and incomprehensible because any attack seemed to suck the life out of the guy. This was noticeable to the enemy as well. Resilien said that it didn't matter how strong Song Yun's aura was. He wouldn't be able to break his sword anyway. After all, only someone who was capable of dealing with what was invisible to the eye could defeat such a weapon. It was very strange to realize that someone weaker than Song Yun wielded a flaming sword. It was incredibly infuriating, because it reminded me of my school days, when those who studied worse than the guy passed their exams with much better results. Gripping his sword tighter, The hunter realized that if he needed to deal with what was invisible to the eye, he had one solution. You just have to try to break this blade, no matter what. So the guy rushed into battle and faced the enemy in a heated fight. Looking at these attempts, the old warrior said that only he who knows how to handle the invisible creates a sword that pierces everything that exists. This is how the magical blade called Aura, with absolute power, is born. But despite all these stories, the boy did not give up trying to break this amazing weapon and go through the next door. After many minutes of intense fighting, he finally managed to do it, which surprised the priest quite a bit, because he thought he would never see such a sword break in half. Now Song Yun finally understood the difference between the released chi energy and the flaming sword. The principle of activating such a blade was through willpower, which had to be dense enough to be expressed in a real physical shell. It was quite satisfying to watch the priest's blood slowly drip onto the ground, since Song Yun had been trying to defeat him for so long. But the man just looked at his hand, laughing, not even trying to stop the bleeding. He said that it was not the imperfect flame sword borrowed from the god of testing, but the real thing, and the guy really did cope with it. Hearing this, the challenger found it even stranger that the priest was laughing, since it seemed that the achievements of others interested him more than his own death. Raising a trembling hand, the old warrior said that the hunter standing before him had understood the whole essence at once, and this fact made his heart tremble with bliss. He bowed his head and added that Song Yun had passed the test of his martial arts and should continue to move forward in the same spirit. It was clear what the man was hinting at, so the boy coldly said that he would make it so that the priest would not feel pain, after which he cut off his head with one blow. After absorbing Rosilian's spirit, Song Yun increased his skill by 14% and then decided that he needed to move on. Thanks to this, the rank of his unique attribute necromancy increased by 1 level and reached the B mark. The guy was immediately interested in what ability would be added to his arsenal this time, because the tower had not disappointed him in this regard before. From now on, he had the ability to extract power by absorbing the soul of a stronger opponent. It was surprising that she had such amazing abilities at only B rank. It was very curious to know what would happen if she reached A or C rank. Having opened his characteristics, the guy realized that his stats had come close to 3-digit numbers. When he was studying to be a hunter, he considered such a result to be something unattainable. By absorbing the spirits of Johann, Jane, and Rosilian, the challenger increased his strength, agility, stamina, durability, and mana by several more notches. Also, the skill Indomitable will became available, the main effect of which significantly increased the physical abilities and concentration of the applicant when he encountered an enemy. Delighted with his new skills, Song Yun moved towards the new challenge that was already awaiting him. He didn't know what to expect or how to protect himself, but only one thing was clear. He had to get through the 11th floor to the end at all costs, otherwise he might never leave its confines. Having driven away his disturbing thoughts, the guy pushed another door, trying not to get worked up about what awaited him next. Opening the doors, he found himself in a spacious hall, which at first glance was completely empty. Looking around again, the guy realized that there really was no one in the room, but that couldn't be the case, so he should expect a trick. But when Song Yun no longer expected anyone to appear, a surprisingly gentle voice came from above, which said that his friend Rosilian was no longer in this mortal world. It was another priest who looked like a very young angel. The fair-haired boy sullenly stated that the situation was going against his expectations. The administrators reacted very strangely to the appearance of this angel. They were clearly alarmed and advised Song Yun to be careful, because now he had a real opponent in front of him. Seeing that the challenger was not going to waste time on talking, and was already drawing his sword to attack, the priest was not very pleasantly surprised. His dark golden eyes looked the challenger over from head to toe, and he said that it was time to pass another test of the 4th gate. The angel said that his name was Chiron. He was a candidate for apostle, serving the god of testing, and now was the time to test the body of the candidate. Feeling the energy of enormous power, Song Yun realized that his current enemy was no match for those he had met before. It was still unclear what Chiron's power was, but when he materialized something resembling a blade in his hands, it became clear that the battle would not be easy. Pointing a gun at the guy, the sweet young man with innocent eyes looked like a character from a nightmare that would not let him wake up. Watching every move of the winged enemy, Song Yun noticed that a lightning attack was being prepared for him, which he would hardly be able to repel. Having dodged this power, he realized that it was simply exceptional. The boy had never encountered anything like it before. Thinking that he had avoided the blow, Song Yun never expected that a pillar of light would ricochet off the wall and head straight for his back. In order to understand the nature of the enemy's abilities, the boy activated the Fire Dragon's eye skill and prepared to find out the truth. But he was bothered by the rays of light that were reflected in the mirrors in the most irritating way, and did not allow Song Yun to concentrate. Having decided that he needed to attack the enemy before he started shooting his beams at him endlessly, the boy rushed into the attack. It was not all that simple because the enemy had a huge advantage, namely the ability to fly. His wings were of great value, helping him choose the most advantageous positions to strike. Another of their special features was that they could create a wind so strong that it literally knocked the unsuspecting Song Yun off his feet. This once again proved that in front of the guy stood not a sweet angel, but an inhuman killer who was ready to deal with any challenger without unnecessary pangs of conscience. It seems that in this test, all of the guy's enemies will have a weapon like a flaming sword, because it was the one that was in Chiron's hands. When the attack was successfully repelled, the winged warrior flew up indignantly. He realized that his opponent was far from being a simple human. Song Yun realized that the angel's strategy was to strike with a beam from a safe distance. Even if his victim dodged, the mirrors placed everywhere would reflect the beam and direct it to the enemy's blind spot. In close combat, Karen preferred to use his wings to create a gust of wind and disrupt his opponent's balance, and then counterattack with his blade. It seemed that all these actions helped the priest deal with his enemies, but for now, Song Yun managed to elude him. Analyzing all these actions, the boy was already pretty fed up with this unsuccessful pattern of actions, because it obviously did not work against him. Although it wasn't as if the angel couldn't land some pretty successful blows, especially those he used his wings to do so. But despite all these unsuccessful schemes, it was quite difficult to deal with the mirrors, because they were hung all over the room. Also, by breaking into smaller fragments, the mirrors will split that beam even more, so it will be almost impossible to dodge it. The difficulty of this test raised questions even among the administrators. They doubted that Chiron was only a candidate for the apostles. Some wondered how exactly Song Yun would die. But the curators with whom the guy had a contract seemed not to be worried about him at all, and were looking forward to the upcoming battle with anticipation. The young angel was very determined, because he was not going to let this scoundrel pass through the next doors. He knew that he had to try hard, because this time he had a very difficult opponent. Focusing his powers on the target, Karen created 2 spheres of light that he fired at Song Yun, a beam of light so concentrated that it resembled a laser. The mirrors did their job, and now there was a real network of deadly rays around the guy. But this was not the main problem, because 4 red-hot spheres were moving towards the young hunter at breakneck speed. After that, there was an explosion. One might think that something like this would not leave even the rats that lived in the dungeons alive, but this was not the case. Karen was shocked when he saw a notification from the tower that his opponent's shield charge had been completed. The counterattack shield had saved the guy's life more than once, and this battle was no exception, because having absorbed all the damage, he was ready to turn it against the priest. Deciding that there was no point in delaying the release of power, Song Yun used this ability and was already looking forward to seeing Chiron's surprised face. Now it was his turn to direct the deadly rays, and he did so without any hesitation, because it was the only way to save his life and move on. When the power of the counterattack shield pierced through the angel, he froze and could not believe that the human offspring had managed to defeat him. Blood began to pour from his mouth, and he looked at his enemy in even greater bewilderment, as if asking where he got such strength from. It was strange that a person who showed no signs of studying magic was able to carry out such a powerful attack. Song Yun listened in surprise as he was accused of using the power of a god, even though he had no idea what that meant. Apparently, the angel didn't want the guy to finish him off, so he said that in accordance with the law of verification, he declares that all physical verifications are complete. But these words did not help him save his life, because a moment later, his wings refused to hold him, and he fell down like a stone. Immediately after he said that the check was complete, Karen's dead body fell to the ground, and the guy decided to absorb the spirit of the priest, increasing his skill by 9%, and his power was also extracted. This news surprised the boy very much, because he had completely forgotten that his unique ability was now capable of such things. Now engraved on his soul was a power that was called divine and had a C rank. Having felt this unusual energy, the guy guessed that it was used by the local priests, who used it like mana. Now it had penetrated into his heart, but it didn't circulate there at all, and it was also obvious that it needed to be controlled in a completely different way than mana. When the administrators became alarmed because the divine power had penetrated the boy's core, he realized that this was all something very significant. There was no time for long reflections because it was necessary to continue passing the floor tests. Entering the next location, Song Yun immediately heard someone's hoarse voice saying a greeting that didn't sound friendly at all. There was a very old man standing in the room who didn't look dangerous at all. He said that the challenger standing in front of him was overcome with martial arts madness. Confused about what these words meant, Song Yun decided to ask the old man again. The priest said that in the boy's head there was only victory and an endless desire to become the strongest warrior alive. It was true that the young hunter wanted to become stronger and continue to grow, but the old man's words still sounded like he was greatly exaggerating. Coming closer, the old man seemed to read the guy's thoughts, because he said that he was speaking as it really was, because this was an obvious conclusion that the candidates usually come to in the end. This condescending attitude made Song Yun very nervous. He never liked it when someone thought they were too smart and tried to lecture. Seriously angry, he decided to teach the old sage a lesson, so he activated his abilities and prepared to attack. But it was not difficult for the old man to stop the ardent youth and tell him in a commanding voice not to get excited ahead of time. When the priest spoke, he moved so quickly that it seemed as if his voice was coming from everywhere. He conveyed that now there would be a test of faith. Gritting his teeth with tension, Song Yun tried to at least catch the man's movements with his gaze. But they were simply beyond imagination, because the boy had never seen anyone move at such speed, especially considering his advanced age. A sudden thought struck the boy and made the blood in his veins freeze. He wondered if the old man had managed to penetrate his mind and establish control there. These thoughts led to a terrible image in his head of hands reaching out to him and trying to tear his brain to pieces. In an instant, the strength left the body, and the boy found himself a prisoner of his own mind, which the old priest so badly wanted to subjugate. The hands were everywhere. They didn't give me any rest and were constantly trying to get into my head, both literally and figuratively. There was a complete feeling that the old man wanted to absorb his mind and completely enslave his body. In an instant, the huge head closed its lips around the challenger, and he literally disappeared into its mouth. Closing his eyes, the man enjoyed the fact that he had finally tasted such a strong soul. For Song Yun, everything was even stranger because he expected something worse than death. But in the end, he found himself in the same room where an old man stood in front of him, who said that the guy had passed the test. These words caused bewilderment in the applicant, but the priest only repeated that the 5th gate had been passed. Not understanding what was happening at all, the boy asked how this happened, to which the old man replied that initially the 5th gate begins with the contemplation of mental images. To put it simply, those who have an unwavering will have the right to look into their own world of images. He shared that when he saw Song Yun, he immediately felt this fierce will inside him that was capable of cutting anyone's throat to become stronger. The guy had a desire to kill anyone and achieve greater power. These secret desires were hidden in the depths of his mind. It was strange to hear the old minister say that if Song Yun wanted to kill him, he should do it quickly, because that way he would find himself in God's embrace. But the boy refused to do this, even if this act would save the old man from dementia. Surprised, the man asked why the young applicant had made such a choice. The explanation was that the guy does not consider it necessary to kill a person without any reason, especially since the test was passed. Such an unexpected turn was something too surprising for the priest, because he was used to seeing souls blinded by the thirst to walk over heads. He said that the young hunter would have succeeded even if he had officially given him the test of the 5 gates, but he repeated once again that it had already been passed. The old priest patted the boy on the shoulder and told him that it was time for him to move on if he wanted to finish on time. Smiling in response to the wish to successfully pass all the stages of the test, the guy moved to the next gate. He didn't even know what to expect next, because the tower knew how to surprise, and it didn't always provide pleasant surprises. Stopping just before the entrance, Song Yun exhaled and told himself that he had come so far that he would stop at nothing. Upon entering, the challenger found himself in pitch darkness. The surface of the mirror on which he stood was swallowed up by darkness and emptiness, where there was not a single glimmer of light. In an instant, he felt someone's presence and heard languid breathing near his ear. The guy froze when he heard the greeting of the mysterious woman. Coming to his senses, he decided to attack, but when he swung his sword, there was no one near him. Thinking that he had seen some image again, the guy calmed down a little, but continued to peer intently into the darkness surrounding him. The mysterious stranger confirmed his thoughts, saying that he was in the world of mental images. She also shared that the priest Kinnear planted a seed so that the aspirant could enter the world of mental images. Song Yun immediately remembered the old man patting him on the shoulder, and at the time he thought it was a friendly gesture, but now it was clear that it was much more interesting. Suddenly the guy's arms and legs were wrapped in some strange vines and hung on a tree. The woman told him not to worry too much about his fate. After all, she would take good care of his physical shell, which could not be said about his soul. These words, on the contrary, made the boy even more nervous, but he tried not to show it and gave his face an indifferent expression. Laughing, the woman in the nun's costume said that such thoughts seemed very cruel to her. The guy should be more careful, because if she wanted to, his neck would be pierced through and through. It was scary to even open her mouth, so Song Yun wondered if he could ask how he should pass the test of his faith. Laughing even louder, the priestess chirped that her guest had suddenly become very polite and nice and promised to explain everything. According to her, the space in which the guy is located is the world of mental images, where one should try to see one's own image. As soon as this happens, the sixth gate will be passed. All that remained was to understand what her words meant and how to achieve what would help pass the test. The priestess said that everything depends on the person's beliefs, because they are the basis of the image, but no one is able to see this spectacle. After all, this world was like that when, closing one's eyes, a person sees only a solid black curtain. From this story, one could conclude that the guy was required to be able to discern the essence of this world in which there is nothing. Coming closer, the woman said that the challenger had hit the mark again, and that everything was exactly like that. She called herself by the name of Eileen, and said that from this moment the sixth test began. After these words, the surface on which the guy stood suddenly began to tremble, and he realized that the world around him was not as empty as he had previously thought. This thought was also confirmed, because a moment later he began to fall into an abyss that appeared out of nowhere under his feet. It was not empty, but filled with water, so the young hunter had to not only stop panicking, but also try not to choke. But all this was happening only in his head because his body continued to hang on the tree where Eileen had hung it. The pain was identical to the real one, so it was worth quickly finding a solution to the problem. After all, if you don't do this, you can drown without any water around and suffocate with a sufficient amount of air. When the guy activated the power of serene mind, she, the priestess, literally jumped away from him, because she did not expect to feel such energy. As soon as panic began to creep up on him, Song Yun decided to use force, which helped him not to lose his composure, because while he was prone to panic, he was unable to hold his breath. It was a very wise decision, because for a moment he even felt a tingling sensation on his fingertips, which meant that his limbs were starting to function normally. Even without seeing the woman, he heard her words about how she admired his strength, because it was unexpected to see that the guy managed to break free from the bonds of mental images. And the fact that he restored functionality to his body was simply amazing. Few people were able to protect themselves even on a subconscious level. But seeing how Song Yun handled it, she wondered what kind of monster was in front of her, because his actions almost left the woman without a head on her shoulders. Gradually, sensitivity returned to the boy, and he could already move his limbs as before, without feeling any stiffness in them. Gritting her teeth, the priestess tried to understand how he could feel anything in the world of images, since it was simply impossible to regain control of his body in 2 hours. These words struck the guy because it seemed to him that he had been in this world for no more than a minute, but in fact so much time had already passed. Eileen explained that in reality time moves much faster than in the place he ended up in. This was very dangerous, because if the candidate spent most of the time in this place, he could die from the penalty for failing the test, which was given only 7 days. It wasn't hard to come to the conclusion that since the guy was able to sense his body through the use of the power of tranquil mind, it meant that activating other skills was also possible. It was decided to use the power of the fire dragon's eyes and learn more about this place. The world turned red, but now Song Yun could see what had been inaccessible until that moment. He slowly began to realize where he was and what he needed to do to get out of here. Finally, he stopped sinking and stood in the middle of a wall of liquid that smelled and had the consistency of human blood. The question immediately came to mind whether he should call what he saw a sea of blood from those who died while undergoing the test. Hearing these words, Eileen grabbed her head in horror because it was simply incomprehensible that the world of mental images would open up so quickly to an ordinary applicant. But her surprise reached its peak when she saw that the vines had let go of the guy, and he was now standing on his own feet. After examining the other wings that were behind Song Yun's back, she clarified whether he was really human. But he did not answer her questions, but only used his wings and flew upward, trying to get out of the strange world. As he flew, he was simply amazed by the scale of this sea of blood. One could only guess how many people died to fill it. This was exactly the world he saw with the help of the fire dragon's eye. The guy had no idea what it meant, but the surrounding environment looked ominous and alarming. He paused for a moment because he really wanted to understand why his mind had created exactly this image. His attention was drawn to a shining sword that was located not far from him. He might regret it later, but now he really wanted to touch this amazing weapon, so the guy reached out to take it. When his palm tightly gripped the handle of the blade, the young hunter felt an inexplicable surge of strength, and the blade of the sword was enveloped in a haze. Grabbing it, the guy landed, and the power that emanated from him destroyed everything that was around. It was at that moment that he finally managed to escape from the captivity of his own mind, and his soul returned to its physical shell. Looking around, it was hard not to notice the amazing destruction. He asked the frightened priestess if this was really his doing. With a trembling voice, Eileen asked why else her world looked like this. Sung Yun let out an unease and asked if he had been able to pass the test, and he was also interested in how this had anything to do with faith. The priestess explained that testing faith was a way of recognizing oneself, but the guy demanded to tell him more about it. According to the woman, people themselves do not really understand what they believe in, and do not even try to think properly about what is worth believing in. The main purpose of testing this gate was to encounter the world of mental images created through the processes of belief, thinking, and action. She also said that she read in the boy's world of images that he could overcome his pathetic past and become stronger without losing his humanity. But even having such simple desires and thoughts, it was not easy to remain faithful to them. But that is another story. Pointing to the passage to the next doors, the priestess Eileen wished the adventurer luck, and once again said that he did not look like a human at all. Having passed through the seventh gate, the guy found himself in a rather beautiful but creepy world, where huge stones flew by themselves and created an ominous atmosphere. Everything was pretty calm until, in an instant, some kind of portal opened above the boy's head, from which light began to pour, and crackling lightning began to burst forth. This sight seriously scared Song Yun, because he was used to seeing a priest first and then getting into some inexplicable circumstances. The portal looked eerily like someone's eye, and this guess was confirmed when a notification arrived that the god of verification was watching the applicant. He remembered the words of one of the priestesses, who said that no one had ever managed to pass through the seventh gate, and his skin immediately became covered in goosebumps. Feeling a strong otherworldly energy, the guy had to put in a lot of effort to stay on his feet. It seemed as if the eye began to look even more intently, and the gaze of the god of inspection was directed straight at Song Yun. It was very difficult to withstand this look, because it made the body freeze in place, and the boy also began to feel terribly sleepy. His eyes began to close on their own, but he tried not to let himself fall asleep, because that promised him certain death. It was very reminiscent of a situation when, faced with something insurmountable, the body turns to stone and completely refuses to take any steps to survive. He felt like prey that an experienced predator had managed to trap, and now there was no point in even trying to avoid death. Song Yun tried to reassure himself that it was only an eye that appeared in front of him, so there was no need to be so afraid of that very god of inspection. But his body still did not obey him, and his thoughts seemed to be controlled by someone else, because pictures of the past began to pop up in his head. He went back to that day when he promised himself that he would never be weak again and would be able to protect himself and his loved ones. But no matter how he convinced himself, the feeling that he was still a little defenseless boy did not give him peace. Trying to escape from the captivity of his own past, the boy began to scream desperately and wave his sword, cutting through the air. To come to his senses, he pierced his hand with a sword and activated the skill Ash Blood. He felt almost no pain, because his abilities reduced it. Song Yun never wanted to stand there helplessly and watch himself being trampled again, so he was willing to do anything to prevent this from happening again. Looking at the drops of his blood, he reminded himself that he lived to break through any trials that befell him. After looking around, the guy decided that this training place was built in such a way that it was almost impossible to reach the eye. The pupil was so huge that Song Yun had doubts about whether he would be able to cut it at all. However, if there was even a hope for one single chance, the young hunter was determined to take advantage of it. After all, if you manage to get even 1 more centimeter closer to the god of verification, then the blow will be dealt. This so-called god was not immortal, so hopes continued to arise in the boy's heart. And then the attack was made. The eye stared at the wave of energy that Song Yun launched flying towards him. It was so powerful that the pupil trembled slightly, indicating that even such a powerful being was concerned about its well-being. But this flow of energy was stopped before it could touch its target. The power simply dissipated into space. Looking at this, the boy wanted to howl with disappointment. He had placed such hopes on this blow that now it was difficult for him to come to terms with the loss. The creature valued the challenger's fighting spirit very much. For the first time in a long time it saw a person with such high spiritual power. It told Song Yun to raise his eyes and show himself. This left the guy in a stupor. He didn't know what to do and what was expected of him, because now it seemed to him that God was very friendly towards him. What shocked Song Yun even more was the notice that said that this powerful deity remembered his existence. After all these oddities, the eye began to dissipate in space, which indicated the beginning of the test of the 7th gate. When the god disappeared, the boy began to breathe easier, and he felt that finally his body was not holding anything back. Alone, Song Yun tried to wrap his head around the fact that the so-called god of verification actually existed. Suddenly, a strange, huge rhombus descended straight from the sky. Its surface was like a mirror, but it reflected only all-consuming darkness. A guess flashed through the boy's head. It seemed that the priestess Eileen was hinting to him about such a test. Looking into this mirror, Song Yun saw himself, but his appearance was slightly different. The system gave him the idea that he should establish contact with himself in the future. It was a very curious test, so the guy even wanted to touch the surface of this strange object. When he did this, he started the mentality testing process. This was the final test of the 11th floor. The mirror suddenly looked like a huge mouth, which meant that the speed of Song Yun's assimilation with his reflection inside the mirror was slowly increasing. Everything inside froze when the guy realized that he would have to prove that his belief would not change in the future. After this, the portal transferred the boy to a location he had already been to before. Before landing, he saw the very first priest he met on his way. The man was looking for something on the ground and was very concerned about the loss of this item. With tears in his eyes, the priest of the first gate looked for his mirror, which had disappeared without a trace. Song Yun knew very well where this thing had gone, so he had no idea what he should do in this situation. But all these thoughts were interrupted by a flash of bright light, which caught the guy's attention. He looked closely, and among all this light he noticed something that took him back to the past. After passing through the new tunnel, one of the cities of South Korea became visible on Christmas Eve, with joyful people on the streets, anticipating the holiday. Among all these happy residents, the guy noticed himself from the future. His copy did not share the general joy, and with a gloomy face was heading to some gateway. Not understanding what was going on, Song Yun followed behind himself and saw his future self cutting his hand, sending out a spray of blood. Anxious thoughts began to creep into the guy's head, because he didn't want to believe what his version was about to do. But the worst fears were finally justified, because Song Yun from the future directed his power directly at the people who were standing in the square and began to draw blood from them. Screaming, the present version of the guy tried to understand why he became such a crazy bastard in the future. His internal resistance to himself led to the speed of assimilation with him from the mirror being forcibly increased to 10%. The boy felt his chest being torn apart by pain, as if someone was tearing chunks of flesh off him alive. But the worst thing was the disgusting whirlwind of mixed emotions. After all, he was consumed by guilt, madness, and anger, which were very difficult to cope with and regain control. Suddenly, the challenger felt a hand squeezing his throat, and behind him he heard the voice of the first priest, asking if he had really taken his mirror. After this, the man attacked the boy and squeezed his head with such force that Song Yun felt as if his skull was about to split in half. The pain consumed his head, mixing up all his thoughts, and not allowing him to regain control over his own body in order to take at least some action for his release. The tower's notification announced that from now on, all skills and powers that interfere with Song Yun's spirit would be sealed. But despite this, the boy managed to fight off the priest and attack him. Thanks to the efforts of the young hunter, the man's head was separated from his body, but even at the last moment he was still muttering about his precious mirror. When the pain in his head began to subside a little, the boy suddenly realized that during the mentality check, where mental protection is especially important, the power of the serene mind was blocked. Immediately he felt a dark energy that was getting closer and closer to him. It was his future self who grinned evilly and said that if he had known about his power from the very beginning, he would have crossed the line long ago. The guy could only watch in horror as the speed of assimilation with the personality inside the mirror was forcibly increased to 20%. His throat was seized with unbearable pain, after which he began to cough up blood. Due to the unbearable psychological shock, the applicant suffered from an abnormal state of qi intoxication. What was happening was completely incomprehensible and inexplicable, because the current and future versions had not even met in battle yet. Watching himself from the future, Song Yun didn't understand how he could do something so vile. He was indeed obsessed with power, but he never planned to go this far. The guy's condition was getting worse with every second, and it was necessary to urgently remove the abnormal status, because his mastery of skills was falling lower and lower. Due to the unbearable pain, Song Yun did not immediately realize that he had been transported to another place along with his future self. He found himself in the world of Murim, and watched as his double ordered the head of the Murim Union to be brought here immediately. Future Song. Yun's voice was very rough and filled with anger as he said that if his order was carried out, he would at least spare the lives of those standing before him. A man came out of the building and said that he had heard that a madman called the Sword Ghost had appeared in Murim, so he wanted to meet him in person. It was the head of the union named Li Jinhuan. He wanted to know the name of the interlocutor, but all propriety was thrown aside. Song Yun decided that there was no point in talking and that the best demonstration of strength would be through action. Apparently there were bad rumors about the Sword Ghost, because for the head of the Murim Union, such behavior was not unexpected. The men came together in a fight, and a simply amazing fight began, the force of which swept away everything in its path. All the people who were nearby were dead, because the evil nature of Song Yun from the future left no one alive. Li Jinhuan had no words to describe all the bloody horrors that his opponent had committed. All members of the union were killed. Despite the fact that the guy promised not to touch anyone, the man asked if he had even a drop of conscience. But such feelings were unfamiliar to the cruel warrior that the boy had turned into, so he said with a grin that he did not regret what he had done at all. He called the killed people merely combat resources that did not make him doubt the correctness of his actions. Moreover, they did not represent any value in his eyes. After these words, the guy, without a second thought, dealt with the head of the union, cutting off his head. The current version of the guy was getting worse, and assimilation had increased by 30%. He did not want to believe that in the future he would be able to commit such atrocities. While the location in the mirror changed dozens of times, the guy had to watch how his future self was in the state of a monster, imbued with madness and seeking only growth. It was the most disgusting sight Song Yun had ever seen, because watching all these crazy murders was simply unbearable. He didn't want to accept the fact that he would become a crazy monster who never lost and spared no one. The pain penetrated the boy's body even more strongly, and the assimilation rate increased to 40%. When it reached the 50 mark, his head was splitting into pieces. Song Yun even thought that he would not come out of this trial in his right mind. Realizing that he was stuck in the role of an unwitting spectator of all the atrocities, the guy smiled madly. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he felt a serious pleasure that came out of nowhere. The location has changed again, and now events have taken us to an empty building on the outskirts of the city. The guy's old acquaintances, Oh Chung-gok and Kim Seung-hoon, got in there, knocked down the shockproof door, and found themselves where they were not expected. The masked warrior asked if Song Yun really thought he could go unpunished by committing such inhumane acts. But it seems that no one was able to punish this cruel monster, because a moment later he was already holding Chunseok's lifeless body in his fist. Lee Ha-yeon, who was standing nearby, was not herself, looking at what was happening. She wondered why her former friend was doing this. She was hysterical and wanted to get an answer as to why he was killing innocent people in order to become stronger. Looking at the crying girl, the guy said that his reasons were quite obvious. Killing was just a way to grow, and people in his understanding were raw material. Coming closer, Kim Seung-hoon could not resist and asked in a threatening tone if his former comrade remembered that he controlled lightning. Moreover, the weather only contributed to the fact that the insatiable guy would give up his spirit today. As he charged at the monster, the masked man said that he wanted to see such demonic spawn leave this world. Laughing, the future version of Song-yun said that he should have been considered a man back when he hadn't gained all the abilities he had now. Seeing the red laser that was inexorably approaching his body, Seung-hoon froze in place, because he knew that it was very concentrated energy. Song-yun didn't stop even when Ha-yeon begged him to do it and leave all her friends alone. But no amount of persuasion would work on such a monster, so the girl had to watch all these atrocities with screams. The real version of Song-yun simply couldn't bear to listen to his friend begging him to come to his senses. He understood that one wrong move and the crazy entity would really swallow him up. It felt like 50% assimilation could destroy his mind. It was clear that a solution had to be found right now. But all these thoughts were pushed into the background when the connection with the future version reached 60%. The pain became so intense that the surrounding world turned crimson and blood clouded the guy's vision. When the assimilation reached the 70% mark, Song-yun felt like he was trapped in an endless hydrogen of psychological shock that was not going to disappear. He no longer understood whether it was painful or pleasant for him. At some point, the guy's eyes opened wide and he realized that he felt very good. But this was not at all the case. His mind was becoming more and more damaged and was passing off wishful thinking as reality. For a second, the guy again felt the presence of the very first priest, who was asking where his mirror was. He remembered taking this thing from the dead man who had guarded it so carefully. Taking hold of the divine mirror, which was imbued with Johan's power, he learned that this item was capable of restoring his mentality. Therefore, he activated the mirror effect, and was now surrounded by a divine shield that dispelled all levels of mental clouding. When the abnormal status of spiritual instability was cancelled, the future version of Song-yun froze in place without having time to hurt Lee Ha-yeon. The guy's face suddenly began to be filled with a bright red light, which seemed to be tearing him apart from the inside. That's exactly what happened. One essence of Song-yun was destroyed, and the second one, the one that was real, broke through it. He shouted that he would never allow madness to consume him and that he could find a way out even from the most critical situation. For this desire to remain himself and be true to his beliefs, he received the achievement Steel Spirit. Finally, the mental test was completed, because the guy D showed that his principles would remain unchanged. When he returned to his body, he discovered that it was all happening in his head, while his physical body remained in place. While the administrators were rejoicing at the happy outcome, the god of verification wanted to personally meet Song-yun, and he forcibly summoned the applicant to the Holy Land. It was completely unclear where he was being transported this time, because the participant had heard about the Holy Land for the first time, and this forced call made him nervous. This deity temporarily concentrated power in his hands and made it so that the administrators stopped their observation of the test, after which the boy entered the sacred abode. The tower allowed this to happen, but only on the condition that the challenger be provided with security guarantees. After a period of flight that seemed endless, Song-yun found himself in a surprisingly calm place. It felt like he was floating in the sky. Before he had time to get used to the new place, a blinding light suddenly appeared, which painted the entire space in golden hues. A man emerged from the radiance and began to descend towards the place where the stunned Song-yun stood. This was the very same god of verification. He seemed faceless, but at the same time beautiful. The creature asked a question about who the guy was, because divine energy emanated from him. As he approached, the creature said that now that they had met in person, it was clear to him that the claimant was extremely ambiguous, and he assumed that the tower had created him. It was very strange to realize that he was considered a pseudo-deity, but Song-yun found the courage to say that he didn't know what a god meant. Pseudo-deities were the name given to administrators, so the creature was interested in whether the applicant was one, and whether he had entered into a contract with the tower itself. Saying that he was just a challenger, Song Yun heard that he had his own divine power. Smiling, the god said that he should visit the tower more often, after which he asked if the guy realized that it was impossible to create anything real with the help of the power of a pseudo-deity. But being an apostle of a pseudo-deity, he created one real thing. So it was clear to the god of verification that the guy was an unusual creature. It sounded like Song Yun had done something great, but in reality, he had simply obtained divine power after killing Chiron. The deity was surprised that the applicant had extracted the divinity and did not know about it. He asked if the guy had not performed the extraction process because he knew about it. But looking at Song Yun's face, it was clear that he had no idea what divine power was and how he could accidentally obtain it. Now even the Supreme Being was perplexed, because such a result could only be obtained from the divine power given to the future apostle by God. There was still one question left open. How did the guy manage to absorb this power, completely erasing the traces of the god? It was clear that even if the applicant's actions were unconscious, he did not extract such power by chance, and the higher being saw a cause and effect relationship here. All this seriously scared the boy, especially after the words that the Tower of Trials expected a lot from him. It is strange that the tower placed its hopes on an ordinary average applicant. Realizing what he had done, the creature fell silent and whispered that he had felt the tower's wrath, which meant that such information could not be divulged. Leaving Song Yun completely bewildered and with a set of questions, the creature disappeared, saying that it would continue to watch over him from the sky. Left alone, the guy felt like his head was literally bursting because of this whole situation. He wanted to understand what the words of the god of verification meant. Finally, the guy heard quiet words that it seemed like he had looked too deeply into his future. After all, if you gaze into emptiness for a long time, then emptiness will also begin to gaze into you, and then it will find a gap through which it can penetrate the mind. This was the final warning from the Supreme Being, because according to him, this is exactly what should be feared. Looking around, the guy wanted to see the deity to ask a couple of questions, but he only heard a voice that warned him that he would soon return to where he came from. Song Yun began to shout and ask for a longer conversation, because he wanted to understand what to expect next, but unfortunately his requests were ignored. But still, God was willing to shed light on some questions if the boy found himself in the temple of verification that was in Aries. Also, at parting, he gave one last piece of advice, saying that from now on, the guy should not trust other gods, because now they will all consider him their enemy. After these words, the transition to the waiting room began. Because the 11th floor of the tower was passed, the applicant was awarded a reward in the form of an antique mirror and points. But the guy didn't even want to think about any rewards, because all his thoughts were focused on what had just happened. It was hard to wrap his head around the fact that he had met God himself, who spoke to him and promised to watch over his trials from heaven. The entity that descended upon him told him more than anything the boy had heard so far. It turns out that it was by the will of the tower that the divine power was extracted from the body of the priest Chiron, and it was also said that great hopes were placed on the ordinary applicant. Then we can conclude that the signing of the apostolic treaty and contracts with the administrators was also done at the instigation of the tower, as an extraction of power. It only remained to understand what exactly the intention of the testing tower was, because so far everything was completely unclear. There was one more thing that kept bothering Song Yun, namely the warning that he could no longer trust other gods. Sitting on his bed in the waiting room, the guy realized that he didn't understand anything at all, and this was terribly stressing him out. What consoled him a little was the fact that even if the gods were hostile, they would not touch him as long as he was under the protection of the tower. Changes were made to the system, and Earth was now registered as an official dimension for ascension and was somewhat protected from interdimensional intrusion. Then notifications started coming from the administrators, who breathed a sigh of relief when their contractor returned to a safe place. Upon seeing these messages, the words of God immediately popped into the guy's head about the curators being called pseudo-deities, and at that moment doubts began to arise about whether they could be trusted. If now it was worth fearing even the Lord of Steel Blood and the Master of the White Crane, then the guy didn't even know who to trust. Gritting his teeth in anger, he realized that in the current situation he could not trust anyone, and he could only rely on his own strength. Finding himself in this disgusting situation, the guy could think of nothing better to do than to go to the world of Steel Blood and talk to the administrator. Upon seeing him, the woman immediately rushed towards him, asking if her contractor was badly hurt. But instead of an answer, she received a blow from a blade, which she miraculously managed to avoid. She didn't understand the nature of this behavior, so she looked at the guy with incomprehension, hoping to guess what had happened to him. The explanation was very simple. Song Yun was so disappointed in his surroundings that he saw a catch everywhere. He wondered if the curators with whom he had signed a contract had colluded with the tower and were using him for their own selfish purposes. Looking into the guy's eyes, the woman saw a slight hint of madness in them and thought that this was a side effect of the mentality test. If this was so, then the effect lasted for quite a long time, because the challenger was not going to stop and again rushed into the attack. Dodging his attacks was not easy. The Ice Blood Lord knew that she could not harm her contractor, so she used all the agility she had. Noticing that the boy had cut his hand, the woman told him to pull himself together, as his mind was currently in a very vulnerable state. But Song Yun thought that he was making very logical conclusions, because the administrators and the tower were connected, so they could be plotting some kind of action against him. Together they used players who were nothing more than pawns in a bigger game. But the Lord of Steel Blood did not confirm these thoughts. On the contrary, she was surprised that the guy was talking such nonsense. The woman got tired of calling him to reason, so she took a swing and decided to act more decisively. Her words really irritated Song Yun, because he didn't understand why he was constantly being called upon to come to his senses if he was completely sane. But when he laughed and tried to say that he was okay, he looked like a real madman. It seems that the administrator was right about the side effect of the test after all. She didn't want to hurt the challenger, so she told him once again to stop making a fuss. But the words had no effect on the guy, because he carried out another series of attacks. They were so powerful that the clearing around the Ice Blood Lord's house turned into chaos. There was no need to mention the house at all, because when the woman turned her head and looked at it, she saw that it was half demolished. This sight caused such a wave of aggression in her that she could no longer contain it. Now it was Song Yun who had to worry, because he had no idea what a strong warrior he had to face. Activating her power with all her might, the woman summoned thousands of swords, which were now aimed straight at her contractor. They obeyed even the slightest movement of her fingers, so that when she gave the go-ahead, they would happily pierce the body of her ill-wisher. The guy prepared to dodge, because the speed he possessed allowed him to avoid even one blade touching his body. But he didn't take into account the fact that the Steel Blood Lord was also unusually fast, so she caught up with him and playfully asked where her guest was going. At that moment, it became clear that attacking the administrator was a very stupid idea, because her experience was much higher than Song Yun's. The irritated girl wanted to rip the guy's head off for what he did to her house, but so far she's only gotten away with a couple of blows. When Song Yun's face touched the snowy ground, he suddenly felt an anger that he hadn't felt before, as if everything that had happened to him wanted to come out in this way. At this moment, his only desire was to take revenge on someone for the conspiracies that were being woven behind his back, so he once again tried to cut the girl with a sword. She managed to dodge deftly, but the guy understood that sooner or later she would stumble, and then he would do what he had planned. But the administrator's abilities were underestimated again, because when Song Yun wanted to swing his sword, he was unable to do so, because his hand was pinned by the blonde's blades. It gave her pleasure to watch this self-confident boy sitting on his knees and looking at his feet with hatred. After some time, when certain educational work had been carried out, the guy finally came to his senses and apologized to the girl. He was tied hand and foot and hanging upside down on a protruding beam of the ruined house of the Steel Blood Lord. Song Yun begged the woman to untie him. Taking a long look at her contractor, the blonde said that she would definitely do it. But first, she wanted to be sure that her house wouldn't be destroyed to the ground. Sighing, she loudly set her cup down on the saucer and said that she had a couple of thoughts about what had happened. In her opinion, when the boy came to the world of Steel Blood, there was still darkness left in him, and now it will always be a part of him. Even though Song Yun saw himself from the future, it was still him, so his suspicion of the administrators was not entirely justified. In this conversation, the girl was not being disingenuous, because she said that no one knows the real desires of the tower, not even the curators she chose. After thinking for a bit, the guy asked if the tower really didn't expect anything from him then, and the blonde replied that it was. Materializing a sword, she swung it and headed towards where the young hunter was hanging. After cutting the rope, one could happily watch Song Yun fall onto the snowy ground. The irritated guy walked over to the nearest surviving chair and began to listen to how the test tower never showed its desires to the players. So she didn't want anything special from the guy, but the blonde realized that someone's words had planted doubts in the young man's heart, and he said that was exactly how it was. The girl's eyes narrowed angrily when she heard the god of verification throwing around such words. Finally, the reason for all these doubts and the strange behavior of her contractor became clear to her. She decided to once again say that she obeyed the tower like ordinary applicants. The guy understood this and asked if there was any other information that he should know. Standing up from her seat, the blonde chuckled and said that the tea that Song Yun enjoyed so much was made from the urine of a black dragon. After these words, the very rare and surprisingly delicious tea no longer seemed so delicious to taste. But the guy remembered that the god of verification mentioned that the administrators received divine copies thanks to the contract with the tower. Having put sweets on the table, the woman said that she could not reveal this information now, but in any case, her contractor would soon find out about everything. But that was not all that Song Yun wanted to know. What interested him most was what cherished wish the Iceblood Lord was talking about. With her eyes closed, the woman listened to the White Crane Master say that they receive their cherished wish from the tower, and that it is up to the players who sign the apprentice contract to fulfill it. She felt a twinge of jealousy, and said that since his second handler had mentioned it, she should have told him all about it. But the guy didn't pay attention to her capricious tone, because he was interested in why she revealed her desire to him. Lowering her tone, the woman muttered that there was one obvious reason for all of this. Turning towards the fireplace, she said that she was simply scared. Song Yun looked up, trying to understand what her words meant. But instead of a clear explanation, the Iceblood Lord said that the guy was underestimating himself, because she saw with her own eyes how obsessed he was with his height. Therefore, she concluded that for the sake of his growth, her contractor would want to immediately pass the test of desire. Frowning, Song Yun also decided to be frank with the woman, so he said that he was so eager to become stronger because he had no talent. After looking at him carefully, the administrator said that she didn't know what he considered talent. But very soon, the guy would understand how much he underestimated himself. The young man's eyes widened when he heard that the test of the 12th floor was related to talent. Afterwards, he returned to the waiting room and could not understand how he should prepare for the test, which would test innate gifts that he did not have. He did not have this gift from heaven, which was divided into 3 parts in the world of hunters. It all started with abilities. Then it was necessary to increase the characteristics, and then get new skills. These items called 3 gifts for a hunter, and Song Yun had none of the above. He simply couldn't gain skills, his stats never got any higher, and he had absolutely no unique abilities. After entering the tower, a lot changed. Everything except the truth, which was that a talentless person would never become stronger. The guy was 100% sure that the Lord of Iron Blood was wrong, and that he had no talent. After all, if he had been, the guy would have managed to become a famous hunter, even without the skills he acquired in the testing tower. But still, the administrator's words about how he would soon understand how wrong he was about himself did not leave his head. After all, the test of the next floor was to have a fight with himself. This was supposed to open the guy's eyes to his own abilities. Getting up from his bed, Song Yun decided that he didn't want to just sit and think about it. The point of the test was to objectively evaluate his skills, which meant that it was a chance to improve his fighting abilities. When he went into his inventory, he found a mastery increase potion, which was one of the rewards from the Japanese government for helping with Namhoon Hyuk. Catherine Bennett gave him her vials and he ended up with 3 test tubes of the potion. After drinking from the bottle, the boy felt the disgusting taste of this liquid, but now he could choose a skill to improve, and the choice fell on magic management. This ability was obtained from the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor. It is the basis of the other skills, so it was the most beneficial to improve it. A moment after the potion entered the boy's system, he felt a sudden surge of strength, and his skill was increased by 10%. After that, he looked at the old verification mirror, a reward from the 11th floor that would activate the unique effect of thought from the past if magic was put into it. To get a better idea of what this thing was capable of, the challenger activated the dragon's Fire Eye skill. He learned that the first time he used it, he could obtain the skill Thoughts of the Past. But the verification god changed part of the effect specifically for one player. When the boy finally used the mirror, he immediately received the ability Concentration in Battle, which is where the new combat skills were sealed. Seeing that the new skill allowed him to be extremely focused on the battle, Song Yun realized that he had quite a good power in his pocket. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to start the test of the 12th floor, the theme of which was to surpass the limits, that is, to kill his copy in the allotted 48 hours. Once he got there, he immediately received a notification that the blessing of the Dark God had sensed the stranger and was creating guards, because the intruder must think about whether he knows himself well. A moment later, an exact copy of him appeared from the shadows, created by a mysterious god of darkness that needed to be killed. The Lord of Steel Blood said that the double would be simply perfect. He would even have identical experience and know all the techniques of the real Song Yun. But most importantly, the copy also received the guy's talent, which he would have to face and finally learn his own capabilities. With the thought in mind that he would be finished if he underestimated himself, Song Yun rushed into the attack and decided to test what his copy was capable of. Remembering the blonde's words, the guy realized that his clone could only copy one item from his inventory. The choice fell on the old tailcoat of the vampire count. The copy chose a protective item, but this did not mean that it planned only to defend itself. Activating his acceleration and strength skills, the boy realized that the tower had given him the perfect opportunity to objectively evaluate his skills. Also, Song Yun immediately noticed the effect of the potion he had drunk, because its concentration had increased several times, and his brain was working only to choose the best strategies for behavior in battle. It even seemed to him that time had frozen and everything around him had stopped, waiting for Song Yun to choose a line of conduct in this fight. Smiling, the young hunter realized that it was not in vain that he drank this vile liquid before the start of the test, because now it played into his hands. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he used the flame sword skill and charged at his opponent, who was an identical copy of himself. The force of the blow was astonishing. When the swords touched, it seemed to the guys that small stars were flying around. In the enemy's hands, a red blade could be seen, which was none other than the Iron Blood Sword. It was expected, but Song Yun had not yet seen the clone actively use his swordsmanship talent and use his sword. His copy was quite predictable, as it activated a counter shield after the sword, so that it would be fully prepared for defense. It was clear to the hunter that using the Iron Blood Sword and the counter shield was the only surefire option for the double. However, there was something that surprised Song Yun greatly during this battle, which promised to be very interesting. Right before the boy's eyes, a bright flash lit up, engulfing his enemy's shield and transforming into a sword. As it turned out, there was more than one sword, so taking the double blades in his hands, the copy of Song Yun realized that now the real fun would begin. The ability to transform a shield into swords could not help but cause surprise and a pang of envy, because the young hunter did not possess the same skills as his double. He watched as the enemy was about to use a dual sword style that he had never used in any of his fights. In theory, the guy could also do this weapon transformation, but he didn't use it because he thought it wasted too much mana. Therefore, he was very curious as to why his doppelganger decided to use such an ineffective method that wasted too much magical energy. Of course, he had also thought about using such power more than once, but he did not dare to use it when his life was at stake. Looking at how skillfully the clone rushed into the attack, Song Yun had only one question. If this was an exact copy of him, then why was she building such different strategies for the course of the battle with him? Gritting his teeth, the boy saw the serene face of his opponent, and this angered him even more, because it seemed that he considered the fight something like training. The swords clashed, and the boys, who were reflections of each other, realized that they were worse opponents for each other, because they had identical levels of strength. But still, for a second, the real Song Yun felt like he was slightly inferior to his opponent in skills. Perhaps this was exactly what the Iceblood Lord had told him, because by underestimating himself, he was also underestimating the enemy, who was now very difficult to deal with. At times, it was very difficult to dodge the attacks of the copy, but so far the boy managed to successfully escape the enemy sword. But Song Yun understood very well that he would not be able to win by defending himself all the time, so it was worth moving to an offensive position, so it was decided to use unbending will. Fighting off a series of attacks, the boy understood that in terms of objects, the advantage was on his side, but he was not sure whether he was superior to the enemy in physical strength. What especially frightened the hunter was that his copy could activate the concentration skill in battle and maximize its combat abilities. But the real problem was the sword technique his clone used. It was very powerful and effective. What made things especially difficult was that the attack involved using two swords, meaning that dodging would be twice as difficult. The technique seemed unfamiliar to Song Yun, but as the blows rained down on him one after another, he still recognized the combinations of movements he knew. But recognition was not enough to successfully repel attacks, so the guy slightly adjusted the interior of the room in which the fight took place. His body made many impressive cracks. The blows were familiar, but they did not belong to him at all, because they were terrifyingly reminiscent of the sword technique of the blue sky dragon. These sharp and systematic movements were used by Namgung Hyuk, the marine warrior who almost killed his Song Yun. He had seen such attacks only once, but he remembered them very well, because such destruction could only be accomplished by using them. The incredible strength of the Murim Lord made it clear why he looked down on all other skills. He didn't just have a skill or ability, but a true technique, and Song Yun first wondered if such techniques could surpass unique characteristics. There was a stereotype in the guy's head that convinced him that he would not be able to master such techniques that did not depend on skills. But then the image of the Ice Blood Lord came back to him, telling him that he would soon realize how much he underestimated himself. Suddenly, it became clear to the guy what kind of talent the administrator was talking about, and he slowly began to put her words in order in his head. The system notified that the enemy was very strong. Song Yun had to activate the unbending will skill, because the tower considered that the advantage was not on his side. This discovery made him very angry, but the thought that he was still ahead in his subjects calmed him down a little. But since the system considered his clone to be so dangerous, it meant that he had managed to become stronger, although Song Yun didn't understand how that was even possible. Having increased his concentration in battle tenfold, the boy began to think hard about how to properly react to the enemy's new attack. Having decided that the best defense was an attack, the young hunter finally decided to strike back and rushed into the attack. But his opponent was similar to him, not only in appearance. His agility and smooth movements were the same as the real Song Yun, so he managed to avoid the blow without any problems. Drops of blood splattered and a foul metallic scent could be detected in the air. Unfortunately, it was the real version of the guy who was injured. The sneaky twin managed to slip under his arm and cut the skin on his torso with his sword. Breathing heavily, Song Yun thought how this monster could be on the same level as him, since this rogue's strength was higher than his own. Increasing his concentration 15-fold, the boy clenched his teeth and decided that he would do anything to bring his victory closer. While his enemy stood smugly nearby, the guy decided to go around him from behind and take a more advantageous position for an attack. When he succeeded, he attacked, and the blow was so strong that the floor under the guys literally collapsed, and pieces of concrete flew in all directions. Next came the steel wings, with the help of which the guy gained a tactical advantage in the form of height. The concentration increased by 17%, and Song Yun shouted with dark pleasure that his copy had finally been caught. The twin could only sit on the floor among the ruins and watch as his inevitable death approached with great speed. What happened next was not at all what the guy had planned. His opponent put his hand forward, and it began to inflate like a huge balloon. Song Yun did the first thing that came to his mind, slashing at his hand with his sword, but this was a move that should have been avoided. After all, when the blood got on his face and the mucous membrane of his eye, these places began to burn as if acid had been poured on them. But despite this pain, the guy did not slow down, and as a result, the opponent's hand was cut off, which released a new wave of toxic blood. When the dust from the blow settled, the young hunter saw that his opponent had managed to escape from him, apparently tearing off his hand and running away. That was exactly the case. And now behind Song Yun stood an enraged clone who was ready to use even the most brutal weapons. From where the hand had been, shadows now snaked out, entwining the copy of the guy and the tip of his sword, which was pointed straight at the enemy. The blade emitted such a powerful glow, which resembled a laser, that it was capable of piercing the enemy's body even from a distance. When the real Song Yun turned his head and saw the danger that threatened him, his first thought was that he might die today. As if to confirm this thought, the light that emanated from the blade moved even closer to the guy's face. After this, the shining ball hit the young hunter, and he backed away, unable to withstand such an onslaught. But despite this, he managed to stay on his feet. But to achieve this, he had to increase his concentration by 20%, which exceeded all limits. Therefore, the guy's condition left much to be desired. His head was splitting and throbbing so hard that it seemed like it was about to explode. Seeing that the enemy was not in the most combat-ready condition, the copy began to look closely and decide how best to carry out an attack. After looking himself over from head to toe, Song Yun whispered in surprise that he almost died because of his pathetic copy. But then he laughed a mad laugh and asked how this disgusting clone dared to interfere with his test. It seems the doppelganger realized that its prototype was exceeding all limits and was now experiencing mental backlash as a side effect. It was too early to rejoice, because the clone was not going to stand and wait until he was sent to the next world, so he swung his deadly blade and attacked first. This attack caused the real guy to fly back several meters, giving the enemy a great advantage. But when Song Yun stood up again, he decided to act harshly, so he activated the power that helped him control the blood. A plan had already matured in his head that would help him get closer to victory, but for this he needed to focus on the liquid that flows through his veins. After collecting the required amount of blood drops, Song Yun used them as small bullets that were difficult to dodge. But despite all his efforts, the enemy was still standing. But in one instant, there was so much blood that, seeing its quantity, the copy literally froze in place. The flow of liquid was so destructive that it swept away everything in its path, destroying the walls and columns of the room in which they were fighting. Looking at how the enemy was desperately trying not to die under this stream, the boy grinned evilly and asked ironically if his twin liked this kind of entertainment. But no one answered him, because the clone disappeared from sight. But a couple of minutes later, he emerged behind the guy and prepared to strike him, and it didn't matter that attacking from behind was low. The boys crossed swords again, and the energy they created sent them both flying away from the center of the battlefield. But the next moment, Song Yun's double was standing on his feet and there was not a scratch on him. The guy barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes, because this vile double was so strong that he simply didn't have enough patience. Lord Iceblood watched all this with concern. The girl sat at the table and could not take her eyes off the sphere that served as a screen and demonstrated the tests. When her contractor failed to harm his double once again, she began to get angry, slamming her cup on the table. She didn't want to believe that bad luck was following the guy. She began to think about what she should do, because she didn't want to sit idle, and it was forbidden to openly help. Sure, she was worried about the tower's reaction, but the blonde still decided to take a desperate step and tried to contact the guy. But nothing worked, and the sphere disappeared, splashing the administrator with the water from which it was created. She smirked when she saw that her messages were now temporarily disabled, so that she wouldn't have the opportunity to advise or help her contractor. And the guy really needed help, because he felt that someone was controlling his body, just like when he attacked the Lord of Iceblood. His hand completely stopped obeying him and hit him right in the face. The guy was in his right mind, but the limb did not obey him. Even his double froze, watching what was happening with interest, because he was not the cause of such behavior. The limb was still out of Song Yun's control, and he was well aware that such tricks were very dangerous in the middle of a fight. When it dawned on him what exactly was happening to his body, the boy screamed loudly for the alien force to leave him alone, but the bonds only wrapped tighter around his body, and now constrained and subjugated not only one hand, but also most of the hunter's body. The guy thought that he had managed to deal with his version from the future, and now he could finally fully control his mind. But this was not entirely true, because as the Lord of Steel Blood said, this darkness became a part of him and would forever remain inside him. Trying to escape from the captivity of his own mind, the boy suddenly heard a rougher version of his voice, which said that it fought for him even when he died. It was that Song Yun that the boy had tried with all his might to throw out of his head and forget like a bad dream. Standing before him was not a man, but a real monster. The boy began to desperately try to break free and scream for this monster to get out of his body right now. But these cries were cut off by the voice of his future self, who called him a fool and urged him to think about what he could achieve if he followed his example. Song Yun's version mocked him and said that he had reached the 12th floor, but was still unable to look at himself and see the truth. Anger filled the guy because he understood perfectly well that there was some truth in his double's words, and this infuriated him even more. These words were so irritating that they gave the young hunter some strange boost of energy, which he used to make another dash. It worked, and now Song Yun was rushing towards his future self to slam his fist into his insolent face. But the copy only smiled and raised 2 fingers, activating a power that was difficult to go against. Streams of blood rose from under the ground, lined up and blocked the guy's passage to the hated enemy, who was so close and at the same time at a huge distance. While the real version sat behind some kind of bars, the clone felt like the real winner in this battle. Seeing that his opponent was about to leave, Song Yun shouted after him that he was disgusting and did not deserve to walk on this earth. But his twin only said that he would give him one piece of advice. If he always relied on skills, he would not be able to use real techniques. His future self predicted that he would spend the rest of his life simply watching if he didn't come to his senses in time. Although it will even be to the clone's advantage if the guy doesn't change his behavior, because then he will be able to take full control over the body of the real Song Yun. Hearing this, the guy became seriously scared and began to beat his hands on the blood bars that his twin had erected. While the young hunter tried unsuccessfully to get out, the test of the 12th floor continued to go on as usual. His copy, created by the dark deity, felt very free and organic and seemed to have already gotten used to the fact that the real Song Yun did not put up much resistance. A notification came that the Lord of Iron Blood had sent an item. It was a black dragon potion that helped restore mental strength and clear the mind. Seeing this, the true Song Yun realized that he still had a chance to get rid of his annoying doubles and throw them out of his head. He began to pound on the bars with all his might, trying to loosen them and break free, but so far all his attempts were in vain. But it only seemed that way at first glance. After some time, the boy realized that he was beginning to regain control over his mind and body. His evil copy realized that a true hunter does not give up and does not stop trying to break free in order to pass the test to the end. The dark twin had already taken out a potion from his inventory, which he was going to drink to get rid of the guy's real personality forever. But at the very last moment, Song Yun managed to free himself and cut off the hand of his copy, thereby taking away his ability to drink from the vessel. It was very nice to feel his limbs again and have full control over them. The boy realized that he had not appreciated this feeling of freedom before. But what brought relief to the guy's real personality turned into terrible pain for his fake one, which was literally torn apart. In order to finally get rid of his dark opponent, Song Yun rushed to the side where the bottle of potion fell and landed face down in the liquid, breaking the glass and drinking the contents. The clone watched all this with horror, because he understood that when his enemy's mind was cleared, his minutes of life were numbered. The dark entity tried to think of some way out of this situation, but not a single thought came to mind that could help him. Coughing up blood and spitting out the remains of glass, the boy's true personality realized that he was heading towards the finish line. Smiling, he wiped the blood that was running down his chin and said that he had finally managed to get his mind back. While his mental part was fighting with the personality from the future, his physical body continued to feel everything. But now the guy has let go of everything that was in the past due to the habit of relying on skills, which prevented him from growing in his abilities. He finally realized that if his copy could use such talents, then he could do it too. Having increased his concentration in battle 20-fold, Song Yun decided that no one could stop him this time. The guy's thinking sped up and his psycho-version's ego began to rise, but he already knew how to deal with it. With this kind of thinking, he finally felt that very enlightenment that seemed endlessly long. His copy didn't want to wait to be dealt with, so it swung its dual swords and charged. The real Song Yun understood that if he wanted to win, he had to throw away all his accumulated skills and use his talents. It was necessary to empty everything and adapt to new conditions because, as his administrator said, he was capable of a lot and often underestimated himself. In his case, he needed to get rid of common sense, and when he succeeded, his mastery of magic control increased by 10%. And when he finally got rid of his stubbornness, he gained the achievement of enlightenment, and his endurance increased by 1 point. It was time to get rid of everything that was not real and discard everything unnecessary, like husks, revealing your true nature. Watching all these transformations of the real Song Yun, His clone understood that now the enemy could defeat him in battle. The guy himself knew this, and with a smile he rushed into another attack. And this time, he was 100% sure that it would work, because from that moment on, everything was different. He emitted such powerful energy that before he could even touch the enemy, he was already flying back several meters. Now the young hunter was able to calmly use the most powerful techniques that Namgung Hyuk possessed. There was a very strange but pleasant feeling inside him. He twirled in front of the enemy and enjoyed the fact that the advantage was finally on his side. He never liked to show off, but now he allowed himself to do it. By using the maximum speed of wind's grace and instant acceleration, the boy became almost elusive to his created version. As he circled around her, trying to confuse her, he got the pleasant bonus of seeing the confused eyes of his dark twin. The guy swung his sword masterfully and dealt blow after blow, which hit the target straight and did not miss by a centimeter. His opponent tried his best to catch the sequence of his movements, but Song-Yun moved so quickly and dexterously that he was practically invisible. But despite the fact that the enemy was almost elusive, the evil version decided not to stand still, but to try to counterattack. Finally, Song-Yun realized one truth: by focusing not on skills but on technique, his understanding of mastery increases and he becomes more productive in battle. He was very pleased that his growth was so fast and noticeable, because it would help him pass the test of the 12th floor as soon as possible. So the boys clashed again, and each time the young hunter hoped that his blow would be crushing for his opponent. His dark version also understood that he was about to stumble, because it was becoming more difficult to withstand such attacks with each passing second. All this made the clone furious, so he growled and, swinging his swords chaotically, rushed towards Song-Yun. But he saw all the shortcomings of his copy. It was a pleasant bonus of increasing his understanding of the techniques he uses when delivering strikes. It was now clear to him that the twin was not using Namgung Hyuk's real techniques, but was simply trying to imitate them, and looked like an actor from a very bad production. Having activated the Iron Blood Sword, the boy realized that when fighting such an opponent, distrust in his abilities could weaken the chi energy of his blade. This meant that even when training with the techniques that the Murim warrior used, one had to focus on strengthening the flame sword. When he concentrated on his power and did this, his weapon blazed with a clear flame and began to heat up in his hand, but this heat did not burn, but pleasantly touched his skin. The guy then directed this power in a powerful stream, straight at his dark clone, to finally wipe this evil spirit off the face of the earth. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Tom to dodge, and at one point he failed to dodge, and his shoulder was seriously injured by Song-Yun's energy flow. Upon seeing the blood, the real version of the boy activated the true Bloodseeker skill and decided to turn the liquid against its host. Drops began to flow out of the dark twin's body and transform into something that resembled blades that were aimed straight at the enemy. There were countless numbers of them, and they all threatened to pierce the false personality of the young hunter who was so reluctant to leave this world. The clone understood that he didn't have much of a choice, and if he didn't come up with some crazy plan right now, he could say goodbye to his existence. The streams of blood became stronger and stronger, and the evil creature could not escape his sad fate, which he fully deserved. Then there was an explosion, which seemed to the true Song-Yun to be the most beautiful and long-awaited sound on Earth. But the clone was such a tenacious creature that even this man-made chaos could not destroy it. So the enraged hunter decided to finish the job with his sword. It was incredibly pleasant to feel his blade penetrate the enemy's flesh. But his opponent was a reflection of himself, so he was also difficult and tried to counterattack, but the boy put up his shield in time. The dark twin hissed in pain and frustration. His shoulder was wounded while the enemy didn't have a scratch on him. But then the monster exhaled too calmly and his wound quickly healed. The clone's gaze promised a cruel and swift reprisal. The guy's true identity noticed one strange feature. In order to block the attack, his opponent twirled the sword in his hand. It was a very strange and surprising technique that had to be adopted, because apparently it was incredibly effective. However, Song-Yun did not admire such skills for too long, but decided to test their strength and rushed into the attack. Two forces collided with each other. They were so similar, and at the same time so different, that this spectacle could be called truly unique. This aggressive attack style was unfamiliar to the young hunter, so it was a little difficult to land blows, but it was still not enough of an obstacle for him. But then such harsh sword techniques were replaced by softer ones, and this transition seemed very strange to the guy. The soft sword was another technique of the Murim warrior Namgung Hyuk. Song Yun was already quite irritated that his copy was constantly imitating this cruel monster. Throwing away one of his blades, the boy decided that nothing ventured, nothing gained, so he decided to try out the new technique. He was thinking about doing something he had never tried before, which was to activate the counter-shield skill and transform one of his weapons into something else. When the clone realized what his opponent was trying to do, he was very surprised and looked at it all with wide eyes. Smiling at this expression, the real Song Yun asked why his copy was so surprised, since they had completely identical skills. After these words, a new stage of the battle began, in which the young hunter felt like someone else, someone new and more capable. Now he could say that he had talent. These internal changes greatly helped him to deliver more precise and hard blows to the enemy, who did not stop trying to dodge and survive in this meat grinder. The dark entity's minutes were numbered, because with all his actions, Song Yun showed that he would not let her get away with it. The boys fought so hard that the ground shook under their feet, and for a moment, top and bottom became confused and swapped, because it no longer mattered. But there was one nuance. The copy's sword recharged faster than the sword of the guy's true personality. This created certain difficulties. But still, the young man was not afraid to take a risk and do what, in his opinion, could improve his position in this battle. He ducked and managed to twist so that he could kick his opponent right in the torso, who was not expecting such a turn of events and was disoriented. The force of the blow threw the clone so high that he crashed into the ceiling and left cracks in it in the shape of his silhouette. The evil twin was so furious that he wanted to literally burn his true and correct version on the spot. He managed to transform the entire hurricane of his emotions into a powerful flow of energy that threatened to engulf everything around him. But his opponent was a tough nut to crack and a skilled fighter, so he managed to avoid the force field for now. Without stopping running, Song Yun suddenly realized that his twin had managed to transform the oncoming shield into a sword. Anxious thoughts and suspicions crept into his head. The guy thought that his counter-shield in the form of a sword might simply not withstand the attack and return to its original version. But something worse happened. The shield did not just return to the shape of a blade, but broke in half and was no longer usable. If the guy hadn't reacted in time, he could have died if the enemy's force had hit his weak defense. Throwing away the broken sword, Song Yun realized that if the copy was himself, then now that the counter-shield was deactivated, their strongest attack should disappear. There is no doubt that the clone knew this too, and he might have thought that he had a chance to be saved. Everything happened exactly as the young hunter predicted, but he was ready to meet the enemy face to face and repel any of his attacks, even the most unexpected. It was difficult to describe the feeling that the boy was experiencing. His self was at its maximum strength and possessed simply incredible power. So when his opponent approached, Song Yun didn't even tense up, but simply raised his leg and kicked his shadow twin with all his might. Taking advantage of the moment of surprise, the clone did not expect at all that his trick would be turned against him, so he did not have time to react and literally rolled on the floor. Pleased with his successful attack, Song Yun watched as the confused enemy tried to regain his fighting spirit. Unsurprisingly, he succeeded, and the next second the evil twin rushed towards his true personality in a new attempt to destroy it. But the boy was prepared for such a turn of events and was already waiting for his sworn enemy to finally fall into his net. Everything happened exactly as Song Yun thought. His shadow personality ran straight into the blade that had been waiting for so long to draw his blood. He was very surprised, because his opponent was standing far enough away to hit him on his own. But when he turned around, he saw a hand created using the blood mastery skill. When Song Yun threw away one of his swords, he was already preparing his insidious but well-thought-out plan. It was only necessary to wait for the moment when his opponent would be exhausted from impatience and the desire to kill him, because then he would become as inattentive as possible. Having waited for all these components, the young hunter achieved what he so desired, and watching the results of a successful plan was simply amazing. But that wasn't the end, because his twin was still breathing, and that meant he had to finish what he started and kill the vile entity. But this monster was truly crazy, because despite the fact that a sword pierced him through and through, he rose to his feet and screamed at the top of his lungs. This cry was full of pain and despair, but even more so it reminded us that the most dangerous predator was the one that was driven into a corner. Gradually, his shadow twin's body began to grow, and at some point, Song-yun realized that he barely reached the monster's leg. Some kind of disaster was happening because his clone no longer looked like him. It resembled a bloodthirsty monster with long claws and razor-sharp teeth. When the changed twin rushed to attack, the guy had no choice but to run away, because he did not know what his enemy was now capable of. And he was capable of the most insane actions. The monster brought his fingers to his mouth and simply bit them off. After this, he began to spit out the bitten-off phalanges and throw them like darts. When the remaining fingers landed on the floor, it literally exploded beneath them, something that Song-yun couldn't even imagine in his worst nightmare. The guy tried to understand what kind of monster was in front of him. He was completely confused by the fact that the opponent's attack tactics had changed dramatically. Now the hunter's main task was to save himself and hide from the chaotic attacks, which were dangerous not only in themselves, but also because they destroyed everything around. The monster's huge hand tried to reach its double. It was hard to believe that just a couple of seconds ago this creature looked like him, like two peas in a pod. Song-yun ran up with all his might, but when he turned around he saw that his opponent was falling into some kind of funnel and screaming desperately. She sucked in the monster, and it was clear that some inexplicable processes were happening inside. When the light dissipated, one could see Song-yun's clone, which had more or less returned to its original state and had now at least decreased in size. Hiding behind the shield, the boy carefully watched every movement of this creature, because now it was completely unclear what to expect from this test. The counterattack shield's recovery time had expired, and now Song-yun had the opportunity to better protect his life. Looking at his current opponent, he asked sullenly if he would attack him, since this battle was long overdue. The monster, which now looked more like a man, did not answer, but instead clenched its teeth and rushed forward, hoping to taste the flesh of its enemy. When he entered into battle with this monster, it was quite clear that he had completely lost his mind. But despite this obvious flaw, the creature continued to strike, and they were quite precise and deliberate, which meant that its intelligence was in order. As strange as it all may seem, some of his techniques could be quite effective as a surprise attack. Song-yun understood that the clone had lost his temper and was constantly making explosions, and if he used ash blood, it would absorb too much of his stamina. Therefore, when the monster's stamina reaches 0, its attacks will stop, because it will fall off its feet from exhaustion. Everything happened exactly as the young hunter had planned. Taking advantage of the right moment, he cut off his enemy's hand without hesitation. There was no point in dragging it out any longer, since time was limited and the 12th test was still not completed. It was necessary to finish with this creature and forget about this bloody battle as a nightmare. But the monster managed to surprise his double again, because he somehow acquired such speed and agility that he managed to escape from the guy's field of vision. Song-yun was seriously surprised by this behavior, because he was already determined to finish the battle. He activated his speed to maximum and began to catch up with the fleeing enemy in order to finish him off once and for all. What the guy saw a moment later could not fit into his head, because in his thoughts, he had long since become a winner. The monster's body somehow gained so much energy that it managed to use its blood control skill and began to collect a huge amount of red liquid around itself. After that, the clone decided to do something that Song-yun had never expected from him. He attacked, and a surprisingly powerful energy could be felt from him. The blow was aimed straight at the boy's body, but he managed to put up a shield in time, so all that was left was to hope that his defense would withstand this onslaught. Luckily, he managed to defend himself, but it was still difficult to stay on his feet, because the monster was still really strong. All these actions irritated the guy very much, but despite this, he was grateful to his opponent for such an ignorant use of this power. After all, with its help, the counterattack shield was recharged and reached the maximum damage absorption limit. Now the creature will definitely die, because by using the counterattack skill, Song-yun will achieve what he wanted so much. Apparently, the creature also understood this because it roared desperately, and in this cry one could recognize real despair and fear of imminent death. The shield turned into a small sphere that was filled with highly concentrated energy, which had a destructive effect. The force was so enormous that Song-yun narrowed his eyes, expecting it to ricochet a little and knock him off his feet. The final preparations were complete, and now the guy was ready to point the sphere straight at his sworn enemy. A small fireball hit the clone right in the face, and he couldn't stand it and was unable to stay on his feet. Everything around began to shine, and now it was absolutely clear that anyone, Even such a strong opponent would not be able to avoid an attack of such impressive force. Now it's time to use the release of energy that has accumulated in the shield. This will be the point in the history of the Dark Twins' existence. The accumulated damage burst out, and the space shook from a powerful explosion that swept away everything in its path. The clone's body couldn't withstand it, and its limbs began to break away from its body, flying away. At this point, the test of the 12th floor was over. The guy was awarded a large number of points and the last resistance skill. Also, a nice bonus was that the counterattack shield skill increased and the rank increased by 1 level. When his combat concentration ability was deactivated, there was a sharp rebound of energy that exceeded the user's limit, and Song Yun felt like he was about to vomit. Unable to bear it, the boy began to cough and saw that blood was beginning to spurt out of his throat, and his stomach was twisted so much that he could not move. Such were the unpleasant consequences of his abuse of the power of concentration. Now he will have to pay for it. By activating the ash blood, the healing of the internal organs began. The guy was not sure that this would help stop the side effect, but everything worked out. If the young hunter didn't have such a restorative ability in his arsenal, he wouldn't have been able to go so far. Thoughts began to appear in the young man's head about whether he would ever be able to climb the tower with a calm soul, and whether such a thing was even possible. His attention was drawn to the mutilated body, around which shadows began to gather, and his unique characteristic of necromancy began to stir within. It was the spirit of his other personality, which was just asking to be absorbed. The applicant was not sure that this could be done. Suddenly, the guy started receiving a lot of messages one after another. It turns out that the Lord of Steel Blood was finally unblocked. The administrator complained about the sanctions that were imposed on her for treating the contractor to a cup of tea. The blonde asked the guy to treat her with even more respect from now on. Memories of how desperately he fought for that bottle, but was still grateful for it. And also, thanks to this act, the boy inadvertently learned a new fact. It became clear that if administrators interact excessively with contractors, they are also subject to sanctions. So the tower has provided rules for everyone. A system notification came in saying that all administrator messages that had been restricted until now were being printed at the same time. Most of the curators expressed their admiration for the applicant's talent. They were interested in where such a nugget came from, and some were amazed that he passed the tests. It was amazing to realize that so many administrators were watching his battle. The guy read the messages and was simply amazed. While some expressed genuine admiration, others reacted as if they were fed up with Song Yun, asking if the challenger had really only reached the 12th floor. More and more curators were watching the rise of the young hunter, and it was a very strange feeling, because sometimes it seemed like he was a participant in some kind of entertainment show. There were also administrators who said only what they wanted, and then disappeared when they lost interest. Some sent messages without any purpose at all. The notifications kept coming in, and Song Yun tried to figure out why these people were acting like this. It seemed like they were trying to drive him crazy. Questions arose as to why they chose him out of all the participants, since he had already signed a contract and it was unclear why they were trying to get his attention. The next moment, a guess flashed into his head, which could be a logical explanation for such behavior of the curators. Perhaps the system would allow administrators to approach him with a request, and such a reaction to the guy's success turned this assumption into a certainty. Smiling, he realized that he could also receive certain bonuses from such cooperation. It seemed that as the system expanded, in the future, administrators who were not contracted to Song Yun would also be able to benefit. But despite this, bombarding the guy with messages was somehow wrong and very unprofessional. The boy said that if they needed anything from him, they should send him as a force support. Then he would definitely remember about the curators later when the system was expanded. But these pseudo-deities began to react strangely to such words. They clearly did not like the arrogance of the applicant, and they considered him very vain. But the guy just grinned and informed them that his offer only extended to 3 people in order of priority. It worked, and a new stream of notifications poured in, with admins offering to add their power to the contractor-only store. Now Song Yun seriously thought about what this meant for him directly, because power is not given for free, and then he will have to face a return favor. His attention was drawn to the red haze that was beginning to envelop his body, and he realized that now he needed to think about something else. At this point, the real important decision was whether or not to absorb the spirit of my dark self. It was unclear what would happen if you absorbed the soul of a creature that had not only identical stats, skills, and powers to the guy. But the only way to answer this question was to absorb it into the soul, which Song Yun did, and his skill immediately increased by 28%. Notifications came that the composition of the soul of the false applicant was identical to the composition of the soul of the guy, so an attempt was made to extract divinity. This was something the young hunter really didn't expect, because he had recently realized that divine power was something unusual and very unique. New messages started coming in that all the skills that the fake version had already been acquired, so the process of combining skills was launched. As he watched all this, the boy discovered that the rank of many of his abilities began to increase by 1 level. But most of all, he wanted to finally figure out what it meant to extract divinity and how it would affect his power. The system said something about transformation and accumulation of energy, but for the applicant, all these words were empty words, and he did not receive normal explanations. He didn't know how to use this power, but he remembered the words that it was engraved on his soul. Now, the only thing that was clear to Song Yun was that from now on he could experience divine power. After all these sudden discoveries, the entrance to the waiting room on the 13th floor began to be carried out. New organizational moments were established there, which the guy would become familiar with later. All he understood was that now in the combined tests he would be facing foreigners. In his opinion, this was a pointless expansion of the system. Analyzing these innovations, certain fears arose in the guy's soul, which could well come true in life. There were concerns that the tower community would be integrated with other dimensions, meaning Earth would also be at risk. Next, Song Yun checked the results of the 12th floor test and found that he was ranked first. Now, he was the strongest of all the challengers who had climbed the tower, and this was what he had been striving for. So now the boy was one step closer to becoming the strongest challenger on Earth. But it was said that the testing tower had existed for a long time in dimensions such as Ares, Kallian, and Murim. Compared to these places, Earth was an extremely weak dimension, which was literally just the other day officially registered as something that is accessible for ascension. So if you don't increase the power of your home planet, it could become a target for enemies, just like the day Namgung Hyuk attacked. Whether it was before or now, Song Yun needed such a powerful force that could defeat any opponent. Having entered the inventory, the guy decided to get acquainted with the items that were in his possession after passing the new floor. He found that he now possessed the gray crown of the ancient emperor, and while wearing this item, the challenger ruled as the spirit king, and his charisma increased by 30%. Next, the boy looked at the additional reward for the breakthrough. It was the last resistance skill, which could prevent 1 death. Although the recovery time was a week, given the effectiveness of this skill, it was difficult to call it a penalty. But in addition to all the awards he received, during this test, the guy managed to knock out new powers from the administrator's reserves. He was offered 3 support powers. All of them were C rank and were quite useful, as they provided additional defense, instant charging, or energy. Therefore, without thinking twice, Song Yun decided to simply buy them all, because now he had enough coins to do so. New notifications immediately poured in that the administrators wanted him not to forget about their support, and when the time came, to remember this help. But the most interesting thing was that when the boy absorbed the spirit of his double, divinity extraction was activated out of nowhere. After that, the challenger felt energy settle heavily in his heart. Unlike before, this must have been divine power. Having decided to test his theory, the boy began to concentrate on his internal sensations and tried to let them out. For a moment his hand glowed and Song Yun felt as if a column of blinding light was about to burst out from it. But nothing like that happened. The only thing was that the space around the guy was actually illuminated, but nothing more. The result was the same as when he checked before leaving the waiting room. The body was simply glowing, but no special abilities appeared. The boy still couldn't reproduce any of the restoration or strengthening techniques that the priests had used during the test on the 11th floor. This really irritated him, because he was full of expectations, but he gradually came to the conclusion that this ability might not be useful. He exhaled and sat down in the position that most relaxed him. Now he needed to remain calm, otherwise the shadow personality would break out again. When he was about to achieve peace, a notice came from the White Crane Master. The woman claimed that she could teach the contractor divine power, but he refused. Even though the administrator was deeply disappointed, the guy said that if he wanted, he could learn everything on his own. He really wanted to be independent and not rely on others, and the White Crane Master said she supported this decision. What was important to him now was not divine power, but what he could do to become stronger right now. After all, his enemies were awake and improving their skills, and he had to do the same if he wanted to defeat them. One of his main goals was to kill Namgung Hyuk, so he shouldn't stop there, because the Murim warrior possessed amazing strength. The boy felt that in just a little while, the Namgung family's dragon sword would return to Earth again, and he had to give it a warm welcome. Of all the powers that were shaken out of the administrators, the guy was most interested in the blood heavenly energy, which enhanced combat feelings due to the energy of blood. So he immediately activated it and felt very strange. It seemed like he could feel every drop of blood in his body. He had the feeling that he had been reborn as a fighter, and the fluid in his veins literally boiled, not allowing him to sit still. On the one hand, it was something the boy felt he needed, but on the other hand, his mind was consumed by the thirst for battle. And then the crazy part of the boy came out, which was very bloodthirsty and capable of walking over heads in order to achieve its goal. It was his shadow version that was bursting out, not about to stand by while his original was doing something so interesting. This time it was especially noticeable how the crazy personality was manifesting itself in his body and trying to take over. The intentions of Song Yun's mad part became clear when it activated the blood sword. The shadow personality wanted the real challenger to die and free up the body for him, which he planned to take complete control of. But the guy wasn't going to give up so easily, so he gripped the handle of his blade and prepared to fight off the attack. It seemed to him that his crazy personality did not understand at all that if she killed him, she would die too, because in fact they were one whole. Hearing this, the twin laughed and said that he was simply going to get rid of what his original couldn't get. Not understanding what was going on, the boy tried to hold back the enemy's onslaught. This was a situation he had not foreseen, and now he would have to face the consequences. From the outside, it looked like the guy was fighting with himself, because the second personality was only in his head, but in reality, he simply crossed the swords that were in his own hands. It turned out that his blade was absorbing the power of the blood that was generated by the blood heavenly energy. When Song Yun realized this, he remembered that when a user who had reached the level of the flame sword activated the blood energy effect to the maximum, the true ability would be revealed. Squeezing the blade of the dagger so hard that blood began to flow from his hand, the boy decided to open this effect at any cost. He felt the power flowing through his body and into the blade he was so eager to use. That's exactly what he did. The guy threw a punch, hoping it was strong enough to kill his opponent. His shadow essence did not expect such an attack. It seemed to be filled with a special energy that caused incredible pain. True song. Yuna decided that he finally had the opportunity to feed this bastard blood energy. It seemed like the sword was living its own life, because it entered the enemy's body deeper and deeper. The guy didn't even have to make any effort. When the necessary conditions were met, the true abilities of the heavenly demon blood sword would be revealed, and that was exactly what was happening now. A system notification came in that a special slot for blood was being created. Song Yun didn't know what it meant, but he decided to figure it out as soon as he had the opportunity. 3 of these same slots suddenly appeared near the sword. It was unclear what they were intended for, but that wasn't the biggest problem right now. However, curiosity got the better of him, and the challenger activated the Eye of the Fire Dragon to get acquainted with the new abilities. As it turned out, the guy's sword absorbed the blood of opponents into the blade, thereby increasing the overall effectiveness of the item. The remaining abilities of the weapon could be unlocked over time. Slots helped imprint skills into the blade without any cost other than cooldown. Smiling, the boy realized that it could be said that this was an amazing growing type of item that this world had never seen before. Deciding not to waste time, the challenger began the 13th floor test, the theme of which was strategic combat. Its specialty was that it was combined. The guy had only the most unpleasant memories associated with such trials, but nevertheless, he had to cope with it. Moreover, there was a chance to get a random skill book, and upon seeing the A-rated reward, his mood slightly improved. While the candidates were gathering, the system announced that they would be able to use a map that would show cities occupied by vampires. The objective of this test was to kill the vampire count within the allotted time, working together with your comrades. The thought immediately came to Song Yun's mind that instead of wasting time searching for the priests, he could simply invade the city and kill everyone. After all, with the abilities that he had in his arsenal, the guy was capable of destroying at least one city. But these thoughts faded into the background when the selection of team members was completed, and other candidates began to emerge. The first one was called Tarkovsky. He said that he was quite surprised that they would have to go through combined tests again. A man named Legendary Ninja followed him out, scratching his head. He said that he was glad to see all the team members. The last to come out was a gray-haired old man who called himself the Clock Tower Wizard. He had a pipe in his hand, and he calmly said that it was nice to meet everyone. After carefully examining his allies, Song Yun realized that these nicknames were very familiar to him, because they all belonged to high-ranking players. After walking forward a little, the old man said that this place seemed a little strange to him. He chose very soft words to describe the chaos surrounding them. There were dead people on the table, and everything reeked of blood. The team members immediately assumed that this place served as a dining area for vampires, since they did not even bother to remove the bodies of their victims. There was a hissing sound behind the Clock Tower Wizard, and a couple of vampires appeared behind him, saying that the players had made the right conclusions. The monsters laughed and said in a threatening tone that dessert had arrived, after which they rushed to attack, wanting to sink their sharp teeth into the soft flesh. But this celebration of life did not last long for them, because one of the vampires was grabbed by the head and was not allowed to reach the victims. It was a legendary ninja who moved at incredible speed and was capable of causing irreparable damage to these creatures. The other members of the team didn't keep him waiting either. Tarkovsky rushed into battle and with one swing of his hand tore off the vampire's head. And the dark-haired boy, who was a ninja, cut the vampire girl with his weapon. Looking at Tarkovsky's strength, the ninja said that he thought that the best representative of the guild of one of the Slavic countries stood before him. Turning around, the man said that he had no intention of hiding it. His name was Andrei Tarkovsky, and he really was the head of the Carpe Diem Guild. The legendary ninja chuckled and said that his name was Sakio Machimoto. He was a C-rank hunter and a member of the Japanese Association. The Slavic warrior said that his Japanese colleague's cause was more important, because Machimoto was the only hunter in Japan who had reached Class C. The boy laughed and tried to joke it off because he was very embarrassed by such praise. After this, the ninja asked if his allies were ready for battle, because vampires can sense the death of their comrades, so they will soon come here in a crowd. An old man entered the conversation and said that there was no need to worry about this, since he had set up a barrier in advance so that the monsters would not be able to sense anything. The Japanese hunter was very surprised by the foresight of the Clock Tower Wizard, because what he did could have saved their lives. Lighting his pipe, the gray-haired man said that his name was David Taylor, and he was a humble wizard who belonged to the clock tower. Sakio exclaimed, and muttered that it was the best magic tower in their world. Tarkovsky asked how the Archmage, who was on the verge of retirement, had been drawn here. The old man smiled and replied that he considered it a stroke of luck that had befallen him in his old age, since mysterious entities such as towers were an interesting subject for study by wizards. Then all the team members turned towards Song Yun because he was the only one who still hadn't said anything about himself. Looking coldly at his allies, the boy said that he was a South Korean C-rank hunter, after which he gave his real name. After leaving the dining room, the men went further, looking into one of the houses where there was a crowd of vampires. David Taylor told one very interesting piece of information. According to him, even the weakest vampire's skills could easily surpass those of a C-rank hunter. The vampire count had the highest level of skills, putting him on par with high-ranking hunters, and he also had special physical regeneration, so it would not be easy to kill him. But as the tower indicated, the key to this test was the salvation of the priests. All that remained was to figure out where they were hiding, because these people could be in a variety of places, and the team needed to get their help. Everyone understood that going in search of the clergy blindly was extremely dangerous, especially considering that the enemies would be extremely aggressive towards them. Song Yun listened carefully as one of the men said that Sachio could use the stealth skill and lead a small group, while the old man set up a barrier above them. At this rate, the boys would be able to complete the task in no less than 10 days. The hunter believed that at such a slow speed, they would not receive an additional reward. Coming out of the shadows, he decided to express his thoughts on how their mission should proceed. Placing his hands on the chairs of his allies, the boy said that in his opinion, they did not quite understand that the proposed strategy was very ineffective. Puffing on his pipe with displeasure, David Taylor asked if there was any other way to deal with vampires. With a friendly smile, Song Yun replied that he knew of one option that would help him boast the highest performance. These words immediately intrigued the Clock Tower wizard, as he immediately asked what kind of method this was. The other guys also began to join the discussion because everyone was interested in what the contender who was ranked first would offer. Seeing that all his allies were listening attentively, the young hunter said only one phrase, "Hit and take." They stared at him in bewilderment. But he would tell all the details as needed, but now all he needed to do was get his weapon and go into battle. It remained to be hoped that his comrades would trust him and be able to follow his example and, without unnecessary fear, go where only madmen go. They all went out into the street together, and Song Yun knocked on one of the doors of a house that stood nearby. When the guy did this, strange changes began to happen to the door. It seemed as if some kind of magical curtain was descending. This is approximately what happened, because a moment later the wall disappeared, and in its place one could see a passage that led directly to a gathering of a huge number of blood-sucking creatures. Raising his hand demonstratively, Song Yun said that if his comrades were not afraid to attack, they would be able to kill all these monsters and pass the test. A hissing sound came from the passage, followed by the vile voice of one of the vampires who was wondering why he smelled a human. His brethren also smelled fresh blood, and said that they would gladly devour those who smelled so temptingly. The team members stood there with genuine horror on their faces, wondering if Song Yun was going to finish them all off. But the boy just smiled and said that an operation called Forehead Breakthrough was now beginning. Although the boys saw that the hunter was determined, they did not really share his enthusiasm, because it was completely unclear how they would defeat such a number of enemies. The first gang of vampires had already gotten very close, so Tarkovsky and Sakio were extremely tense because they did not know what kind of power these creatures possessed. The vampires hissed warnings to each other to be careful with these people because they used magic. But then David Taylor entered the game, activating a protective barrier around the players, which will help hide their presence from the bloodthirsty creatures. The old man was terribly annoyed by the fact that during group tests, there was always an idiot who was only too happy to raise a fuss. In his opinion, the best solution would be to retreat and get Song Yun, who was so eager to get into trouble, expelled. But the guy didn't pay any attention to these speeches, because he noticed that the vampires had an ability that resembled his Bloodseeker's skill. The creatures growled and advanced on him and his allies. They wanted a tasty meal, the main course of which would be these fighters. Activating this skill, which was similar to Song Yun's ability, the creatures attacked the boy using peculiar blades made of blood. As he ran away from the carnage, Sachio Makimoto turned around and wondered why his comrade was making such a reckless choice. But what the boy saw became for him the best answer and a complete explanation of what was happening. Seeing a bright red light, he called on his comrades to turn around and look at where they left Song Yun. Instead of dodging the bloody blades, the young hunter activated the fresh Bloodseeker skill and took control of his opponent's weapons. The blood-sucking creatures were shocked by such an action, because if someone knew how to manipulate blood, then he must have been one of them. Song Yun's blood control ability was far superior to that of vampires, so they simply couldn't believe that such an absurdity was possible. Their confused, distorted faces amused the boy greatly, especially considering that these predators had now become easy prey and were in his trap. Taking full control of the blood into his own hands, Song Yun directed it straight into the bodies of the monsters, which were now permeated through and through. The guy did not hesitate to absorb the souls of the killed creatures, and when they saw this, they squealed in horror and began to shout that they should call the Count, because there was a real monster in front of them. Watching all this, the old wizard did not understand how the guy managed to do it, because with such enemies it was worth sticking to a clear plan and not improvising. It was then that David Taylor first began to think that perhaps he simply did not have the strength to be as free in his actions. Yes, even high-level battle mages like him had doubts, no matter that the Clock Tower wizard was fighting on the front lines. But what the old man always prided himself on was that he was very smart and talented in creating effective strategies. Even in the test tower, he achieved high results thanks to his brilliant plans, which helped him get into the top 10 among the contenders. On the 13th floor, the old man also came up with an excellent course of action. In his opinion, it would have been difficult to come up with something more effective. But it seems that someone has been found who was able to bypass the old battle mage and create a strategy that will raise a lot of doubts, but will turn out to be the most effective. This irritated the old man greatly and caused him a lot of envy and a sense of injustice, because he believed that no one but him could be a genius of strategy. He firmly believed that to solve any problem you need a certain set of actions, or at least a minimal plan. Then and only then could the desired result be achieved and this test be passed with joint efforts. But Song Yun broke all these stereotypes because he declared that in order to win, you just had to shut up and fight. That's exactly what he did, and he did it much better than Taylor did at planning anything. Looking at how skillfully the boy dealt with the vampires, the Slavic and Japanese hunters asked themselves with their mouths open the same question. Was there really a human in front of them? Turning around, they asked the wizard if it would be better to forget about the plan and help their ally crush the enemies. The old man's insides were clenched with annoyance. He raised his hand and asked the guys to stop. The wizard said through gritted teeth that he acknowledged the fact that Song Yun was incredibly strong, but there was one thing. The city was simply teeming with vampires, and one person definitely couldn't cope with such a huge number of enemies. He said that before the tower appeared, there were also incredible hunters. But then why did hunting in groups develop so much? When the old man did not hear an answer to his question, he muttered that no matter how strong he was, it was simply impossible to defeat many targets in close combat. But no matter what he said, Song Yun was doing a great job of dealing with what the man called madness. The vampires were not far behind either, trying with all their might to cling to the guy with their claws or to sink their teeth into his skin. They were so eager to see this little man bleed to death that they rushed at him like wild animals. At one point, the guy froze in place and realized that it would be very difficult for him to stop such a wave of enemies if he continued to fight only with standard methods. Therefore, he decided to change his line of attack. But to do this, he needed to scatter those enemies who had managed to get close to him. He managed to do this, and the blood-sucking monsters flew apart in different directions, clicking their teeth in disappointment. After that, the guy activated a skill called Ashen's Blood, and now his opponents began to look at him with genuine horror. This ability created what was called a body explosion, which threw the vampires back with a powerful energy wave. But using this method of attack, one had to constantly heal, because it was traumatic not only for the enemies, but also for the one who used it. The disfigured vampires screamed in pain and could not understand how an ordinary person could do such things and use the power given to them by the god of war. One of their relatives emerged from the crowd of monsters, holding his head and shouting that a student stood before them. In his opinion, the god who protected people sent the disciple. Because the higher powers were angry because they killed all the inhabitants of the city, the vampires offered prayers to the god of war, asking for help. Listening to all this, Song Yun could hardly help but laugh. It seemed that many beings on Earth had the habit of inventing things that didn't exist. But all these screams died down as soon as the screaming vampire was hit on the head, and he could no longer say a word about the students and the gods. An elderly but very strong vampire stepped forward, pointed his finger at Song Yun with a grin, and ordered everyone to take a close look at him. He pointed out that the guy was short of breath. At first, the hunter did not understand what exactly the monster was hinting at, but then everything became clear to him. Seeing the bloodthirsty smiles of the monsters, he realized that his body was getting tired, and this made him an ordinary man of flesh and blood. Deciding that now was the best moment to attack, the creatures rushed into the attack in unison. But Song Yun still had some aces up his sleeve. He activated one of them, and now rolled a red sphere in his hand, which was filled with blood and his energy. For a moment the vampires froze, trying to understand what their enemy had done this time. Smiling, the greenhouse understood perfectly well that now his enemies would be very surprised at what these small spheres were capable of. He didn't throw them as the monsters might have thought. Song Yun threw them into his mouth and swallowed them in an instant. Chewing them was pure torture because it's not hard to guess that these things tasted simply disgusting. It turns out that Song Yun had restored his stamina in this way, and the spheres were nothing more than the souls of the dead vampires that he had absorbed. When the recovery was complete and the guy's mana returned to normal, it was time for the second round of this entertaining battle. This act made the monsters flee because they could not believe that someone was capable of doing such things. Now the guy could finally fight tirelessly. Every second he killed a new enemy, so now they were simply afraid to approach him. The allies who watched this battle concluded that Song Yun specialized in close combat, but what surprised them most was that he did not look tired at all. The couple had a desire to help. The first to express it was Andrei Tarkovsky. Ninja was also not against it, although he understood the importance of safety. But Song Yun didn't really need help, especially when he started devouring the souls of vampires, which increased his stats and was even more effective than devouring his own copy. Now the boy only wanted to kill the vampire count because one could only imagine what power would be inside his soul. The administrators started sending him encouraging messages, and the applicant realized that their attention would not be superfluous. So it was good that they went along with this whole show. As he surveyed the battlefield, he was pleased to see hundreds of corpses that had fallen by his hand, all of which were proof of his unquestionable strength. Turning around, the guy saw those he didn't expect to meet at all, because he thought that his allies had gone after the priests. Throwing aside his pride, the elderly magician apologized and said that from now on, they would obey him. Tarkovsky added that at first he doubted him, but then realized that it was stupid. The boy chuckled and said that they had finally realized that the best strategy was to fearlessly attack the enemy. But this conversation was interrupted by a noise, which was accompanied by a surge of very dark and powerful energy that everyone felt. Literally a second later, a huge wave of red liquid which looked like blood rose over the city and threatened to wash away everything around. But this sight did not frighten Song Yun. On the contrary, he was even glad, because it meant that the vampire count, who was his main target, was approaching. But everyone else did not share his joy. The guys were scared, because they did not know that their enemy could use an analog of great magic, which was available to very few. A terrified Sakio Machimoto was sure that their deaths were only a matter of time. After looking at his allies, Song Yun realized that he was truly strong because those whom he sincerely admired now needed his protection. The boy decided to fight himself, so he told the hunters and the old man that they should get out of here as soon as possible and find the priest. A puzzled Sachio Makimoto asked why they were doing this, since he thought they had decided to fight together. But Song Yun believed that if his allies stayed here, they would only get in the way, since he would not be able to protect all three of them. He thought to himself that he needed to kill the Count himself if he wanted to absorb his soul, and the greater the contribution of others, the less chance of absorbing the soul. Andrei Tarkovsky said that they would listen, although just recently he had a completely different opinion, but now he would obediently fulfill the request of his ally. After these words, the three players rushed to carry out the boy's order. He sighed with relief when he realized that he would be left alone with the enemy. Looking at the huge wave approaching, the hunter thought that it was time to start the battle. He increased his concentration and activated the heavenly blood cultivation technique. These skills should have been enough to deal with the boss and pass the final test of the 13th floor. He then used an ability that allowed him to control the flow of blood, and his will began to interact with all liquid within the radius of action. Now this huge wave was under his control, and he had no fear of being drowned. When the guy did this, the vampire count sitting in the castle was very surprised and a little scared, because he did not expect to encounter such an opponent. It made him angry that some pathetic person was resisting such a superior being as he. Previously, the vampire leader wanted to simply destroy and use the city for his own purposes, but now he decided to turn it into a real hell on earth. He waved his finger and activated a power that was capable of destroying cities and demolishing everything in its path. The boy suddenly felt his control over the blood begin to waver. It was clear that the Count was resisting, and he was stronger than Song Yun expected. It was becoming increasingly difficult to contain this onslaught, and the hunter did not think that he would be able to block the power of his enemy. At this time, the vampire Count sat tensely in his chambers and devoured bunches of grapes that his servants brought him. He chewed irritably and imagined the heads of his enemies crunching between his teeth instead of the fruit. The size of the vampire leader was striking in its scale, because he was not just big, but enormous, and against his background the servants seemed like toy dolls. The creature's name was Sel Nair. No one remembered how his story began. Everyone only knew that he fought and fought again, and then climbed higher and achieved more. The essence of his life became a battle. As often happens to those who desperately want more, when he came to, he stood on top of a mountain of countless corpses. Soon his thirst reached the heavens, and the god of murder appointed Sel Nair as a candidate for the apostleship. Then the greatest desire of his kind became the destruction of the 4 impregnable allied powers of humanity. The vampires had ravaged 3 powers and killed so many people that the fountain of life, which was the root of the 4 allied powers, turned red from the blood that had been spilled. The god of battle set a condition for the Count. If he completely conquered the last country, then he would be recognized as a true apostle. And the peak will be his, becoming the king of vampires. The monster was so eager for this that he was ready to pay any price. Suddenly, one of the servants ran up to the Count. The man shockedly told him that a great disaster was coming. He reported that the forces under their command were killed, defeated by only one man. Having ordered 3 men to bring a huge mirror with an image of a bat to his throne, the Count wanted to personally see what was happening in the city. This mirror served as a screen, and the monsters he created projected onto it everything they saw, which is how the vampire learned what was happening in his domain. The cocky leader was convinced that he had dealt with all the bastards who claimed to be heroes, so he asked which country had sent fighters this time. The stuttering servant replied that he did not have this information. He had only been told that the strangers had appeared out of nowhere. Gritting his teeth, the Count asked if his precious subordinates had been killed by someone who had suddenly appeared. It all smacked of an ill-conceived lie. Feeling an uncontrollable anger inside himself, the vampire screamed, asking if it wasn't absurd that his enemy had suddenly appeared in the middle of the city, escaping the gaze of a huge number of spies. The master's anger was so destructive that it literally sucked the life out of his subordinates, who begged him not to be angry. But this fire inside the monster could not be extinguished, because if he had conquered this city, he would have been proclaimed a true apostle. But now all his plans were destroyed. The city's infrastructure was planned to be preserved for future use, but now he will not spare a single stone in this place. And Song Yun was already beginning to feel the full scale of this anger, because a real catastrophe was happening in the city. It was clear that since it was impossible to control the blood flow, the city should forget and focus on saving the lives of the team members. Not far from him, he saw a glowing dome, and realized that it was the wizard and the rest of the allies who were under the protective dome. The currents were becoming more and more violent, and now Song Yun had abandoned all attempts to control them, his main goal being to avoid the death of his comrades and himself. Gathering his courage, the boy stopped and turned to face the wave, trying one last time to regain control over it. When he realized that this was impossible, he used the last skill he thought was suitable for this purpose. The guy used his shield. So far, he had managed to hold the wave, but he was putting in such effort that he realized he would not be able to hold it back for long. Gritting his teeth, the boy tried to push back the flow, but this led to his shield starting to crack. The guy kept saying that he needed to hold on a little longer, but deep down, he knew that he was already losing strength. As a result, the shield could not withstand the force and broke into small pieces, leaving its owner completely defenseless against the wave. Unable to stay on his feet, Song Yun flew back and already felt that the blood was catching up with him, and he could simply drown. The town began to drown in red streams. There was not a single building that was not touched by the destructive elements. As the vampire count said, in some places not a stone was left standing. Among the ruins of the once enormous building lay Song Yun, motionless and showing no signs of life. But everything was not as sad as it might seem at first glance, because when his comrades started running towards the guy, he turned his head, and everyone realized that the hunter was alive. The joyful men began to ask if he was okay, and shared that they managed to survive because the guy stood in front of their shield and weakened the oncoming attack. But that was not the end, because the disaster did not take long to come. All the team members unanimously turned their heads in the direction of the approaching noise. Finally, the vampire count himself arrived on the battlefield. He probably wanted to finish off the enemies with his own hands, not trusting such an important matter to any of his subordinates. Coming closer and closer, the monster said that he was very surprised to see such fragile people alive after his attack. He wondered to himself that perhaps it was not a simple coincidence that these warriors had killed his subordinates. It seemed that the Count was dealing with one weak and barely alive boy, as well as 3 completely unharmed fighters. It only remained to understand which of them was the key figure. Not wanting to dwell on his thoughts for too long, the vampire crossed his arms and activated his sinister power. Thanks to this, he managed to materialize a huge blade, which he planned to use as soon as the opportunity arose. Hissing, the vampire leader said that the humans were like bugs and he would tear them all to shreds. Looking at this monster and everything he had done, the team members could believe that he was capable of the most brutal atrocities. But they were pulled out of their stupor by Song Yun, who stood up and ordered everyone to step back, because he would fight this bastard. The boys didn't need to be told twice. They immediately started running away, turning around and saying that they would retreat for a short while, and if help was needed, they just had to call. The monster hissed angrily and said that he did not give people the right to run away because he did not plan to let anyone go alive. After these words, the boss of the bloodsuckers rushed to catch up with the fleeing applicants. He liked to instill fear, and when he felt this from his enemies, he fell into real ecstasy. He could already feel their blood on his long fangs, so Sel Nair simply could not deny himself the pleasure of tasting a victim with the taste of fear. All this time, Song Yun stood absolutely motionless and waited for his huge opponent to get close enough. Noticing the standing man, the vampire lord stopped and realized that it was the same guy who had been pressed into the rocks earlier. When the boy met his enemy's gaze, he asked if he was ready to answer for all the words that came out of his mouth. After all, the young hunter was seriously determined to return to the monster everything he had said. Smiling, Sel Nair asked if the crazy little man really wanted to play the hero. But instead of answering, Song Yun said that his opponent would die from being torn to shreds, because that was what the vampire lord had promised them. Without thinking twice, the guy attacked, and his attack was so powerful that the surrounding world turned into real madness. The fleeing contenders stopped and looked in surprise at what their ally had done on the battlefield. The once invincible lord lay before the little man's feet. Song Yun knew that this was not the end, so he told his friends to immediately leave to look for the priests. Sachio Machimoto wondered if that wasn't necessary since he believed the vampire count was dead. But Song Yun had a different opinion and asked if his comrade thought it was strange that the victory had come so easily. After all, if they had passed the 13th floor, the system would have notified them about it long ago, but there was still no message. Therefore, the young hunter used the fire dragon's eye skill and looked at the fragments of Sel Nair's body. It turned out that his body was being restored due to the power of regeneration. Hearing this, the men cried out in fear, asking if it was really possible to regenerate even when the body was in such a deplorable state. The legendary ninja standing behind them muttered that the city was in ruins, so all the priests must have died, and since there was no need to look for them anymore, the boys could help Song Yun. But he said that he would block the count alone, and the guys still needed to look for priests or some church relics and return here. In reality, the guy needed to be left alone so he could deal with the boss on his own. Turning around, David Taylor said that since their leader said so, they would go look for what he asked for. Gradually, Sel Nair's body began to regain its former shape and recover, although at first glance this seemed impossible. A couple of minutes later, the Empire Count was already in much better physical condition than before. Opening his eyes, he asked in anger how a mere mortal dared to chop him into pieces and leave him in a pool of his own blood. It became clear that this creature possessed simply incredible powers of regeneration, which were much more effective than what was in Song Yun's arsenal. Sel Nair was tired of waiting, so he rushed into the attack to finally deal with the worthless boy who dared to behave so disrespectfully. After analyzing his tactics, the young hunter concluded that in terms of fighting ability, the advantage was clearly on his side. The vampire leader was not going to admit it, because he considered his opponent a pathetic little rat who was unable to defend himself. When the boss felt that his strength had been restored, he activated a skill that helped him concentrate energy into small spheres. After that, he sent peculiar crystals directly at his opponent. Such attacks helped him kill enemies on the spot. After examining the attack weapons, Song Yun realized that what was in front of him was crystallized blood that could easily cut his body into pieces. He had to use all his agility to dodge these persistent attacks and keep all his limbs in place. Then the real madness began. The spheres exploded and covered everything with their fragments. They dug into the skin and caused terrible pain. Laughing, Sel Nair asked if his opponent liked the treat he had prepared for him. But Song Yun knew that the smile would soon disappear from his opponent's face, because he had managed to successfully dodge most of the attacks and was now standing behind the vampire. The boy said cheerfully that he admitted that thanks to his enemy, he had mastered another way to use one of his techniques. The enraged lord couldn't believe that this annoying boy was still alive, and not just standing behind him, but had the audacity to mock him. Growling, the monster wanted to somehow throw out the accumulated anger, because this boy had already become quite annoying to him. But Song Yun did not give him such an opportunity. because he decided to repeat his action and chop the enemy into pieces again. Despite the fact that he cut Sel Nair into pieces, he still successfully regenerates and is able to continue the battle. For the first time in this time, the hunter seriously thought about the fact that perhaps this creature really could not be killed without priests, and the test was originally conceived as impossible. Now that the city was in such a state, it would be even stranger to learn that even one priest had managed to escape death. These thoughts faded into the background as Song Yun realized that his hated opponent had already begun the recovery process and was about to return to his previous form. This time, everything ended much faster than last time, and the vampire leader returned to the fight too quickly. Laughing, the monster asked if the boy was doing these absurd things and really thought he could harm him. To which he indifferently replied that such behavior was not prohibited, and no one could stop him from killing the enemy over and over again. Moreover, Song Yun was terribly interested in how many times he would have to cut the monster to pieces until it finally died. Such impudent and bold words greatly angered and surprised the Lord, who was used to people walking on their hind legs in front of him. It was hard to believe that a creature like Sel Nair was shaking with fear and wishing for all this to end as soon as possible. Realizing this, the vampire hissed and clenched his teeth even harder, wanting to pass off his weakness as a new surge of anger, shouting that Song Yun shouldn't be so dismissive of the one who would become the vampire king. Sel Nair overcame his fear and made another attempt to attack. Rolling his eyes, the boy fought off his opponent for the third time without much difficulty and was already starting to get tired of these monotonous actions. This time, the blow landed right in the Lord's eye, and holding the wound with his hand, he said that the guy could not hope to win just because he was causing him pain. But this statement could be argued, so Song Yun used his blade again and cut off part of the talkative monster's head. But while Sel Nair's mouth was still able to function, he managed to say that he could not be killed because creatures like him were immortal. He said that the boy would not be able to escape the laws of his own body and that his body would soon shut down from exhaustion. Song Yun preferred not to listen to this nonsense, but concentrated on the fact that this was the 7th time he had inflicted wounds on his enemy that were incompatible with life. It finally dawned on the vampire lord that standing before him was the legendary player everyone in the testing tower had been buzzing about. His conclusions were of no interest to anyone. This could be seen from the hunter's indifferent face and the way he mercilessly cut up the vampire's body. Thanks to this approach to battle, the boy received an achievement called Battlefield Artist and created a new skill, Art of Torture. When the vampire heard that his tormentor was thinking about whether to chop him into mince or cut him into pieces, he realized that a real monster stood before him and began to run away. It was clear that if you didn't leave the battlefield in time, you could end up lying in a pool of your own blood forever. This was roughly what Song Yun had expected, but he had no intention of letting the Lord go until he had fully answered for every word he had said. Grabbing his sword, the young man asked why Sel Nair suddenly decided that he could leave this place so easily. The monster bared his teeth and finally concluded that in front of him was a real crazy psychopath who could easily compete with him. When the guy had already inflicted a mortal wound for the 10th time, after which he needed to recover, the Lord suddenly shouted and said that they should make a deal. It was nice to hear your enemy promise to carry out any order, but Song Yun wasn't interested in it. He didn't care about the fame and wealth offered. He continued to torture Sel Nair, who was already begging him for death, because it was simply impossible to bear such pain. Writhing in agony, the vampire screamed that the guy didn't have to try to act like a hero, because it was clear that he was just a brutal killer, rotten to the bone. As if confirming these unpleasant words, the system announced the receipt of such an achievement as the beginning of madness, and the skill increased pain. Unable to bear this torture, the Lord began to moan that he was giving in and was ready to give everything that his tormentor had asked for, but Sun only wanted his opponent to die. This endless restoration infuriated him so much that it was difficult to put into words. No reward was worth what the guy could get by absorbing the vampire's soul. But still, it was very pleasant to hear such speeches and pleas. It flattered the ego of the young hunter. Deciding that the enemy wasn't satisfied with what he had done to him, Song Yun used his blood skill to pull him closer. When his body refused to support him and obey him, Sel Nair opened his mouth in surprise and tried to figure out how to avoid a new wave of pain. Having made his enemy hit his head painfully on the ground, the guy said that he had a plan, and if the vampire agreed to cooperate, he would be granted the blessing of death. Realizing that he had no choice but to agree, the Lord asked what he needed to do. The guy activated the counterattack shield and modified it into a new version that retained all of its previous properties. The new weapon resembled a huge sword that could absorb all blows just like a shield. All the vampire leader had to do was attack until Song Yun told him to stop. Listening to this, Sel Nair realized that there was a catch somewhere here, because the task was too simple and painless. Looking at the confused vampire who was hesitating whether to agree or not, Song Yun asked why the Count still didn't attack. Did he really not want to live at all? This phrase became the last straw. The monster quickly rose to his feet and convulsively muttered that he was already starting to strike. The chain of events that had taken place that day simply did not fit into the mind of the once great lord. He was on the sword and thought about all the oddities, especially about the fact that an incomprehensible guy who had fallen out of the blue was establishing his own rules. Something didn't add up here, and Sel Nair wanted to understand how it happened that he lost the power that had been in his hands for years. For a moment, the vampire assumed that this situation was given to him as a test from the god of war, who wanted the apostle candidate to prove his strength. This explanation seemed the most logical to him, especially considering the fact that the guy had the skill of controlling blood. It only remained to decide whether it was worth believing that the savior of vampires, who was making real warriors out of Sel Nair's subordinates, was teaching them to be on guard, since they had long since weakened. All these thoughts did not distract the Lord from his main task, which was to strike the blade, as a result of which, the counterattack shield skill reached the state of reflecting damage. When Song Yun saw the notification that said this, he said that the vampire could stop. But the boy wasn't going to just let the monster go, and the monster understood this perfectly well because when he stopped hitting, he literally froze in place. The fears were not in vain, because the challenger began to advance towards him with a threatening smile and hissed that the time of death had come. The vampire felt that energy was beginning to flow out of him. It was like a sudden weakness and dizziness. The boy placed his enemy in a kind of cocoon that sucked the strength out of him, because if he couldn't kill him, he could be neutralized in another way. When the enemy was trapped in a closed space and unable to move, Song Yun threw his dagger straight at him. When the blade broke through the barrier, it caused a surge of energy, which caused a massive explosion. It was at that very moment that the counterattack shield instantly released the accumulated damage, and a bright light illuminated the battlefield. This was done so that Sel Nair's body would not simply be torn apart, but would literally be split into atoms, so that not a single piece of flesh would remain. Another explosion was a completely logical outcome, because this was the only way to destroy the flesh of a creature that could regenerate from any injury. Watching the blood of the hated enemy fly into the sky was very pleasant, and Song Yun finally relaxed a little. When notifications started coming in that the 13th floor mission had been completed and the rewards were waiting in the inventory, the guy smiled. Now, having absorbed the blood spilled by Sel Nair, the Sky Demon Blade had increased its effectiveness and gained the Blood Feast skill. Having activated the new skill, the boy brought the blade to the blood of the killed vampire. The item level immediately increased to ACAS, and the blood enhancement skill was imprinted in the blood slot. The new ability allowed the blood in the control area to be strengthened, and also increased durability and control. When the boy called upon this new power, he felt a huge force concentrating in his hand, which was just itching to fight. The young hunter realized that he now had the ability to control blood, and it significantly exceeded the capabilities of the Count. There was this strange feeling inside him, as if he had become someone else, someone very powerful. Something inside him screamed that he had become the true king of the vampires, taking this title from the Lord. This news could be called good, although in the future there could be misunderstandings due to the fact that the young hunter did not belong to the number of bloodsuckers. After this, the challenger absorbed the spirit of Sel Nair and significantly increased his existing stats. But that wasn't all the bonuses, because now Song Yun could extract divine power from the enemy's body. So the guy began to wait in intrigue to see what would come of it. He immediately remembered seeing a similar message when he absorbed his clone's spirit. At that time, he did not yet know that the condition for extracting divinity was the difference between whether the spirit possessed divine power or not. This was a very important factor that could not be ignored, and now the boy knew it. Considering that divinity was not extracted from ordinary vampires, it was possible that this ability was only applicable to those who had the same level of divinity as Song Yun. There were too many unknowns, and every time new details emerged, the guy's head was spinning. Having absorbed the spirit of Selnair, the boy was very surprised when he received the skill Charisma. It sounded so simple that the young man was even a little disappointed. It was unclear by what criteria the system chose which of the enemy's skills to transfer. It was a shame to receive such a simple skill from the enemy that an ordinary person would not be able to handle. However, Sinra-yun had some guesses on this matter. He assumed that spirits associated with such concepts as gods and apostles were considered high-ranking. When the system assessed the vampire lord's power, it reported that it had discovered an ability in him that was now engraved on the boy's soul and was called the Harvest of Faith. He immediately wanted to get to know her better, but his dear allies returned and distracted him from such an interesting activity. To his surprise, they were very pleased and told him that the priests had protected the people and that many more had survived than they could have imagined. When the townspeople learned that Song Yun had single-handedly defeated their enslaver, they began to shout joyfully and thank the boy for freeing them from this tyrant. Suddenly, everything around him began to shine with a bright light, the system notifying that his new skill, Faith Harvest, had detected a strong faith in the user. Surprised, the young man realized that this ability helped him to be filled with energy from people who sent their faith. It seemed that the ability didn't care whether it was true or not, it simply benefited from what was offered to it. Smiling at the people, Song Yun realized that he had to make good use of the opportunity that had come his way so fortunately. Concentrating, he activated the Charisma skill, wanting to try it out while there were still enough people around to react. At the same moment, the guy's weight in the eyes of those around him grew, and they became more susceptible to his influence. All this was accompanied by the fact that the residents behaved as if they were seeing some kind of deity. Now he could reap even more faith, as people were more willing to feed his skill. Another strange notification came. It said that the Vampire Slayer myth was complete. Song Yun couldn't even imagine what this meant. Something called myth was activated, and the divine attack was supplemented with the effects of no regeneration and exorcism. It turns out that after the vampire's infinite recovery chain was broken, an effect related to it was added, and after the mass murder of bloodsuckers in the city, exorcism was added. It was very interesting, and now the boy understood a little more what the concept of accumulation of myths meant. It turned out that the divine power, combined with the newly acquired harvest of faith, took the form of a myth, and within all of this, another new power was created. The guy could literally feel how his divinity, which he had never used, was flowing out, and when the myth was activated, it was possible to absorb all the energy in his heart. But it didn't work out, because the system reported that the guy didn't have enough knowledge to rely on, so all the faith he had collected was saved for the next myth. After deactivating the harvest of faith, the boy could see the light in the eyes of his admirers disappear, but he was still pleased that the floor was safely cleared. The happy guys from his team waved goodbye to him, and he was pleased that they treated him with warmth and respect. Turning around, Song Yun saw David Taylor standing next to him, who said in a gloomy voice that he thought the guy was an infantile idiot, but it seemed that his abilities had been overlooked. Extending his hand in a conciliatory gesture, the clock tower wizard asked if he could hope for the boy to forgive him. Smiling, Song Yun happily shook the old man's hand and said that there was no resentment or hostility between them. Both candidates were surprised when the system sent a message that the god of battle had just realized that his potential apostle was dead. The deity sensed Song Yun's existence and was now very hostile towards him. This was immediately felt as the boy fell to his knees due to the earthquake. It was clear that the challenger now had a new and very powerful enemy who would look for ways to harm him. Not only the pretender could suffer, but also the inhabitants of the town, which was now the focus of the attention of a powerful and evil entity. The ground under people's feet began to burn and crack, and they began to run away in panic, but not everyone succeeded. The inhabitants fell into the hot lava flows that awaited them in those places where the cracks were too large. The system reported that an entrance to the divine realm was taking place. Song Yun couldn't believe that after the nightmare they all went through during the trial, another disaster had begun, all because of Selnair's murder. Seeing that everything was not going as it should, David Taylor began to run through the crowd to his portal to finally get to the waiting room. He ran very quickly and already saw the shining outlines, but when he came closer, it turned out that between him and the goal there was a huge chasm that could not be overcome. But then Song Yun appeared next to him, calmly saying that they should shake hands again, which left the old man completely perplexed. The boy's plan was very simple. Grab the old wizard and, using physical force, throw him so far that he would literally fly into his portal, bypassing the abyss. David Taylor couldn't imagine what his comrade was thinking, so when he was thrown towards the hot lava, he screamed in fear, because he assumed the worst outcome. Yes, the method was quite ignorant, but it worked, and the clock tower wizard got right into the portal, managing to send the guy a grateful look. But the old man was not the only one who needed help. There was a nun standing on the edge of the cliff, trying to take the little children away from the abyss. As he approached, the hunter told the woman to move away and try to find a safer place, because they were doomed here. The boy decided that he needed to act immediately, so he punched the ground and decided that he knew what skill he needed to try. He activated a counterattack shield, which he spread out to cover the entire perimeter of the surface on which the people were standing. Dissolving into the portal, the old man was able to see this act and decided that if there were still heroes in this world, then this guy was one of them. After all, what else should a hero do if not protect people at the cost of his own life? Even though he could have long ago run to the waiting room and left the unfortunate townspeople to die in the fire, David Taylor could only wish the brave boy luck and hope he returned safely to the waiting room. After all, he did what others would have simply spat on, but not the challenger, who, in addition to his own stature, valued human lives and tried with all his might to preserve them. Song Yun shouted to the residents to quickly cross the bridge and get to a more or less safe place, because he would not be able to hold off the raid for too long. If he had any hopes before, now he finally understood that no surge of faith was in the offing. The guy began to think about the option of returning to the waiting room. A message has come in that the god of battle is disgusted by the fact that a mere mortal possesses divinity. After this, the townspeople screamed even louder, but now not from fear, but from pain. Their heads began to hurt so much that it seemed they were about to burst. A second later, that's exactly what happened. Some people's heads just started to crack, and their mutilated bodies fell into the lava. Song Yun couldn't believe that this was happening in reality, because it resembled the worst nightmare one could ever imagine. He stood on the edge of the cliff and could only watch helplessly as the number of corpses with bloody mess instead of heads grew larger and larger. The god of battle sent a message that all this was happening because the pathetic dog raised by the tower had crossed the line. After reading this, Song Yun clenched his fists in anger. He was not going to obey anyone or cross any red lines that some unknown deity had set. The only one who was crossing the line now was the god of battle, because while the challenger had the tower's protection, the higher being could have problems if it continued to interfere. So, the young hunter turned around and walked towards the portal, deciding to ignore his new enemy, who laughed savagely back at him. After reading that the god wanted to see him die, Song Yun realized that he needed to gain strength so that even such powerful beings would treat him with respect. After this, the long-awaited calm came, because the portal began to transfer to the waiting room, where you can get acquainted with new skills and items. But the boy couldn't stop thinking that it was possible that people were dying because of him. Either way, that space was created by the tower, and when you don't know whether the person in front of you is a fake or not, empathy is just a waste of energy. Anxious thoughts flashed through his mind that he now had enemies among the gods, which was probably not very good news. The words of the god of verification immediately came to mind, who said not to trust other higher beings, because from now on he could not consider them friends. Now everything was exactly like that. Realizing that these thoughts were very frightening, the boy decided that he should stop thinking about what was beyond his control and concentrate on what could be done. Taking one of the stones that were in his inventory into his hands, Song Yun activated its power. This helped to restore his tailcoat, which had been disfigured in that bloody battle he had with Sel Nair. After that, he went into the store and bought the power of the Path of the Sword Ghost, which allowed him to develop his own skills and helped him realize his own enlightenment more easily. Having finished his business, the boy decided to visit his administrator and entered the forest that belonged to the master of the White Crane. The blonde girl greeted him with a warm smile and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She said that she had heard rumors that the guy's enemy was such a strong warrior as the child of the Namgung family. Looking away, Song Yun said with a hint of worry in his voice that somehow it just so happened that Hyuk really wanted to kill him. The administrator assumed that this was why her contractor used special glasses to buy the power she added to the store. Having heard confirmation of her guess, the woman smiled and said that the boy had made a very correct and wise decision. After all, she believed that the candidate sitting in front of her was a genius, since her knowledge was not enough to help him study the paths of enlightenment. But the guy independently coped with learning the forms of swordsmanship, and, one might say, went beyond simple imitation. This was proven by the test on the 12th floor, when Song Yun successfully used the double sword technique. Listening to this, the boy thought that he was just good at copying. The White Crane Master believed that the very fact that the participant had acquired some knowledge of the Namgung family's techniques and had perfected them spoke volumes. To be more specific, the curator believed that the young hunter had the qualifications of a great master. Song Yun looked at her, expecting some kind of argument. In the administrator's opinion, it wouldn't be surprising if the guy founded a sword sect. He was surprised that the woman thought he had such a level. Continuing the topic of abilities, the blonde said that the boy had acquired very good strength and she could help in understanding it. Her desire to teach everything was sincere, but there was one condition that had to be followed in order for their cooperation to be productive. The condition was simple, but it surprised Song Yun a little. The woman said that a mentor-student relationship should be established between them, and they should not go beyond these boundaries. Having voiced the condition, the White Crane Master began to tensely wait for an answer, but the boy quickly agreed to become her student, and she felt relieved. A little embarrassed, the girl began to say that she was not forcing her contractor to do anything, and that he could take time to think everything over carefully. But Song Yun raised his hand and interrupted her flow of words, saying that he had made his final decision and wanted her to become his mentor. Since such was the will of the applicant, the mentor did not argue. The boy understood perfectly well that this warrior had once risen above the 40th floor. She could teach a lot. In exchange for her services, the blonde asked the guy not to regret his decision in the future. Smiling, he asked if the mentor would really treat him so cruelly. Waving her hands, the warrior said that the matter was different. In Murim, only one master could be a mentor for life. That's why she said that there would be no regrets in the future. Then, following procedure, the mentor will have to formally introduce herself before her student has time to bow. The woman said that she was the 17th head of the Baek family of sword masters, and that she was the strongest master of Murim of the previous generation. From now on, a warrior named Baek Sol-hwa will be the mentor of the challenger Han Sung-yun and will do everything to help him rise as high as possible. Realizing that standing in front of him was one of the strongest people he had ever met in his life, Song-yun immediately fell to his knees. To sum it up, during his visit, the guy learned that the spiritual method allowed the external mana to be preserved inside the body, and the mana, which was the product of purification, was the internal energy. The physical method involved the whole body to achieve the desired result. In general, all these techniques were related to qi energy, but the student still had questions. He wondered if there would be any problems in training if he already had another spiritual method that he had mastered, hinting at the blood heavenly energy. This question left the teacher stunned. Her face became gloomy, and she asked if Song Yun was serious. The boy had never seen the reserved White Crane Master so excited. She demanded a detailed explanation from him, but he said that he only assumed that he had mastered the spiritual method. It was clear that the mentor was not satisfied with this vague phrase, so she asked if the Lord of Steel Blood had taught him how to cultivate an aura. Song Yun didn't know what it meant, and denied that he had such a thing, but he thought that it was like a concept from another world. When the boy heard that the administrator didn't believe it and wanted to see for herself, he was very surprised, because the blonde had never shown such firmness before. He didn't even notice when she managed to lift his clothes and put her palm on his torso. But what was more important was not this, but the fact that Song Yun did not understand at all why and what his teacher was doing. Feeling the warmth spreading through his body, the guy jerked and asked what the woman was doing, but she only asked him to sit quietly for a couple of minutes. Her eyes glowed a bright purple, and it seemed like she was literally scanning the student with her eyes. After a couple of seconds, she opened her mouth in surprise. It seemed that the boy had found such a strength inside that it was able to surprise the experienced warrior. After finishing, Master White Crane said that she had found nothing but pure mana, and no traces of mastery of the spiritual method were found. In fact, the blood heavenly energy that one of the administrators sent out improved the boy's combat sense, so he used it quite often. The woman said that it was not a spiritual method, but a power that came from spiritual practices, but was not considered one of the techniques. Although they were talking about very serious things, Song Yun was extremely embarrassed by the ambiguous position in which his mentor was sitting. When he said this, the girl froze like a frightened animal. It seemed that it had only just dawned on her how it all looked. Realizing this, she jumped up and flew away from the guy like a bullet and ran towards her house. He wanted to laugh, but he restrained his impulse, turning away from the student and trying to speak in a calm voice. Baek Sol Hwa said that she was so surprised by his words that she began the sudden inspection in the most inappropriate manner. Song Yun wanted to say that he was okay, but the girl interrupted him, saying that she didn't like this arrangement. The administrator of the Blood Demon Church who sent this force did not dare to do such a thing and gift such power to the applicant. Seeing how hostile the woman could be, the boy realized that he should reconsider his assessment of the White Crane Master. The mentor never ceased to amaze, especially when she said that she thought that the candidate should not study the spiritual method. But then she added that she came to this conclusion because the guy was able to accumulate mana even without a spiritual method. And if Song Yun masters the spiritual method in the form of power, he will be able to use various techniques and replace them. The guy asked if this was possible. The techniques of the mentor were not limited to just spiritual skills, so it was okay. But these methods were an important part of the relationship between the priests. At first, she suggested starting with the sword technique, and the White Crane Master asked to watch carefully and then repeat after her. In order not to miss a single detail, the guy activated combat concentration and increased it tenfold. When the teacher realized that her student was watching closely, she concentrated her energy into the sword and it became covered in a shining purple haze. After that, she performed a series of maneuvers that contained many turns and smooth swings of the sword. It was like a beautiful but deadly dance. And then Song Yun realized that he had only seen the soft appearance of the girl before, without even suspecting what she might be like. As expected, she demonstrated the strength of a high-level warrior. The teacher said that she would now demonstrate the technique of her blade method, which was called the white sword that cuts through the sea. What followed were very fast sword swings that were difficult to follow even with increased concentration. Moving smoothly and gracefully, Baek Sol Hwa made very precise strikes that could lead to the death of an opponent within a few seconds of the battle. This beautiful dance of death could be watched endlessly. Song Yun liked to notice every action, every new detail and attack. Realizing that such movements were very difficult to see, the instructor apologized, but clarified that such speed was necessary for this technique. But the student surprised her when he said that he had managed to remember the main points and thought that he was able to reproduce them. While performing this technique, the guy had the feeling that space itself was being tightened and cut so that it became impossible to avoid the blow. The way he repeated this technique was simply wonderful, because he repeated the ease and casualness of the blow that his teacher showed him. But instead of her grace and softness, the guy put his strength and firmness into this method, which made this technique the same, but in terms of manner it became his own. Turning around, he asked the woman's opinion. He tried to do everything exactly as she showed, but he was interested in what mistakes were made. The White Crane Master's face twisted into a grimace of surprise. She couldn't believe that she had seen such a talented display of her technique, and even on the first try. Of course, geniuses have existed at all times. They have achieved much more than others, thanks to their innate ability to learn. Such people demonstrated their ability to understand, evaluate, and master objects of a particular sphere, but even geniuses could reveal their true abilities only after practice. Song Yun knew about this, but he never considered himself one of these people. So it was very strange for him to hear that he succeeded in such a complex technique the first time. It was especially strange to see the crazy reaction of the mentor, who clutched her head and looked at him, thinking that she was seeing something out of the ordinary. Seeing the uncertainty in the student's gaze, the girl said that it seemed like the guy had no idea how amazing it was. The 7 white sword techniques was a martial art that contained very advanced techniques than the heavenly sword form method that Namgung Hyuk used. The techniques that Song Yun had previously reproduced, namely the flame sword and soaring heavenly sword, were part of the heavenly blade forms. It was a physical method that went beyond the basic techniques of speed and destruction and included complex techniques that occupied space itself. But the woman was interested in something else. How the guy managed to perfectly reproduce a technique that he had only seen once, but its execution was at the level of the original. Only one conclusion came to the mentor's mind. Before her was a real intuitive genius. For she had never met anyone who could grasp the technique not through experience or judgment, but rather through the very essence at the moment when he saw it being performed. Despite all these words of praise, which seriously confused Song-yun, he did not quite understand what exactly his teacher meant. But the woman's next words left him completely stunned. She believed that the boy was capable of mastering most martial arts in just one day. Originally, martial arts were understood and applied based on each individual's unique path. Song-yun's specialty was that he didn't need to look for that very path. He could just watch and repeat. But the teacher also wanted to tell him about the method of performing mana. It was a physical method that included fist fighting and the art of using the weightless body. Song-yun was familiar with these techniques and had mastered all of them he could, including the golden grasp. Among all this diversity, the most spectacular was, of course, the 7 techniques of the white sword method. These techniques occupied the space itself and in essence cut it, making it almost impossible to dodge the blow. The white sword that pierces the sky was a piercing technique that could pierce even the strongest defense. But the blade that created emptiness served as a reliable defense that distorted the space around the sword and confused the enemy. Of course, Song-yun happily demonstrated all these techniques, which made Baek Sul-hwa clap her hands in delight. Such a violent reaction could not help but embarrass the boy, although he was used to being considered strong. But to be praised like that was the first time. He wanted to at least verbally express his gratitude to the mentor from whom he learned so much. When the boy told the woman this, she smiled widely and said that she was very pleased that a candidate like Song-yun had such an opinion. Bowing respectfully, he said that it was time for him to leave, and Master White Crane was noticeably upset upon hearing these words. But Song-yun said that he would come visit her again very soon, and she relaxed a little. The administrator was euphoric that she was mentoring such a strong and intelligent candidate. Realizing that her reaction was a bit too violent, the girl hid her smile and said that she wished her student good luck. As he was entering the waiting room, Sol-hwa said that if the boy put in effort commensurate with his talent, his skills would quickly improve. Returning to the room, the boy realized that this trip was really very important, because he learned a lot, although it was a pity that he was not able to master all 7 techniques of the white sword. But he still had the Demon Slayer skill, which had saved him from many troubles more than once. Although this technique had served him well, and had essentially evolved along with him, it was no longer sufficient to cover the forms of Namgung Hyuk's sword. Also, the guy managed to create a skill using the power of the path of the sword ghost, which helped to create and develop his own skills. When reproducing the heavenly sword form and the 7 white blade techniques using the dual weapon methods, the boy's steps became much faster and more refined than before. But this was still not enough to develop a skill that could become unique. As Sol-hwa said, skill development can only be created through a system that recognizes technique as more than just a set of movements. Knowing so many different techniques, the guy could not decide which one was the best. He wanted to achieve perfection and be able to create something of his own. When Song-yun activated the more powerful effect of the Path of the Sword Ghost's power, he was able to generate a new skill called Sword of Mixed Origins. This ability allowed one to add positive correction to the heavenly and white sword techniques, as well as increase the level of their implementation. Although it was very good that such adjustments were made, there were still some omissions that made Song-yun frustrated. But all this could wait, because the challenger was eager to look at the random skill book that was in his inventory. It allowed him to obtain a random B-rank ability. Having opened it, the boy thought that he wanted to take a risk and get some skill, although there were no risks, because the declared rank was quite high. By activating the more powerful effect of the warrior's defense power, the youth's luck increased dramatically for a time, and a new skill, Blood Spirit Demon Sword, was also created. After some time, thanks to the book and the use of existing abilities, another skill was created. It was called the Demonic Sword of Mixed Origins, and was generated by combining some of the skills that were in the boy's arsenal. Deciding that such abilities needed to be tested in practice, Song-yun began the test of the 14th floor, the theme of which was water fight. It was necessary to kill all the monsters in the lake within the allotted time. The system activated the Indomitable Will skill because it believed that the challenger was facing a strong opponent who would be difficult to defeat. Song Yun's enemy was not the monsters at all, because they had all already been killed by the man who indignantly asked how much longer he would wait for the guy to arrive. It was none other than Namgung Hyuk, the young hunter's most sworn enemy, whom he so sought to surpass in terms of ability. This meeting was destined to happen, so Song Yun accepted it as a gift, not a curse. Smiling, he already knew what he should do next. The acceleration and concentration increasing skills were activated and feeling strong. The boy rushed to attack without wasting time on unnecessary conversations. The two forces clashed again. So much time had passed, but fate decreed that these two would meet again. When Namgung Hyuk saw that his opponent now had the flame sword, he was seriously scared, because he expected to deal with him without any extra trouble. The Murim warrior anxiously inquired as to how Song Yun had managed to master such power in a relatively short period of time. But the hunter was not going to entertain him with detailed stories about his journey, so he said laconically that there was nothing surprising here. After all, the most interesting part hasn't even started yet, so the Murim gentleman should get ready and enjoy the entertainment program. In this battle, the boy was much more focused than in any other, because his opponent was capable of doing simply unimaginable things. Namgung Hyuk felt that his opponent had changed somehow, had become stronger and much more determined than he had been when they first met. Song Yun decided to immediately show what he was now capable of, so he activated one of his abilities and attacked. The attack was so strong that it threw the Murimian back a fair distance and slammed him into the rocks that were nearby. Hyuk did not expect to feel such power from a simple boy, who was also a resident of Earth, because last time his abilities were quite different. The warrior from another dimension could only watch as his opponent used new and very impressive fighting methods. Song Yun's techniques were devastating, literally shaking the ground and sending rocks flying. But Namgung Hyuk wasn't going to just give up, because that wasn't in his life's rules. He was a warrior whose enemies ran away in fear when they heard his name, and he wanted to maintain that reputation. Looking at the enemy who was clearly amazed by his strength, Song Yun asked if he liked the chaos that could be caused with the skills he now had in his arsenal. He informed Hyuk that the skill that helped him cut the rock was one he had created recently and was of a fairly high rank. As for the recent double attack technique, it allowed the attack to be repeated twice, and with the same force as the sword, the owner swung. It was a kind of cheat and a slight scam, but it was so tempting that it was worth taking advantage of. With a chuckle, Song Yun told his opponent that he had a wound on his cheek, as if he himself had not noticed its presence. But Namgung Hyuk was surprised not by the fact that the enemy was able to wound him, but by the fact that he said that this scratch would torment him and remind him of itself for the rest of his life. Activating his healing ability, the Murimian lit fire on his fingertips and wanted to show Song Yun that he was wrong. He muttered that in a second there would be no trace of this scratch. Then he put his fingers to the damaged tissue, and they began to heal. Next, the young master decided to teach a lesson to the one who was causing him so much trouble, so he ran toward Song Yun to cross swords with him. A heated battle began, in which neither participant wanted to give in to the other. The guys fought as if they had no sense of space or time. Namgung Hyuk noted that the swordsmanship and movement techniques his enemy was using clearly belonged to the world of Murim, and the warrior wondered why the boy had previously hidden that he possessed them. But in fact, Song Yun didn't hide anything, because at that time his heart was pounding with fear, and the only thing he thought about was saving his life. To Hyuk's surprise, the boy said that he had learned all these techniques yesterday in just one evening. Upon hearing this, the Murimets was speechless. Roaring, the Namgung family's dragon sword said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but what had remained unchanged was Song Yun's incredible impudence. After all, in the opinion of the Murimets, there was no point in talking nonsense about the fact that one can master martial arts in one day. Song Yun didn't expect the enemy to believe him, so he said that he wouldn't convince anyone of his success. The battle became more heated, the blows became more violent and precise, and it became increasingly difficult for both fighters to parry them. But the young hunter had not lost his sense of humor, and, as Hyuk said, incredible impudence. So he reported that one of the administrators considered him a genius. Seeing that this information made the Murim even more angry, Song Yun said that he would now demonstrate his next new trick. Its peculiarity consisted of very fast lunges, which were accompanied by light and precise blows of the sword. Seeing the level of mastery of such a martial art, Namgung Hyuk was simply amazed, because earlier he clearly underestimated his opponent. Gritting his teeth in anger, the warrior finally realized that in order to win, he would have to compete with this boy, who was clearly a capable student. Hyuk was simply bursting with anger. He couldn't believe that he dared to steal the swordsmanship of the noble Namgung family. But Song Yun objected, saying that he had created this skill by diligently repeating the Murim's attacks, and it was not the guy's fault that he could repeat any technique after seeing it only once. After the young hunter called his opponent's skills primitive, the brunette completely lost his mind with anger. Wanting to take revenge for these words, the man rushed into the attack. He did not particularly bother with planning and strategy, but simply gave in to impulse. Despite this, the warrior was still magnificent. Song Yun understood that it was an honor to fight with such a fighter. His technique of movement and fencing, as well as his unconventional lunges, all of this looked like simple art and mastery honed over the years. But Namgung Hyuk had no idea that he was currently giving Sung Yun an advanced master class, because as mentioned earlier, the boy was able to remember the techniques the first time. The hunter had already come up with a plan in his head to memorize all of the enemy's techniques well and then use them, taking advantage of the moment of surprise. Raising his hand to the sky, Hyuk activated his power, and a bright bolt of lightning burst out from him, which was an omen that the battle of the strongest had begun. Knowing what would come next, Song Yun prepared himself, because he understood very well that victory would not come easy to him. The place where the guys were standing began to shake, and huge swords began to appear at the edges, clearly outlining the territory. A dual zone was formed within a radius of 30 meters, and due to the unique characteristic that the Murimets possessed, only the participants of the battle could be within its boundaries. Namgung Hyuk thought that his enemy was finally trapped, and now nothing would stop him from dealing with him. But the energy that the man felt from Song Yun indicated that it was the hunter who was locked up with him, and he was locked up with the crazy challenger. Activating his blood control skill, the boy asked if he should tell him what they were saying on Earth about Hyuk's situation. He looked at his opponent with undisguised hatred. There was not just enmity between the guys, there was open contempt and malice between them. Song Yun was clearly amused by his enemy's behavior as he continued to tease him, saying that Hyuk had dug his own grave when he bragged about his techniques. All these conversations drove the Murimets crazy. He no longer even tried to calm his anger, which kept bursting out. The attack followed, causing a huge splash and force, causing a small explosion that made the ground shake. The blow hit the body of the young master of the Namgung family. He backed away and groaned in pain. But despite the momentary weakness, he was back on his feet, ready to make new attacks, because the man was the strongest warrior, and it was not easy to defeat him. Before Hyuk could take a single step, some unknown force pushed him in the stomach and he flew up, unable to resist it. At one point, the Murim warrior suddenly realized that his body did not obey him, and his limbs seemed to have become numb. This feeling seriously frightened him, especially when the unknown force controlling the body threw him up and pressed him to the top of the barrier that he created with his unique characteristic. At that very moment, the power that created the battlefield and outlined it was forcibly deactivated by the user's will. This was completely out of the question, and Hyuk didn't even know that something like this could happen to him, since there had been no such precedence before. When the barrier finally disappeared, the Murimian's body was no longer held back by anything, and when Song Yun struck again, he helplessly flew into the forest that was nearby. The shockwave was so powerful that it illuminated the entire surrounding space with its light. When it was all over, a huge footprint could be seen on the ground, which served as evidence of Song Yun's impeccable strength. The dust settled, and now the young hunter ran to the place where his opponent had landed, because the battle was not over yet, or rather, it was just beginning. Approaching the brunette, he said that such pathetic behavior did not at all correspond to the title of Genius Murim, unless his dimension was as mediocre as Hyuk himself. The warrior listened to all this with his head down. It was obvious that he himself was extremely dissatisfied with his failures in battle, because so far he had not made a single successful strike. But then, the brunette suddenly raised his head and a crazy smile appeared on his face, which did not bode well. Looking at this, Song Yun thought that his opponent had completely gone crazy, because no one would laugh when they found themselves in such a deplorable situation. Laughing non-stop, Namgung-hyuk admitted that his opponent had indeed somehow managed to master martial arts and become stronger in such a short period of time. A crystal suddenly materialized in the warrior's hands, and he said that Song Yun was truly an amazing fighter, despite the fact that he used the tower's tricks. Realizing that something very bad could happen soon, the boy began to rush to deliver another series of blows. Clutching his crystal tighter in his hand, Hyuk asked ironically if his opponent was really that stupid to think he didn't have a backup plan. The light coming from the stone was so bright that for a second Song Yun thought he was blinded, because the beam hit his eyes directly. After this, there was an explosion, and such a powerful force was felt around that it would be foolish to deny its presence. The Murim alien used a stone to remove the penalty for floor penetration. This item canceled all sanctions that were imposed on the user when invading someone else's test. Now the warrior's gait seemed more threatening than ever. It was noticeable that he now felt much stronger than before. Lowering his voice, Hyuk asked if Song Yun wasn't at all interested in what would happen next. Taking off the ribbon that tied his long black hair, the Muramet said that now the enemy would find out why he was called the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Looking at the power that was gathering around the brunette, Song Yun understood that something very large-scale and extremely unpleasant for him was about to happen. Summoning all his energy, Namgung-hyuk said that a bastard like Han Sung-yoon was not worthy of seeing the enhanced chi, but he had no other choice. In Murim, such a spectacle was a real honor for the people, and those who had the chance to see it considered it a real miracle. A wild stream of power headed straight for the young hunter, who was prepared for any attack, but did not expect it to be so strong. He remembered a conversation with a mentor who said that using chi energy is literally the use of magic on a sword. Chi added properties to the blade that defied all laws and made it truly unique. The flaming sword adds one more property, and the sword enhancement is the next stage of power. It allows you to calmly use all the surrounding magic and apply it the way the fighter wants. Therefore, many of the warriors who mastered Ki could do simply unimaginable things on the battlefield that could not be explained logically. Song Yun never thought that he would encounter the enhanced Ki so quickly, because it was with this that Namgung-hyuk attacked. When the White Crane Master told all this, it didn't sound as scary in words as it actually was, but in reality, it was simply an amazing skill. The enemy's attack range had increased greatly, and now the boy felt no safety anywhere, and it was also very difficult for him to get close enough to strike. The movements of the Murimts became very strong and fast. Each new attack was extremely dangerous and could be fatal. It even seemed to the hunter that the enemy's sword had turned into a real living dragon and was living its own life. Each time it became more and more difficult to hold back the blows, and the boy had already used all his strength, but the enemy did not stop the onslaught. The boy squeezed his blade so hard from the tension that his palm began to bleed, but he decided to defeat Namgung-hyuk at all costs, so crossing his swords, the guy prepared to continue fighting back. Remembering the vampire count's strength, Song Yun realized that he was wrong when he thought that his current opponent was only slightly stronger than the last one. It was a very stupid assumption. But the challenger had one ace up his sleeve, such as sword enlightenment. He sensed it when he listened to Master White Crane. It seems that the people of Murim skipped several stages thanks to enlightenment, which helped them achieve the desired results in battle faster. But all this was not a reason to give up and abandon the fight. So Song Yun gripped his twin swords tighter and began to think about his further strategy. Smiling, Namgung-hyuk asked if his opponent was not as happy as he had been a couple of minutes ago, and he asked ironically what had caused such a sudden change in mood. Rolling his eyes, the hunter thought that he should have immediately finished off his opponent and not shown off in front of him. Then now there would have been one less problem. He just wanted to learn something new and master some interesting technique, but now everything had become more complicated and victory seemed very far away. Having activated the Heavenly Blood Cultivation Technique skill, the boy began to choose the right angle for the attack, because planning the strike was no less important than the strike itself. With a sinister grin, Song Yun quietly advised his opponent to prepare himself, as his torment was just beginning as he planned to give it his all. Hearing this, the Murimets copied his smile and said that he had not hoped for anything less, so the boy should try hard. Such impudent behavior reminded the young hunter of his own teasing manner of communication, and this irritated him even more. Namgung-hyuk's power literally burned in his hands, because the warrior was seriously determined to wipe his enemy off the face of the earth once and for all. In order to defend himself, Song Yun used a technique called the White Sword of Void Servitude. Having assessed the skill, the Muramets shouted in irritation, asking who else the boy had stolen such techniques from, since they were all useless in front of his enhanced ki. But the young hunter was ready to argue with this statement, because he stood completely fearlessly and waited for the right moment to deal with the attack. In order not to fail at the most important moment, the boy increased his concentration with the help of skills 20 times. Namgung Hyuk never expected anyone to be able to handle his shining dragon, which was created using pure magical energy. This was exactly what his opponent was counting on, as he was now coming from behind and had room to maneuver, which could have turned into a disaster for the Myrmian. But it was difficult to defeat an experienced warrior with such techniques. Hyuk was able to repel the unexpected attack. The angry boy fell heavily to the ground. He really hoped for a moment of surprise, but still miscalculated. The fall was so severe that the sharp rocks he landed on pierced his flesh and appeared to have touched his insides. When Song Yun realized this, he thought with fear about how he would continue to fight, because it seemed that the injuries were quite serious and would cause great discomfort. Before he had time to come to his senses, the enemy immediately attacked, taking advantage of his momentary weakness. The energy forced the guys to press even harder into the stones and ride on their backs. Rising to his feet, the hunter realized that his opponent had used 2 techniques at once, so he activated Ashen's blood and attempted to attack. But Namgung Hyuk was able to stop him without much effort. He kicked his opponent hard in the stomach to prevent him from getting too close to him. The battlefield was plunged into chaos, with rocks flying from all sides, hitting trees and raising columns of dust. And the once calm lake was stirred up when Song Yun's body flew over it against its will. Landing again on sharp rocks, the boy no longer felt pain, because most likely his body was in shock from such damage. Coughing up blood, he realized that he had at least several broken ribs and damaged insides, which was a very bad sign. Namgung Hyuk decided not to let his opponent relax. So before he could get up, he ran at him with his sword at the ready. More than anything, the Murim warrior wanted to see his sworn enemy dying in terrible agony and begging him for mercy. It was with this motive that he struck Song Yun, who barely had time to raise his head to look his opponent in the eyes. It was a real disaster. The boy's whole body was literally burning. He felt every broken bone, every bruise on his body. The water that flowed between the rocks turned scarlet, this flow testifying to the monstrous cruelty that the warriors were capable of in order to achieve victory. Seeing that Song Yun was still not dead, Hyuk began to slowly approach him, as if hinting that the victim would not escape from the predator anyway. Despite the boy's deplorable condition, he endured all the horrors that befell him and even tried to get back on his feet. The warrior admitted that he was surprised by his opponent's resilience because he didn't think that he would fight against him for so long. Raising his sword, he said that now the boy's torment had come to an end because his fate had already been decided and he would soon leave this mortal earth. Laughing madly, the Muramet said that their battles were very fun and he would even miss them a little. But after everything that Song Yun had been through, he had no intention of letting the enemy take the victory. So, bleeding, the boy rose to his feet and decided to fight back. Activating the countershield skill, which released accumulated damage, the hunter asked if his enemy really thought he would die just like that. Another explosion followed, and a very powerful surge of energy was felt, from which Namgung Hyuk even crouched down so as not to be injured. All this resistance caused in him some kind of animalistic desire to quickly achieve the death of his opponent. It literally became his obsession. In the end, he still managed to pierce Song Yun's body with his sword, and what pleasure he got from watching the enemy's limp body gradually cease to resist. It was exactly the kind of expression that Hyuk would have given everything for, and when he saw it, he felt like the happiest man on this earth. Song Yun's severed head was the most beautiful sight he had seen in a long time, and the Murim warrior was sure he would remember this moment for the rest of his life. That glassy look would be forever imprinted in his memory, eyes that were once full of life, extinguished in an instant. But this was not the end, because the Murimets did not know that his opponent had the last battle skill in his arsenal, which nullified all critical damage and restored the body. The head, which lay separately from the body, began to grow back little by little, and soon there was not even a scar at the site of the cutoff. The last battle was an additional reward for the 12th floor and was very useful to Song Yun in this battle. He never thought that its effect would be so strong. When the boy's body finally fully recovered, he began to breathe convulsively and look around. Meeting the gaze of a shocked opponent, he set his sights on a target. There was another reward on the 12th floor, and now the exclusive skill Ancient Emperor's Ashblood was activated. Having put on a kind of crown, the guy decided that he would use all the resources that were possible. When using this item, the mind could suffer, but additional strength was added. With this attribute of power, he could summon servants who worshipped the god of darkness, and the one who would wear the crown. The order was very simple. Kill Namgung Hyuk. It would be a little sad that the guy wouldn't do it with his own hands, but he decided it was time to stop playing around. Grinning, the Murim warrior muttered that even with the help of necromancy, the enemy would not be able to defeat him, because his techniques were much stronger than anything that was in the guy's arsenal. He didn't even want to imagine that this terrible sorcery could overcome the pure magical power of Qi energy that he possessed. From the tension, some strange dark cracks appeared on the young gentleman's face, but he decided to fight back no matter what, because he could not afford to lose. He managed to reach Song Yun and grab him by the throat, after which he said that he wanted to check if the boy could be resurrected again. He choked so hard that the boy felt his windpipe begin to crack, but no matter what, victory would not go to Namgung Hyuk. The young hunter did not stop believing in this, even when the blade of the sword came very close to his face, and it seemed that there was no hope of salvation. The Murim warrior, mad with joy, began to notice that his body was failing him and was becoming covered in dark cracks. Not understanding what was happening, the man began to frantically ask his opponent what he had done to him, but instead of answering, the hunter simply threw his hand away from his throat. Seeing the once great warrior fall to his knees before him, Song Yun said that he had warned him that retribution for what he had done would catch up with him. The wound on his cheek was just the beginning, because behind the man stood a bloodthirsty monster that opened its mouth and was ready to swallow him at any second. Watching with pleasure as his opponent was devoured by his servants, Song Yun recalled that at the beginning of the battle, he had said that the wound on his face would hinder Hyuk for the rest of his life. While trying to fight off the monsters, the Murim warrior remembered his childhood, the time when he was a little boy who was said to have been born completely talentless. Even his father doubted that his son had Namgung blood, as he was unable to learn even the basics of combat and elementary techniques. Listening to all this, the young warrior decided that he would become so strong that no one would have any doubts about his origin. He wanted to become the pride of his parents. But he also just wanted to enjoy the sword and get pleasure from the process of training and sparring with his peers. He believed that one could create one's own way of the sword, rather than learning other people's techniques and imitating stronger masters, citing the fact that they were experienced. The first person to see the potential of a true genius in him was his grandfather, whom he first met while training alone in the forest. This man, who was the current head of the clan, raised Yu Namgung Hyuk, teaching him everything he knew. As a result, with the right approach, the young warrior began to grow in his skills incredibly quickly. When he was already a fairly trained student, he decided to return home and meet his father to tell him about his achievements. Arriving at his parents' house, Hyuk reported that he had killed the disguised bastards from the bloody cult and brought their severed heads as proof. The young warrior wanted to finally receive recognition from his father so that the parent would finally understand how strong his son had become. But things didn't turn out the way the boy expected. His dad ordered that this abomination be removed immediately and asked why his son was so fixated on killing if he should be strengthening his spirit. The father said that his son needed to try hard if he didn't want to become a monster who only had murder and bloody reprisals on his mind. These words hurt and disappointed Hyuk so much that for the first time in his life, he couldn't hold back his tears, and then he promised himself that he would no longer try to prove anything to anyone. And now, for the second time, he could not hold back his tears, and again felt like a little helpless boy trying to show that he was strong. When the durability of the ancient emperor's ash crown was exhausted, it literally fell apart in Song Yun's hands. As if by magic, the monsters began to jump away from Namgung Hyuk and return to where they came from because the guy's influence had ended. Coming closer, the young hunter noticed that the enemy was still not finished, because someone's coughing could still be heard near the shallow water. The opponent still showed signs of life, although at first glance you wouldn't be able to tell. The half-dead Muramets began to beg for his suffering to be put to an end. But that would be too easy. Song Yun sat down on a rock near the water and began to carefully watch Namgung Hyuk, who, despite his deplorable condition, did not die. Sitting on the shore, he thought about how they, two guys from different dimensions, should not have even met, but ended up in such a fight. Their fight was incredibly difficult and painful for both participants, but it was this fight that gave Song Yun certain thoughts. The boy caught himself thinking that it was all fun and that it gave him pleasure. He was really enjoying the process of the battle and this rivalry. Looking down at the dying Namgung Hyuk, Hunter said that if they were friends, they could share each other's achievements and have a great time. Hearing this, Hyuk found the strength to openly ridicule his opponent's thoughts like that. It was a terrible sight to see a bloody body stretch into something like a smile. Song Yun looked at the man with displeasure, who didn't believe that it was possible to think like this while climbing to the top of the tower. Having calmed down, the Murim warrior said that he wanted to tell the guy one useful and very interesting moment, which might even seem funny. He told that he stopped climbing the tower and began to invade other people's trials for a reason. Murders were not the only goal either. Feeling the divinity within himself, the man became an enemy of one powerful god and sensed the threat of approaching death. Each participant who was considered a chosen genius encountered the phenomenon of divinity, and sooner or later met various gods. Hyuk prophesied that the same fate would soon await his enemy, but if he climbed the tower with such thoughts, something would happen that he would like to avoid. To put it bluntly, the guy won't be able to stop the so-called gods from destroying the world he used to consider his home. The Murim's eyes widened in surprise when Song Yun firmly and confidently said that this would never happen. After all, those who want to destroy the hunter's house will face him directly, and then they will have to answer and pay, and the only acceptable price is death. After saying these words, the boy activated the True Blood Seeker skill and used it against the one lying in the shallow water in front of his feet. When Hyuk felt the blood slowly start to flow out of his body, he screamed in horror. This was the first time this had happened to him, and he realized that he was afraid of dying, especially such a death. Once the enemy was finally neutralized, Song Yun passed the 14th floor trial and received a bunch of rewards and achievements for being able to defeat an enemy stronger than him. But the most interesting thing was the system's notification that he had another myth in which divine power was collected. From now on, the guy had the reflection effect in his arsenal, and he was also awarded the title of Unstoppable. All these powers were eager to try out and get to know them better. When Song Yun absorbed Namgung Hyuk's soul, he increased all of his stats by almost 50%, and the rank of his unique ability necromancy was raised. Looking at the corpse of his enemy, Song Yun remembered that usually the bodies of invaders always disappeared, so it was strange that Hyuk continued to poison the lake with his presence. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the boy decided to extract a little more benefit from the death of the Murimian and let the sword absorb his blood, which helped raise the blade's rank to A. Smiling, Song Yun realized that with this action, he would be able to strengthen his flame sword once more, making it much stronger than it was before. Having looked himself over from head to toe, the boy finally realized that he was standing almost half naked. It seemed that his clothes could no longer be saved. Therefore, he would have to return to Earth and urgently update his wardrobe, because fighting in such a form was at least indecent. Looking at the messages that began to come from the administrators, the guy became embarrassed. The Lord of Iron Blood wanted to sponsor him with armor, and the Master of the White Crane said that a robe would suit him. Having chosen a brand new armor, Song Yun was transported to the world of Iron Blood to see the blonde warrior whose house he had destroyed the last time they met. Seeing the updates that had taken place in the administrator's estate, the guy sighed in surprise, noting that the warrior had not wasted any time. The Iron Bloodlord had rebuilt her home, and now its walls were covered with quality iron plating that suited the name of this world very well. Opening the front door, Song Yun felt the pleasant warmth of the house, which caressed his frozen skin. It immediately became so cozy that the boy wanted to fall asleep in a chair near the fireplace. He was immediately greeted by a smiling woman who said that her contractor had done an absolutely amazing job, and she was glad to see him. She extended her hand, and the hunter saw a beautiful pendant with a large red stone. The blonde said that the guy had crossed a large mountain and she would like to give him a gift. Gifts are very good, but the boy did not come here for jewelry, but for the promised armor. Noticing some discontent, the woman said that it was worth using magical power and she would appear. Song Yun looked at the pendant with interest and put it on his neck. The administrator whispered to him that the first time it was best to try to summon the armor outside the tower. After that, it was time to visit the beautiful bamboo grove, which exuded tranquility, and it was time to talk to the master of the White Crane. Finding the teacher in her usual place, the boy greeted her and saw that she was very happy when she saw him. It was very nice. But then the girl's smile disappeared, and she said in a displeased tone that she was disappointed that her student chose the Lord of Steel Blood instead of coming to her directly. Realizing that he couldn't justify his choice, Song Yun decided to simply ask the teacher not to be angry with him. But so far, this has done little to calm her down. Thoughts about how to improve relations with his mentor had already started spinning in the guy's head, but then she said that she had one request. The woman laughed and looked away, which made Song Yun tense, then surprised and amused at the same time, because his teacher had expressed her desire to do his hair. When the boy realized that the teacher was not joking, he became terribly embarrassed and began to say that haircuts should only be done by professionals, and besides, Sol Hua did not have any tools. But the White Crane Master was quite serious, so she answered succinctly that the 7 white sword techniques were enough, so she asked the boy not to move. When the blonde began to advance on him in earnest to fix his hair, Song Yun became more scared than he had ever been during the battle with the bloodthirsty monsters. But unlike the monsters, his mentor did not stop and did what she had planned, despite all the screams and requests to stop. When the boy approached the mirror and looked at his reflection, he was stunned because his hairstyle was not at all what he expected to see. He looked like a Korean showbiz star. He really liked this update and realized that Sol Hua had talent and the look of a true aesthete. Embarrassed, the White Crane Master turned away and muttered under her breath that it was now easier for her to look at her contractor, since his hair was simply awful. A moment later, the mentor jumped up to the student and said that he should try out the new pendant somewhere outside the tower. It was clear that she wanted to say goodbye to the guy as soon as possible. Waving her hand, she wished him luck. Song Yun tried for a few seconds to understand what was happening and why the woman's mood and behavior changed so abruptly. Deciding that there was no point in imagining anything unnecessary, the applicant returned to the waiting room and learned that the quest function was open, which was connected to the past life of the administrators. Previously, Song Yun didn't understand why the administrators were trying so hard to please him, but he realized that they wanted to give him a quest. He had a lot of things to do now, so he decided to deal with everything in order and not waste time on unnecessary thoughts about what his handlers had in mind. He wanted to see a new myth called the Battle-Hardened Warrior. When activated, the guy's body could work at maximum despite his condition. After getting to know him in more detail, it became clear that the Vampire Slayer skill was quite limited, but the acquired skills were suitable for all fights. He also wanted to figure out what kind of new effect his unique necromancy ability had. It was strange to see that it was somehow connected to the god of death. Nothing was clear yet, but the boy decided not to get upset, because with time everything would fall into place, and he would learn the necessary information at the right moment. Next, he decided to look at the Digging Heavenly Sword, which was created to destroy the heavens and became stronger when destroying strong objects. It could easily rival Sword Ki in strength, as it had an effect that was so destructive that it could even cut through magic. The sword's qualities allowed him not to tie his skills to objects, and the guy's soul was happy because the reward for Namgung Hyuk fully met his expectations. Taking the sword in his hands, the guy achieved unification with it, after which an exclusive skill called Sword Senses was activated, and now he could copy any technique. Song Yun had never seen a weapon like this before, which allowed him to not only use it in battle, but also copy certain skills, and then use them as his own. He was incredibly happy that he had managed to copy and absorb the feeling of the sword, because if he wanted to reach the end of the tower, he needed to gain strength. It turns out that he managed to absorb the skill using it, and now the boy had 3 attempts for a copy in his arsenal instead of 2. It seemed that he managed to deceive the principle of the blade. After repeating these actions a few more times, the guy copied the skills of this weapon and could now use them even without it. Also, the challenger saw that by absorbing Namgung Hyuk's soul, his strength, agility, endurance, magical abilities, and durability were increased by several indicators. From all this happy news, Song Yun was distracted by an angry message from Lee Ha-yan, who indignantly asked if it was really impossible to contact her at least once. The boy's conscience began to gnaw at him, because this girl had been worried about him even when he was leaving for Japan, and it dawned on him that next time he needed to write to her. But what he saw next was able to surprise him more than the angry messages of the angry girl. One of the players reported in the chat that a challenger from another world had appeared. He was from Aries and had started a massacre in London. It seems that having dealt with one invader, they now have a second one. Namgung Hyuk's words immediately came to Song Yun's mind, saying that no one could stop the gods from destroying the earth. Gritting his teeth in pent-up anger, the young hunter realized that a new misfortune had befallen them, and perhaps it was even worse than the previous one. At this time, real chaos was happening in London. Right next to Big Ben, a huge black sphere formed, which threatened to swallow the entire city along with its inhabitants. Slightly different glowing spheres began to envelop every building that was on the main streets. They resembled strange alien parasites that were crawling everywhere. But they were not at all harmless, and when they reached the right place, they froze, and after a couple of seconds, they began to explode synchronously. Thus, there was a huge threat that London's main landmark would either be severely damaged or destroyed completely. The already frightened city dwellers were in a real stupor when they saw huge creatures that resembled reptiles and rushed through the city at breakneck speed, clicking their sharp teeth. Panic arose all around, and it became much easier for these creatures to catch frightened people who did not know where to run or where to hide. All TV channels showed the London incident that happened the other day. It all started with the fact that a pretender from another world created a mysterious black sphere over London. An employee of the Hunters Association said that immediately after the first massacre, the strange magical creatures suddenly disappeared, and the challenger from another world hid inside a black sphere. This unidentified object was rapidly increasing in size, and it was a critical situation that could trigger a second wave of carnage at any moment. Frustration, the man said that the power of Korean hunters was desperately needed to prevent further horrible casualties. One of the men in the room said that during the Shinjuku incident in Japan, the flow of hunters was cut off, so questions arose as to why this was different. The representative of the hunting association hesitated. He did not know what to answer, so he said as it was, that most likely, this happened because this situation brought in money. After what happened in Japan, South Korea's status was raised, and this had a positive impact on the various projects carried out by the Korean Hunters Association. Then everyone turned their attention to the guy standing in the shadows. Those who were closer recognized him as the Sword Phantom, who was considered the hero of Shinjuku. Hearing this, Lee Ha-yeon immediately turned around. She really wanted to see and talk to her friend, because she hadn't seen him since those events in Japan. When everyone started to leave, the girl approached him. Then the guy deigned to apologize for returning to the tower earlier and not warning the brunette about it. Closing her eyes, Ha-yeon said in a conciliatory tone that since he realized his mistake, then they could close the topic. But from now on, she asked him to treat her as a partner. The brunette asked how the guy was doing with his combat uniform. He grinned and said that he always keeps it inside. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud shout, a man calling on everyone who wanted to become a volunteer to participate in the operation to prevent an incident in London to get on the plane. Turning around, Song Yun told his friend that they should slowly move towards the landing, because he was sure that the girl would go with him. But she took his hand and said that this time he didn't need to get on the plane. The young hunter looked at her in bewilderment, expecting some kind of explanation. Lee Ha-yeon silently led him up the steps, and when they reached the roof, the boy was very surprised by what he saw. The girl said that during the climb up the tower she also improved some of her skills, and is now ready to use them for the benefit of people and the affected city. She explained that she had mastered auxiliary magic related to space. The learning process was a bit difficult, but overall she had accomplished the task. Now she had the power to move in space anywhere, just by setting the coordinates, and she also received permission to use this magic from the association. Surprised, Song Yun listened to this and was a little shocked, because this was the first time he learned about such a skill as moving in space. But now, he learned from his own experience what it was like to move to specified coordinates using the auxiliary magic teleport. Meanwhile, in London, they were trying to deal with the problem that continued to spread, the spheres multiplying like parasites and filling the entire city. When they burst, deadly reptiles crawled out of them and tried to tear apart with their sharp teeth the magicians who tried to restrain them. The second large-scale attack of alien creatures began, and the main task of the wizards was to protect the magic tower, which was vulnerable. The task was not easy, because the creatures were so deadly and fast that it was almost impossible to attack them first. All that was left was to avoid falling into their mouths. One of the magicians ordered the newcomer to focus all his attention on the portal, because if an object from another world got into it, something terrible could happen. One of the guys, suppressing the trembling in his limbs, said that he would do everything possible to carry out this order. But when he felt a huge monster hatching from the sphere behind him, everything inside the poor guy froze, and it seemed even his blood ran cold. The alien creature approached so quickly that the young magician only had time to scream. The boy was so confused that he did not know how to react correctly. The magic circle began to glow. The light was so strong and all-consuming that for a moment everyone saw only a bright glow and nothing more. The boy and the monster found themselves right in the center of this light show, and while the boy closed his eyes in fear, the rays began to destroy the alien reptile. Realizing that she had literally burned before his eyes, the young wizard could not move from the spot. He was simply paralyzed from the emotions he had experienced. Watching this scene were Sung Yoon and Lee Ha-yeon, who had just teleported to the scene and were there to help. Having looked around carefully and assessed the situation, the brunette concluded that these were magical entities that possessed a number of specific skills. When the young wizard realized who was standing in front of him, he quickly rose to his feet and apologized for the fact that the barrier preparation was insufficient. The girl calmed him down, saying that everything was fine. Song Yoon added that they would provide assistance, and his partner asked when the second attack began and how intensely the enemies attacked. Turning to his allies, the young man thanked them for their support during this difficult time, and expressed his hope that the boys were not offended by the fact that they were not greeted properly. He said that the cleanup of this place could be left to his comrades, and the hunters could quickly head to where everyone was gathered. The elder wizard ordered the boy to escort the guests downstairs. He nodded his head and told them to follow him. The guys did so without any unnecessary questions. As they walked down the huge staircase that led deep into the building, Song Yoon wondered what they would encounter. Finding himself on a bridge that led to another part of the building, the guy looked out the window and saw that the once bustling city had turned into a location from a post-apocalyptic film. The young wizard led them into a huge meeting room, most likely to coordinate the guests with the other participants in the city cleansing. And so it was. At a long table sat many hunters, who with gloomy faces discussed the strategy of action and how to more effectively clear the city of monsters. Looking around, Song Yoon realized that this time, there really were a lot of hunters from different parts of the world who had called to provide support. London had not been abandoned the way Japan had been abandoned. But for some reason, he got the impression that the wizards of the Magic Tower were acting too arrogantly towards the other fighters. A strange dissonance arose in the guy's head. Outside, everyone was working hard, and the top officials were simply sitting at the table, while the rest were risking their lives for the sake of a common goal. Sitting down at the table, the young hunter immediately locked eyes with the man who sat at the head of the table. His expression could not be called friendly. Rising from his chair, the gray-haired man looked around at those present and said that he recognized some of the people who were there. The gray-haired man said that he never expected to see familiar faces, and it was a great honor for him to see these people in his abode. Song Yoon realized that in front of him was the grandfather magician he had saved during the test on the 13th floor. Ha-yeon noticed that her friend and the magician were familiar, but friendly hugs will have to wait, because that huge black sphere was a high-level barrier that could not be overcome, even if hundreds of wizards entered it with their magic. David Taylor said that although they almost succeeded in destroying the black sphere when it was still smaller in size, everything subsequently failed. After thinking for a while, the young hunter assumed that from that moment, no matter what the fighters did, there was not a scratch on the sphere, and the wizard of the clock tower confirmed this guess. When the elder stood up from his chair and gave it to Song Yoon, everyone around began to whisper and ask who this young man was. Someone recognized him as the applicant who helped in Japan. The old man noticed that the boy had taken his place at the head of the table, but he understood that if he had to give in to save the city, it was a very low price. But still, the whispers of the crowd were a little disconcerting, as they did not stop trying to find out how strong this young man was, since even the supreme mage had given up his place to him. Ignoring the people around him, The clock tower wizard asked the boy what he thought was the solution to this problem. What Song Yun said shocked everyone present in the room, and without the slightest hesitation, the challenger promised that he would destroy that black sphere single-handedly. Unable to hold back a chuckle, the old man said that it was simply impossible, since the strongest of his battle mages could not cope with this task while working as a team. But everyone present in the hall noticed how easily this promise came from the lips of the sword ghost, who was able to save the area in Japan. Ignoring the doubts that were literally shining through David Taylor, Song Yun said she did it, but he had one condition. In order for him to go and destroy the mysterious sphere, everyone present here must give him all their rewards. People screamed in fear and backed away. Then they started to get aggressive and say that this was unheard of nonsense, and they would not do such a thing. Realizing that the boy was asking too much, the old man said that he needed to discuss the matter with the people in charge, and then he would announce the result. Song Yun didn't mind waiting, but the question was whether London would wait, since it could disappear from the face of the earth while the bureaucrats were deliberating. It was clear that if things were pushed to the extreme, people would move even if there was no reward, but he still had to take care of what was due to him. It was very difficult to make a decision. But looking out the window and seeing a huge black ball slowly swallowing the city, everything became more than obvious. I feel the burden of responsibility. The wizard of the clock tower decided that he is not afraid of the consequences of the decision made, so he will do as he sees fit. He asked the young hunter to immediately destroy the cursed sphere. He no longer had any desire or strength to listen to the indignation of his people. Smiling, the boy said that the request had been received, and he would soon return with a perfectly executed result that would satisfy everyone. Deciding that it was time to try out the pendant that the Lord of Steel Blood had given him, the boy put his energy into it, and it shined brightly for itself. At that very moment, Song Yun was wearing a brand new uniform that perfectly emphasized his muscles and was literally tailored to him, which screamed that its owner was an excellent warrior. But the uniform was just tinsel without the fine blades that the boy had in his arsenal, so he swung the double balls and prepared to walk out the door. When the spheres reached the building where the council was meeting, everyone realized that the elder had made the right decision when he sent the guy to save the city. Looking at the broken window, Song Yun decided to leave immediately, but he was stopped by Lee Ha-yeon, who wanted to tell him something. Her face was incredibly sad. Pressing her hand to her chest, she slowly approached her colleague, and it was clear that her words would not be joyful. Trying to encourage the girl, the boy smiled at her, as if saying that everything would be okay, no matter what the difficulties. After that, he simply went out the window and said that he would be back soon and there was no need to worry about him, because he could take care of himself. Activating the exclusive effect of the wind spirit boots, he caught the airflow and moved towards the enemies to quickly deal with them and liberate London. It was very sad to see the city like this. It reminded him of the ruined villages that Song Yun had seen while climbing up the tower. Those who watched the boy's movements were very surprised by such speed, because after a couple of seconds he was almost at his destination. Having reached the sphere, the guy stood on it and looked around. It really was terribly huge, so it would not be easy to cope with it. But the young hunter did not lose hope and faith in himself, because he knew that his strength was enough to overcome this difficulty. Using the Heaven Destruction skill, which could destroy any power, even the most magical of all, the hunter took a swing and decided that he needed to find a challenger from another universe. The guy was very pleased to realize that there were absolutely no limits to what he could break. When his swords touched the surface of the sphere, a powerful explosion was heard, but it was unclear how effective it was. After a few seconds, the huge ball started to crack, which meant that Song Yun was on the right track and had used the skill that would really help him crush this problem. It was very curious whether this skill would really cope with the given task, because the characteristics indicated that with the help of this ability, any magic could be destroyed. To acquire such skills meant to hit the real jackpot, because who else could destroy absolutely any energy? These inspiring thoughts made him squeeze the handle of the blade even harder and press it into this unnatural formation. The cracks were getting bigger, but nothing else was happening yet, and the guy was slightly disappointed because he had expected something more large-scale. For now, all he saw was the crackling of a huge ball that had been created by an unknown challenger from another dimension who had yet to be found. But it seemed that the boy was getting closer to solving the mystery, because when the magic dome finally burst, black smoke began to come out of it. behind which one could see emptiness. It was clear that there might be someone in this void, so without thinking twice, Song Yun stepped in there and decided to check if the person he was looking for was hiding there. When the hunter jumped there, the system notified him that he had entered a magical zone called the Void. It was unclear whether the inside of the barrier should be considered as a completely different dimension, since this would be quite logical given the size of the sphere. To understand a little more, the boy activated the spiritual eye skill, and what he saw inside the magic dome shocked him. This pit was simply teeming with various monsters and entities, but these were illusions that could not be dispelled with skills. The monsters lost their sense of direction and moved literally blindly. It was completely unclear how to fight such opponents because they looked like real ones, but in fact they were not. The guy thought that their bodies were also weightless, but as it turned out, they attacked like all standard monsters created from blood and flesh. This illusion was so strong that her abilities reached the point where she had the ability to use physical force. By activating the power of Serene Mind, he managed to nullify all of his disorientations and unlock some of the previously sealed skills. Now the hunter could fight the monsters on equal terms because he had regained almost all of the abilities that the void had taken away. His body glowed brightly as he attempted to disperse the creatures with his light. They backed away a little and hissed, but did not go far. But he did not give up trying to blind them, and after some time he still managed to achieve that the monsters ran away, and he was left alone, in the middle of empty space. It was very convenient that the torn clothes that the White Crane Master gave could be easily repaired with mana. This option was quite useful. Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice was heard behind the guy, who said that he was very surprised to meet a person here. The stranger muttered that in a dimension that was at such a wretched level, there was an experienced master who could break through the magic zone. Song Yun made just one sharp movement, and the head of the one he thought was an intruder from another dimension instantly flew off the body. From the darkness, the same head appeared, but now it was 10 times larger than the standard size. The entity muttered that it had taken into account different developments. A blinding light suddenly illuminated the empty space, and the guy barely managed to cover his eyes with his hand so as not to go blind, because during his time in the darkness, he had become unaccustomed to the light. It was clear that he needed to prepare for battle, so the hunter activated the battle-hardened warrior myth, which would help him increase his combat effectiveness. Seeing such power, the enemy screamed, asking if this was really an apostle who possessed divinity. The sorcerer was sure that there could be no gods in such an insignificant dimension. The challenger did not consider it necessary to answer these stupid questions. He concentrated all his energy in his hand and, having formed a small ball, prepared to attack. Realizing that things were getting hot, the alien from another dimension began to frantically think about what could be done and decided to use invisibility. But Song Yun couldn't be fooled by such dubious tricks, because he possessed something more powerful, such as controlling the opponent's blood. Thanks to this, he felt all the movements and location of his enemy, because it was much easier to smell blood than to look for someone in the dark. So when the time came to attack, the boy unerringly hit the mysterious stranger who decided that he could enslave the earth. The blows touched, but did not seriously wound the intruder, who said that even if there was an apostle in front of him, he could not do whatever he wanted in the magician's domain. Then Song Yun realized that he had made a mistake and had stumbled upon a fake, which meant that the original was hiding somewhere. The magician clapped his hands and strange flying creatures began to circle around him, after which he muttered that the boy would not be able to escape death. After all, surviving the invasion of self-destructive spirits was quite an adventure that few could overcome. But the hunter decided to try to counterattack. Activating the counterattack shield skill, he transformed it into something resembling a baseball bat. By waving his new weapon, the challenger managed to drive away those nasty little spirits that were just itching to bite him. The magician watched all this with curiosity, but he still could not bring himself to come out of the shadows and look his opponent in the eye, as befits a true warrior. But Song Yun managed to notice him, so he turned his head and asked if the intruder really intended to have a long battle that neither of them would like. Although the space of this sphere was quite large, it was still a limited space, so it limited the scope of application of some skills. But the young hunter could always simply destroy the entire interior of the sphere. It was a radical decision, but it also took place. Therefore, By activating the release of the accumulated damage of the counterattack shield, the guy reproduced an explosion, which caused the sphere under his feet to begin to crack. Then another explosion was heard, which according to the boy's calculations should have finished off this magical space. But so far this has not happened. People who were outside the sphere could only hear dull explosions and feel a slight earthquake that passed through the entire city. The streets were filled with toxic smoke, which stank terribly and reduced all visibility, so that now only a grayish fog was visible. Inside the magical space, the atmosphere was similar. Everything was burning, smoking, and stinking, but the guy finally managed to lure his enemy out of his hiding place. Wiping away the blood, the mage asked why a monster like Song Yun was in such a wretched dimension that was never famous for its warriors. Instead of answering, the guy ordered to immediately destroy the black sphere and cancel the void. But the wizard said that he did not want to do this, because he put so much effort into it and even created consciousness. Nothing could persuade faster than the use of brute physical force, so Song Yun activated the Pain Seeker skill and intensified all the pain sensations that were in the enemy's body. Another good thing about this skill was that anyone who harmed the guy would feel double the pain, so now it was worth thinking twice before attacking. Coming closer, the hunter demanded once again that the sphere be destroyed, but the magician still resisted and shouted that this could not be done to someone who would become the archmage of the empire. These words were completely uninteresting to Song Yun. With just one movement of his hand, he made the enemy feel unbearable pain throughout his body. When the intruder lay in a pool of his own blood, completely exhausted, the guy once again demanded that he carry out his order. Bleeding and crying, the so-called future archmage said that he was unable to do this because destroying the magical space was beyond his power. By using the Fire Dragon's Eye skill, which helped to recognize lies, the challenger found out that there was no deception in the opponent's words. The guy demanded that the enemy describe his dimension, give his name, and also the reason why he came to Earth. Before answering, the sorcerer wanted to propose to the guy, but he kicked him and said that the time for chatter was over, and now he needed to answer the questions asked. As it turned out, the intruder was from the dimension Ares, and his name was Sindal, and he stated that the purpose of his arrival on Earth was to obtain faith. Hearing these words, Song Yun was quite surprised because he also had a similar skill, the one he used to make people's faith increase his power. He asked what Sindal meant by receiving faith. It was clear that the magician was very surprised by this question, because he asked if the applicant really didn't know even such elementary things. Such arrogance angered the guy, so he kicked his opponent again and said that he didn't like empty chatter. The alien from Ares screamed and asked to stop. Swallowing back tears, the man explained that in the hidden ruins, he had seen an ancient text that said that outstanding wizards and knights could break through the wall by improving their skills through faith. It is through people's faith in the heart where the ring is located that divine power accumulates. Only in this way could one reach the level of an archmage. Something didn't add up in the guy's head. It would be logical if the sorcerer, on the contrary, saved people. He answered that fear of the absolute is also a kind of faith. Therefore, he decided that it would be faster to sow fear through massacre than to seek the love and respect of the worthless inhabitants of the earth. Song Yun was curious about why the choice fell on the earth. The magician explained that in the ancient manuscript, it is written that the status of the magician cannot be increased by divine powers that have traces of other gods. That's why he arrived in a tiny dimension where there seemed to be no deities to blindly worship. From this story, one could conclude that Sindal simply committed the massacre to improve his skills. When he confirmed these words, the hunter could not stand it and kicked him again, because such crazy people were not worthy of walking on this earth. But the challenger had another question, which was whether the intruder knew the god of testing and the god of battle. The man grimaced, spat out blood, and replied that he didn't even know if such creatures were true at all. Activating the skill that recognizes lies, the boy discovered that the blonde sorcerer was brazenly lying. This question was asked just in case, but it turned out that this man knew about these two gods, but preferred not to talk about it. This behavior was understandable. The more important the information, the less likely it was to be shared. So Song Yun decided to resort to good old torture, activating the necessary skill. He used it on his new enemy. Leaning over Sindal with an angry expression, the hunter growled that it was anyone's guess how long the Ares mage would last. Those who were near the burst sphere could hear heart-rending screams that came from somewhere in the depths of the created space. When the man looked more like a corpse than a living person, he began to beg to just kill him and stop healing. His tormentor grinned and said that this could not be done. Through Sindal, he managed to obtain a lot of information about divinity, magic, gods of testing and battle, and even a bunch of all kinds of information about the Ares dimension. About 7 hours had passed since the boy entered the sphere, and the long torture had exhausted his spiritual powers. But despite all this, there was satisfaction inside Song Yun, because he finally understood what divinity was. First of all, simply having this very divinity did not make a person a god, and it was possible to accumulate this special power only when the magical organ was opened. Such power was the purest energy of all. It was the purest form of magic, which responded most easily to any will. And most importantly, by accumulating divine power, the challenger can dramatically increase his level, even if it significantly exceeds his own skills. It remained to figure out how to use them correctly, because the main problem was precisely that Song Yun did not know how to use such power. There were 2 ways to accumulate divine power in the heart, but it took a lot of time to disassemble and purify the magical energy drop by drop, and the way to solve this problem was faith. Whether it was worship or fear, and if one gained strong faith, then divine power would accumulate in the heart of the object. This was all the information Sindal learned from the ancient ruins. The intruder even revealed the prophecy that the oracle had told him never to speak out loud. The man was given it by a priest who serves the god of battle, and Sindal followed this prophecy and found texts about this unique power in ancient ruins. Hearing about this god, the guy's hand clenched tighter. He had vague assumptions, but he never expected that this supreme being took a direct part in the life of the tower. And again I remembered the words of the god of verification, who said that from now on one should not trust anyone. It was completely incomprehensible why the creature, about which the guy knew only through a couple of short messages, had listed him as an enemy. Also bad news was that this deity had a direct influence on the earth and could cause trouble. If this continues, the god of battle will eventually become Song Yun's true enemy. This realization made the guy swallow nervously and feel goosebumps slowly creeping across his skin. Problems had to be solved as they came. So for now, the guy absorbed the spirit of the challenger Sindal and increased his skill by 5%. After that, a skill called Blood Feast was activated, and the absorbed blood of the mage increased the class of the sword. After all, if Song Yun wanted to at least try to fight the deity, then he needed to gain strength by any means necessary. And it was also worth understanding how to cultivate your divinity in order to be on the same level with the enemy.